happened in the Abyssal Labyrinth. He explained that this was the reason he had come to Bologna. Ebert then, with a bright smile, asked Alicia if she would be willing to join his party. Alicia, looking puzzled at his request, was silent for a moment, while Rude, visibly irritated by what Ebert had said, stood beside her. Alicia then spoke up, thanking Ebert for his kind offer but explaining that she had already formed a new party. She introduced Rude to Ebert as her party member. Rude, still annoyed, introduced himself to Ebert, saying it was nice to meet him. However, just as Rude extended his hand for a handshake, Ebert slapped it away and completely ignored him. Rude was furious that Ebert had treated him that way, but Ebert paid no attention to him and redirected his focus to Alicia. He grabbed her hand and mentioned that he had heard about the unfortunate events in the Abyssal Labyrinth and how Alicia had become cursed. Ebert then said that he hadn't expected someone of Alicia's caliber, an S-rank adventurer, to end up in a situation where she could only team up with a man known as a miasma scavenger. This made Rude even more enraged. With a bright smile, Ebert continued, suggesting that if Alicia were to join his party instead, he was sure they could make good use of her skills and experience. However, before he could say anything further, Alicia swiftly pulled her hand away from him and, in a stern voice, told Ebert to stop speaking about things he clearly didn't understand. Alicia, with fierce determination, told Ebert that she had willingly formed a party with Rude and that any insult directed at Rude would also be an insult to her. She expressed gratitude to Ebert for looking out for her, but assured him that the curse in her body had already been lifted. Ebert, shocked, couldn't believe what he had just heard. He reminded Alicia that the curse she had was from the SS-rank Abyssal Labyrinth, and even more so, it had come from the floor owner of the labyrinth. Smiling happily, Alicia responded that she had experienced a fortunate encounter, and with that, she and Rude left him behind. Ebert, still lost in thought, wondered how Alicia had managed to rid herself of the curse. Meanwhile, Rude thanked Alicia for defending him, and she, in turn, advised him to keep his skills a secret, as it would be troublesome if they were revealed. As they walked, Alicia called out to Ebert, informing him that they would be updating their ranks. She added that Rude would no longer be AD rank, but instead would now be AC rank. Ebert was troubled by what he heard. He had been thinking about Alicia the entire time, but she had chosen to be with Rude instead. In that moment, Ebert's anger flared as he convinced himself that Rude must have been influencing Alicia. He couldn't believe that Alicia would willingly follow Rude. Ebert, deep in thought, couldn't believe that AD rank adventurer would even dare to hope to defeat something like a miasma dragon. However, he considered that it might be a different matter if Alicia's curse had been lifted. At that moment, Ebert concluded that it was actually Alicia who had defeated the miasma dragon, while Rude was simply taking credit for her achievement. A dangerous aura emanated from Ebert as his anger intensified. Rude noticed this and told Alicia that Ebert had been glaring at him intensely. Alicia explained that elves were a proud race, and many of them grew more prejudiced over time due to their long lives. Hearing this, Rude asked Alicia if, since she was also an elf, she too was one of those who harbored such pride and prejudice. When Alicia heard Rude's question, she smiled cheerfully and replied that she was very humble, understanding, cute, strong, and a charming elf. Rude immediately understood from her answer that she was, in fact, quite prideful. The two then headed toward the receptionist desk, where the receptionist greeted them warmly. She mentioned that she had heard all about them from the guild master and handed Rude his rank change. She explained that it was a very rare occurrence. Rude took the paper from her and, upon reading it, was surprised to see that he had been promoted to B rank, skipping C rank entirely. Excited by the news, Rude felt a surge of pride, and Alicia shared in his happiness. The receptionist explained that this promotion was a testament to how difficult the Abello New Labyrinth quest had been. The receptionist informed Rude that they had also received a report from the adventurers in the village that he and Alicia had saved. She mentioned that his defeat of the Baphomet in the village was taken into consideration when determining his new rank. At that moment, Rude still found it hard to believe that he was now a B rank adventurer. As he tried to process this achievement, Magnus approached and remarked that Rude should be even happier, adding that everyone in the town was grateful for what he had done for them. Hearing Magnus's words filled Rude with even more joy. Alicia then interrupted their conversation, reminding Rude not to settle for just reaching B rank. She pointed out that he still had a long way to go if he wanted to reach the level of the S-rank adventurer who had inspired him to pursue this path. Rude smiled, acknowledging the truth in her words, and agreed with her encouragement. Rude, filled with determination, shouted to himself that he would push further and work even harder to achieve his goal of becoming an S-rank adventurer. Those present joined in, offering their encouragement and motivating him to pursue his dream. As the celebration continued, Ebert arrived and disrupted the atmosphere, sternly reminding Rude that such foolishness could not be easily forgiven. Rude, already tired of dealing with Ebert, watched as he went on to explain that the information adventurers could access about dungeons was strictly tied to their rank, a rule established to ensure their safety. Ebert then criticized Rude, stating that someone who had gained recognition merely by following others should never have been granted a B rank. To conclude, Ebert insulted the Ballona Guild, calling them a collection of fools, his words dripping with disdain. As Ebert made his remark, the adventurers from the Ballona Guild glared at him with irritation and annoyance, clearly displeased by his insult to their guild. The receptionist intervened, cutting Ebert off and stating firmly that, regardless of his opinion, ranks up to B rank could be awarded at the guild's discretion. Magnus then stepped forward, his expression darkening, and warned Ebert to take back what he had said about the Ballona Guild and its adventurers, or he would face the consequences. The adventurers in the room moved closer, surrounding Ebert in a show of solidarity. Ebert, unfazed, let out a faint smile and called Magnus and the rest of them true fools. Magnus, enraged by the insult, grabbed Ebert's clothes and prepared to act, but Ebert swiftly countered, gripping Magnus's hand and throwing him to the ground with ease. As Magnus hit the ground, Ebert drew his sword and drove it into the ground close to Magnus's ear. With a cold tone, he told Magnus to refrain from touching him with his filthy hands. At that moment, Alicia shouted Ebert's name, demanding that he stop what he was doing. Ebert pulled his sword free and turned to Alicia, remarking that she had always been kind, even to the point of helping a hopeless man like Magnus. Alicia firmly rejected his words, insisting that he was completely wrong. Ebert, undeterred, went on to say that as elves, their race was naturally prejudiced and prideful, admitting that he himself rarely changed his mind once he had decided something. As he spoke, his expression brightened, and he confidently told Alicia that someone like him, a humble, understanding, and charming elf, was the one best suited to guide her, as they were of the same race. As Ebert finished speaking, Rude burst into laughter, catching everyone off guard. Surprised, Ebert turned to Rude and demanded to know why he was laughing. Inwardly, Rude mused that elves truly were prideful creatures, their arrogance seemingly boundless. Ebert, regaining his composure, addressed everyone and declared that he now understood the situation. He added that incompetent adventurers posed a danger to others and stated that he would personally test Rude to determine if he truly deserved the rank of B-rank adventurer. The receptionist immediately stepped forward, firmly reminding Ebert that he had no authority to make such decisions on his own. However, Alicia interjected, agreeing with the essence of Ebert's challenge. She added that if Ebert doubted Rude's abilities, then he would soon witness for himself the true extent of Rude's skills. Soon after, they found themselves in the Ballona Guild training grounds. Alicia took a moment to apologize to Rude, admitting that it was because of her they were now in this troubling situation. Rude reassured her, saying she wasn't solely to blame and that his own shortcomings had also played a part. He then told her not to worry, promising that all he needed to do was defeat Ebert, the examiner, and prove himself worthy of being her partner. With a confident smile, Rude added that, in the end, adventurers lived in a world where strength was the only way to silence doubt. Moments later, the two combatants stood in the arena, ready to face off. Alicia addressed them, stating firmly that if either of them sustained a serious injury, she would intervene immediately to stop the fight. With that warning given, she announced that the battle would now begin. As soon as Alicia gave the signal, the two combatants charged at each other. Their swords clashed with a resounding impact, and Ebert remarked that Rude showed some capability, having managed to block his attack. However, as he spoke, Ebert unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Rude, under pressure from the onslaught, quickly realized that Ebert was far superior to him in swordsmanship. He also recalled Alicia mentioning that Ebert combined offensive magic with enhancement magic in battle, that Ebert was a magic swordsman equipped with two skills, haste and physical boost. As Ruud processed this information, Ebert suddenly disappeared from his sight, leaving Ruud momentarily stunned. Before he could react, Ebert reappeared behind him and launched a swift slash. Ruud, relying on his instincts, narrowly avoided the attack just in time. Ebert grew irritated as Ruud once again managed to dodge his attack. Meanwhile, Ruud, still catching his breath, realized he couldn't track Ebert's movements with his eyes. Although he wanted to counterattack using his skills, Ebert's speed far exceeded his own. Activating his powers, Ebert declared that he was a B-rank adventurer, a title reserved for those who demonstrated power of this caliber. He added that only those who met such standards deserved the rank and asked if Ruud now understood his inadequacy. Ebert then stated bluntly that Ruud was unworthy, not only of holding the title of B-rank adventurer but also of standing by Alicia's side. Ruud, hearing Ebert's harsh words, admitted that, with his current abilities, he indeed wasn't worthy of standing next to Alicia. However, with fierce determination, he reminded Ebert that it was Alicia herself who had chosen him. Resolving to prove his worth, Ruud declared that he would show Ebert he deserved both the rank and the right to stand by Alicia's side. As Ruud made his declaration, he activated his principles of earth magic, preparing to fight back. At the same time, Ebert countered with his own magic, and the two spells clashed violently in an intense display of power. Amid the collision, Ebert mocked Ruud, calling him a fool for thinking he could win when it came to magic. The spectators, stunned by the spectacle, began to question whether the two were taking things too far. Ebert, wearing a menacing smile, told Ruud that this was an unfortunate moment for him. Without hesitation, Ebert activated a powerful spell, confidently declaring that this was the difference in their levels. He unleashed the spell with devastating force, commanding Ruud to bow before him. In a dramatic turn, Ruud blocked Ebert's attack with his sword. To everyone's shock, the magical energy Ebert had sent toward him was entirely absorbed by the blade. The clash left the spectators in awe as Ruud stood firm, unyielding against Ebert's overwhelming power. Ebert, shocked to see his magic absorbed, momentarily hesitated. Seizing the moment, Ruud confidently remarked that he had anticipated Ebert's reliance on magic, knowing that elves were a notoriously prideful race. Without wasting time, Ruud launched a powerful attack at Ebert. The two exchanged a series of intense and devastating strikes, their clash growing fiercer with every moment. As the battle progressed, Ebert began to notice a dramatic change in Ruud's speed and power, which were now on an entirely different level from before. While continuing their duel, Ebert questioned Ruud, asking if the sword he wielded was a magic sword. Ruud corrected him, revealing with a smirk that Ebert was mistaken and explained that the weapon he wielded was, in fact, a cursed sword. Ebert, taken aback by Ruud's use of a cursed sword, immediately responded by stating that this only further proved why Alicia should not be with Ruud. With those words, Ebert activated his magic skill, Lightning Attribute Enchantment. As he did so, he declared that Ruud would no longer be able to match his speed. In the blink of an eye, Ebert lunged toward Ruud, delivering a powerful lightning palm strike aimed directly at Ruud's chest. The spectators gasped in shock at the display of speed and power. After landing his attack, Ebert sneered, telling Ruud that he was nothing special. Turning toward Alicia, he instructed her to announce the winner of the match. However, just as Ebert spoke, Ruud seized his collar with a grin. Ruud, unfazed by the earlier attack, apologized to Ebert, saying that his lightning would not work on him. In that moment, the system notification popped up, confirming that Ruud's status abnormality, paralysis, had been nullified. Ebert, seeing that Ruud was still standing after his lightning attack, was stunned. He incredulously told Ruud that it was impossible and that the lightning should have paralyzed him. But before Ebert could react further, Ruud delivered a swift headbutt to Ebert, sending him crashing to the ground. In that moment, Ruud drove his sword into the ground near Ebert's head, apologizing as he did so, and added that lately, he had been growing resistant to more and more things. The spectators, thrilled by the unexpected turn of events, cheered loudly, their excitement echoing through the training grounds as Ruud was declared the winner. Meanwhile, in the guild master's office, Lankar spoke to the Lord of Golar, informing him that the feudal lord was currently occupied with official business in the capital. As a result, Lankars had been entrusted with the role of deputy. Lancarshe assured the Lord of Golar that he understood his claims and emphasized that, with his team in charge of the management, they would fully cooperate with the Lord's efforts to recover from the damage inflicted upon him and his territory. The Lord of Golar raised his voice, telling Lancarshe that what he needed was compensation, not cooperation. He added that a fair amount of money was owed to them for their ownership of the labyrinth. The Lord then accused Lancarshe and his men of getting greedy, taking more than they deserved, and insisted that Lancarshe would have to pay the appropriate price for their actions. Before Lancarshe could respond, his assistant hurried into the office, interrupting the tense conversation. She urgently informed them that something strange was happening with the Abelo New Labyrinth, which had been confirmed to have completely collapsed. She added that the surrounding area was now filled with an unprecedented concentration of mana, and the levels were at B rank. Upon hearing this, Lancarshe was stunned, unable to believe what his assistant had just relayed. The assistant continued, telling Lancarshe that 2 gargoyles were guarding the entrance to the labyrinth, preventing any outside interference. Lancarshe spoke up, stating that it seemed like this was not the time to waste on petty squabbles. The Lord and the Guild Master of Golar were furious upon hearing that Lancarshe had dismissed their discussion as trivial. Lancarshe, however, remained focused and told them that they would be organizing a subjugation force and heading immediately to investigate the situation at the Abelo New Labyrinth. He then instructed his assistant to summon every B-rank adventurer and higher right away, including Rude. Shortly after, all the B-rank and higher adventurers had gathered in Lancarshe's office. Lancarshe quickly explained the situation regarding the Abelo New Labyrinth, detailing the collapse and the strange circumstances surrounding it. After providing the full explanation, Lancarshe informed everyone that the labyrinth cycle had officially begun. He emphasized that they would move out immediately to subdue the labyrinth and address the situation as quickly as possible. Rude asked Alicia what Lancarshe meant by a labyrinth cycle, and Alicia explained that it was a phenomenon that caused a labyrinth to evolve. She added that it was a rare occurrence, something she had only heard about a few times. Alicia went on to say that this situation was particularly unusual due to the collapse of the labyrinth, making it her first time dealing with such an event. She also mentioned that the concentration of mana around the labyrinth being at B-rank levels was something that rarely happened. Rude, however, reassured her by saying that they were now B-rank adventurers, and with the addition of A-rank adventurers, it wouldn't be a problem. But as Rude was speaking, Ebert interrupted him, remarking that it was understandable for Rude to think that way since he had only just reached B rank. Ebert then warned Rude that he was underestimating the severity of the situation. Rude, once again irritated by Ebert's constant interference, asked him what his problem was. Ebert, however, calmly explained that if the concentration of mana around the labyrinth was at B rank levels, then the mana inside the labyrinth would likely be at least A rank. He warned that in the worst-case scenario, the concentration could even reach S-rank levels. Alicia then added that, based on what she had heard, the labyrinth was currently evolving like a chrysalis. Once this chrysalis emerged, the surface would be flooded with mana, and since Golar and Bellona were nearby, the risk of catastrophic damage was higher than ever. As Rude pondered the situation carefully, Lancarshe intervened, telling Rude not to worry too much. He reassured him that there had been very few cases of labyrinth cycles, and many of the mysteries surrounding them remained unsolved. It was possible that all these concerns might be needless. Lancarshe then told Rude and Alicia that, since they were the ones who had cleared the original dungeon, he would be relying on them to guide everyone through this situation. Both Rude and Alicia agreed with Lancarshe's request. A few moments later, the adventurers stood in front of the labyrinth, where 2 gargoyles guarded the entrance. Rude used his appraisal skill on the gargoyles and discovered that they were level 50, with extremely high stats and numerous skills. Rude then informed Alicia that the gargoyles were a bit stronger than the rolling beetles they had previously encountered. However, just as he finished speaking, one of the adventurers accidentally made a noise. The gargoyles immediately took notice and charged toward the group. One of the gargoyles then unleashed a skill called Petrifying Breath, aiming it at the adventurers. In response, Alicia quickly activated her spell, using her magic to counter the gargoyle's attack. The adventurers were impressed by Alicia's quick thinking and powerful counterattack. However, as Alicia was finishing, another gargoyle charged toward her. At that moment, Lancarshe intervened, delivering a powerful strike to the attacking gargoyle. Meanwhile, the other gargoyle charged toward Lankhars, but the guild master of Golar stepped forward and effortlessly sliced the creature in two. Rude, Alicia, and the rest of the adventurers were left in awe of their guild master's strength. Lankhars then turned toward the adventurers and urged them to hurry and move forward. Rude approached the gargoyle's lifeless body and thought to himself that it looked quite edible. He quietly activated his principles of fire magic and used it on the gargoyle, but the guild master of Golar noticed Rude's actions and asked him what he was doing. Rude responded that the gargoyles had regenerative abilities, and he had simply finished it off. As the guild master of Golar walked away, Rude quickly slipped a piece of meat into his bag without being noticed. As they continued through the labyrinth, one of the adventurers remarked that the miasma seemed less intense than before, while another speculated that the dungeon's very nature might have changed. Rude then pointed out that although the layout and shape of the dungeon appeared to be mostly the same, things could still be different as they moved deeper. Alicia agreed and reminded everyone to stay cautious, warning that they couldn't predict what might happen as they ventured further. She also emphasized that, while the layout hadn't changed drastically, the monsters would likely be much stronger deeper within the dungeon. As Alicia spoke, a horde of monsters suddenly appeared before the adventurers. Lankhars quickly assessed the situation and told everyone that he would handle the larger monster, while the rest should focus on the smaller ones. The guild master of Golar activated his warrior's honor skill, and the adventurers affected by the spell experienced a surge in their attack power, allowing them to move more freely and strike with greater force. As the monsters charged, the adventurers swiftly began taking down the smaller ones. Alicia called out to Rude, urging him to join the battle, but she was puzzled to see him standing still, his expression filled with concern. At that moment, the system appeared before Rude, notifying him that the abnormal status nullification skill Warrior's Honor had been nullified. As the other adventurers engaged in battle with the monsters, Rude remained still, lost in thought. He realized that his abnormal status nullification skill had also nullified support magic, something he hadn't anticipated. One of the adventurers then spoke up, announcing that he would draw the monsters' attention. He activated his provoke skill, taunting the monsters to target him. As the monsters charged, he used another skill, intercept barrier, which sent a shockwave that knocked all the monsters back. With the monsters pushed back, the adventurer called out to the others, signaling that it was now their turn to strike. Ebert immediately charged at the monsters, unleashing his Lightning Emperor sword skill. The powerful attack decimated most of the monsters, and the remaining adventurers quickly joined in, finishing off the rest. One of the adventurers then warned the others that these monsters were the kind whose weaknesses couldn't be easily identified, meaning their only option was to overpower them with sheer force. With that, the adventurers unleashed a barrage of skills, quickly annihilating the monsters. Just as they were making progress, one adventurer called out that his provoke skill was about to expire and urged everyone to stay alert. At that moment, a monster suddenly emerged from underground, catching the adventurer off guard. The creature grabbed hold of him, and just as it was about to deliver a fatal blow, its head was swiftly severed. The rest of the adventurers had managed to eliminate the monster just in time. The adventurer, shaken but relieved, thanked his teammates, acknowledging that it had been a close call. Rude, observing the other adventurers, thought to himself that they were incredibly strong, but it wasn't just their individual power that stood out. He noticed their teamwork was flawless, making it hard to believe they were an impromptu group. In that moment, Rude felt a pang of regret for not being able to contribute to the fight. As he continued to watch, Rude saw something emerging from the monster's body. He quickly realized that what was spilling out were parasites. Reacting swiftly, Rude activated his principles of earth magic and launched an attack towards the monsters. However, to his surprise, the monster absorbed his attacks, and Rude was left stunned as he watched his magic vanish into thin air. At that moment, Rude used his appraisal skill on the monster and discovered that it possessed a skill called Earth Removal, which could neutralize rocks and soil. Just as Rude finished examining the monster, the guild master of Golar arrived and swiftly dealt with the creature, slashing its head off with a single strike. He then turned to Rude and told him that the most effective way to handle parasitic monsters like this was by cutting off their heads. However, the guild master chastised Rude for using earth magic on monsters that emerged from the ground, calling it a foolish move. He also pointed out that he had noticed Rude had nullified the warrior's honor spell that had been cast on all the adventurers. Rude, feeling disappointed with himself, thought that the guild master's words were true. He realized he had no experience working in a group and couldn't even benefit from the support magic of his teammates. Rude berated himself, thinking he was nothing more than dead weight. At that moment, Ebert called out to him, asking if he was struggling to keep up with the battle. Ebert added that teamwork was fundamental for defeating strong enemies and that Rude, despite his earlier victory over Ebert, was still just a miasma scavenger. Ebert concluded that someone like Rude didn't belong in their group. As Ebert spoke, Rude noticed Alicia standing behind him, glaring at Ebert in anger for what he had just said. At that moment, a huge explosion erupted, sending Lankars flying to the ground. One of the adventurers rushed to him, asking if he was fine, but Lankars reassured him not to worry about him. Instead, he warned the adventurers that the monsters were parasitizing the corpses of their fallen comrades, one by one. Lankars explained that the parasites not only regenerated the monsters' injuries but also rapidly increased their fighting power. The guild master of Golar, however, remarked that this situation had an upside: they only had to deal with one body in the end. He told Lankars that he would join the fight to help, but just as he said this, he felt something bite the back of his ear. When he checked, he realized he had made a grave mistake. The thing that had bitten him was a tiny monster, and in that instant, the guild master understood that the creature's main objective was to inject petrifying poison into all the adventurers. Soon, all the adventurers who had been bitten by the tiny insect monsters were turned to stone. At that moment, when the monster saw that all the adventurers had been petrified, it drew its weapon and was about to deliver a finishing blow to Lankars. However, just as the attack was about to land, Rude intervened, using his skill thread manipulation to redirect the strike. Rude then told the monster that its attack had failed because he was still moving and had not been petrified, as his skill abnormal status nullification had negated the petrification caused by the small insect monsters. Rude then turned to the other adventurers who had been petrified and told them to leave the situation to him. With that, he approached Alicia and used Substitute to transfer the petrification from her. After Alicia returned to normal, she thanked Rude for saving her. Rude, now focused, told her that it was time to get ready for the battle against the monsters. Rude used his appraisal skill on the monster and discovered that it was level 66 and possessed a variety of skills. He then told Alicia that the monster didn't appear to have any troublesome magic resistances, so he suggested she use magic to disrupt its stance, allowing him to charge at it. Alicia agreed with Rude's plan and activated her skill, summoning her spirits, Nomia and Sylphid. She launched a powerful attack that struck the monster directly on the head, sending it crashing to the ground. The monster quickly recovered, standing up and transforming once again, surprising both Rude and Alicia. At that moment, the monster opened its mouth, and hundreds of smaller monsters emerged, charging toward Rude and Alicia. Rude told Alicia that he would take care of the small monsters and, with that, activated his skill Lightning Cloak, obliterating all the little monsters charging at them. In that moment, as Rude and Alicia stood satisfied after defeating the swarm of smaller monsters attacking them, Lankars remained frozen in place, still petrified. Despite his condition, Lankars could clearly observe their actions, though Rude and Alicia were unaware that those who had been petrified could still perceive what was happening around them. Unbothered by this, the two continued fighting without hesitation. Suddenly, a larger monster emerged and charged directly at Rude and Alicia, intent on finishing them off. However, both of them were prepared for the attack, already poised in their fighting stances. As the monster closed in, ready to unleash a powerful strike, Alicia caught sight of its movement. In an instant, she reacted and countered the incoming attack with one of her skills. Channeling her earth magic, Alicia launched the monster into the air before it could land a single blow on either of them. As the monster was launched skyward by the force of Alicia's earth magic, she swiftly turned her attention to Rude and signaled that it was his turn to strike. Without hesitation, Rude sprang into action, propelling himself forward at full speed. Drawing upon one of his skills, Flash Step, he surged across the battlefield in an instant, his form becoming a blur as he closed the distance between himself and the airborne monster. The creature, still disoriented from the sudden impact and the rapid ascent, began to plummet toward the ground. Its senses reeled as it tumbled uncontrollably, struggling to make sense of the unexpected attack. As the wind rushed past it, the monster caught sight of Rude speeding toward it with unwavering focus. In that fleeting moment, the beast snapped back to awareness, its instincts kicking in as it prepared to defend itself. The monster steadied its balance mid-fall, claws extending as it braced to retaliate. As Rude closed in, the creature lashed out, delivering a powerful strike aimed directly at him. Yet, with remarkable agility, Rude anticipated the attack and effortlessly dodged to the side, slipping past the monster's sweeping claws with fluid precision. In the same breath, Rude twisted his body and countered with a swift, decisive slash of his sword. His blade met the monster's flesh, cutting deep and severing a significant portion of its body in a single stroke. Despite the grievous wound and the loss of half its form, the monster's relentless will to fight remained unbroken. Even as chunks of its body scattered to the ground below, the remaining half surged forward, driven by a fierce determination to eliminate its foe. Without pause, the fragmented creature hurled itself toward Rude once more, attacking with reckless abandon. Rude tightened his grip on his weapon, bracing himself as the relentless beast pressed forward, its half-formed body still teeming with dangerous intent. At that moment, Rude found himself growing frustrated as he realized how persistent the monster was. Despite having cleaved half of its body apart, the creature remained alive and continued to fight relentlessly. The tenacity of the monster made the battle drag on longer than he had anticipated, and the thought of having to deal with such a resilient opponent weighed on his mind. While Rude was momentarily distracted by his thoughts, the monster seized the opportunity to slip behind him unnoticed. Moving with surprising speed for something so heavily injured, the creature crept closer, preparing to launch a sneak attack. From across the battlefield, Alicia caught sight of the monster's approach and immediately called out to warn Rude. However, by the time her voice rang out, the monster was already too close. Even if Rude had heard her in time, the proximity of the beast left him with no room to dodge or react. Just as the monster raised what remained of its body to strike, a sudden clash of force interrupted the attack. The creature's claws were halted midair by none other than Lancarse. Despite his petrified state mere moments ago, he now stood firmly between Rude and the monster, his weapon pressed against the creature's attack. Without hesitation, Lancarse retaliated with a swift and powerful counterstrike, his blow sending the monster hurtling backward across the battlefield. Rude stood in stunned silence, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turned to face the figure beside him. To his surprise, Lancarse remained standing at his side, his expression calm and composed. Rude had been certain that those who had fallen victim to petrification were incapable of movement, yet Lancarse's sudden intervention shattered that assumption. The realization left Rude momentarily speechless, as the weight of the unexpected turn of events settled over him. Rude turned toward Lancarse, his face etched with surprise as he questioned how Lancarse had managed to break free from the petrification. With a calm yet steady voice, Lancarse explained that by circulating the magic power within his body, he was able to slowly dispel the curse. Although the process had taken considerable time and effort, he had finally succeeded. Lancarse acknowledged that if not for Rude and Alicia's relentless battle against the monster, he would not have had enough time to fully break free. With gratitude evident in his tone, Lancarse thanked both of them for holding the line long enough for him to regain his strength. As Lancarse's words faded, the two turned their attention back to the monster. Despite the barrage of powerful attacks it had already endured, the creature stubbornly clung to life. Its tattered form still radiated hostility as it prepared for another assault. With unwavering confidence, Lancarse met Rude's gaze and declared that it was time to end the fight once and for all. In response, Rude's expression hardened with determination, and he assured Lancarse that the final blow would be his to deliver. Without wasting another moment, Rude focused his energy, gathering all of his mana and pouring it into his blade. The sword glowed with a fierce brilliance, crackling with raw power as the magic coursed through it, strengthening the weapon to its fullest potential. The monster, sensing the shift in power, let out a guttural roar and lunged toward Rude and Lancarse in one last desperate charge. The ground trembled beneath the force of its advance, but Rude stood his ground, eyes locked onto the approaching beast. As the monster's claws closed in, Rude's eyes snapped open, sharp and resolute. With a single fluid motion, he swung his sword, unleashing the full force of his mana-infused strike. The blade sliced cleanly through the air, striking the monster with such precision and strength that its massive body was severed into two halves in an instant. The creature's momentum carried the split halves a few paces forward before they crashed to the ground, motionless at last. Rude exhaled slowly, lowering his sword as the glow of mana faded. The battlefield fell silent, save for the faint hum of dissipating energy. Lankarse nodded approvingly at Rude, the battle finally brought to its decisive end. As the monster's fragmented body collapsed to the ground, Rude allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction. Pride welled up within him as he realized he had finally mastered the control of his mana, channeling it into his sword with precision. The feeling of accomplishment washed over him, a sign of his growing strength and skill. However, the battle was far from over. Despite being cut into numerous pieces, the monster's regenerative abilities posed a lingering threat. Its body parts twitched faintly, already beginning to mend. From across the battlefield, Alicia's urgent voice rang out, reminding Rude that their enemy was not yet defeated. Her warning snapped him out of his momentary satisfaction, and he immediately understood the urgency of her words. Without hesitation, Rude responded, his tone firm and resolute. He assured Alicia that he was fully aware of the situation and had no intention of allowing the monster to regenerate once more. Determined to end the fight decisively, he activated one of his more specialized skills, Venomous Stinger. As the skill took effect, countless needle-like projectiles emerged from his hands, glimmering with a faint, poisonous sheen. The needles shot forward in rapid succession, each one precisely aimed at the scattered remains of the monster. The moment they pierced the creature's flesh, the monster writhed violently, letting out a piercing scream as the venom coursed through its body. The toxic substance began to erode the monster from within, hindering its regenerative abilities and eating away at the core of its form. The monster's movements grew sluggish as the venom spread, consuming what little strength remained. Piece by piece, the creature dissolved into the ground, its regenerative power rendered useless by the relentless poison. Rude stood firm, watching carefully as the last traces of the monster withered away, ensuring that this time there would be no return. Alicia watched as the monster's body deteriorated under the relentless assault of Rude's venomous stinger, her eyes reflecting admiration. She remarked on the effectiveness of the poison, noting how it was spreading faster than the creature could regenerate. She acknowledged the skill's potency, impressed by how decisively it had turned the tide of the battle. Rude, equally impressed by the result, couldn't help but reflect on the power he had wielded. He admitted that without the abnormal status nullification he possessed, Venomous Stinger, a skill he had acquired from the Miasma Dragon, would have posed a significant risk to him as well. The realization left him with a greater appreciation for his unique abilities and the layers of protection they provided. As Rude spoke, Lankarse approached from behind, his voice cutting in with a hint of amusement. He questioned whether Rude intended to reveal all of his secrets to the other adventurers present. The comment caught Rude off guard, and for a brief moment, he found himself uncertain of how to respond. The weight of the situation settled over him as he silently questioned how he would handle the growing attention and the need to explain the events that had just unfolded. Alicia, having overheard the exchange, agreed with Lankarse's assessment. She pointed out that keeping such a secret indefinitely would eventually lead to complications. The truth, she added, would surface sooner or later, and delaying it could only invite further trouble. Accepting the inevitability of the situation, Rude decided to confront the matter directly. Resolving to take action, he informed Alicia that he would begin by using his substitute skill to cure the adventurers who had been petrified during the battle. Without wasting any more time, Rude prepared to restore those who had fallen victim to the monster's curse, knowing that the path ahead required openness and trust. Moments later, Rude successfully used his substitute skill to restore all of the adventurers who had been petrified. Once everyone had regained their mobility, Rude took the time to explain the full extent of what had transpired. He recounted his unique ability to consume monsters, detailing how this not only sustained him but also allowed him to acquire the very skills of the creatures he devoured. As Rude's story unfolded, the adventurers listened in stunned silence, struggling to grasp the extraordinary nature of his abilities. Their expressions shifted between disbelief and awe as they processed the implications of what he was capable of. Lankarse was the first to break the silence, admitting that while it was difficult to believe someone could possess such powers, witnessing Rude's battle against the monster left no room for doubt. The raw display of skill and strength had convinced him beyond question. Ebert, standing nearby, expressed his amazement with an enthusiasm that caught Rude off guard. Grasping Rude's hand firmly, he marveled at the rarity of such a phenomenon, explaining that in all his years, he had never encountered anyone who could consume monster flesh, let alone gain strength from it and survive unscathed. Rude listened to Ebert's words, but his mind lingered on the contradiction. He recalled how, not long ago, Ebert had been quick to dismiss him, claiming he lacked the qualities necessary to be an adventurer. Now, faced with Ebert's sudden praise and admiration, Rude couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. The stark contrast between Ebert's past skepticism and his current reverence left Rude questioning the sincerity of the older adventurer's words. Ebert brushed off Rude's lingering doubts, waving a hand dismissively as he urged Rude not to dwell on trivial matters or the harsh words spoken in the past. He insisted that none of it held weight compared to the reality before them, and added with a grin that Rude seemed like a perfect match for Alicia. Before Rude could respond, another adventurer stepped forward, her curiosity evident as she asked once more if it was truly possible for him to consume monster meat. Rude met her gaze, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he reached down and gathered several of the fallen monsters they had defeated during the battle. Holding them up, he glanced toward the adventurer and, with an amused expression, casually asked if she would have any objections to him cooking and eating a portion of the monsters right then and there. Moments later, Rude was fully absorbed in preparing the monster meat he had just acquired. As he carefully handled the cuts, he explained the cooking process to the rest of the adventurers who had gathered around, drawn by curiosity. Rude's movements were confident and efficient, as though he had done this many times before. He told them that the key to making the meat edible, and even enjoyable, was to thoroughly cook each piece over a low flame. This ensured that the insides were properly cooked without burning the outer layers. After patiently cooking the meat, he moved on to the next crucial step, emphasizing the importance of eliminating the strong, gamey smell that often accompanied monster meat. To do this, he used a combination of aromatic herbs, rubbing them over the meat and allowing their natural oils to seep in. The result, he claimed, was a significant improvement in both flavor and aroma. Once the process was complete, Rude eagerly bit into the food, his expression lighting up with satisfaction. He couldn't help but comment on the texture and flavor, marveling at how the outer layer had become crispy while the inside remained tender and pleasantly chewy. Each bite seemed to fill him with excitement, and he made no effort to hide his enjoyment. Meanwhile, the other adventurers watched in silence, their initial skepticism slowly giving way to reluctant admiration. Although none of them had expected much from the strange dish, the sight and smell of the perfectly cooked meat was undeniably tempting. Some of them began to think that perhaps, despite the unconventional ingredients, Rude had managed to create something genuinely delicious. As Rude continued eating the monster meat with evident satisfaction, the rich, savory aroma filled the air, causing the mouths of the surrounding adventurers to water. Their eyes remained fixed on Rude, drawn to the sight of the glistening, crispy meat that seemed far more appetizing than any of them had expected. For a brief moment, they found themselves mesmerized by the scene, almost forgetting the nature of the food before them. One of the adventurers, sensing the shift in the group's mood, abruptly spoke to break the spell. He urged the others to snap out of it, reminding them not to be deceived by the appearance of the monster meat. Despite its enticing look, he warned that such food could not be trusted so easily. However, another adventurer, unable to tear his gaze away from the sizzling meat, remarked that the aroma was overwhelmingly pleasant, making it difficult to resist. His voice carried a hint of hesitation, as if he, too, was struggling to convince himself to stay cautious. While the adventurers debated among themselves, the sound of approaching footsteps drew their attention. Emerging from the shadows was the guild master of Golar, his expression calm yet inquisitive as he observed the scene before him. As he neared the campfire, his gaze settled on Rude, and almost immediately, a flicker of curiosity crossed his face. There was something unusual about the young adventurer, an aura, faint but distinct, seemed to surround him. It shimmered subtly, like a soft glow that pulsed in rhythm with his movements. The guild master stepped closer, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly as he addressed Rude. He remarked on the strange aura, noting that it was peculiar to see such energy manifesting during something as ordinary as eating. His tone carried a subtle undercurrent of suspicion, and after a brief pause, he asked Rude whether consuming monster meat allowed him to restore his magical power. Rude paused, momentarily caught off guard by the guild master's observation. He had not anticipated that anyone else would notice the aura enveloping him. Lowering the piece of meat in his hand, he glanced at the guild master and explained that the energy surrounding him was not magic power, but mana. The guild master's eyes widened slightly at this revelation. He regarded Rude with renewed interest, silently reflecting on what he had just heard. What struck him most was the nature of the mana itself. Unlike the dark, oppressive aura that often accompanied demonic energy, this mana carried no trace of corruption. There was no foulness to it, no lingering stench of evil. Instead, the guild master sensed something purer, something that felt almost divine. As the fire crackled softly between them, the guild master found himself lingering on the thought. Rude's abilities were clearly unlike those of an ordinary adventurer, and the presence of such mana only deepened the mystery surrounding him. The guild master of Golar shifted the conversation, turning his attention to Lankars. With a serious tone, he pointed out that their knowledge of the monster lurking within the labyrinth was limited. Given the uncertainty, he questioned whether they should consider retreating for the time being and wait for reinforcements to arrive. The guild master's suggestion hung in the air for a moment, but Lankars responded without hesitation. He firmly advised against turning back, explaining that the longer they delayed, the further the labyrinth's cycle would advance, potentially making their task even more difficult. Lankars continued, his voice carrying a note of confidence as he glanced around at the group. He expressed his appreciation for having such capable and trustworthy comrades by his side. With that reassurance, he declared that they would press forward and conquer the labyrinth on their own, undeterred by the risks ahead. As they began moving deeper into the labyrinth, Rude spoke up, recalling the layout from his previous expedition. He informed the group that if the labyrinth's structure remained unchanged, they were close to reaching the boss room. Drawing from memory, Rude recounted the path he had taken with Alicia during their first conquest of the labyrinth. His tone reflected quiet confidence, as though the familiarity of the place gave him a sense of ease. However, as they continued walking, Rude's pace slowed. His eyes narrowed as he took in the sight before him, a massive pile of debris blocking their way. It was only then that a realization struck him. He had completely forgotten about the collapsed ceiling from their earlier battle with the monster. The memory resurfaced vividly, and he now remembered the moment the structure had given way during the intense fight. Rude exhaled quietly, acknowledging his oversight. The blocked passage presented a new challenge, but the group pressed on, prepared to find a way forward despite the unexpected obstacle. Lankars spoke up, addressing the group with a hint of frustration. He pointed out that despite how far they had come, it seemed they had no choice but to turn back. Clearing the massive pile of debris blocking their path would take far too long, and pressing forward without a solution appeared impossible. His words carried the weight of reluctant acceptance, but as he was speaking, Rude's eyes narrowed in thought. An idea surfaced in Rude's mind, sparked by the memory of a skill he had used during a previous battle. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, confidence flickering across his face. Drawing on that memory, Rude activated his skill, Soil and Earth Removal, directing its power towards the obstruction ahead. As the skill took effect, the ground trembled softly beneath their feet. The adventurers watched in astonishment as the debris began to shift and crumble away, gradually vanishing until the path was clear once more. For a brief moment, silence filled the air, followed by murmurs of disbelief and admiration. The adventurers exchanged glances, clearly impressed by Rude's unexpected ability. His quick thinking and resourcefulness had saved them from what seemed like a dead end. With the path now unobstructed, Rude turned back to the group, his expression calm but resolute. He informed them that the boss room lay just ahead, urging everyone to continue forward. His steady tone carried a sense of assurance, which bolstered the group's morale as they pressed on. Moments later, as they stepped into the chamber beyond the cleared path, the adventurers came to an abrupt halt, their eyes widening in collective surprise. The sight before them was unlike anything they had anticipated. Rude's gaze swept across the room, lingering on the strange object that dominated the space. Puzzled by its presence, he voiced his confusion, asking what exactly it was. Lankar stepped forward, his eyes fixed intently on the object. Without turning, he answered, explaining that what lay before them was none other than the egg of the wise dragon. Ruud furrowed his brow, the unfamiliar term leaving him uncertain. He questioned Lankars further, clearly confused by the significance of the name. The chamber remained still, but the weight of the revelation hung heavily over the group as they stood before the mysterious egg, sensing that whatever lay ahead would be far from ordinary. Lankars turned to Ruud, his gaze lingering on the massive egg at the center of the room. He explained that his knowledge of it came only from books and ancient texts. According to legend, the wise dragon was a mythical creature bound to the cycle of life and death. When its physical form was destroyed, its soul would reincarnate, using a labyrinth as its cradle to begin anew. Lankars went on to explain that while the dragon's body perished, the vast knowledge it accumulated over countless lifetimes remained intact within its soul. It was said that this dragon could understand human language and, beyond that, possessed a wisdom so profound that it could glimpse into the future. As Lankars finished, the adventurers absorbed his words in silence until one of them, stepping forward with an air of confidence, broke the quiet. He dismissed the gravity of the situation, pointing out that, regardless of the dragon's legendary status, it was nothing more than an egg at that moment. With a smirk, he suggested that they could simply destroy it before it had the chance to hatch. Without waiting for further discussion, the adventurer activated his skill, physical magnification, causing his muscles to swell with enhanced strength. Charging forward, he aimed to deliver a crushing blow to the egg, believing that a decisive strike would end the matter swiftly. However, Lankars's sharp eyes caught a flicker of movement. Realizing something was amiss, he urgently called out for the adventurer to halt, but his warning came too late. As the adventurer closed in, the egg suddenly pulsed with energy, reacting with a force far beyond anything expected. In an instant, the egg released a powerful counterattack, striking the adventurer with a devastating blow before he could land his attack. The force hurled him backward across the chamber, sending him crashing into the stone wall with a heavy thud. The room fell into stunned silence as the adventurer groaned in pain, visibly injured from the unexpected retaliation. One of his comrades rushed forward, asking if he was all right, though his gaze quickly shifted to the egg. His eyes narrowed in surprise as he noticed the egg beginning to tremble, faint movements rippling across its surface. The once motionless shell now shifted subtly, as though something within was stirring to life. The adventurer who had just been knocked unconscious by the monster egg regretted his carelessness, realizing too late that he had underestimated the threat before him. In his haste to confront the monster, he believed that dealing with it would be an easy task, failing to account for the unknown dangers lurking beneath its unassuming exterior. As he lay injured, Lankar stepped forward, his calm but firm voice cutting through the tense atmosphere. He addressed the adventurer who now bore the brunt of the failed encounter, advising him to remain behind and refrain from pushing himself any further until his injuries had healed. Lankars explained to the rest of the party that the egg itself possessed a powerful self-preservation instinct, which had likely triggered the sudden attack. Though the creature remained in its egg state, Lankars reminded everyone that it was still a dragon, and no matter how dormant it appeared, underestimating such a being could lead to grave consequences. The group was urged to remain vigilant and cautious, as the danger posed by the dragon was no less significant simply because it had not yet reached its full potential. In that moment, Ruud activated his appraisal skill, directing his focus toward the wise dragon encased within the egg. As the results appeared before him, he was surprised to discover that the dragon was currently only at level 1. However, despite this seemingly reassuring detail, Ruud's expression grew tense as he continued to examine the dragon's stats. To his dismay, every single attribute was completely hidden from view, leaving him uneasy and uncertain about the true extent of the creature's power. One of the adventurers, sensing the shift in mood, spoke up and suggested that the most prudent course of action would be to retreat for the time being. He argued that waiting for reinforcements would be the best possible solution to avoid unnecessary casualties. However, as his words hung in the air, the guild master of Golar stepped forward, his gaze heavy with the weight of experience and grim understanding. With a voice that left no room for doubt, he informed the adventurers that the moment the egg had begun to awaken, their chances of success had already diminished significantly. Even if they summoned the strongest reinforcements available, including S-class adventurers, the outcome would remain unchanged. No force, no matter how powerful, could prevent the inevitable rise of the wise dragon once it had set its sights on awakening into the world. Lankarsh stepped forward without hesitation, his presence commanding the attention of every adventurer present. In that moment, he made it clear that their course of action was not one of retreat but of immediate confrontation. He announced his decision to kill the wise dragon without delay, emphasizing that allowing it to fully awaken would spell disaster for everyone in the region. Turning to the adventurers around him, Lankarsh called upon their strength and cooperation, asking them to lend their aid in subduing and ultimately defeating the dragon before it could reach the height of its power. Although a flicker of doubt passed through the gathered adventurers, and while some exchanged nervous glances, there were others whose eyes gleamed with excitement at the thought of facing such a formidable foe. Despite their mixed emotions, there was an unspoken agreement that resonated among them, and one by one, they all resolved to stand with Lankarsh in the battle that lay ahead. Without wasting another moment, Lankarsh issued his first command, instructing the magicians to focus their spells on the dragon's legs, aiming to weaken its mobility and create an opening for a decisive strike. The magicians immediately followed his orders, unleashing a barrage of spells that crackled through the air and exploded against the dragon's limbs. As the barrage rained down, Lankarsh surged forward, moving with a speed and confidence that reflected years of battle-hardened experience. In the midst of the flashing spells, Lankarsh closed the distance between himself and the dragon, raising his weapon high before bringing it down with devastating force. The blade cleaved clean through one of the dragon's legs, severing it from the rest of its body in a single powerful stroke. From the sidelines, Rude and Alicia watched the scene unfold with wide eyes, silently marveling at the sheer strength and precision that Lankarsh had displayed in that brief but decisive moment. It was clear to both of them that Lankarsh's reputation as a powerful warrior was well-deserved, and neither could deny the admiration they felt. However, before the adventurers had a chance to celebrate the initial success, the dragon released a thunderous roar that echoed across the battlefield, causing a tremor of unease to ripple through the group. As the echoes faded, everyone's attention was drawn back to the dragon's severed limb, and to their collective astonishment, the leg began to regenerate right before their eyes. Within moments, it had returned to its original form, as though it had never been severed in the first place. The realization of the dragon's regenerative abilities sent a wave of unease through the adventurers, as they quickly grasped the implications of such a power. No matter how much damage they inflicted, the dragon's ability to recover so swiftly meant that their efforts could be rendered futile if they did not act quickly and decisively. Lankarsh narrowed his eyes as he took in the sight of the fully restored limb, his mind racing to analyze the situation. The question of how the dragon could heal itself so effortlessly lingered in his thoughts, and he knew that discovering the answer would be key to their survival. As the dragon's gaze fixed upon them once more, Lankarsh tightened his grip on his weapon, silently preparing for the next phase of the battle that was sure to test the limits of their strength and resolve. Lankarsh turned his attention toward Rude, his expression serious as he approached him with deliberate steps. There was a weight to his gaze, and Rude could tell that whatever Lankarsh was about to ask was of great importance to the battle unfolding around them. Without hesitation, Lankarsh explained the favor he needed from Rude, his voice low but firm, ensuring that no detail was missed. Rude listened carefully, nodding in understanding as the request was laid out before him. Though the task was not simple, Rude felt a sense of responsibility settle over him, knowing that Lankarsh was entrusting him with something that could potentially shift the tide of the battle. Before Rude could respond, the dragon unleashed another deafening roar that echoed through the battlefield, causing the adventurers to wince and falter for a brief moment. The sheer force of the roar rippled across the area, stirring clouds of dust and rattling the weapons in the adventurers' hands. Despite the growing tension, Lankarsh remained calm and composed, his focus unwavering. By the time the roar subsided, Lankarsh had already finished explaining the task, and Rude gave a brief nod, signaling that he understood what needed to be done. With that silent agreement, Rude prepared himself mentally, steeling his resolve as the battle continued to escalate around them. Without delay, Lankarsh surged forward once again, his weapon gleaming under the light as he closed the distance between himself and the dragon. The ground trembled beneath his feet as he raced toward the towering beast, and with a powerful swing, he struck the dragon with precision, severing one of its legs in a single fluid motion. The dragon let out a pained growl, but Lancars's victory was short-lived. Almost immediately, a sharp movement from below caught his attention, but it was too late. The dragon's tail, having burrowed beneath the surface, erupted from the ground and coiled tightly around Lancars's legs, dragging him down with alarming speed. A surge of frustration coursed through Lancars as he realized he had been caught off guard. In that fleeting moment, he berated himself for underestimating the dragon's cunning, acknowledging that if he had exercised just a bit more caution, he might have been able to anticipate the tail's sudden attack. As he struggled against the constricting force holding him in place, the dragon's grip only tightened, threatening to pull him further into the dirt. Lancars's mind raced, searching for a solution to free himself, but before he could act, a sudden flash of steel cut through the air. The guild master of Golar, moving with practiced ease, appeared beside him, his blade slicing clean through the dragon's tail and severing it just above where it had wrapped around Lancars. The severed tail thrashed wildly before falling limp, releasing its hold on Lancars's legs. Without hesitation, Lancars sprang to his feet, offering a brief nod of gratitude to the guild master for his timely intervention. There was no time for words of thanks, but the silent acknowledgement between them was more than enough. Rejuvenated by the narrow escape, Lancars wasted no time in returning to the fray. With a renewed sense of urgency, he threw himself back into the fight, his weapon flashing as it carved through the dragon's scales. Each strike was delivered with calculated precision, slicing through the beast's hide as Lancars relentlessly pressed forward, determined to weaken the dragon piece by piece. Though the threat was far from over, Lancars fought with the resolve of a man unwilling to let even the slightest opportunity slip away. As the battle raged on, the relentless assault from Lancars and the adventurers left the dragon severely weakened, with most of its legs severed in quick succession. For the first time since the confrontation began, the dragon found itself unable to move, its massive body rendered momentarily immobile by the crippling injuries. It was a brief but crucial window of opportunity, and Alicia's sharp voice rang out across the battlefield as she called to Rude, urging him to act without hesitation. Recognizing the urgency in her tone, Rude's eyes narrowed in determination. Without wasting another moment, he channeled every ounce of mana he possessed into his blade, feeling the weapon hum with the raw energy coursing through it. The sword, now gleaming with radiant light, seemed almost too heavy to hold, but Rude tightened his grip, prepared to unleash the full force of his attack. With a powerful leap, Rude launched himself high into the air, his silhouette outlined against the dark sky as he ascended above the battlefield. In that suspended moment, he directed his gaze toward the dragon below, his voice booming as he issued a challenge to the wounded beast. He questioned whether the dragon would be able to withstand the strike of a blade infused with the entirety of his mana, his words carrying a weight that caused the adventurers below to glance upward in anticipation. As his voice echoed across the battlefield, Rude brought his sword down with all his strength, the blade slicing through the air with blinding speed. The impact of the strike was thunderous, as the weapon connected directly with the dragon's massive frame, carving a deep line down the center of its body. The adventurers erupted into cheers, their collective relief washing over them as they witnessed Rude's attack seemingly land with devastating effect. For a fleeting moment, victory felt within reach. However, as the dust settled and their eyes adjusted, the reality of the situation became painfully clear. While Rude's powerful strike had succeeded in shattering the outer shell of the dragon's egg-like form, the creature inside remained untouched, unharmed by the blow that had been meant to destroy it. The adventurers fell silent, disbelief spreading among them as they realized the dragon's true body had been shielded beneath the hardened shell, protected from even the most powerful attacks they had unleashed. A tense atmosphere settled over the battlefield, and a sense of unease gripped the adventurers as they tried to process what had just transpired. It seemed incomprehensible that after enduring wave after wave of relentless attacks, the dragon could emerge unscathed. Recognizing the danger that lingered, Alicia stepped forward once again, summoning her spirit companion, Sylphid, in a swift motion. The ethereal being materialized beside her, its form shimmering faintly under the fading light of the battlefield. Without hesitation, Alicia gave the command, instructing Sylphid to strike at the exposed dragon and eliminate it before the beast had a chance to regenerate or retaliate. Sylphid wasted no time, channeling its power into a concentrated burst of energy aimed directly at the vulnerable creature. The attack shot forward, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Just as the blow was about to connect, the dragon's body shimmered faintly, and before the adventurers' astonished eyes, the broken outer shell began to reform at an astonishing speed. In mere seconds, the protective barrier encasing the dragon was restored, intercepting Sylphid's attack and preventing it from ever reaching its target. The blow dissipated harmlessly against the renewed shell, leaving the dragon untouched once again. The adventurers watched in stunned silence, the weight of the dragon's regenerative abilities pressing heavily upon them. Even with their combined strength, the seemingly impenetrable defenses of the dragon proved to be a challenge unlike any they had faced before. Alicia's expression hardened as she assessed the situation, her mind racing to devise a new strategy, knowing that time was slipping away with each passing moment. The dragon, shielded and secure, loomed ominously before them, its presence a constant reminder that the battle was far from over. The adventurers stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the scene that had just unfolded before them. The guild master, who had maintained his composure throughout the battle, found himself unable to hide his astonishment. The dragon's ability to regenerate at such an alarming speed defied all expectations, and the fact that Sylphid's wind blade had failed to land a single strike left him deeply unsettled. As frustration welled up within him, he raised his voice, calling out to the adventurers and warning them that their efforts were proving futile. It was clear that no matter how much damage they inflicted, the dragon's defenses were near impenetrable. Yet, even as the guild master's words echoed across the battlefield, something strange began to stir, causing a ripple of unease to pass through the assembled adventurers. A sudden, inexplicable sensation washed over them, a creeping chill that settled deep in their bones. The air grew heavy, and a foreboding sense of dread spread like wildfire among them. Though none of them could pinpoint the source of this unnatural feeling, each of them instinctively recognized that something was amiss. The weight of the moment pressed down upon them, and a collective unease took hold, their battle-hardened instincts warning them that the danger they faced was far from over. As the adventurers exchanged uneasy glances, the dragon's roar pierced the air once more, but this time, the sound carried a resonance far more menacing than before. The force of the roar seemed to reverberate across the battlefield, and in its wake, a strange phenomenon began to unfold. The egg that encased the dragon pulsed with a faint, otherworldly glow, its surface shimmering as if reacting to the dragon's fury. The adventurers watched in stunned silence as the light grew steadily brighter, illuminating the surrounding area with an eerie radiance. One of the adventurers, his voice trembling slightly, remarked on the unusual transformation taking place before them. His words, though quiet, carried a note of alarm that rippled through the group. The egg's appearance had shifted, and its surface now seemed unstable, as if something within was struggling to break free. As the adventurers stepped closer, the pulsating glow intensified, casting long shadows across their faces. The strange energy emanating from the egg only deepened the sense of unease that gripped them. It was Alicia, her sharp gaze fixed on the dragon egg, who first realized the true nature of what was happening. Her eyes narrowed as she studied the glow that radiated from the egg, and in that instant, understanding dawned upon her. Though she spoke calmly, there was a sense of urgency in her tone as she addressed the others, informing them that the wise dragon was nearing the moment of its hatching. Her words hung heavily in the air, and as they sank in, the adventurers felt a cold dread seep into their hearts. The realization that the dragon was on the verge of fully emerging from its protective shell cast a shadow over the battlefield, and the adventurers braced themselves for what was to come. The fight they had endured thus far had been nothing more than a prelude, and the true battle was about to begin. The egg's glow continued to intensify, illuminating the darkened battlefield like a beacon of impending danger, and in that fleeting moment, the adventurers understood that their greatest challenge lay ahead. Upon hearing Alicia's revelation, Lancarse immediately addressed the adventurers, his voice firm and commanding as he warned them that time was running out. He made it clear that they could not afford to prolong the battle any further, stressing that if they allowed the dragon to fully hatch, the situation would spiral out of their control. Without hesitation, Lancarse declared that they would bring the dragon down with a single, decisive strike. He acknowledged the formidable threat posed by the creature's regenerative abilities but pointed out a crucial weakness. While the dragon's overall resilience was overwhelming, its legs lacked the same level of durability. Lancarse wasted no time in formulating a plan, explaining that their best chance at success lay in attacking the dragon simultaneously from all sides. The goal was to create a small opening, a vital gap that would allow them to deliver the final blow before the dragon could recover. As he outlined the strategy, the guild master of Golar stepped forward, volunteering to take charge of the adventurers positioned on the far right. Ebert, standing nearby, announced that he would lead those stationed on the far left, ensuring that each flank was covered. The remaining adventurers, eager to contribute, coordinated among themselves, pledging to handle the front lines directly. Alicia, sensing the importance of the moment, turned to Rude and confidently stated that the adventurers in the leftmost front section would be left to the two of them. With the plan in motion, Lancaster gave the signal, and without hesitation, the adventurers surged forward in unison, their weapons ready and their eyes fixed on the dragon. The ground trembled beneath the force of their charge, and for a brief moment, it seemed as if victory was within reach. However, as they drew closer, the dragon retaliated with ferocity, unleashing a barrage of arrow-like projectiles from its still glowing shell. The sharp projectiles rained down in rapid succession, forcing the adventurers to abruptly break their formation and retreat. Despite their best efforts to press forward, the onslaught was relentless, and they were driven back by the sheer intensity of the attack. The adventurers regrouped at a safe distance, their breaths heavy and their expressions tense as they assessed the situation. The dragon's defenses continued to prove formidable, and the threat of its hatching loomed larger with each passing moment. Lancaster, undeterred by the setback, began to reconsider their approach, knowing that the window for success was rapidly closing. The adventurers found themselves momentarily bewildered by the strange projectiles the dragon unleashed, unable to determine the nature of the attack. Just as confusion began to spread, one of the adventurers stepped forward, raising her staff as she cast a protective spell. A shimmering magic barrier enveloped Lancaster, shielding him from the oncoming barrage. Lancaster, caught off guard by the sudden protection, glanced at the translucent shield surrounding him, surprised by the adventurer's swift intervention. The adventurer who had conjured the barrier addressed Lancaster with unwavering resolve, assuring him that she would personally defend him from the dragon's relentless assault. Her voice carried confidence as she urged Lancaster to set aside any concerns for his safety and instead concentrate fully on attacking the creature. Hearing her words, Lancaster nodded in appreciation, his tone filled with gratitude as he acknowledged the vital role she played in ensuring his survival. Wasting no time, Lancaster shifted into a battle.
Yeah, man. It's an animation I'm doing here. Animation of Link from Zelda.
Ready stance, gripping his weapon tightly as his aura intensified. Drawing on his inner strength, he activated one of his signature abilities, Charge. As the skill took effect, a surge of energy coursed through him, amplifying the power of his next attack twofold. Alicia, observing from a short distance away, immediately recognized the shift in Lancaster's demeanor and turned her attention to Rude. Alicia spoke calmly but with urgency, noting that Lancaster had initiated his charge ability. However, she voiced her concern about the timing required to break the dragon's legs simultaneously, emphasizing the importance of coordination in executing their plan. Rude, fully aware of the difficulty in synchronizing such an attack, responded with confidence, reassuring Alicia that he would handle that part himself. Without hesitation, Rude activated another one of his abilities, Command. As the skill took hold, a faint glow surrounded him, and in that instant, the thoughts of every adventurer on the battlefield became interconnected. A clear voice echoed within their minds, Rude's voice, directing them as if he were standing right beside each of them. Rude's calm but firm instructions resonated in their heads, and as they listened, the adventurers marveled at the seamlessness of the communication. Ebert, in particular, was taken aback by the impressive display of Rude's skill. The ability to coordinate without speaking aloud presented a significant advantage, allowing them to strategize without alerting the dragon. The subtle yet powerful link binding the adventurers together through Rude's ability filled them with renewed confidence, reinforcing their determination to press forward and bring the dragon down. Rude addressed the adventurers with a calm but firm voice, informing them that they would strike the dragon's legs simultaneously the moment his countdown reached 0. Without hesitation, the adventurers acknowledged his instructions, each of them preparing their skills for the decisive attack. As Rude began the countdown, starting from 5, the battlefield fell into an intense silence, broken only by the hum of weapons being infused with energy and the crackle of spells ready to be unleashed. With every number Rude spoke, the adventurers braced themselves, tightening their grips and focusing their sights on the dragon's vulnerable limbs. The moment the countdown reached its final beat, the entire group surged forward in perfect unison. Their weapons glowed with power as they descended upon the dragon, slashing at its legs with precision and force. The coordinated attack left the dragon unable to defend itself, and within seconds, all of its legs had been severed, rendering the colossal creature immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Rude gave a sharp signal to Lankhars, indicating that the moment had arrived for him to unleash his most powerful strike. Lankhars, who had been channeling his strength, responded immediately. Drawing upon the energy he had stored, he activated Absolute Void, an advanced technique that radiated with overwhelming destructive force. Lankhars leapt forward, his polearm shimmering with raw energy, and with a single swift motion, he drove the weapon straight through the dragon's center. The blade pierced deeply, cutting through its core, and within moments, the great beast collapsed under the weight of the fatal blow. As the dragon's form crumbled, Lankhars raised his polearm high into the air, signaling to everyone that the battle had been won. A wave of relief and victory swept across the adventurers as they cheered, celebrating the hard-fought triumph. However, just as the elation began to settle, Lankhars's body wavered, his strength rapidly fading from the exertion of his powerful attack. His legs buckled beneath him, and he began to fall. Before Lankhars could hit the ground, the Guild Master of Golar stepped forward swiftly, catching him by the arm and steadying him. With a firm but gentle grip, the Guild Master helped Lankhars stand upright, offering silent support as the two exchanged a brief nod of understanding. Though exhausted, Lankhars managed a faint smile, knowing that their combined efforts had secured victory, and the dragon no longer posed a threat to them or the land they protected. The Guild Master of Golar turned to Lankhars, his expression softening as he admitted, with some reluctance, that defeating the dragon would not have been possible without the combined efforts of everyone present. Though the words felt heavy, he acknowledged the invaluable role each adventurer had played in the battle. Lankhars, hearing this, let out a faint chuckle and remarked that the Guild Master's pride was showing, calling him out for being too arrogant even in moments of humility. Meanwhile, one of the adventurers made his way over to check on the companion who had been struck earlier during the fight. After a brief inspection, he turned back to the group and reassured them that the injured adventurer was in stable condition, with no threat to his life. A collective sense of relief swept through the gathered adventurers as Rude, unable to contain his excitement, grinned broadly. With a voice full of pride and joy, he declared to everyone that they had secured a total victory over the dragon. His words rang out across the battlefield, met by cheers and celebratory shouts from the rest of the adventurers, who reveled in the success of their hard-fought battle. However, as the adventurers celebrated their triumph, a shadow lingered just beyond their notice. Hidden behind the dragon's massive fallen form, an unknown figure crouched, observing the jubilant group from a distance. His eyes narrowed as he watched them laugh and cheer, silently remarking to himself that the adventurers before him seemed like a carefree and gleeful bunch. His attention soon drifted to the dragon's remains, and a sly smile crept across his face. The thought of retrieving the dragon's magic stone and selling it for a considerable profit danced through his mind, imagining the wealth it would bring him. Quietly, he crept closer to the dragon's body, his gaze scanning the remains for any sign of the precious magic stone. Yet, as he continued his search, confusion began to cloud his thoughts. His hands moved carefully across the dragon's scales and around the pierced area where Lankhars had struck the final blow, but no trace of the magic stone could be found. Frustration flickered in his eyes as he double-checked the carcass, growing increasingly perplexed by the absence of the one thing he had come for. The unknown figure continued to rummage through the dragon's body, growing more frantic with each passing moment as he failed to locate the magic stone. His hands moved quickly, determined to uncover any sign of the treasure hidden within the fallen beast. However, as he pressed deeper into the search, the ground beneath him began to shift ever so slightly. Without warning, a tail erupted from below, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Before the figure could react or even register the danger, the tail pierced cleanly through his body. His eyes widened in shock, but the realization came too late. His life ended instantly, his body falling limp against the remains of the dragon he had sought to exploit. At that very moment, the dragon re-emerged from the ground, its form still intact, though visibly smaller than before. It shook off the dirt clinging to its scales, its eyes flickering with intelligence and cold calculation. As it surveyed the scene, the dragon's thoughts turned inward, acknowledging the failure of its reincarnation process. Despite the setback, it mused that the attempt had not been entirely without merit. The dragon's gaze shifted toward the adventurers who continued to celebrate their apparent victory, oblivious to the danger that had resurfaced. Though its current body was weak and would not endure for long, the dragon understood that this fragile form could still serve one final purpose. It resolved that before its next reincarnation, it would eliminate every adventurer present. Their interference had already disrupted the delicate process once, and the dragon would not allow them to jeopardize it again. A deep, simmering anger fueled its resolve as it prepared to unleash its wrath upon those who had dared to disturb the cycle of its rebirth. That's all for today. Thanks for watching.
The person holding it is supposedly the strongest warrior.
The first who reached the 9th circle of magic. Together with a team of the best warriors and a legendary hero, he stood against the Demon King and his army. Unfortunately, the hero was not so legendary and died first before they reached the final battle. Without the hero, it was impossible to defeat the Demon King. But their party valiantly decided to try it out. They fought bravely and desperately, but failed. In the last seconds of his life, our mage managed to unlock the 10th circle of magic and use a risky unique spell allowing him to regress. In the end he succeeded, and even though the Demon King killed him, he went back 20 years. Can he become stronger to replace the loser hero and defeat the Demon King? Let's find out. Confused, he realizes he is back in his room, surrounded by familiar comforts. He asks his butler for the year and date, but the butler is surprised, thinking he may have hurt his head. He tells him he's fine and asks again. The butler says it's the 4th month of the 32nd year, meaning he has been sent back 20 years. The realization strikes. He must have used regression magic, a rare spell with a nearly 1% success rate. Excitement at this second chance rushes through him, but discouragement follows when he sees how much weaker his magic is now. Only 3 incomplete magic circles remain, few for someone from the Walpurgis Marquillos family, known for their mastery of magic. Bandages wrap his body, making him wonder if he was beaten after ending his engagement with Isan Lindell, his former fiancée, at the age of 20. The butler confirms his guess. His young master asks about Isan's family's reaction. The butler tells him the Ducal family hasn't responded yet, which he assumes is due to their own problems. Mikhail dismisses the butler. Before leaving, the butler tells him he cannot meet the young lady. Once the butler finally leaves, his young master remembers the time when the hero, Siegfried, told him not to kill anyone unnecessarily. Siegfried caused trouble because of his self-righteousness. He always saw himself as the chosen one and had no fear, refusing to use any cowardly tactics against the enemy. Our boy vows not to make the same mistake. News of his awakening reaches his father, who instructs the butler to stop his son if he tries to reunite with the princess. The butler hesitates, but agrees to inform him if it happens. Mikhail knows he must become stronger to defeat the demon god. His first task is to fix the chaotic flow of magic circles within him. These disordered conduits had caused him problems in the past. Alone in his chamber, he begins the difficult process of stabilizing himself, focusing on correcting the direction of mana flow, a key factor in controlling magic. At the time, it is widely believed that mana should flow in a clockwise direction, shaping how magic is practiced. However, our boy does not blindly follow this belief. He proposes a new idea. Mana flow is not limited to one direction. This becomes the basis for what he calls the free circulation method, a training approach that challenges traditional practices. The method relies on creating multiple 12 circulation points in the body, allowing mana to flow through them simultaneously. It is a risky approach, as it carries the danger of overloading the body. An ordinary person would not survive the strain, as their body would likely break apart under the pressure. Our boy is no ordinary man. As the 9th Circle Archmage, he begins the process. The mana within him shifts, forming a complex network of circles. The effort takes a heavy toll, leaving him exhausted and drained. Yet, the results are clear. His once chaotic magic circles are now stable, allowing him to use mana with unmatched efficiency. He discovers he has reached the 4th circle of magic, an important step in his pursuit of mastery. With this new ability, he begins exploring multicasting, the skill of casting 2 spells at once, known as double casting. This is a challenging feat, marking his growing skill and determination. Double casting is typically reserved for mages of the 7th circle, but Mikhail's free circulation method gives him exceptional mana control, enabling him to achieve this feat despite being at the 4th circle. He glimpses the vast potential ahead of him, though his mana reserves are a clear limitation. He can't maintain this extraordinary power for long, but it is enough to begin his plans. As time passes and his thoughts settle, the door to his chamber bursts open. His father, an imposing and angry figure, enters, furious at our boy's lack of subtlety. His father's voice booms as he demands answers for his son's reckless actions. Instead of making excuses, Mikhail surprises him by admitting his mistakes. His candid confession leaves his father stunned, as his son openly acknowledges the shame he has brought to their family. The consequences are dire if his father's threats are serious. He promises to break his son's legs. Mikhail has no intention of accepting his father's threats. Instead, he urges him to listen to his carefully crafted plan. Our boy argues that the Duke of the Lindell family was wrong to demand an engagement annulment. This perspective catches his father's attention, forcing him to acknowledge the validity of his point. The arrogance their family has shown in dealing with the Lindells is becoming a serious issue. It is time for our boy to present the core of his bold plan. Mikhail begins by admitting his own shortcomings. He shares that his transformation occurred around the age of 23, before which he was weak and indecisive. His lack of conviction and physical fragility made him an unlikely suitor for the strong Lindell family. Their engagement, based on false assumptions, was doomed from the start. He recalls that she had expressed her dislike for unmanly men, a sentiment that still bothers him. He wonders if she had been misled by the same deception, or if her feelings were genuine. He then shifts the conversation to the terms of their engagement with the Lindell kingdom. The main condition had been that no external mana training could be done, preserving the purity of the bloodline. Our boy and his father both recognize the importance of having a successor, especially if they are to follow the paths of the knight or the mage, where bloodline is crucial. Our boy asks his father a hypothetical question to gauge his reaction. What if Aylin had broken their agreement? His father's shock is clear as Mikhail explains his theory. He believes she had secretly been training to be a knight even before their engagement. His father, stunned by this idea, asks if his son's claim is true. His son admits he has exaggerated, but he has a reason behind it. Mikhail fabricated the story to test his father's ability to detect lies. His father is impressed by his son's sharpness. Our boy then hints at his suspicions about an ancient magical tool since his father, an 8th circle, cannot detect her mana. Meanwhile, at the Lindell mansion, Aylin continues her intense training. Her father asks about Mikhail's actions after their confrontation, and she is sure her actions have gone unnoticed. Her father agrees. Both are doubtful that our boy will be her partner, as the influence of Marquis Walpurgissurgis casts a shadow over their thoughts. The Marquis is aware of their secret, and complications will arise. Even though the Walpurgissurgis family's fame is great, a hidden magical tool can still escape their notice. Aylin's powers are growing, and she is beginning to sense an aura, a sign of her exceptional talent, making her a questionable choice for a politically arranged marriage. Aylin asks her father about the engagement proposal from the Parslope country, curious about the arrival of Leon Parslope, the sword genius and the next sword saint. Aylin knows Leon would be a better choice. They are both informed of an arrival, but it is not Leon. It is the Walpurgissurgis family. At the mansion, Mikhail approaches the Lindell residence, with his butler visibly worried about the upcoming confrontation. Our boy reassures him, determined and ready to face the Lindell family and the revelations ahead. The scene shifts back to our boy's chamber, where his father asks about the ancient magic tool. Mikhail confidently confirms its existence. He explains that his earlier behavior had been a deliberate tactic to gather evidence. The conversation turns to Aylin's knowledge of the magic tool, her involvement in its use, and her true intentions behind the engagement annulment. Our boy suggests that once the engagement is dissolved, they can come up with reasons to justify their actions. His father gives an ultimatum. If our boy is lying, the consequences will be severe. Mikhail will lose his title as successor and tarnish the Walpurgissurgis family's prestigious name. Well, it goes without saying that Mikhail acpeated the ultimatum. As the story shifts to the upcoming encounter with the Lindell family, the butler remains anxious, while our boy remains resolute. He has a plan and is ready for whatever comes next. Aylin's father is shocked to hear about Mikhail Walpurgissurgis' arrival. Mares decides to act quickly, instructing a soldier to deliver a message. He informs the soldier that he has plans for the day and cannot meet him at that moment. The soldier quickly goes to where our boy is. Mikhail, upon receiving the message, seems to understand the situation without showing any outward reaction. The soldier is relieved, thinking GE has accepted the message without objection. The butler, experienced in diplomacy and protocol, is still concerned about the true intentions behind his young master visit. Mikhail thinks about the plan that has been hinted at but not explained, trying to understand the purpose behind this mysterious meeting. However, he keeps his own intentions hidden, maintaining a confident and calm demeanor. He signals for the butler to follow him as they walk through the mansion's garden. The young master chooses a spot under an old tree and sits down. The soldier asks why he has decided to rest in the garden. Mikhail's answer is simple. He is waiting for the people he has come to meet. Our boy dismisses the idea that the wait might last for 2 days, suggesting instead that it is a matter of patience. The soldier understands the situation, especially with Count Parslope arriving soon. The soldier tells him he will escort him back, placing his hand on him to signal to move. Mikhail responds that even if the engagement is nullified, he was once the fiancé of the lady he served and is the rightful heir of the Walpurgis family. With a serious expression and blue mana glowing around him, he tells the soldier to move his hand. The soldier, intimidated, backs off. Our boy then asks if the soldier is someone important enough to lay a hand on a Walpurgis. The soldier immediately apologizes and can't believe how much our boy has changed in such a short time. Just days ago, Mikhail struggled to breathe in front of him, but now he is confident and commanding. Our boy tells the soldier that if he wants to force him out, he will give him a quicker way to do so. The soldier returns to Aylin's father and reports that he has ordered Aylin to come out immediately. Her father can't believe it and has a bad feeling about the situation. The soldier offers to remove Mikhail by force if given the order. Aylin's father declines, saying that this situation can't be solved with force. Aylin then decides to go out by herself, telling her father that she can simply turn him away like last time. She instructs the soldier to take her to the gate where he is waiting. However, the soldier notices a change in Mikhail's demeanor. The soldier hesitates, but when Aylin asks if something is wrong, he assures her there is no problem and escorts her to the gate. Back at the manor, the butler asks our boy about his sudden actions. He explains that the timing is crucial, with Count Parslope's arrival scheduled for that day. The Parslope family is set to rise in rank, especially with Leon Parslope being seen as the next sword saint. Mikhail had known him before his regression, and believes it is important to meet him as soon as possible. Our boy has business to attend to, and the situation is urgent. The butler, noticing his young master behavior, speculates that he might have been training without Marchios's knowledge. Mikhail, puzzled by the question, asks the butler what he means. The butler mentions that he has noticed his young master's strength is greater than that of the third circle, despite him not being a mage, but just Marchios's aid. The butler believes Mikhail might have used forbidden methods to increase his rank. Our boy then extends his hand, inviting the butler to inspect it. To their surprise, the butler discovers that his young master has reached the 4th circle. Mikhail has achieved the 4th circle just 2 days ago, which surprises the butler. The butler checks his young master body for any signs of prohibited methods but finds none. Our boy assures him that his progress is due to his innate talent. The butler, curious about how this happened, asks Mikhail to share the story. With a smile, he reveals that his father kicked him as part of the process. The butler struggles to believe our boy's unorthodox method, joking that if Mikhail endures 5 more kicks, he might reach the 9th circle. Despite this, the butler asks if his young master visit is due to anger after his ascension to the 4th circle. Our boy questions what the downfall of the Lindell family would mean, and the butler suggests it would cause great disorder. Mikhail stresses his commitment to preventing the ducal family from losing its importance as a pillar of the empire. He acknowledges that the fall of the Lindell family has worsened the empire's chaos, and he intends to take action. As they talk, Aylin approaches and asks if there is more to discuss, believing everything has already been addressed. Our boy insists on taking his time to talk and asks if there is a significant guest arriving. Aylin, surprised, can't respond, as Leon Parslope is not involved in her family's politics and focuses mainly on his sword skills. Mikhail senses that Leon's strong sense of justice will not accept the unilateral dissolution of the engagement, which had been based on certain premises. Aylin seems shocked as Mikhail hints that an unfair situation might have caused the engagement to end. He urges her to provide an official statement from the Lindell family. At that moment, the soldier enters, disapproving of our boy Walpurgis' behavior and pushing him against a tree, emphasizing that even as the heir of Walpurgis, such rudeness won't be tolerated. Our boy criticizes the soldier for his inappropriate conduct, pointing out that he lacks understanding of when to intervene. Aylin Lindell intervenes, instructing the soldier to release Mikhail and reminding him that it is the knight's duty to uphold the family's honor. The soldier complies, and our boy finds the situation unimportant. He suggests moving to a more suitable location for their conversation, as the current setting is not ideal. Aylin agrees and invites him inside, though the knight mentions her prior appointment. She dismisses the concern, saying they can address it later as the conversation won't take long. As our boy and his loyal butler, Murden, enter the grand Lindell mansion, a sense of nostalgia washes over him. Murden remarks that Mikhail's visits to the estate have been rare, a fact hard to ignore. Irritated, Mikhail brushes off the comment, hoping for a more agreeable response. With a touch of humor, he suggests that Murden could at least pretend to share his sentiment. The butler counters playfully, comparing his young master to an elderly man stuck in the past. Although the comment is meant in jest, it only deepens Mikhail's annoyance. Their light-hearted bickering fades as Murden shifts the conversation to the reason for their visit to the Lindell mansion. Despite arriving with the presence expected of a marquis, our boy has come alone, which Murden finds unusual. Unbothered, our boy responds with a laugh, stating that he sees no need for an entourage when his trusted butler is by his side. Their camaraderie shines as Mikhail jokes that Murden is his most reliable ally. Their walk through the mansion ends in a richly decorated living room. Our boy, eager to address the matter, acknowledges the value of Eileen Lindell's time. Despite the urgency, he expresses his wish to speak with her privately, instructing her knight to wait outside. Seated across from one another, Eileen, poised and composed, listens intently. Mikhail wastes no time and accuses her of lying to him. She remains calm, asking him to elaborate. With a resolute tone, our boy raises the matter of the solemn promise between their noble families, a promise prohibiting mana training when engaged. He presses her to recall the agreement, his words firm and unwavering. Eileen's expression shifts subtly as a hint of unease flickers across her face. However, she denies any breach of the promise, asserting that her family has upheld the agreement. To her, our boy's accusation appears baseless, though the tension in the room lingers. Mikhail remains firm, stating his intent to personally verify Eileen Lindell's claims. Though he isn't in a rush, doubts linger in his mind about the fairness of the Lindell family. To resolve the matter, he proposes settling it in front of a neutral and respected party, the Parslope family. A grand carriage arrives at the Lindell mansion as the scene shifts. Leon Parslope steps out, taking in the stark contrast between the grandeur of the Lindell estate and his own family's modest surroundings. The Lindell mansion stands unmatched in its splendor, a testament to their status. As the Empire's fifth-ranked knight, Leon senses the gravity of the day's events. His hand instinctively rests on the hilt of his sword, prepared for any challenge. The idea of a friendly duel crosses Leon's mind, intriguing him. However, his loyal knight advises caution, stressing the importance of diplomacy and discouraging any provocation toward the Lindell family's esteemed guests. With a reluctant nod, Leon sets aside his enthusiasm, understanding the wisdom in the advice. Their conversation shifts to the recent move of the Parslope family to the Empire's center. Leon reflects on his father's insistence on relocating, curious about the reasons behind the decision. The knight explains that the Count family sought to escape the Empire's border, a location often viewed as unfavorable for nobility. Border families, often overlooked by the emperor, risk fading into obscurity. This fear compelled the Count family to seek better opportunities at the Empire's heart. Talk of nobility naturally transitions to the engagement cancellation between Eileen Lindell and our boy Walpurgis. Familiar with the noble families involved, Leon finds the decision puzzling and wonders if there are hidden motives behind it. The knight assures him there's nothing suspicious about Eileen. As a member of the Lindell family and the Walpurgis lineage, her reputation is beyond question. However, rumors surrounding our boy suggest he might not have been the best match. Leon, sensing the situation's complexity, resolves to uncover the truth. There's more to this than meets the eye, and his instincts tell him it's worth investigating. Meanwhile, back at the Lindell mansion, Eileen was startled by the depth of Mikhail's knowledge regarding the sacred promise between their families. His assertiveness unsettled her, his piercing gaze seeming to peel away any veneer of certainty she tried to maintain. The weight of his scrutiny was palpable, as if he were silently demanding answers she wasn't yet ready to confront. Though his presence carried an air of authority that was difficult to ignore, Eileen held on to her composure. She acknowledged his standing, not just as a guest in their home, but as the official representative of the Walpurgis family, fully entitled to investigate the truth behind her family's actions. With deliberate precision, our boy pulls out the emblem of the Walpurgis family. The glint of the artifact catches Eileen's eye, and for a moment, her usually calm demeanor falters. The emblem's significance is unmistakable. Our boy explains that it grants him the authority to represent the Walpurgis family in all official matters, leaving no room for dispute. By presenting the emblem, our boy makes it clear that the Walpurgis family is now tied to the discussion. Any dishonesty will not only reflect poorly on the Lindell family but also make Eileen an adversary of the Walpurgis family. With a serious expression, he questions her hesitation, suggesting it raises doubts about her honesty. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Eileen responds carefully. She highlights the gravity of his accusations and the potential consequences for both families. Uncertain about the next steps, she realizes she is at a difficult crossroads. The tension in the room grows as a commanding presence enters. Island's father, the Empire's 5th-ranked knight and one of the 12 swordmasters, strides in. A man who would one day lose everything to the demon god, he acknowledges Mikhail's identity and wonders if he has inherited the mythical dragon heart from his father. Our boy replies casually, stating he has never even seen the artifact. The Duke reflects on the secretive nature of Marquis Walpurgis, who has kept the dragon heart hidden, even from his own son. Their conversation reveals a sense of familiarity and respect, which our boy openly acknowledges. However, Mikhail doesn't let the discussion end there. With a slight smile, he presses the Duke for more details about the dissolution of the engagement, suggesting there is more to the story. The Duke states that the engagement ended purely because our boy was seen as unsuitable, nothing more. Our boy, unconvinced, directly accuses Island of secretly training her aura while still engaged to him. The Duke laughs at the accusation, dismissing it as absurd. He claims that, as the Empire's 5th strongest knight, he would have known if his daughter had been training in secret. Mikhail, however, does not back down. He implies that the Duke is aware of the truth but chooses to ignore it. He suggests Island may have unintentionally developed aura abilities, and that her father decided to prioritize her swordsmanship talent over her engagement. Despite these claims, the Duke continues to deny any knowledge of secret aura training. Privately, our boy acknowledges that the Duke has acted cleverly. The magical tool concealing Island's aura has even eluded Mikhail's father's perception. Additionally, the Duke's strong aura makes it hard for Mikhail to read his true intentions. In a bold move, our boy reveals that he has detected the hidden aura. Both Island and the Duke are stunned by his ability to uncover the truth. The room grows tense as he challenges them to continue denying the facts. As he turns to leave, he mentions Leon Parslope's upcoming visit, hinting at a potential confrontation. The Duke, unwilling to let Mikhail leave, calls out to stop him. In a surprising turn, he proposes a truce, suggesting they consider the matter resolved. However, our boy, unimpressed, sees the Duke's words as more of his usual empty remarks. Our boy tells the Duke and Island that he is glad they have reached an agreement and says he will see them next time. Shocked, she can't believe Mikhail has noticed her magic device. She thinks he is bluffing, but now realizes he has truly figured it out. Worry sets in as she understands the Walpurgis family has discovered the flaw in the contract and might demand a higher price. Turning to her father for guidance, Island asks what they can do. He tells her to stay calm. Admitting he underestimated our boy, thinking him inexperienced and naive, the Duke now finds him impressive and interesting. Island offers to take full responsibility for the issue, acknowledging her ignorance caused the problem. Her father, however, tells her that nothing will change, even if she takes responsibility. This is a matter between families, and he is the one who allowed it to happen. Reflecting, he admits that if he had noticed her aura awakening earlier, none of this would have occurred. No one, he muses, could have predicted that Island would awaken her aura on her own, without any training. Acknowledging her talent, he expresses his determination to protect it. The Duke explains that the Walpurgis family will demand a fair price because the chivalric code has been broken, but he believes they won't ask for anything unreasonable. Our boy, it seems, does not want their family to suffer. Island, still confused, listens as her father tells her that Mikhail isn't as foolish as she thinks. He advises her to watch and learn from him. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, a figure steps in our boy's path, Leon. Introducing himself, our boy finds Leon surprised by his presence. Leon asks why he is here, stating that he came to meet Princess Lindole. Mikhail admits to making some changes and causing trouble. Annoyed, Leon tells him he thinks too little of him. Our boy, unbothered, responds that he doesn't think that way. Leon, growing irritated, releases his aura. The intense pressure fills the air, and our boy notes how well-suited Leon is for the title of Sword Saint. Yet breaking through the aura with ease, Mikhail leaves Leon stunned. Amazed, Leon asks what just happened. Calmly, our boy tells him to listen before getting angry. Leon's expression shifts, and he questions if he is really Mikhail Walpurgis, the so-called famous idiot. With a smirk, our boy confirms it, adding that since it's not entirely a lie, he doesn't feel the need to deny it. The important thing is the present, as the demon invasion approaches. With a serious expression, our boy thinks he will never forgive the warrior who rose up before transcending. Leon, noticing his expression, prepares for a confrontation. Mikhail noticed Leon's face, twisted in anger, as if ready to lash out. There was a sense of fury radiating from him, and it wasn't hard to guess what was going on in his mind. Instead of responding with the same level of intensity, our boy remained composed and acknowledged the situation with a sense of calm determination. As the two stood there, the air between them shifted. Leon, initially fired up, gradually found himself settling down, his frustration giving way to a more measured response. In his past life, our boy had often been prone to anger, but over time, he had learned to control it, using it sparingly and with purpose. This control, which he humorously referred to as his selective anger management disorder, allowed him to navigate moments like these without losing his cool. Explaining his reason for being there, Mikhail tells Leon he came to set up an engagement with Islan, which should have proceeded unless something unexpected occurred. Leon, suspicious, asks if this interference is because he's angry about his engagement being broken. Dismissing the idea, our boy replies that Islan no longer matters to him. Instead, he points at Leon, declaring his interest lies elsewhere. A moment of silence follows as Leon steps away cautiously, reassuring him that he likes women. Confused, Leon then asks why he's interested in him. The answer is straightforward. Our boy wants Leon to become his ally. The scene shifts to the battlefield. Before Mikhail's regression, Leon is on the verge of death. Our boy acknowledges the fatal nature of Leon's wounds, recognizing the inevitable outcome. He reflects on how, had Leon begun aura training a year earlier, he might have defeated his enemy without losing his life. Despite his condition, he can't help but admire Leon's accomplishment, defeating Violon Algum, the commander of the demon god's third army. Mikhail recalls how an entire army was required to bring down the commander of the demon god's second army, but Leon paid the ultimate price for his victory. Our boy looks at Leon, wondering if he has any final words. Leon, despite the toll on his body, seems resigned, knowing it's too late. He places a hand on Leon's head, telling him to rest. Moments before drawing his last breath, Leon silently questions the truth behind the idea that he could never become a warrior. The scene shifts back to the present, where Mikhail and Leon sit together across a table. Our boy mentions a rumor circulating within the Divine Education Bureau. Leon nods, acknowledging the prophecy about a warrior destined to prevent the coming disaster. Leon, uninterested, dismisses the mention of a prophecy, claiming it's not the first time such predictions have been made. He questions why anyone would care about something without clear consequences. Our boy responds, explaining that the prophecy is widely known across the Empire. Leon laughs it off, but Mikhail reflects on the looming threat of the demon god. He recalls Cassandra's prophecy, which surfaced before the first singles began appearing. Unlike others, this prophecy spread worldwide, yet no one truly believed it. Nothing will change until something significant occurs, and people will continue to ignore it. Except for our boy. He states that it doesn't matter whether Leon believes in the prophecy. What matters is that he wants Leon to join him. Leon dismisses it as nonsense, expressing no interest in entertaining such ideas. As he prepares to leave, Mikhail brings up the Mulier aura training method, which stops Leon in his tracks. Surprise flickers across Leon's face as he questions the truth of the claim. Our boy explains that even the greatest sword saints struggle to improve, but it's in moments like these that breakthroughs in swordsmanship begin. Having heard this directly from Leon, our boy trusts the information. He reminds Leon that the seasoned blade Muller, one of the pioneers of aura training, was among the top 5 swordsmen in history. Leon, skeptical, asks what this has to do with him. Mikhail reveals that if Leon agrees to his proposal, he will teach him the complete aura training method Muller left behind. Leon is taken aback, as Muller only left behind an incomplete book. As Leon trains using Muller's partial method, our boy reveals that he remembers the missing half of the aura training method. He explains that he's not asking for much in return. He doesn't care about Leon's engagement or status. He only wants Cassandra's prophecy. Our boy asks what Leon will choose. Leon, conflicted, doesn't understand why Mikhail is so determined to risk his life for the prophecy. Still, he admits he's tempted by the complete aura training method and can't let it slip away. He recalls rumors about his own foolishness, how the Lindell family even requested to break off his engagement with their princess. Leon wonders who he really is. Curiosity grows as Leon asks if our boy truly doesn't care about the engagement with the Lindell princess. Mikhail confirms that it doesn't matter to him, as she isn't important right now. He adds that the Walpker family isn't easily swayed. Leon sees the confidence in our boy, as if he doesn't care at all about what others think of him. Intrigued, Leon reflects on his first impression of him, which had been terrible, but now he's beginning to think maybe he's not so bad. Leon challenges him to prove he knows the Mulier aura training method. Without hesitation, Mikhail tells Leon to follow him, and he'll demonstrate. They head to a nearby training ground. Leon asks if they're allowed to use someone else's training area without permission. He assures him that he already secured permission. As our boy swings the sword, he finds it heavy, and uses strength magic to enhance himself. Then, he tells Leon that he will demonstrate the Mulier aura training method. He explains that Muller's method is twice as efficient as other training techniques, which contributed to Muller's fame for his efficiency. While the principles of Muller's method are similar to other techniques, it's the execution that sets it apart. The Mers aura training method imprints a unique engraving on the user's body. Unlike other methods that cap at a limit of 40, Muller's method raises the limit to 70. Mikhail asks Leon to awaken his aura so he can observe it. Leon does so, and our boy notes that while it's not very distinct, it's definitely the engraving of Muller's aura. Curious, our boy asks if Leon has learned part of Muller's technique. Leon confirms he has, but admits it's incomplete, and it's all he can manage for now. Mikhail is surprised that Leon found the MERS training manual. Leon explains that he was lucky, spending a long time searching for it, and finally finding it with his father's help, only to discover it was half complete. Our boy reflects that this outcome was inevitable since it was Leon's first time with a training method. The old Leon had predicted his end and passed down the training method to Mikhail, though he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Deciding it's time to return the technique to Leon, Mikhail tells him to watch carefully as he demonstrates a few swings using the method. Relaxing, he channels mana into the sword and begins the demonstration. Leon is surprised. It really is the Muller Aura training method. Mikhail can maintain it for 30 seconds. Leon, confused, asks if Mikhail is a mage, which he admits. Leon asks our boy to teach him, and Mikhail agrees, but Leon must come to the Walpurgis family to learn. Our boy leaves, promising to teach him when he's ready. As our boy exits, he runs into the Duke, realizing the Duke had been watching him. The Duke apologizes to him and his family. The Duke tells Mikhail that he will leave the matter of compensation up to him, surprising our boy. Despite not knowing what our boy might ask for, the Duke remains calm. Mikhail finds the Duke's composure fitting for the head of a powerful family in the Empire. Apologizing for coming alone, our boy expresses hope that the proposal of marriage between the Lindell family and Leon Parslope goes well. The Duke, impressed, remarks that he seems more cunning than himself, revealing that the engagement is already over. The Duke guesses that the outcome aligns with what Mikhail wanted. Smiling, Mikhail explains that he only offered Leon another option. He believes Leon, being meticulous, must have thought the engagement was broken off because the Walpurgis family wasn't worthy. However, the Duke says he saw Leon today and suspects Leon now thinks Mikhail is different from the rumors. This could make Leon reconsider the reasons behind the broken engagement. The Duke then asks our boy if he believes the Lindell family will ever regain the trust of the Walpurgis family. Our boy tells the Duke that the Lindell family can regain trust if they show sincerity with open actions. The Duke chuckles, finding this amusing. He then asks the Duke what he thinks about finding a suitable teacher for Isun. The Duke, surprised, asks if Mikhail is implying that their family's swordsmanship doesn't suit her. He clarifies that's not what he means, but wonders if something else might be better for her. The Duke considers this for a moment and remarks that our boy really does have a cunning mind. Mikhail brushes it off as a misunderstanding. The scene shifts to the Walpurgis mansion. Mikhail's father is pleased to hear that his son exposed the Lindell family's plan. Jokingly, our boy tells his father that he's speaking heartlessly because his eyes don't show any warmth. He responds that he has no idea what his son is talking about. Mikhail remarks that such sharp wit must run in the Walpurgis bloodline. The news arrives that Duke Lindell has sent a message, saying he will visit them personally to apologize. This likely means the Duke will request them to keep the matter private, as it could severely damage the reputation of a family built on chivalry. The Walpurgis family has gained a lot from this situation, especially since he never liked the Lindell family. He asks what the Duke of Lindell said to our boy. He replies that the Duke didn't say much, except asking if the Lindell family could ever regain the trust of the Walpurgis family. He assured him it was possible if they showed true sincerity. Mikhail's father advises him to remain cautious, warning that it's not wise to display emotions openly. Our boy then says he has a request, given how well the situation has turned out. His father urges him to speak. Mikhail requests that he be allowed to handle the remainder of this situation, arguing that since he uncovered and resolved the issue, it's only fair that he finishes it as well. After considering it, Mikhail's father observes that his son has grown more confident and capable. However, he cautions that this is a delicate matter involving two powerful families, and there's a lot at stake. Our boy acknowledges the risk, but asserts that without his actions, no one would have discovered the Lindell family's plans. While it might seem a little selfish, he feels strongly about seeing this through to the end. Though agreeing, his father reminds him to be careful. The Duke of Lindell is a cunning man, known for his reputation as a symbol of chivalry, but also for his craftiness and ability to manipulate situations. Facing the Duke directly will be necessary to finish this job. Our boy replies confidently that he understands and is ready to handle it. His father agrees, saying it's something Mikhail would have to face eventually. His son assures him that he won't let him down, shaking his head with determination. As our boy leaves, his father calls out to praise his efforts, smiling as he reflects on how much Mikhail has changed. He thinks about how the once immature boy has grown so quickly, and wonders if fate has sped things up. Standing up, he decides to prepare for the upcoming negotiations with the Duke, even though he has entrusted the matter to our boy. He knows he can't sit idly and must support the family's position. Meanwhile, the challenges ahead are clear. The family's reputation as the strongest magic family could be destroyed due to inner conflict. Power struggles among the elders have already caused significant damage. During these disputes, he was used as a pawn, which contributed to the family's decline. The butler is asked if Viscount Nostro was involved in the days leading up to the engagement being called off. The butler confirms this, explaining that Viscount Nostro is a 7th Circle mage, a key vassal of the family, and someone who has supported the family since his youth. Although competent, Nostro's critical flaw is his ambition. He doesn't want to remain a vassal, but seeks to become the center of the family. The idea that Nostro might have manipulated events is dismissed, but it becomes clear that the Viscount cannot be ignored. The butler agrees, sharing that he feels the same way. A follow-up question is asked about why the butler holds this belief. The butler reveals that he was the one who taught the 3rd magic circle, which explains why the bond of reliance was formed. Reflecting on the past, there's a realization that the 3rd circle, once a symbol of joy, was unstable, likely due to Nostro's influence. The butler becomes angry, suspecting that Nostro may have deliberately taught an incomplete or flawed method. Embarrassment follows for having relied on Viscount Nostro in the past. However, cutting off potential threats is the only logical course of action for the family's future. Nostro's unchecked ambition, despite being a close friend who helped the family during difficult times, has ultimately contributed to its downfall. The decision is made to ensure history does not repeat itself. A firm instruction is given for the butler to bring Viscount Nostro to the room. Doubt is expressed, with the belief that Nostro won't come just because he's called. The reassurance follows that Nostro is likely expecting a summons and will come willingly. A few moments later, Viscount Nostro arrives, smiling confidently. He assumes that our boy is about to ask for guidance on magic circles. However, Mikhail surprises him with a proposal that leaves Nostro puzzled. Our boy challenges the Viscount to a duel, but with one condition: no magic circles. The memories of the past flood Mikhail's mind. He recalls the time before the family's ruin, when Nostro's unchecked power played a significant role in the destruction. The family was on the brink of collapse, barely surviving. Mikhail's father, once the greatest mage in the family, had been bedridden for a long time, and many high-level mages had abandoned the family, leaving them defenseless. The arrival of the demon god's disciples was the final blow. The last hope was Viscount Nostro, the only 8th Circle mage left. Everyone, including our boy, watched with bated breath, hoping Nostro would use his magic to defeat the disciples. Instead, Nostro surrendered, sealing the family's fate. In that moment, Mikhail swore that if he ever had the chance, he would make Nostro pay for his betrayal. Back in the present, Nostro is shocked by our boy's challenge. Mikhail, however, expresses doubt about Nostro's worthiness to teach him. Despite Nostro's help in forming Mikhail's 3rd magic circle, he coldly asserts that it wasn't enough. This response infuriates the Viscount. He angrily reminds him that he gave everything to teach him, but Mikhail remains unmoved. Our boy remains calm, explaining that he didn't say he didn't trust Nostro. He simply isn't sure. He presses Nostro to prove his worth, stating that, for someone of his skill, defeating a mere 3-circle mage should be easy. Nostro asks how he should prove himself. Our boy proposes a bet. They will fight using magic but without relying on circles. If Mikhail loses, he will become Nostro's disciple and swear his loyalty on the Walpurgis family name. If he wins, Nostro will become his student. Intrigued, the Viscount agrees to the challenge. Later, in his room, Nostro reflects on the situation. He considers our boy foolish for proposing such a match. Fighting without circles might be a minor disadvantage, but the difference in their magic levels is immense. Nostro believes victory is inevitable. He dismisses Mikhail as a naive child, even though he hails from the prestigious Walpurgis bloodline. In Nostro's mind, this is his chance to rise in power. Defeating him will bring him closer to his ultimate goal, securing a position where not even the head of the family can challenge him. Becoming the master of both Mikhail and the Walpurgis family will be within his grasp. The scene shifts to Mikhail's room, where the butler has just heard about the match with the Viscount and is terrified at the idea of Mikhail fighting him. Mikhail tells the butler not to worry. The butler asks if his young master really agreed to let the Viscount teach him if he loses, pointing out that this would give the Viscount significant power. The young master assures him that he is aware of this. The butler, speechless, warns Mikhail that the Viscount is a wicked man and not someone he should follow as a master. Our boy reflects on the Viscount's cunning nature and asks the butler why the Viscount is still part of the family despite his actions. The butler explains that it's because the Viscount has been close to his young master father since their youth. Mikhail agrees, saying the Viscount was his father's comrade and friend. His father would never expel the Viscount because of the respect and love he still holds for him. However, our boy declares that he will personally deal with the Viscount through this match. He will ensure the Viscount can no longer act against the family. In the world of mages, a bet is a promise made through magic, and breaking it causes the person to lose the support of magic itself. This means that if our boy wins, he will gain the advantage in the fight. The butler thinks this is a good plan, but only if Mikhail can defeat the Viscount. He asks if his young master sure he can win. Our boy confidently assures him that he will win, stating that the Viscount could never defeat him. In the dimly lit room of the Lindell estate, Mikhail declares with certainty to the butler that the Viscount will not be able to defeat him. The butler, surprised, raises an eyebrow and asks how his young master is so sure. His young master's response is swift and confident, making it clear that he is certain of his victory. Mikhail reveals the condition for the upcoming duel. Viscount Nostro can only use circle magic up to the level that our boy himself can master. The butler, looking serious, frowns as he considers the implications. He questions his young master's decision to challenge a 7th circle mage like Count Nostro, while only having access to 4 circles of magic himself. Still doubtful, the butler asks Mikhail again if he is serious about the challenge. Frustrated, the butler pulls a folded document from his coat pocket, a resignation letter, showing his dissatisfaction with his young master's bold decision. Our boy makes a bold move. With a quick motion, he uses fiery magic to burn the resignation letter to ashes, sending a clear message that the butler should trust his decision. Still doubtful, the butler questions him. How could a 4th circle mage like Mikhail hope to defeat a 7th circle mage like Count Nostro? Our boy, unfazed, challenges the butler's certainty, asking if he is sure Count Nostro truly has the power of 7 circles. The butler admits he isn't certain. His young master then assures him that he wouldn't have issued the challenge without believing there was a way to win. As he explains his suspicions about Count Nostro's mastery of the 7 circles, the butler grows more frustrated and once again reaches for another resignation letter. Mikhail steps in firmly, telling the butler to reconsider and refusing to accept his resignation. Determined to keep him by his side, his young master calmly explains the details of his strategy. Advancing to higher circles of magic requires mastering the basics of the lower circles, our boy points out. However, Viscount Nostro has skipped this critical step. This shortcut has left the Viscount with an unstable grasp of 7th circle magic. Mikhail explains that while the Viscount can mimic the abilities of a 7th circle mage, it is not true mastery. It is a facade, lacking the depth needed for a real battle. In a true magical duel, spells created with deeper understanding and skill will overpower superficial ones. The young master concludes by emphasizing that an opponent with superior knowledge and control will always win. The scene shifts to his father's chamber, a place of authority in the Lindell estate. Our boy approaches his father, the head of the family, to inform him about his upcoming challenge against Viscount Nostro. It has only been a day since he pledged to take over the Lindell family business. His father reacts with anger, slamming his fist on the table and demanding an explanation. Confused and upset, he questions Mikhail's sudden change in priorities and even considers whether he might have to take drastic measures to make his son see reason. Unmoved by his father's confusion, his son locks eyes with him, expressing his seriousness without hesitation. His father, still grappling with the situation, tries to make sense of his son's sudden change in ambition. For a brief moment, our boy wonders if his father might have mistakenly believed that he intended to train under Viscount Nostro as part of the intense challenge he had undertaken. Mikhail reassures his father, firmly stating that he has no intention of losing the duel. He questions why anyone would enter a challenge expecting defeat, and confidently declares that Viscount Nostro will end up becoming his student. His father, still angry, asks where the duel will take place, intending to intervene and stop what he sees as a reckless decision. Our boy calmly assures him that no intervention is necessary. In an attempt to understand, his father questions how someone with the abilities of a 4th circle mage, like our boy, could possibly defeat a powerful 7th circle mage, such as Viscount Nostro. Mikhail's response is simple, yet confident. He would never have accepted the challenge if he didn't have full faith in his ability to succeed. The conversation then shifts to the consequences of defeat, and our boy reveals a startling outcome if he were to lose. Our boy revealed that if he lost the duel, he was prepared to become Viscount Nostro's student. This admission only served to infuriate his father even further, the tension surrounding the duel escalating. With an unwavering resolve, Mikhail made a surprising promise, offering a sacrifice that would shock anyone. If it could bring peace to their family, he would willingly offer up his legs to his father. Shocked by our boy's conviction, his father ultimately relents. As Mikhail leaves the chamber, a sense of closure washes over him. His father's reluctant approval has been secured. With everything in place, he is ready to face Viscount Nostra. Our boy reflects on the likely thoughts of Nostra, convinced that the Viscount sees himself as the inevitable victor, already planning how to use the Lindell family to his advantage. However, our boy has complete faith in his own abilities, drawing on the knowledge and skills gained from a past life that has sharpened his understanding of magic. Nostra is nothing more than the illusion of a 7th circle mage, and our boy is determined to expose the truth. The scene shifts to the Walpurgis magic practice room, a space designed to withstand spells up to the 6th circle. This room, marked by the Walpurgis family's emblem, is equipped with tools and barriers to manage the effects of powerful magic. Mikhail enters the chamber feeling a wave of nostalgia. It is a place where possibilities seem endless. To demonstrate his skill, he uses a spell called Magic Missile, a simple first circle spell. Its simplicity makes it a basic spell, but with experience and skill, even such a basic spell can be enhanced. In his demonstration, our boy modifies the spell, making the magic missile controllable rather than just a basic, targeted projectile. Our boy's enhancement of the magic missile elevates its complexity to that of a fifth circle spell, showcasing his advanced magical skill. After chanting the incantation, he releases the spell, causing a powerful and precise explosion in the room. His mastery of mana control, the ability to manipulate magical energy with precision, highlights his expertise. This skill distinguishes high circle mages from their lower circle counterparts. Briefly, Mikhail's thoughts drift to his past life. Although his body is now youthful, his mind retains the wisdom and knowledge of years past, deeply ingrained within him. With the demonstration complete, our boy has an hour left before his duel with Viscount Nostra. He decides to use this time to further study his magical repertoire, preparing himself for the critical battle. This confrontation will determine not only the future of the Lindell family, but also the fate of the Walpurgis domain. In the world of magic, there is a clear divide between those who genuinely understand the mystical arts and those whose power is merely an illusion. Our boy is determined to prove where he stands. Viscount Nostra collapses to his knees, clutching his chest in pain. The confident aura fades as he struggles to breathe, his composure slipping. Mikhail's father, a commanding and dignified presence, steps forward, inquiring about the nature of the wager between the two. The Viscount, recovering from the pain, admits that Mikhail initiated the challenge, his voice tinged with satisfaction, as though believing the duel would push our boy to reach new heights as a mage. Mikhail's father expresses his concern, reminding the Viscount of the countless times he has supported him, stressing the long-standing bond between them. This connection is what brings him here, as a witness to the duel that will determine much for their families. Viscount Nostra, his smile masking deeper thoughts, acknowledges the role Mikhail's father has played in his life, showing respect. He then nods in recognition of the favors Mikhail's father has extended. Yet, Mikhail's father, now serious, asks a pointed question that causes the Viscount to falter in confusion. He does not fully grasp the meaning behind it and looks to Mikhail's father with uncertainty. Sensing the weight of his father's words, Mikhail shifts his focus back to the duel. His resolve strengthens, bolstered by his father's support, though he is already determined to succeed on his own. As preparations continue, Mikhail's father acts decisively, casting a spell that summons massive azure chains to encircle the Viscount, sealing his magical abilities. According to the agreement, the Viscount is restricted to using no magic above the fourth circle for the duration of the duel. Despite these restraints, the Viscount remains unshaken, turning to our boy with an unreadable expression. The duel begins, and the Viscount casts Slow, intending to hinder our boy's movements and gain an advantage. In response, Mikhail immediately counters with Confusion, a spell that disrupts the flow of the Viscount's mana, preventing him from completing his incantation. Taken aback by the interruption, the Viscount is surprised by our boy's mastery over magic, far exceeding what would be expected from someone of his rank. Our boy's control reveals a level of understanding that the Viscount had severely underestimated. Regaining his composure, Viscount Nostra unleashes two powerful spells in quick succession, Fireball and Windbreaker, forcing them forward with force. He aims to show that the gap between magical ranks lies not just in the types of spells cast, but in the broader mastery of magical principles. Mikhail prepares for the incoming attack, swiftly casting Earthbreak to form a sturdy barrier in front of him. Despite his efforts, the combined force of Viscount Nostra's spells overwhelms the shield, shattering it in an instant. Without hesitation, our boy summons a second layer of defense with the Mana Barrier. A powerful shield materializes around him, absorbing the impact of the Viscount's magic effortlessly. The contrast in their magical prowess becomes glaringly clear. Our boy realizes the truth in the Viscount's earlier words about bridging the gap between physical strength and skill. While physical combat often hinges on raw power, magic offers a different kind of battlefield, one where strategy, intellect, and calculated mastery can tip the scales. With renewed confidence, Mikhail presses forward, wielding his spells with growing precision. Magic, he knows, holds the potential to accomplish feats that transcend the ordinary. He begins by casting Magic Missile, a simple first circle spell, but elevates it far beyond its basic form through multicasting. Pink mana swirls around him, enveloping him in a vibrant aura that pulses with energy. The unassuming spell now carries the intensity and complexity of magic from higher tiers. Releasing the enhanced spell, our boy directs the concentrated arcane force toward Viscount Nostra. The Viscount anticipates the attack, summoning a protective shield that absorbs the blast with a deafening clash, demonstrating his own proficiency in magic. Viscount Nostra maintains his composure, his confidence unshaken, dismissing our boy's assault as ineffectual. However, the battle takes a sudden shift. Mikhail, his focus unwavering, chants the incantation for explode. A surge of magical energy erupts from his hands, creating a massive explosion that tears through Viscount Nostra's protective shield. The Viscount, stunned by the sheer power of the attack, is left struggling to grasp the magnitude of our boy's abilities. The explanation behind our boy's feat is clear yet profound. He has calculated the energy required for the spell and skillfully manipulated the magical parameters to amplify its strength. His strategic approach to magic pushes his capabilities far beyond the expected, underscoring his growing mastery. Frustration bubbles within Viscount Nostra, who, in his disbelief, strikes the wall in anger. Yet, despite his accusation, Mikhail stands resolute, his actions adhering strictly to the principles of the duel. He makes it known that his methods remain legitimate, unwavering in his resolve. Realization strikes Viscount Nostra as he faces Mikhail's unyielding determination. Overcome with unease, he falls to his knees, his earlier deceit now laid bare. Mikhail acknowledges the Viscount's admission, his expression softening slightly, but his focus remains unwavering. With newfound clarity, Mikhail casts another spell at Viscount Nostra. The Viscount, still recovering, summons his protective shield once again, bracing for the oncoming assault. The shield absorbs the majority of the energy, but the strain it endures is palpable. Frustration overtakes Viscount Nostra as he confronts the reality that he is being outmatched by a mage who has only just ascended. Regaining composure, Mikhail stands tall, his resolve strengthened. Determined to prove the power of a 7th Circle mage, he focuses on the task at hand, intent on demonstrating the true extent of his magical mastery. The battle is far from over, and he is ready to show that his control over magic is unparalleled. Viscount Nostra, unshaken by the previous exchange, remains steadfast. Undeterred by the previous efforts, he repeats his earlier spell, sending it hurtling toward our boy, anticipating another round of magical combat. As the spell nears, Viscount Nostra calls upon his protective shield once more. This time the shield is reinforced, a defensive move aimed at ensuring that no damage reaches him. The added layer intercepts the incoming magic and disrupts its flow, preventing the explosion that was expected to follow. The Viscount, with his magic at the ready, begins casting his own spell. Through the use of multicasting, a technique that allows multiple spells to be cast simultaneously, he begins the next phase of his attack. A fiery aura envelops him, and his eyes gleam with renewed purpose. Our boy's father watches, impressed by the complexity of the 4th Circle multicasting. For even among 7th Circle mages, performing multicasting at lower-tier spells is a rare and impressive feat, one that displays the Viscount's skill and dedication. With fierce determination, Viscount Nostra unleashes 3 potent spells at once, directing the combined energy toward Mikhail. The intensity of the spells marks the climax of his efforts, and he believes that victory is within his grasp. Both Mikhail's father and the Viscount are certain that the fight is nearing its conclusion, with the Viscount confident in his impending triumph. But something extraordinary happens. Our boy, displaying an incredible depth of magical control, counters the Viscount's barrage with ease. The combined spells dissipate in midair before they can even reach him, nullified completely. Our boy's father and the Viscount are left speechless, unable to comprehend how a newly ascended mage could so effortlessly neutralize such a powerful assault. Viscount Nostra, unwilling to concede, casts 3 more spells in rapid succession: Ice Spear, Demon Hands, and Sharpness Magic. He intends to overwhelm Mikhail with a full-on magical barrage. But in a surprising turn, Mikhail responds with a single, seemingly simple spell: Magic Missile. The force of his spell breaks through the Viscount's combined magic effortlessly, further underscoring the disparity between their abilities. Viscount Nostra is at a loss, unable to comprehend how his spells are so easily overpowered. It becomes increasingly apparent that our boy's innate talent for magic far exceeds the Viscount's years of experience. The gap between them is vast, one that cannot be bridged through hard work alone. The realization leaves the Viscount stunned, questioning the very nature of the disparity before him. Despite the overwhelming evidence of his growing strength, our boy downplays his abilities, attributing his success to coincidence. His father, however, presses him on the matter, suggesting that there might be more to it than mere luck. Mikhail, though, remains humble, offering only a simple response about his heritage, without elaborating further. Mikhail's father trusts him deeply, yet he questions his intent behind the recent battle. Curiosity rises. Was it to show off his abilities or to prove something more? The conversation turns to the role of the Viscount in our boy's life. While the Viscount is a trusted advisor and a friend, his father suggests that the Viscount may not be the best teacher for him. This prompts our boy to reflect on why he chose to showcase his skills to his father, rather than turning to the Viscount for guidance. Mikhail's response is clear. He has no intention of being taught by the Viscount. His actions, he insists, aren't driven by emotion or the desire for validation. There's no plan to remove the Viscount from his position, but Mikhail sees the situation differently. His understanding is shaped by the unique bond he shares with his father, the only person our boy considers an equal. The loneliness that comes with leadership has influenced his perspective, making him cautious about keeping potential threats close, even though he trusts his father not to cause harm. His father sees through this, realizing it's the reason for our boy's recent decisions. Mikhail accepts responsibility for managing the Viscount's role moving forward, determined to safeguard the future of the family legacy. In the Viscount's room, a sense of defeat lingers. The realization that a young mage at the 4th level has bested him shakes him to his core. The presence of the Marist further complicates the situation, ensuring that there's no escaping the outcome. The Viscount grapples with the implications of his failure, questioning the path that led him here. Just as he begins to process this, Mikhail steps into the room, a move that takes the Viscount by surprise. The unexpected arrival raises questions. Why is our boy here? Our boy reminds the Viscount of the terms they agreed upon for their battle. The consequences of the duel were clear. The reward was to form a master-student relationship, yet the Viscount finds himself puzzled. How could Mikhail have known he would win? What was the true nature of the prize, beyond the obvious humiliation? The Viscount wonders if Mikhail has something more elaborate in mind, a deeper strategy at play. Perhaps this is part of a test. Our boy, however, shifts the conversation. His focus is not on personal gain, but on securing the family's future. The Viscount, recognizing our boy's determination, understands the gravity of the situation. He acknowledges that action is necessary, particularly given the events that have transpired. The Viscount sees Mikhail's resolve and agrees that it's time to act. He offers his full support, ready to assist in whatever manner Mikhail sees fit. With a smirk, our boy takes control of the situation. He reminds the Viscount that the terms of the duel are clear. He is now the master. The Viscount, caught off guard by our boy's demand, is stunned. He hadn't expected to be commanded in such a way by his recent adversary, now turned student. Mikhail, with a serious and unwavering expression, makes it clear that his request is sincere. The Viscount, noticing Mikhail's determination, realizes that this is not a casual wager, but a serious commitment he has to face. Understanding the weight of the decision, the Viscount considers his options. He acknowledges that he needs to address the potential consequences of this bet, no matter the cost. He expresses his concerns to our boy, reminding him of his own status as a 7th Circle mage who had supported the Marquis and held a significant position. He feels that becoming our boy's student is not suitable for someone of his stature. Mikhail urges the Viscount to set aside those thoughts and not trivialize the importance of a mage's promise. Mikhail emphasizes that a mage's promise is a binding commitment, with high stakes. Breaking such a promise could lead to the loss of magical circles and abilities. The Viscount, growing frustrated, points out that he has more magical circles and is older than our boy. He questions the idea of someone with his experience becoming a student. Our boy firmly states that the transformation is already happening, and that the Viscount's new role as a student is non-negotiable. They then go to the arena, where the Viscount publicly acknowledges Mikhail as his master. The Viscount understands that in his new role as a student, he needs to show commitment and follow the agreement. However, deep inside he is conflicted. He knows that failing in this role could result in the loss of his magical circles. Mikhail, now the Viscount's teacher, takes on the responsibility of imparting knowledge. He doesn't feel satisfied just defeating the Viscount immediately. He remembers his own experiences before he had transcended and knows there is more to achieve. Viscount, however, initially resists the idea of learning from our boy. He notices the instability in the Viscount's magical circles, which affects his ability to use magic properly. Our boy believes that with some pressure, the Viscount's emotional pain will reveal the instability in his circles. He causes the Viscount to experience physical pain, which leaves him writhing on the ground. Our boy realizes that to truly understand magic and develop one's circles, a proper link to the circles is needed. He explains that it is possible to create circles without transcending, a state called an apostle. With the Viscount's circles broken, Mikhail offers to teach him how to calm and restore them. The Viscount is surprised to learn that our boy knows about his circles. Viscount wonders if the Marquis has shared this information with our boy, and begins to suspect that the entire battle has been planned by the Marquis. Mikhail dismisses these thoughts and tells the Viscount to stop making baseless claims. He explains that the unusual signs in the Viscount's magic during the battle showed something was wrong. Additionally, the Viscount's physical symptoms, like clutching his heart, are typical of mages with unstable circles. Mikhail makes a grim prediction, stating that the Viscount will not survive in his current state. He explains that the only way to save the Viscount is to remove the ring mana causing the instability. Our boy offers to absorb the ring mana from the Viscount, which would cause the Viscount to lose 5 circles but ultimately benefit both of them. The Viscount is shocked at the idea of losing his hard-earned circles, which he has worked tirelessly to achieve. Our boy argues that the Viscount's circles are causing more harm than good. Before his transcendence, the Viscount had been deteriorating, and his circles had led him down a dark path. Mikhail emphasizes that the Viscount's circles serve no practical purpose and are just for show. The Viscount had stacked his circles to impress the Marquis Walpurgis, a futile effort that has no real value. Even Marquis Lindell is aware of the Viscount's situation, but has chosen to ignore it. Realizing the uselessness of his previous actions, the Viscount accepts our boy's offer. He agrees to let our boy absorb his mana and remove the problematic ring mana. After absorbing the Viscount's mana, Mikhail reaches the 5th circle in his magical abilities. For Mikhail, reaching the 5th circle feels easy, but the Viscount feels discouraged after losing his circles. For our boy, absorbing the Viscount's mana is an urgent task and only the beginning of their efforts. Our boy knows that the challenges ahead are difficult. He thinks about the prophecy from Cassandra, which predicted the resurrection of the demon god in 7 years. Ignoring the prophecy would have serious consequences, leaving the world unprepared to face the demon god's power. Even in its incomplete form, the demon god is overwhelming, and no force can resist it. The Empire realizes this too late when the 7th-ranked knight, Steel Keelan, is defeated by the demon god. A great disaster is approaching. Efforts to gather heroes and allies have failed, and half of the Empire is destroyed, leaving no time for a coordinated response. In a last-ditch effort to fight back, the Temple summons warriors to form a subjugation squad called Argo. Mu is part of this squad. During this time, Cassandra, the Oracle, becomes the most important person. Despite her young age, she has foreseen the disaster and shared her prophecies, often at great personal cost. Cassandra's prophecies are true, but no one has listened to her warnings, even as she suffers physically. During Mikhail's early days, Cassandra's prophecies were disregarded because no one believed her. Mikhail thinks about the uselessness of ignored prophecies. He also wonders about Cassandra's fate, assuming she has met an unfortunate end unless she has undergone transcendence, though he finds that unlikely. Our boy then focuses on his own plans. He decides to join the warrior selection but faces a problem: how to find Cassandra, who has left the temple after her prophecies were dismissed. He needs to contact her but doesn't know how. At that moment, our boy's butler enters, announcing a guest with business. The guest is Leon Parslope, an important figure. Mikhail meets with Leon, who asks about the training method Mikhail had mentioned earlier. Our boy is surprised by Leon's early arrival, assuming Leon is busy with his own engagement. However, Leon clarifies that the training method is more important to him than the engagement. He reveals that he has never been enthusiastic about the engagement and urges our boy to expedite the training process. Mikhail introduces an unexpected condition to their agreement, much to Leon's annoyance. Leon questions the new stipulation, expressing his displeasure. Despite this, Mikhail assures him that the condition won't be harmful. Leon insists on knowing the condition, and our boy explains that it is related to a dungeon. Leon claims to know nothing about it, but our boy's sharp perception leads him to believe Leon is lying. He can see the uncertainty in Leon's eyes and accuses him of being a poor liar. Mikhail presses him further, revealing that Leon's father, Count Parslope, discovered the dungeon a year ago. Mana had been found in the dungeon, and Count Parslope declared it a mana stone mine. However, most of the investigation teams sent into the dungeon had gone missing. The financial strain from these expeditions was the reason behind the engagement with the Lindell princess. Leon is shocked that our boy knows about the situation, suspecting a spy within their family. Our boy clarifies that he learned the information from rumors among warriors, making it an educated guess, not espionage. Curious about the dungeon, Mikhail expresses interest in learning more. Leon asks Mikhail what is really happening, as most of their investigation teams haven't returned. They have named the place a dungeon, but it might as well have been a nightmare. A raid couldn't simply be launched into it. Mikhail thinks that the Parslope family has clung to the dungeon until the end, but now someone else has uncovered its secrets and claimed all the rewards. Our boy offers to help Leon by taking on the dungeon himself, replacing the investigation team. Leon is puzzled and wonders if our boy believes he can succeed where experienced mercenaries have failed. Mikhail, however, is confident and assures Leon that dungeon exploration is a basic task for mages. This irritates Leon, who wonders why Mikhail is so sure of himself. Our boy reassures Leon that his actions won't harm his family and might even benefit them by uncovering the dungeon's secrets, even if he fails. Grateful for our boy's offer, Leon considers the training ahead. Mikhail promises to teach him after they deal with the dungeon, and Leon agrees, though he mentions the final decision rests with his father. Later, Mikhail approaches his father to discuss the situation. His father is surprised by the news and reminds our boy of his commitment to look after the Lindell family, expressing confusion over the sudden change of plans. Our boy tries to explain that this new venture is connected to his previous promise. He mentions hearing that the Pars Slope family has become the new engagement partner for the Lindell family. His father wonders if Mikhail is planning to cause trouble there, but Mikhail reassures him that he has no such intentions. He also emphasizes the importance of a mage's word and his promise to Leon Pars Slope. A light-hearted argument about whether a particular object is a bat or a staff briefly interrupts the conversation. Our boy tries to steer the discussion away from the argument and hints at another reason for his decision, but refuses to share the details. His father grows more agitated and asks if he can trust our boy. Mikhail grins and confirms that his father has always been able to trust him. As Mikhail reflects, he is troubled by his father's trust in him, considering his past regrets and attempts to escape his role. Since his father's passing, these thoughts remind him of why he gave up on pursuing a career as a warrior. His father wants to know if our boy is confident enough to handle the matters concerning the Lindell family. Our boy acknowledges the connection, but doesn't reveal any more details about his plans. His father eventually relents and tells him to do as he sees fit. Suddenly, Mikhail senses an external presence and asks his father if he has a guest. His father, however, can't see anything unusual. Mikhail, feeling a bit embarrassed, attributes it to his mistake and leaves the room. Unbeknownst to him, the anonymous presence in the room is the butler, who then speaks with our boy's father. The butler notes the significant changes in our boy's character, pointing out how he has become bolder and his magic has grown exceptionally strong without any involvement in witchcraft. He emphasizes that this is undoubtedly Mikhail's own talent, though he might have realized it later than others. The butler explains that this development isn't uncommon for those with the blood of the W. Purges, given their history and connection to the W. Purges family spirit. Mikhail's father decides that the butler should accompany our boy to the Pars Slope territory, as agreed in their contract. Later, as our boy and Leon prepare to depart, the butler, despite his own health issues, joins them. He explains that this is at the request of Mikhail's father, who is concerned about the potential trouble Mikhail might encounter. Our boy wonders about the butler's true intentions and whether there is more to him than appears. The butler joins them and they begin their journey to the Pars Slope territory. When their carriage arrives, Leon notices the heaviness in our boy's demeanor and, curious, asks about it. Mikhail, known for his understatement, responds by expressing surprise at the resilience of the Pars Slope family and their strong attachment to the harsh land. His thoughts shift to his father, who would have admired their tenacity. Mikhail sees that the allure of the place goes beyond appearances, touching the collective spirit of its citizens. Our boy reconsiders his initial impressions of the land and realizes its indomitable spirit, one that commands respect. His view shifts further as he sees the Helen Forest Road, a remarkable structure of minerals stretching like a ribbon of gemstones. This road isn't just a luxury, it's vital to the Pars Slope family's ingenuity and survival, an essential part of the land's character. He shares his thoughts with Leon, explaining that external appearances are meaningless in the grand scheme. True value, he believes, lies in the satisfaction and contentment of the people living on the land. Our boy encourages Leon to take pride in his role as a landowner and to honor his father's legacy, which deserves respect and admiration. Their journey, now filled with newfound insights, eventually leads them to a long-awaited reunion. Leon finally meets his father, Count Pars Slope, who immediately asks about his traveling companion. Leon hesitates but reveals that Mikhail Walpurgis has accompanied him. The mention of Mikhail triggers a chain of events. The Count, visibly troubled, retrieves a vial of medicine, showing clear concern. Leon notices his father's reaction and urges him to calm down, trying to ease the tension in the room. As the Count's emotions settle, he gestures for Leon to explain more. Leon recounts their visit to the Pars Slope territory, revealing that our boy has come seeking an audience to deliver important revelations. The Count listens intently, intrigued by the news. But just as things seem to calm down, Leon adds a new detail, his voice filled with concern. The mention of the dungeon quickly spreads through the room, breaking the calm atmosphere. Unexpectedly, the Count bursts into laughter, as if some weight had been lifted from his shoulders. In that moment, he signs a document, announcing that he is stepping down from his position. Leon, stunned by this sudden decision, protests, his emotions in turmoil. However, his father remains firm, urging Leon to understand the gravity of the situation. The rise of the Walpurgis family now poses a significant threat to the Pars Slope family, putting the secrets of the dungeon at risk. Leon, both concerned and confused, tries to reassure his father, promising that the dungeon's secrets will remain protected. The solution, he explains, lies in an offer from our boy Walpurgis, a chance to preserve the sanctity of their sacred place. The Count listens intently, his curiosity piqued. The Count, eager to know more, asks about the offer. Leon calmly explains that it involves the complete Muller training method, a revelation that shocks the Count. The importance of this revelation becomes clear as Leon goes on to explain that Mikhail knows the complete Muller training, which has led them to this point. The Count's interest deepens at the mention of this rare and valuable skill. Leon further elaborates that the promise made between Mikhail and himself involves transferring the knowledge of the Muller training. The Count, understanding the importance of mage promises, begins to grasp the significance of the situation for the dungeon and the Parslope family. The true weight of the dungeon's heart is revealed to our boy Walpurgis, who is willing to trade the sacred Muller training method for it. This stirs a burning question in the Count's mind. What secrets are hidden deep within the dungeon's depths? The desire to uncover those secrets grows stronger with each passing moment. With a determined resolve, Count Parslope decides to speak directly with our boy, prepared to confront the truth behind the offer. Meanwhile, the butler, ever composed and loyal, struggles with his growing concerns. He expresses his anxiety to Mikhail, focusing on the sanctity of the dungeon, which holds immense historical and traditional importance. Doubts arise as he wonders whether Mikhail truly understands the significance of the dungeon, and if he too has the right to claim ownership of it. Our boy remains calm and composed, his expression neutral. He points out a key aspect the butler has overlooked. As a keeper of knowledge, our boy is well aware of the Parslope family's reliance on the Muller training method. This knowledge makes the trade's significance clearer. The dungeon is not merely a treasure trove but a source of frustration, having been plagued by past failures and attacks, thus changing the nature of the negotiations. Confident in his position, Mikhail believes the deal will work. He reassures the butler, explaining that once he speaks with Count Parslope, everything will become clear. Despite this, doubt still lingers in the butler's mind. He fears that even with Mikhail's status, Count Parslope will never allow access to the dungeon. Our boy's confidence remains unshaken. He assures the butler that, confident in his position, Mikhail believes the deal will work. He reassures the butler, explaining that once he speaks with Count Parslope, everything will become clear. Despite this, doubt still lingers in the butler's mind. He fears that even with Mikhail's status, Count Parslope will never allow access to the dungeon. Our boy's confidence remains unshaken. He assures the butler that Count Parslope will be persuaded in a moment. The butler, both amazed and skeptical, falls silent when the Count enters the room. Count Parslope's presence is commanding, and he carries the weight of responsibility. Our boy smiles knowingly, sensing that the situation is about to take a turn. The Count sits down, his gaze fixed on Mikhail. Having been informed by Leon about Mikhail's interest in the dungeon, the Count meets his gaze with curiosity. Our boy explains that a mage's thirst for the unknown makes the dungeon the perfect place to explore. The Count leans in, eager to hear more. Realization dawns on the Count that our boy holds the key to a deeper truth, one tied to the value of the Muller training method. He wonders if Leon's passion for the training will match his own. Beneath Mikhail's calm exterior, the Count senses a growing understanding. The Muller training method is only part of a larger picture, and the conversation will not be as straightforward as it first seemed. Thinking strategically, Mikhail shifts the conversation. He asks whether the Parslope family possesses the power to access the dungeon on their own, or if outside help will be needed. The Count, never one to boast, admits honestly that the family lacks the resources to raid the dungeon. Our boy hints at a more radical idea, suggesting an unexpected turn in the negotiations. An alliance, Mikhail proposes, sparking the Count's curiosity. Leaning forward, the Count asks if he intends to work with him, not as a member of the Walpurgis family, but as an individual. Mikhail confirms with a nod, explaining that they won't need a full team, just a select few. The Count asks how long our boy will need access to the dungeon. With a confident expression, Mikhail proposes just 1 day. Surprised by the short time frame, the Count asks what will happen if Mikhail fails. His response is simple. If he fails, the Count will receive the Muller training method. If he succeeds, he will claim half of the dungeon's treasure. United by their shared goal, the trio stands at the dungeon's entrance, ready to begin. The weight of their mission presses down on them as the unknown looms ahead. Leon, shocked, questions our boy's plan, wondering if it is really just the three of them who will enter the dungeon. The magnitude of the task unsettles him, but Mikhail's response is unwavering. Only those without doubt can proceed. As Leon prepares to step forward, our boy halts him, pointing out a hidden danger. A trap, he warns, lies ahead, and rushing in unprepared will lead to disaster. Leon, curious, asks about the trap and why they can't simply enter. Our boy explains that this dungeon is unlike any other. It is a living entity. The dungeon reveals its secrets as Mikhail illuminates the darkness. Unlike anything they've encountered before, it functions as a living organism, drawing energy to sustain itself. Entering unprepared would be like offering oneself as food, a fate met by past mercenaries. But Mikhail is ready. With the knowledge to handle the dungeon, he explains that by feeding it mana and using his special spell, they can break through its defenses. As he chants, strange sounds rise from within the dungeon, a mix of whispers and echoes from the past. Our boy urges the group to prepare as the entrance opens, revealing both treasures and dangers. A brilliant flash of light illuminates the dungeon's mouth, and Mikhail, familiar with the extraordinary, recognizes the significance of the moment. This is the first grave of the Aesir, and the dungeon holds a relic of divine origin. Mikhail has encountered the relic before, alongside legendary comrades. Its mystery deepens with a prophecy from a saintly figure they met. She described the relic as a storm, growing stronger based on its possessor's talent. The first keeper of the relic, Siegfried, the infamous warrior, wasted its potential within a week. The relic was then placed in the Aesir's grave, marking the beginning of a long story. Determined not to repeat the past's mistakes, Mikhail aims to claim the relic, unlock its potential, and protect it. The trio moves deeper into the dungeon. Time freezes, the moment when the dungeon was first created. What they are witnessing is the result of a god-level skill. Our boy confirms the importance of their discovery, noting that crafting such a dungeon is no small feat. A shift in the air alerts our boy to something ahead. He quickly warns Leon as an army of goblins appears, ready for battle. Leon, sensing the urgency, suggests retreating and forming a plan. Mikhail, remaining calm, explains that victory isn't just about numbers. A direct attack, he says, will lead to unnecessary bloodshed. This, he reassures, is just the first gate of the dungeon. This is not a dungeon but a grave, and the grave was meant to be cleared by one man. With practiced instinct, Mikhail withdraws a dagger and begins etching intricate marks on the dungeon's walls. Leon, curious about his actions, watches as crystal residue falls to the ground and asks what he is doing. Our boy explains simply that he is scraping off the crystalline layers covering the etched letters. Leon, still puzzled, asks why. Our boy, holding the crystal remnants, reveals a key insight about goblins. They are drawn to these crystal shards, hoarding them with a greedy instinct. Continuing, Mikhail explains that the crystals are valuable not just for their physical form, but because of their hallucinogenic properties. By hiding the shards under a layer of magic and dispersing them, they can use this to their advantage. Using the crystal fragments, Mikhail sparks an explosion of greed among the goblins. Driven by their desire for the shards, the goblins turn on each other in violent chaos. He tosses the shards into the air, letting them spread toward the approaching horde. As the shards glisten, they create a burst of light, and when it fades, the goblins are in disarray, fighting each other in a chaotic scramble. With the first gate cleared, our boy notices something in the chaos, a magical artifact pulsing with power. His curiosity piqued, he bends down to retrieve the item. The goblins had unknowingly guarded a valuable treasure. Our boy examines the object in his hand and realizes it is a subspace pouch of the highest grade, a rare and powerful artifact. This discovery triggers memories from his previous life when he raided this dungeon but missed this important item. Frustration grows as he remembers the stupid warrior had killed the goblin and destroyed the pouch. Shouting in frustration, Mikhail vents his anger. Leon, noticing his strange behavior, turns to the butler for an explanation. The butler, used to Mikhail's eccentricities, reassures Leon that there is no need to worry. Examining the subspace pouch, our boy realizes it is the same one he lost in his previous life. As his frustration fades, he recognizes that finding it in the dungeon is significant. It could be a game changer for their journey. He asks Leon to hand over the pouch, and as he studies it closely, he discovers an inscription on the back. The words read, "Lay down the greatest greed." Driven by curiosity, the trio tries to understand the meaning of the message. The butler, experienced in deduction, suggests it might be a clue for the next stage of their journey. Attuned to the intricacies of the living dungeon, our boy concludes that the message, "greatest greed," must be connected to something deep within the dungeon's depths. His thoughts turn to the Goblin King, a powerful figure among the goblins. He believes the Goblin Chief, as the embodiment of greed, holds the key to the puzzle. Mikhail suggests they must obtain a Goblin Chief stone and place it inside the infinite subspace pouch. Leon, eager to contribute, volunteers to handle the task. However, doubt flickers in Mikhail's eyes as he quickly refuses. Frustrated by the rejection, Leon questions why a mage would be better suited for the job. In that moment, an idea strikes him, turning the task into a test of skill. Leon proposes a wager. Both he and our boy will try to obtain a Goblin King stone, and the one who retrieves the better stone will win the infinite subspace pouch. Our boy accepts the challenge, and they both set off on their attempts. Leon unsheathes his sword with precision and successfully secures the Goblin King stone, his skill evident in the clean retrieval. Not far behind, Mikhail expertly retrieves his stone, which pulses with the lingering mana of the Goblin King. Leon, though impressed, realizes he has been outperformed. Mikhail places the stone into the infinite subspace pouch, and a key materializes before them. A massive door opens, revealing the next step in their journey. For our boy, this is a significant moment. He recognizes that he has never gone beyond the fourth gate in his previous life. A smile forms on his face, suggesting he has found a valuable shortcut. The trio moves through an ornate door and steps into a dimly lit chamber where their footsteps echo in the stillness. Leon, the youngest member of the group, grows curious about our boy. He turns to the trusted butler and asks why he doesn't seem to fit the typical mold of someone his age. The butler explains that Mikhail is the subject of many whispers and rumors, which turn out to be true. However, these rumors are more complex than they seem. Our boy is not the perfect example of skill, charisma, and insight that one might expect. He shares this fact only because he has chosen to reveal it. Leon finds this odd, as most people tend to hide the less flattering parts of their past. But our boy has chosen to accept and integrate them. Standing before the fourth gate, our boy speaks about feeling as though they have skipped over certain events to reach this point. The gate is important, yet it holds a mystery for him, as he has never reached it in his previous life. The gate is different from any other challenge Mikhail has faced. Ancient hieroglyphs cover its surface, and he begins to decipher the message. The inscription is cryptic, urging them to enter without overthinking. Deciding to move forward without overthinking, Mikhail begins to approach. Leon, cautious, suggests they proceed carefully. He understands the importance of being cautious when facing the unknown. Mikhail agrees, acknowledging they don't have enough information to make a fully informed decision. To prepare, Mikhail casts a protective spell on Leon and the butler, ensuring they are shielded from potential harm. With these precautions in place, our boy opens the door. Inside, the room is completely dark. Even his light magic can't fully dispel the darkness, and the room's size and boundaries are hidden in the blackness. Unease grips Mikhail, his primary concern being Leon's safety. Determined to resolve the situation for his young friend, he moves forward, spotting a figure ahead, armored and with its head lowered. The illusion becomes clear. It's not the real Leon. Our boy assesses it, impressed by its quality, yet he directly asks where the real Leon is. The illusion of Leon attempts to engage, asking why our boy is in such a hurry and suggesting they sit down to reminisce. Focused on the mission, Mikhail declines, sensing the illusion's attempt to distract him. The illusion escalates, attempting to manipulate him with a vivid memory that paints him as a coward who had abandoned others in the past. Mikhail stands firm, lowering his rating of the illusion. With calm precision, he summons his magic, dispelling the illusion of Leon, which crumbles into ashes. The oppressive power vanishes, leaving the room in an eerie silence. The butler breaks the silence, noticing strange crystals scattered around. His young master identifies them as mana crystals, explaining their value. The butler, his gaze shifting, notices Leon's distress. Confusion and despair cloud Leon's features. Our boy moves swiftly to his side, and the butler, concerned, asks what their next move will be. Mikhail's response is simple. He will snap Leon out of it. Trapped in his own memories, Leon is overwhelmed by the expectations placed on him by his father and the loyal servants. These illusions cloud his mind, making him forget their mission. Dark magic dims his once bright eyes. In Leon's mind, a plan begins to form. If Mikhail were to fall here, Leon's family would take control of the dungeon. But his main goal is to restore his family's honor, even if it means sacrificing his comrades. With his sword drawn, Leon prepares to confront our boy. A magic missile is fired, striking Leon with several arrows. Shocked by the attack, Leon realizes he's no match for our boy, especially since Mikhail knows everything about Leon's mana training. Leon believed death was inevitable as despair consumed him. But then something shifted. His eyes, once clouded by darkness, slowly returned to their normal color. A sense of clarity washed over him, signaling that something had changed. Our boy exhaled, feeling a sense of relief, and recognized that it was time to move on. Though still uneasy, Leon knows our boy is strong, and they must continue. As they descend deeper into the dungeon, the environment becomes more oppressive. The forest they pass through shifts into thick fog, disorienting them. Our boy, relying on his sharp instincts, realizes the fog isn't natural but intentionally created within the dungeon. The fog is now so dense that he can't see Leon or the butler. Confidently, Mikhail moves forward, relying on his instincts. As he ventures deeper into the dungeon, he eventually reaches the end of their journey and encounters a green-haired girl seated at a table, her expression enigmatic and smile cryptic. The girl greets him with an understated yet profound presence, offering no further explanation for her being there. Mikhail, unfazed, proceeds to inquire about her role within the dungeon, seeking to understand her purpose and authority in the situation. With a gentle smile, the girl's emerald eyes shimmer with an unsettling knowledge, revealing her awareness of the situation. She doesn't seem surprised by his approach, and Mikhail, sensing an opportunity, responds with a calm confidence that borders on audacity. His words reflect his belief that he's encountered similar situations before, and he's not fazed by what lies ahead. She dismisses the question with a wave of her hand, her smile shifting slightly, as though the nature of her authority is irrelevant. Before she can explain further, Mikhail interrupts, identifying her as Set, the guardian of storm, and linking her to the first shard of the god Asar. His declaration is met with surprise, and the girl reacts, her eyes wide in astonishment at his knowledge. Mikhail, unwavering, maintains that his actions and achievements have already proven his worth. He expects to receive the reward that is rightfully his. The girl, still puzzled by his certainty, asks how he came by this knowledge, but he responds cryptically, implying that this is not his first encounter with such a situation. Accepting his words, the girl's demeanor shifts, and she acknowledges that she has a duty to give the holy item to the one who is qualified. With a wave of her hand, a magic circle materializes before her, casting a brilliant green light. From it, a necklace forms, glowing with a vibrant aura. She explains that the item is a holy artifact, imbued with her powers, capable of transforming into a shield or a spear as needed for protection. She has never named it, but refers to it as Set Storm. As he takes the necklace, our boy feels an immediate sense of curiosity and anticipation. Holding the item in his hands, he senses something distinct about it, something different from what he had encountered in a previous life. The spirit notices his hesitation and reassures him of the necklace's authenticity. She assures him that she would never offer a counterfeit item to someone who has passed the fourth gate. Slowly, his confusion clears, and he realizes that if this item is indeed genuine, then the one he obtained in his previous life must have been a deceptive version, one that cost countless lives for a mere imitation. Finally, our boy, seeking clarity, asks if there is a way to acquire such a holy item if they were still at the third gate. The spirit responds firmly, explaining that there is no way to obtain the holy item at the third gate. It is a puzzle that requires thought, and without passing the third gate, one isn't worthy of the item. A nod follows as the necklace is placed around his neck. The pendant glows brightly and then shatters, enveloping him in a green aura. The spirit elaborates that the pendant is a complex barrier, designed to protect both body and soul. It can shield against an attack once a day, with its effectiveness increasing as strength grows. Though somewhat disappointed by its limits, appreciation for the protection provided remains. As the spirit's form begins to fade, a realization sets in. The time freeze spell is wearing off. He glances at the girl and, with curiosity, inquires if she would stay if she had the choice. The spirit, now almost translucent, gives a wistful smile. She explains that repairing the ancient magic barrier requires knowledge greater than that of a ninth circle mage, which is practically impossible. Still, there is a desire to see how the outside world has changed. Understanding the significance of her words, action is taken. Moving toward a wall marked with green lines and circles, a spherical object sits before it. Recognizing its role in the dungeon's operation, a decision is made to help the spirit. By manipulating the sphere, an enhanced time freeze spell is cast. A brilliant green light radiates from her form, and monocrystals begin to form, establishing a connection to the dungeon's inner workings. As the process continues, her ethereal essence begins to fade, her form shrinking. Something remarkable has been accomplished. The spirit, now smaller and bewildered by the change, becomes frustrated as she notices her diminished state. Recoil follows, her offense taken at the comment about finding her cute. She reminds him that she is one of the great apostles who served an old god. A quick apology is offered, explaining that her reduced size was necessary to prolong the time freeze spell. The outcome, he assures her, is favorable. Still struggling to understand what happened, the spirit questions his identity, amazed by his ability to perform a time freeze spell. With confidence, he claims that he isn't a ninth circle mage, but a genius with overwhelming talent. Her skepticism remains, and his answer only deepens the mystery surrounding him. As they travel in carriages, a large collection of monocrystals is carried by Mel and his companions. The soldier accompanying them stares at the radiant gems, marveling at their immense value and extraordinary quantity. The immense value of the monocrystals proves to be a game-changer for Count Parslope's coffers. He is impressed by Mel's accomplishment, admitting that he hadn't expected such a quick return without much trouble. With a confident reply, Mel explains that he never proposes anything he can't accomplish. Count Parslope jolts with realization. Mikhail, from the renowned Walpurgis family, has proven his skills time and again. The Walpurgis family's reputation for excellence momentarily slips his mind. As Mikhail reminds him of their agreement, the Count feels a tinge of regret, wishing he had negotiated for a better deal. However, it becomes clear that the Count's concession is likely an act. The pressure to conquer the dungeon has been mounting, and the Count has invested significant resources without any returns. Despite this, a powerful ally now stands with him, and the relief of their success overshadows his concerns. The Count reminds our boy of the promise to provide the Mulier training method, stressing its importance for learning at an early age. Always ready to fulfill his commitments, our boy suggests they begin the training that day. 4 days later, outside the mansion, soldiers whisper excitedly about the arrival of a new knight, a mysterious figure who has come specifically to train Leon. Rumors spread that this is no ordinary knight, but a mage of great skill. The scene shifts to the training grounds within Parslope's palace, where Leon trains hard under Mikhail's watchful eye. As Leon spars with intensity, Spirit Set asks Mikhail about his unconventional training methods, curious about why he trains Leon this way. Our boy responds thoughtfully, suggesting he might be too lenient. Spirit Set, surprised by his statement, jokes about the meaning of the word gentle, though her comment shows an appreciation for our boy's unorthodox approach. Mikhail explains that by incorporating the natural flow of mana, the training can be more effective. The focus is on making Leon more aware of mana. Mikhail believes knights do not need precise mana control, and this method is fitting for Leon's training. During the exercises, Leon struggles and cries out in pain, but Mikhail responds with congratulations instead of sympathy. Leon, confused about the nature of the training, receives an explanation from Mikhail that he learned this method from a highly qualified individual. Expecting the training to wear our boy down, Leon is unaware that our boy has a different goal in mind. Mikhail grows irritated with Leon's assumption and tells him to focus on channeling mana as instructed. As Leon complies, he feels his body relax and adjusts to the technique. Mikhail explains that the technique Leon used to deflect spells is a crucial part of the training. The next step is for Leon to master this method. As his confidence grows, his sword begins to glow with a blue aura. Recognizing that Leon is making rapid progress and nearing the final stage of the Muller's training method, our boy understands the importance of patience. After the training session, our boy retreats to a secluded area, ensuring there are no onlookers. Spirit Set, sensing something personal, questions why he needs solitude, but our boy assures her she can stay, explaining that he has his reasons. Our boy decides to test the full capabilities of the Storm Pendant. Activating it, a large green aura surrounds him. Spirit Set, curious, wonders if the goal is to test its defensive abilities or explore other functions. Mikhail explains that he wants to understand all the pendant's uses since it's a holy item infused with her power. Spirit Set, cautious but intrigued, asks if she can help explore its functions. Surprisingly, our boy asserts that she is about to do something she doesn't fully understand. This statement angers Spirit Set, but Mikhail continues with his experiment. He manipulates the pendant's powers, causing the green aura to intensify until it forms a massive sphere of energy. Spirit Set warns him to stop, concerned for his safety as the surge of energy could overwhelm him. However, our boy maintains precise control over the mana and the Storm Pendant, proving her concerns unnecessary. Having studied the pendant thoroughly, Mikhail understands how it works with the free circulation method. This method involves circulating mana in multiple directions, a task that once posed challenges. After struggling with it before, our boy is now ready to test his theory. Channeling a sixth circle spell, flames erupt into a blazing inferno. He quickly follows with a seventh circle spell, manipulating gravity. Rocks lift into the air, defying gravity. Spirit Set, amazed, watches as Mikhail unlocks the full potential of the Storm Pendant. A week has passed since our boy began mentoring Leon in the Muller's training method, guiding him through the complex and powerful techniques. The Muller's approach to swordsmanship is known for its complexity, requiring precision and discipline. Leon, dedicated to mastering it, sees tangible progress as he continues his training. Mikhail, watching Leon's development, is pleased with his rapid improvement. As Leon gains confidence in his abilities, a growing sense of accomplishment fills him. He realizes that, under our boy's guidance, he has perfected the technique. Mikhail, observing Leon's potential, imagines a future where Leon could rise to the rank of swordmaster in just a few years, becoming a powerful figure in swordsmanship. Curious, Leon asks our boy about his plans for the temple. He speculates that Mikhail is teaching him the Muller method to prepare him for a role in the temple's hero recruitment. Our boy responds carefully, momentarily forgetting the importance of the temple due to recent events, especially the acquisition of the first holy item. Mikhail refocuses on their mission, as Leon's question brings him back on track. Our boy acknowledges the need to find Cassandra before heading to the temple. Just as the conversation continues, a soldier arrives with urgent news about an unexpected visitor. Leon asks who the guest is, as no one had expected. Mikhail quickly deduces that the visitor is Eileen, a member of a well-known family. His deduction proves correct when they move from the training grounds to the living room, where Eileen awaits them. Concern shadows Eileen's face. Though the Parslope family has lost much of its influence over time, she clings to her aspirations of becoming a knight. Her past, especially her entanglements with the Walpurgis family, complicates this ambition. Her father recently assured her that the Walpurgis family, led by the Marquis, would no longer meddle in her life. With her father's full support, Eileen is now free to make her own choices. Yet, The shame brought upon the Lindell family by her past mistakes weighs heavily on her. Determined to restore her family's honor and regain her father's trust, she resolves to challenge Leon Parslope, the sword saint of the new era, to a duel. Victory, she believes, will prove her worth as a knight. Reflection on her plan is interrupted when our boy enters the room with his usual calm demeanor. Greeting her casually, he catches Eileen off guard. She questions his presence, and with a subtle smile, he reminds her that he is an invited guest, while her visit is the unexpected one. Assurances follow. He addresses any lingering concerns about their family's prior engagement, explaining that it ended amicably. Public announcements from both sides made it clear there was no doubt about his qualifications. The rumors that once questioned his abilities have long since been put to rest. Doubt lingers in Mikhail's mind about how Eileen views the events surrounding their families. When she inquires about Leon, he informs her that Leon is preoccupied with personal grooming and offers to keep her company in the meantime. Her purpose for visiting emerges. Eileen seeks to learn swordsmanship from another family, a bold request she acknowledges openly. Observing her keen skill with a blade, our boy recognizes her potential as a valuable ally in the fight against the demon god. Practicality shapes his thoughts. Eileen's strength, he realizes, could be an asset to their mission. His expression grows thoughtful, almost enigmatic, leaving her uneasy. The hint of an opportunity in his words confuses yet intrigues her. He notes that her desire to train with another family reflects a deeper drive for self-improvement and power. Support is offered to smooth over any tension with Leon, as Mikhail warns that Leon, known for his disciplined nature, may not appreciate an unannounced visitor. This gesture leaves Eileen momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Training in the courtyard continues for Leon until our boy arrives, unexpectedly accompanied by Eileen. Surprise flashes across Leon's face as he senses something amiss. The concern, however, is brushed aside as Mikhail reassures him of his genuine intentions. Curiosity gets the better of Eileen. Leaning forward, she asks if her presence creates any issue, her voice steady but edged with uncertainty. The unexpected sight of Eileen leaves Leon momentarily speechless. Her unannounced arrival disrupts his routine, casting a sense of curiosity over the interaction. During the training session that follows, Eileen struggles against the relentless magic missiles conjured by our boy. Each attack tests her limits, while Leon showcases impressive resilience, enduring the onslaught with ease. A lapse in concentration causes Eileen to falter. Distracted by Leon's composed performance, she stumbles and falls, frustration evident in her expression. Turning to Mikhail, she questions the stark contrast in their abilities. His response is measured, pointing out that her struggles stem not from the difficulty, but from the openings in her defenses that invite failure. He encourages her to learn from these gaps and improve. The lesson, though acknowledged, doesn't lift her spirits. Doubts creep in as she perceives Leon's lack of interest in her progress, leaving her disheartened. Yet our boy sees promise in her efforts, quietly noting that her development aligns with his expectations. Confidence in her potential underpins his reassurances as the session winds down. He informs Eileen of his intention to speak with her privately, his tone leaving no room for argument. Confusion flashes across her face as she questions the true purpose of the rigorous training. A calm smile plays on his lips as he reveals the truth. This training, he explains, serves his enjoyment. Memories of a previous life surface, where Eileen's lack of strength had hindered their progress. This time, he is determined to help her reach her full potential. To further aid her growth, he offers to introduce her to a mentor capable of guiding her journey. The offer is met with a gentle but firm rejection. Eileen clarifies that her purpose for visiting lies elsewhere. Doubts about Mikhail's qualifications as a mage to provide effective training methods surface, her skepticism cutting through her words. Leon steps forward with enthusiasm, suggesting his own mentor instead. His unwavering confidence in this mentor surprises Eileen. He recounts how the mentor personally taught him the aura training method he now practices, a revelation that leaves her puzzled. Mikhail intervenes to clarify. While unable to perform the method himself, his deep theoretical understanding enables him to teach it effectively. Leon's unwavering support bolsters the explanation, gradually dispelling Eileen's doubts. Realizing the unfairness of her earlier skepticism, she offers a heartfelt apology. The sincerity of her words catches him off guard. Curiosity lights his eyes as he asks why she feels the need to apologize. Her explanation reflects newfound respect, acknowledging the well-meaning nature of his advice. Regret for her earlier rudeness colors her tone, revealing a side of Eileen he hadn't expected to see. A questioning glance from our boy prompts Eileen to demand an explanation. He waves off her concern with a casual assurance that nothing is wrong, though his joking remark about her guilty conscience stings her pride. Annoyed, she brushes it off and redirects the conversation, insisting he proceed with introducing her to the mentor. Instead of complying immediately, He leans back with a composed expression and declares he won't share such valuable information without something of equal worth in return. The demand makes her pause. A suggestion of deferred payment is quickly rejected, leaving her no choice but to sigh and retrieve a flawless monocrystal from her pocket. The rare and gleaming crystal surprises him. Eileen explains that she had intended to use it for negotiations, given its immense value in dungeon expeditions. The revelation stirs suspicion in Mikhail's mind, drawing him to question how much the Lindell family knows about the Peril family's dungeon ventures. The cunning influence of her grandfather seems to linger behind her actions, affirming suspicions of meticulous orchestration. Acknowledging both her resourcefulness and readiness, he accepts the crystal. Shifting the focus, he brings up a legendary figure, asking if she has heard of the Arbiter of Lawlessness. Excitement lights up Leon's eyes as he jumps in, describing the figure as the oddball of the Western era, a swordmaster unaffiliated with any empire. The title prompts a nod of agreement. Our boy introduces the figure as Milium Arielon, the sword overlord of the West, renowned for defeating the 7th Legion commander of the demon god's army. He then reveals that Milium will serve as the mentor he mentioned earlier. Doubt clouds Eileen's face as she questions how someone from his family could secure Milium's cooperation, especially when even the Margrave of the West failed. A refusal to elaborate meets her inquiry, leaving her to dwell on the mystery. Turning to Leon, Mikhail reminds him of their earlier discussion about the temple. Leon confirms his understanding and asks about the timing. With calm precision, the meeting is scheduled for the next day, and an invitation is extended to Eileen, instructing her to prepare for a journey to the capital. The sudden decision catches her off guard. Demands for an explanation rise, questioning the need for her involvement and the trip's purpose. His response is vague but firm, urging trust in the process and stressing the urgency of learning the training method. Thoughts drift toward the region's turmoil, the contentious hero selection event, and the mysterious presence of the Arbiter of Lawlessness in the capital. These developments weave into his plans, offering an opportunity to address multiple issues. Frustration grows as Eileen presses for clarity, yet her persistence is met with deflections. The lack of transparency leaves her uneasy about the role she is to play in the unfolding chaos. The scene shifts to a grand palace where our boy sits on a regal chair. A mystical spirit, Seth, appears and engages him in conversation. Seth comments on the lively nature of the young individuals they had encountered, contrasting their energy with Mikhail's calm and reserved demeanor. Encouragement to adopt a more carefree attitude follows, but our boy, acknowledging his complex character, admits that his experiences over the years have left him with a touch of corruption. Seth inquires about the monocrystal and his plans for it, explaining that he intends to use it to craft a personal artifact, as most mages would. Mikhail listens as Seth expresses admiration for his innovative ideas and presses for details about the artifact. The possibilities are vast, given the variety of ingredients available, and he reveals that his intention is to create a staff, which piques Seth's curiosity. Practical concerns about needing a medium to hold the monocrystal in place and a tree with at least 100 years of holy power to manage the crystal's energy are raised by Seth. Assurance follows as our boy explains that he has a plan to acquire what is necessary. Though acknowledging his confidence, Seth remains puzzled by the earlier cryptic hints. Choosing not to clarify, he hints at using a branch from the world tree in his plans. Flustered by his deduction, Seth asks how he had figured out her connection to the world tree. Calmly explaining that it hadn't been difficult to deduce, Mikhail mentions that he is in the process of planning the creation of a staff using mana crystals as powerful artifacts. Refining the crystals to craft a unique orb is described as a task that would not be easy due to the challenges of refining mana crystals. The refining process is known to be a challenging one, with a failed attempt capable of destroying an entire territory. Confidence remains firm. As our boy explains, he had refined mana crystals many times before his regression and perfected the technique. Seth asks how he plans to manage the many mana circuits within the crystal. An additional spell will remain active, allowing control of the crystal. To bypass the mana limit, he intends to use a combination of 4 specific spells: Special Engraving, Mana Control, Amplification, and Spell Attachment. Amazement follows as Seth questions how he developed such expertise, typically found only in high sorcerers. Attributing it to a mix of natural talent and patience, Mikhail notes Seth's lingering skepticism. Using blood to alter the crystal's properties and imprint his mana signature marks the final step of the process. As the blood is applied, the crystal transforms, turning a deep black. Seth observes that the color of the orb usually reflects a mage's unique mana properties. Rare compatibility with all forms of magic makes him an exception to the usual rules, as our boy explains. Surprise flashes across Seth's face as he manipulates the crystal with a fireball, causing its color to change again, this time to a vibrant red. The shift signals a decrease in mana consumption and an increase in efficiency. Testing the maximum output of the newly refined crystal becomes the next eager step. The next day, Mikhail meets with Leon, who informs him that Orc Barrack in the mountains had been destroyed the previous night. While it is a relief to be rid of the monster, Leon's father has been searching for it ever since. Our boy seems unfazed, and Leon, realizing something is amiss, suspects Mikhail is responsible. With a grin, our boy confirms Leon's suspicion, praising the orcs on his territory. Leon is frustrated with Mikhail's unpredictable actions. An old man speaks with the holiness about a prophecy that had been foretold. The old man had shared the prophecy as instructed, but it seems Archbishop Naren did not respond well to the news. The holiness acknowledges the difficulty of convincing others about the significance of the prophecy, recognizing that it has set a poor precedent. Despite these challenges, the holiness remains determined, emphasizing the importance of monitoring the prophecy. The old man reports that they have not yet located Cassandra, the prophet in question. He suggests that sometimes ignoring a prophecy could be beneficial, as it would pose minimal risk. However, the holiness has doubts about this approach and believes they should not ignore Cassandra's prophecy entirely. The holiness hopes that someone will eventually be willing to work with them. Eileen asks our boy about the prophecy they are planning to investigate. Mikhail confirms that their journey is related to the prophecy. Eileen expresses doubt about the reliability of prophecies, noting how difficult it is to interpret visions accurately. Our boy agrees with Eileen's skepticism, acknowledging that prophecies are uncertain and unreliable. He also points out that even after translation, there is no sign that the prophecy will be fulfilled soon. Our boy mentions that, at this point, becoming a hero holds little value since heroes are most needed when there's an urgent threat. However, he argues that their journey still holds value, as traveling to the capital will allow them to make important connections with people from the divine country. Eileen questions the importance of these connections, and our boy emphasizes their significance in the larger context. Eileen then asks about the Arbiter of Lawlessness, and our boy reassures her that they can make contact with this figure once they reach the capital. Mikhail has one final goal: to find Cassandra. He asks his butler about the progress of a task he had assigned earlier. The butler informs him that agents from the divine country have been sent to search for the prophet, but Cassandra has not been found. It is also reported that Cassandra had been seen with a knight at the border before going into hiding. She left a cryptic message which intrigues our boy. The butler reveals that Cassandra's message said she would be waiting for something or someone, sparking Mikhail's curiosity. Their journey begins with our boy using his teleportation magic to transport his group to the grand capital city. However, one of the group members, Leon, is uncomfortable with the magic. He feels nauseous and voices his dislike for relying on magic. Leon is frustrated by their choice of transportation. While horses and carriages are available, they have used magic for convenience. Mikhail, calm as always, explains that magic is the fastest way to their destination and has brought them to the capital city quickly. Leon remains skeptical and, as they enter the city, is struck by its grandeur. The capital city seems far more impressive than any other city they have encountered. Eileen admires the city's elegance but isn't as enthusiastic as Leon. Our boy agrees with Eileen's view, which adds to Leon's frustration, as he hoped for support in his criticism of magic. As the group marvels at the capital's magnificence, Mikhail briefly reflects on the past before focusing back on their mission. The group moves toward the central temple, keeping their focus on the mission. However, their path is interrupted when Seth points out a scene nearby. A young girl is confronting a bandit, warning him about the consequences of his actions. Intrigued, our boy watches the situation unfold. The bandit, ignoring the girl's threats, raises his hand to strike her. Unwilling to let harm occur, Mikhail uses his shield magic to protect the girl. Just as the bandit is about to strike, a knight appears, drawing his sword. The knight's blade cuts through our boy's shield, disintegrating it, and the bandit is knocked to the ground, ending his assault. Mikhail quickly scolds the knight for using violence in the capital city. The knight's actions are questioned, but our boy, ever the diplomat, urges him to sheath his weapon to prevent further escalation. The girl asks the knight to stop and expresses her happiness at meeting Mikhail, which sparks curiosity in the group about their connection. When our boy asks if they've met before, the girl gives a cryptic answer, suggesting they haven't. Leon, tired of the situation, suggests they move away from the growing crowd. Mikhail agrees but uses his hold magic to immobilize the defeated bandit and quickly searches his belongings. The bandit, frustrated, protests the search. Our boy calmly explains that he's returning a pouch to its rightful owner, pointing out a symbol on it that links it to the divine country. The bandit claims it's his, leading to a brief exchange. Mikhail leans in and quietly warns the bandit about the inconsistency of his actions. Leaving the bandit with a warning, our boy tells him to pass on a message to a brown rat and to understand its significance. Before the bandit can respond, Mikhail silences him and instructs him not to speak. The pouch is returned to its rightful owner, the mysterious girl. Leon and Eileen, still puzzled by the cryptic exchange, are left confused by the girl's words. The butler suggests that she might be a prophet, a thought that shocks the group as they try to understand its implications. Noticing the group's confusion, the girl spoke up, her voice carrying a quiet authority as she introduced herself. Her name was Cassandra. The scene shifts to the city's sewers, where the bandit from earlier is reporting to a higher authority. Still shaken from his encounter with the group, the bandit explains the cause of his distress. He informs his boss that a Walpurgis is actively searching for him and had attempted to retrieve the stolen pouch. Initially dismissive, the boss's attitude changes to frustration and anger. He had expected little from the young Walpurgis, viewing them as an insignificant threat. The boss chastises the bandit for returning empty-handed, especially after being outwitted by a child. In his anger, the boss summons a monstrous creature to deal with the bandit. As the creature closes in on him, the bandit recalls Cassandra's warning about getting into trouble. But it's too late. The creature kills him quickly and brutally. The boss, now in a difficult situation, ponders how to deal with the growing conflict with the Walpurgis. Suddenly a knight with striking purple hair appears in the sewer, adding more complexity to the situation. The knight stands at a crossroads, needing answers that the boss of the bandits can provide. Amused by the turn of events, the boss grins and chuckles. Determined, the knight points her sword at the bandit boss, demanding answers. She makes it clear that any attempts at deception will have serious consequences. Realizing the danger, the boss tries to strike a deal with the knight, recognizing her skill as a swordmaster. He begs her to spare his life, warning that her child will remain elusive if he dies. He offers valuable information in exchange for her agreement to a task. Intrigued, the knight asks what he wants from her. The boss, his face shadowed, reveals that a figure named Walpurgis is involved in their current predicament. Cassandra requests a private meeting with our boy and asks the butler, Eileen, and Leon to wait for her return. Leon, possibly frustrated from earlier events, decides to proceed with the preparations at the temple and invites Mikhail to join him after his discussion with Cassandra. Eileen also chooses to accompany Leon to the temple, but before leaving, our boy stops her for a brief exchange. He quietly warns her to be cautious in dangerous situations, and she nods in acknowledgement. With the group gone, Mikhail can now focus on Cassandra. Eager to learn the reason she sought him out, he listens intently. Cassandra explains her extraordinary ability to foresee the future. She asks our boy if he has ever received the blessing of prophecy. Since childhood, she has experienced visions of future events, often unwanted and troubling. These premonitions include the deaths of friends and catastrophic events, such as carriages being destroyed. Her desire to prevent these tragedies only seems to make things worse, creating a cycle of repeating disasters. One of her most troubling visions is of the arrival of a demon god and the potential end of the world. Desperate, Cassandra turned to the Pope, hoping to be taken seriously, but her pleas were ignored. The burden of her gift and the isolation it caused had become too much to bear. Cassandra's unique gift has left her isolated and suffering. On the brink of hopelessness, one of her visions changes, merging with another sight, a meeting with a man, Mikhail. She sees this as her final chance to understand and control her ability, so she seeks him out. Our boy admits he is not a prophet and has no similar gifts. Cassandra is disappointed but finds hope in his willingness to help. He expresses curiosity about her ability and the possibility of altering destiny through her visions. Touched by his sincerity, Cassandra decides to trust him completely. From that moment, Mikhail and Cassandra form a connection based on shared hope and curiosity about fate. At the temple, Leon arrives to register as a hero. He introduces himself and urges the registrar to speed up the process. The registrar, however, reminds him that only genuine heroes are sought and emphasizes the importance of proper conduct. Leon assures him of his sincerity, while Eileen and the butler wait with him for our boy. As they turn, expecting Mikhail, an unexpected figure appears instead, the knight from the underground. Identity hidden behind a steel mask, the knight approaches with purpose and demands information about a child who had visited. In the temple's sacred halls, Leon and Eileen find themselves in a tense situation with the powerful knight. The knight's intimidating presence forces them to quickly draw their swords, ready for any confrontation. Eileen, despite the tension, remains curious about the knight's motives. Eileen looks to Leon for any clue about the identity of the imposing knight, but Leon is as uncertain as she is. All he can confirm is the knight's exceptional skill with a sword. The knight, unfazed by their defensive stance, repeats her demand for the location of the child who had been with them. Leon thinks of Cassandra, the prophet meeting with our boy, but he refuses to reveal any information, believing it unnecessary. Without warning, the knight moves swiftly, striking Leon and knocking him to the ground. At the same time, Eileen is thrown into the air and falls hard, leaving her shaken and bruised. Despite her injuries, Eileen sternly warns the knight that such actions in the Empire's central temple will not go unpunished. The knight, undeterred by the warning, shows no concern for the consequences. She states confidently that her true identity will never be uncovered, leaving Leon and Eileen stunned by her strength and resolve. Still holding her ground, the knight declares that anyone seeking to harm her must first present the head of a Lindell, a rare and dangerous creature, as proof of their resolve. Eileen, shaken and bewildered by the knight's firm stance, struggles to decide her next move. Suddenly a memory surfaces for Eileen. She recalls Cassandra, the prophet, and the promise Mikhail made to find her. The name Caryaman comes to mind, and Eileen considers whether it might connect these events. Testing her hunch, she calls out the name. The knight immediately turns her attention to Eileen, her reaction swift and intense. She demands to know how Eileen knows the name, leaving Eileen stunned. Despite this, the knight reveals nothing further about herself. As the tension grows, our boy steps forward from the shadows, calm and composed. He states he has the answers needed, offering to clarify the situation. The knight reluctantly asks Mikhail about his identity. He confirms without hesitation that he is a Walpurgis, a revelation that surprises the knight. She mockingly questions his boldness, implying she should dictate the terms of their encounter. Her laughter carries an unsettling edge, hinting at a hidden instability beneath her composed exterior. The spirit accompanying Mikhail warns him to remain cautious. In response, he casts a defensive spell called Circle Expansion, surrounding himself with protective magical circles. The knight reacts swiftly, attacking with her sword. Our boy manages to block the strike with his shield, holding his ground. Despite the attack, he tries to initiate a conversation to understand the knight's motives and find clarity in the situation. However, the knight shows no interest in dialogue, remaining focused on her goal. As the fight continues, Mikhail considers the time limit of his Circle Expansion spell, which will last only 5 minutes. Recognizing the need for strategy, he prepares to evade the knight's relentless attacks while waiting for an opportunity to counter. He casts a unique spell known as the Quad Casting Spell, stacking 4 layers of haste and eagle eye to enhance his speed and perception. The effects take hold instantly, allowing him to move with exceptional agility. With newfound grace, he avoids the knight's persistent sword strikes and quickly closes the distance. Using his massive gravity spell, he targets the knight's blade, delivering a powerful blow that unleashes a burst of magical energy. Despite the force of the attack, the knight holds firm, successfully blocking it. Showing impressive composure, the knight readies another strong sword swing. At this critical moment, Leon steps in, reminding the knight that our boy is primarily a mage and not trained in the manipulation of aura, emphasizing his non-combatant role. The knight's aggressive actions prompt Mikhail to question her intentions. In response, she summons her aura, a powerful glow enveloping her and her sword, signaling her readiness to challenge him. The swirling energy hints at an impending display of power. Undeterred, our boy calls upon Seth the Spirit for assistance. Seth quickly responds, unleashing a torrent of green mana that surrounds Mikhail in a storm-like swirl. The mana disperses the knight's azure aura, momentarily leaving her stunned. Despite this apparent victory, our boy strains his body to withstand the immense energy. Concerned, Seth notes the toll it has taken, but he assures her he is unharmed. Surprised by the turn of events, the knight questions the nature of Mikhail's defenses. He deflects the question, implying that some secrets are better left undisclosed. Intrigued, the knight observes that our boy bears a strong resemblance to someone named Idan, whom she refers to as that snake. Mikhail confirms the connection, revealing that Idan is his father. With a knowing smile, our boy shifts the dynamic of the conversation. He questions whether his revelation about his identity is enough to prove his intentions. The knight, showing a trace of approval, acknowledges its authenticity but remains pressed for time, her urgency clear. She asks Mikhail how he came to know her name. He attributes their encounter to chance, recalling an incident where he offered water to an exhausted traveler. He had asked the traveler about his destination, a question that now seems central to understanding the knight's identity. Curious, the knight demands more information, specifically where the boy had intended to go. Our boy remains firm, convinced the boy had deliberately kept his destination a secret. Despite this, the knight stresses her obligation to find the child, her tone revealing a strong sense of duty. Mikhail takes the opportunity to share another key detail, his expression calm but purposeful as he prepares to reveal more. He hints at an important detail that could provide new insight into the situation, referencing a deeper conspiracy. He quietly whispers the name Sir Milliam. Upon hearing this, the knight is left speechless. In a dark underground labyrinth, the bandit boss, Goreth, inspects the imprisoned children. The torchlight casts shadows on their faces, showing their despair. Goreth, a cruel figure, surveys the scene with disdain. His attention falls on one particular child, and a question arises in his mind about the child's appearance. He points at the child, doubting their value. A subordinate, eager to please, explains that the children might appeal to buyers who prefer obedient types. However, This explanation does little to calm Gorath's growing frustration. With a swift motion, he signals his impatience. Gorath kicks his lackey in the midsection for his disrespect. He scolds him, explaining that customers do not want obedience, but rather to break those who appear tough and force them into submission. Gorath, not in a particularly bad mood, warns the lackey that he is lucky today. Otherwise, he would feed him to the shadows. Despite his anger, Gorath feels some relief that he has controlled his temper for now. As he reflects on the situation, Gorath finds comfort in knowing he has a powerful ally in the great Swordmaster, who once had a child named Karan, a former prisoner behind these iron bars. Suddenly, a messenger enters the room, bringing news about the prophet's location. Gorath, always seeking valuable information, eagerly asks about the prophet's fate. The scene shifts to the temple, where our boy, a powerful figure, talks with Archbishop Arley. Mikhail speaks of the underworld's dark plans, revealing that a malevolent force wants the prophet's prophecies for their own gain. Archbishop Arley, a figure of authority, listens attentively. At first, the archbishop dismisses the idea, doubting that such dangerous elements would challenge the empire's authority. However, Seth, confident and resolute, suggests a connection to heresy. The archbishop, shocked by the bold accusation, demands proof. At this moment, the Lady Knight, a symbol of bravery, steps forward. She explains the plot to kidnap the prophet, a sinister plan that our boy had stopped. Her story reveals a complex web of danger, setting the stage for a confrontation with the underworld. The knight vows to use her sword to bring justice, promising to eliminate Gorath, the mastermind behind the shadows. The archbishop, still processing the shock of this revelation, listens as the knight drops another bombshell. Gorath, the elusive figure behind the underworld, is actually a monstrous monarch controlling the shadows. Archbishop Arley, accustomed to bearing heavy responsibility, visibly reacts to the shocking truth. The knight calmly reminds him of the gravity of the situation. The name Odious Monarch causes fear in the ecclesiastical chambers, as it is linked to the 12 monsters who once served the demon god. Seth confirms that the Odious Monarch is hiding in the heart of the capital. The archbishop, troubled by this revelation, questions Seth's certainty. If the servant of the demon god is truly in the city's shadows, the consequences would be severe. Mikhail then questions the archbishop's understanding of his prophetic duties. Caught between divine expectations and his own lack of knowledge, the archbishop hesitates. Doubt appears in his eyes as he realizes that his authority is weakening. Our boy considers that if the archbishop contradicts his words, he would be opposing the entire country, as the demon servant, long believed to be gone, has been hiding in the capital under the archbishop's watch. Mikhail believes this could cause the archbishop to lose face, and tells him that he can help fix the problem. Our boy tells the archbishop that he will subjugate the odious monarch with Sir Millium, but he needs one promise from the archbishop. The archbishop asks what the promise is, and Mikhail explains that it's about the hero selection. Our boy believes it's not too much to ask, as it's just an incarnation. The archbishop, understanding the seriousness of the situation, agrees to Mikhail's condition. He vows to support Mikhail's claim as the hero if Mikhail succeeds in subjugating the odious monarch. The archbishop, using a quill as a symbol of divine authority, makes the promise. A pact is formed in the ethereal ledger of destiny, binding their fates together. The trio leaves the temple, feeling the weight of their collective destinies. As they step out, the Lady Knight expresses her gratitude to Seth, acknowledging that without his help, Gorath would still be controlling her. The knight wonders if our boy has told Lindell's child the truth, considering the complex relationships involved in their lives. He explains that his knowledge comes from a brief conversation, which nearly led him into Gorath's trap. The Lady Knight, eager to reunite with her child, asks Mikhail if it is possible to find her child. He asks what she would do if he could. The knight, frustrated by pointless games, responds that she hates such tactics, especially when it involves her child. With determination, the Lady Knight slams her sword into the stone floor and promises that if our boy reunites her with her child, she will dedicate her sword to him. Our boy, satisfied with his success, realizes that he has achieved his goal in the capital. The city, once unaware, now stands on the verge of change, its fate uncertain. Meanwhile, in the lawless lands, a woman is caught in a tragic tale. Her husband, once a guiding light in a dark world, is killed by a group of rogues. The story begins with her seeking revenge, which leads her into a confrontation with lawlessness itself. Driven by grief and a desire for vengeance, she avenges his death but finds that hatred still lingers within her, overshadowing her soul. Her quest to understand why her husband died takes her deeper into the world of lawlessness. She uncovers harsh truths. Lawlessness is the force behind many of the tragedies in a land where chaos rules. Ferocious beasts roam freely, preying on the weak, and suffering is common. In this world, she steps into a new role as the arbiter of lawlessness. Her goal is clear: to bring order to chaos and impose justice where it is absent. The scene shifts to the underground where the bandit boss faces the consequences of his actions. The woman, now the arbiter, disrupts the plans of the criminal underworld. The boss, usually in control, feels the effects of his misdeeds and considers escaping his situation. However, the odious monarch has other plans. A tense exchange between the boss and the shadow highlights the importance of their contract. But the boss prioritizes his survival over the agreement. While he struggles with this decision, a subordinate brings news of an impending attack by the Swordmaster, a powerful figure of justice. Before the boss can act, the shadow, now embodying the odious monarch, strikes, ending the boss's life. The narrative then shifts to the Swordmaster, who expertly defeats many of the underworld's members. Eileen and Leon watch, impressed by the Swordmaster's skill. Eileen feels a strong connection to the swordsmanship she witnesses, imagining it as the path she wants to follow. Meanwhile, Mikhail, an enigmatic figure, observes the events and talks with Seth, a spirit who accompanies him. Seth comments on the knight's restraint, noting that her powers could cause destruction in the lawless underworld. Mikhail agrees that the attack on the underworld has caused more trouble than expected. Seth warns Mikhail not to underestimate the situation. Mikhail realizes that the real danger lies not in the skirmish with the underworld, but in the looming threat of Gorath, the incarnation of the odious monarch. Back in the underground, the boss's body, now controlled by the odious monarch, embarks on a dark quest. Driven by an unending hunger, the shadow seeks to devour not only the prophet, but also the memories it cannot reach. Asar, an unexpected figure, stirs the shadow's hunger, leading it to target the hostages, especially the children. The shadow sees an opportunity to satisfy its craving for memories. Eileen continues her relentless assault on the bandits, focused on proving her power and challenging the teachings of Lindell. She enters a heightened state of focus, unleashing a red aura around her sword, which leads to a swift defeat of the bandits. However, the toll on her body becomes clear as she spits blood after the battle. The knight, recognizing Eileen's talent, offers to mentor her, acknowledging her skill as a swordsman. Eileen, humbled, accepts the offer, choosing to follow a different path from the Parslope child. Meanwhile, Seth expresses concern for our boy's condition after the taxing battle with the Swordmaster. Our boy reassures Seth that he is unharmed as he descends into the underground. He stops in front of a cell, his curiosity piqued by the unfolding events involving the odious monarch. He shares his doubts about the purpose of the odious monarch consuming children. Seth, shocked by this, witnesses the odious monarch near the area where the hostages are held, setting the stage for a chilling confrontation in the aftermath of the underground chaos. The odious monarch, surrounded by malevolence, reclines in a foreboding chair, and an oppressive silence fills the cavernous space. The arrival of our boy, an unexpected figure, disrupts the stillness. He steps into the domain of the odious monarch, unfazed by the sinister atmosphere. The odious monarch, amused, greets Mikhail, commenting on his delayed arrival. Mikhail responds by questioning whether he had kept the odious monarch waiting for too long. The exchange sets the stage for a confrontation beyond the physical realm. The odious monarch takes pleasure in the suffering of captive children, revealing the depth of his malevolence. Mikhail sees this as confirmation of the evil within all commanders under the demon god. The odious monarch, acknowledging the sacred artifact in Mikhail's possession, expresses his awareness of it. He finds an unexpected advantage in having both the prophet girl and our boy armed with the holy item. Our boy, however, remains confident, challenging the odious monarch's perceived advantage. The odious monarch questions the source of his confidence, knowing that the holy item of Asar has already been used. Our boy, exuding confidence, dismisses the odious monarch's skepticism. The tension rises as the odious monarch hints at his intention to feed on the children, but Mikhail intervenes swiftly. The odious monarch unleashes his shadows toward the captives, but our boy uses his shield magic to create a protective barrier, stopping the shadows before they reach the children. The clash between dark and protective forces highlights the struggle between light and shadow. The odious monarch sees Mikhail as a potential pawn in his plan, but our boy responds with confidence. He instructs his spiritual companion Seth to focus on shielding the children while he faces the odious monarch. Seth, a guiding spirit cloaked in shadows, questions the decision to forego personal protection. Mikhail insists he needs no protection and directs Seth to protect the captives. Amused by the choice to abandon the protection of the spectral companion, the odious monarch relishes the idea of confronting our boy without the holy item's shielding aura. As the odious monarch laughs, his shadows surge toward Mikhail in a relentless assault. Our boy, using his agility, navigates the mid-air onslaught with skill, reflecting on the nature of the shadows. The shadows, weaker than those encountered before his regression, present little threat. Despite the danger, Mikhail counters the relentless barrage of shadow-based attacks with the Wing Cutter spell, a precise and powerful technique that cuts through the shadows. The odious monarch, momentarily taken aback, fails to understand how our boy has managed to withstand the onslaught while protecting the children. With the odious monarch at a disadvantage, Mikhail maintains focus. The odious monarch retaliates by summoning shadow-formed dragons, directing them with destructive intent. Mikhail, using blink and haste magic, moves swiftly across the battlefield, closing the distance to the odious monarch in an instant. The odious monarch attempts to exploit the proximity by striking Mikhail's right shoulder with shadows, aiming to capitalize on an assumed weakness. However, our boy remains steadfast. Placing his hand on the odious monarch's face, he acts with calm decisiveness, asserting control over the situation and preparing to end the confrontation. Recalling an ancient phrase, the eulogy of charity, our boy feels its power resonate, a force capable of sealing away evil. The phrase, long forgotten by many, carries the ability to deeply affect the souls of wicked adversaries. The odious monarch is shocked and unable to comprehend how a mere human could know of this ancient eulogy. The phrase connects to a time when heroes used it as a weapon against their enemies, but it has remained dormant in Mikhail until now. Recognizing the power of the eulogy, Mikhail sees it as a critical tool to confront and end the odious monarch. He reveals knowledge of the odious monarch's full name, further unsettling the malevolent entity. Without hesitation, our boy activates the eulogy, unleashing a powerful blast that engulfs the odious monarch. The sudden and decisive act surprises Seth, as the confrontation takes an unexpected turn. Shifting focus, our boy inquires about the safety of the captive children, moving the attention from the odious monarch's apparent defeat to their well-being. Seth, expressing concern about the aftermath of a commander's death, warns of the chaos it might unleash. As the odious monarch's presence fades, an unsettling transformation occurs. The odious monarch reemerges, now a monstrous purple entity, defying expectations and standing once more against Mikhail. The dimly lit chamber becomes the stage for a renewed battle. The odious monarch radiates malevolence, his aura filling the space with tension. The confrontation escalates as the odious monarch reveals his belief that he had succeeded in ending Mikhail, only to find himself facing the enigmatic warrior once again. The odious monarch assumes that our boy is acting impulsively and without a plan, fueling our boy's quiet amusement. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Mikhail takes a piece of chalk and begins drawing a detailed magic circle around the odious monarch. The chalk leaves behind glowing symbols that radiate faint arcane energy. Confident in his power, the odious monarch dismisses the act as futile, insisting that no magic or circle could undo the curse he has unleashed, a curse that only a mage of the 8th circle or higher could stop. Undeterred by the odious monarch's claims, Mikhail continues drawing with precision. He calmly explains that the odious monarch's limitations apply only to those attempting to break the curse without understanding its complexities. As the circle nears completion, our boy's spiritual companion, Seth, warns him of the formidable nature of a monarch's curse. Seth emphasizes its strength, adding a sense of urgency to the charged atmosphere as he works with determination. Sitting within the completed magic circle, Mikhail begins chanting words filled with ancient power. The chamber fills with shimmering magical energy, and a bright aura surrounds him. Instead of trying to dispel the curse, Mikhail uses the spell to analyze it, breaking it down to understand its structure and essence. He approaches the curse like a complex puzzle, studying its patterns and formulas with precision. Our boy focuses on unraveling the enchantment. This is a battle of intellect and magic, beyond the physical realm. As he delves deeper, our boy realizes the curse can be reversed. He resolves to dismantle it layer by layer, exposing its true form. With renewed determination, he channels his magic to undo the curse. The aura around Mikhail intensifies as the spell takes effect. Initially dismissing the effort, the odious monarch now watches with growing unease. Under Mikhail's growing power, the odious monarch begins to shrink, his form weakening as the curse starts to unravel. Understanding that fully eradicating the curse may be impossible, our boy weakens it significantly. The curse, deeply ingrained in the fabric of reality, seems beyond complete removal. However, our boy envisions future efforts to handle the diminished threat. When the curse begins to destabilize and threatens to explode, Mikhail directs Seth to contain it. Seth obeys, creating a massive storm of black mana that engulfs the curse, preventing its detonation and holding its energy within a swirling vortex. With the immediate danger contained, Mikhail decides to study the lingering effects of the curse, seeking to understand its aftermath. He sees this as a rare opportunity to gain insight into the workings of a demon's curse. As he focuses on this, Seth warns of a growing dark aura behind him. A spiraling black energy rises outside the chamber, foreboding and ominous. The butler observes the escalating situation with growing concern, his gaze fixed on the magical storm unfolding before him. Despite his unease, admiration for our boy's boldness in confronting such a formidable force colors his expression. Behind him, a skilled lady knight approaches, her steps measured and her armor gleaming faintly in the dim light. Known for her unyielding expertise, she questions the butler about his involvement in the unfolding events. Quick-witted as ever, he feigns ignorance, dismissing any direct involvement and pointing to his honorable nature. Her persistence cuts through his carefully placed words. She reveals that our boy himself suggested the butler might hold critical knowledge about their current predicament. A master of deflection, the butler responds with a vague comment about Mikhail's own uncertainty. Yet, her seasoned instincts detect layers beneath his words, prompting a subtle shift in her demeanor. Attention turns to the pressing danger of the curse, its dark energy still looming. The butler, pivoting the conversation, advises her to harness her aura to bind the curse, referencing their prior strategies. The knight, drawing her sword with the ease of long practice, prepares for the confrontation. Her voice carries a touch of nostalgia as she mentions their past battles. Under his guidance, their combined efforts begin unraveling the curse's dense energy. Each strike from her blade, infused with radiant aura, weakens the dark force further. Shadows dissipate into faint wisps, the lingering threat neutralized at last. With their immediate mission accomplished, both prepare for the challenges yet to come. Soft morning light filters through the grand temple windows the next day, illuminating the archbishop's solemn figure as he greets Mikhail. Gratitude laces his tone as he commends the decisive actions taken against the odious monarch. Surprise lingers in his voice over the victory's favorable outcome. The archbishop speaks of Beelzebub's defeat, the seventh general of the demon god's army, and the preservation of the capital. Though absent of grandeur, the victory serves as a grim reminder of the dangers demonic forces pose to the empire. The archbishop revisits his promise of support for our boy's journey toward becoming a hero, though he reveals the empire has already selected a candidate, Siegfried. Political undertones weave through his words as he assures our boy of his personal support, while urging caution amid the growing web of intrigue. Mikhail listens intently, contemplating the burdens of expectation and the complexities of his position. Leaving the temple, he carries the weight of this knowledge with quiet resolve. Outside, fresh morning air greets him as Eileen approaches, gratitude evident in her expression. She shares news of her mentor, the Lady Knight, departing on a new quest. Her voice is steady as she thanks Mikhail for his efforts, her words carrying both respect and finality. Eileen speaks of her aspiration to become a teacher. Our boy listens, offering encouragement for her to pursue her dream. She acknowledges his advice but reaffirms her commitment to follow her mentor. With regret in her eyes, she explains their engagement, a decision neither had truly chosen, and asks for forgiveness. Her hope for better encounters in the future lingers as she bids him farewell. Eileen's surprise is evident when laughter escapes from our boy, catching her off guard and leaving her momentarily flustered. He reassures her with a calm smile, explaining that his earlier indifference toward her remains unchanged. Encouraging her to focus on her own path, he advises her not to dwell on his feelings. A playful grin replaces her embarrassment as she interprets his words as the beginning of a friendly rivalry, boldly declaring that she will soon catch up to him. The conversation shifts as Mikhail turns toward the Lady Knight, signaling that his discussion with Eileen has concluded. He informs her of Eileen's imminent departure and remarks on fulfilling his promise. Without hesitation, he offers to disclose the whereabouts of her son, his voice steady and confident. Within the grand halls of the Holy Empire's palace, tension rises like an unseen storm. News of the odious monarch's presence in the capital reaches the Holiness, casting an uneasy shadow over the sanctity of the empire. The Holiness, unsettled, demands details from the messenger about the great demon's appearance. Assurances of the demon's defeat bring little solace. The messenger recounts how the odious demon was vanquished in a single day, a revelation that deepens the Holiness's confusion. Pressing for the identity of the one responsible, the Holiness listens as the messenger presents a sealed letter from the Archbishop. The document, bearing the Archbishop's official seal, recounts the astonishing feat of a young warrior who confronted and slew the demon. Descriptions of the event, supported by eyewitnesses such as the Lady Knight Cassandra and the Arbiter of Lawlessness, leave the Holiness in quiet disbelief. The extraordinary nature of the account challenges everything he believed about divine protection and the Empire's role in defending humanity. The young warrior's unexpected rise to heroism stirs awe and uncertainty in equal measure. As the Empire processes this revelation, doubt creeps into the Holiness's mind. Certainty, once unshakable, now teeters on the edge of collapse, leaving him to grapple with the implications of this miraculous event. Elsewhere, the conversation between Mikhail and the Lady Knight takes on a more personal tone. Speaking with calm resolve, he reveals her son's decision to leave her methods behind. Instead of joining the Vigilant Corps, sought his own path, becoming a respected member of the Condor Mercenary Corps. The Lady Knight listens intently as our boy explains her son's decision. The Condor Mercenary Corps, known as the Protectors of Freedom, holds a reputation for legality and honor in the often chaotic world of mercenaries. Members are required to shed their former identities, adopting new names as a symbolic commitment to the group's values. The weight of this truth settles over the conversation, leaving the Lady Knight with much to ponder about her son's choices and his independence. The Lady Knight contemplates the challenge of finding her son within the anonymity of the Condor mercenary corps. The task ahead seems daunting, and the realization weighs heavily on her. Our boy informs her that her son is currently among the Condor mercenaries, sparking a deeper conversation about the ethical implications of her pursuit. A question lingers as she voices her doubts. Is it right to search for him, knowing he has chosen a different path? Mikhail gently prompts her for clarity, seeking to understand her uncertainty. She explains that while her search has always been driven by love, it now feels like an intrusion. Her son has deliberately distanced himself from her way of life, and she fears her actions might have caused him harm. Past actions come under scrutiny as she reflects on her choices. The idea of being a good mother feels elusive, and she questions whether she has the right to find him under these circumstances. A gesture of reassurance interrupts her spiral of doubt. Mikhail places a hand over hers and urges her to consider having an open conversation with her son. He stresses the importance of understanding his perspective before making any decisions. Communication, he explains, is the first step to healing. Handing her a small bottle of elixir, he mentions its significance, explaining that her son will need it at the right moment. The small gesture brings a sense of relief. Gratitude fills her expression as she looks at the bottle, touched by his compassion. She thanks him for his kindness, and he reminds her that a parent's love should never waver, even if it feels unreciprocated. Renewed determination fuels her steps as she departs the capital. Watching her leave, our boy turns his attention to Leon, seated alone and visibly distressed. Leon walks toward the person, his expression heavy with unspoken emotions. He feels a deep sense of helplessness, weighed down by the aftermath of the odious incident. Rather than feeling the sting of criticism or the anger of others, what troubles him most is the feeling of being insignificant, as though he wasn't even worth the effort of disappointment. The confession elicits a thoughtful pause. Our boy listens intently, then offers a different perspective. Doubts, he explains, do not diminish one's value. Everyone faces moments of uncertainty, and they are opportunities to grow. To emphasize his point, he hands Leon a pendant, a symbol of their shared journey as hero candidates who passed the first trial. The gesture takes Leon by surprise, prompting him to question their original plan of traveling alone to the capital. A confident smile crosses Mikhail's face as he observes Leon's doubts. He recalls that Leon had once questioned himself in the past, highlighting that the uncertainty Leon feels now only emphasizes the need for him to embrace guidance. With unwavering certainty, Mikhail expresses his belief that Leon has the potential to become a sword saint, urging him to conquer his insecurities and solidify his determination. Leon, clearly embarrassed, questions our boy's authority and impulsively challenges him. The atmosphere grows tense until the butler enters, his calm demeanor cutting through the moment. Without hesitation, he advises Leon not to underestimate the kind of support our boy can provide in the trials of becoming a hero. Skepticism flickers across Leon's face as he raises an eyebrow. He questions the butler's presence, asking where he has been all this time. The butler, unperturbed, responds with a casual explanation about catching up with an old acquaintance. The discussion takes a turn when Cassandra enters. As a figure of authority, she highlights the Archbishop's vital role in their journey and underscores the importance of their collective support. Her presence brings a new weight to the conversation, bridging the gap between skepticism and reassurance. Acknowledging Cassandra's point, Mikhail nods but still wrestles with his reservations. Cassandra proposes resuming her previous responsibilities to offer additional assistance. She hints at the invaluable support of the parish's prophet, a notion that leaves the group in thoughtful silence. 4 days pass since the battle with the odious monarch. Resting in bed, Mikhail is covered in bandages, his body visibly bearing the scars of the confrontation. Seth approaches, informing him that his defenses have fully charged and his body is healing steadily. Urgency colors the discussion as Seth mentions the need to prepare for the powerful demon commanders drawing near. Her question about the source of his knowledge and abilities lingers, a curiosity born from their growing trust. Instead of answering immediately, our boy turns toward Seth, signaling his willingness to share. The complexities of his existence weigh heavily on him, creating a dilemma about how much to reveal. His regression and the intertwined destinies they face make full disclosure a risky choice. An idea takes root as he decides to share a partial truth. He tells Seth that she is not the sole guardian of Asar's tomb, a revelation that visibly surprises her. Adding to her shock, our boy explains that she was the first spirit he encountered in this sacred duty. The exception he reveals further deepens the mystery. The record of Thoth, he explains, still exists, its ancient knowledge absorbed by him before his regression. This record, tied to a tomb previously conquered by his party, had been exposed to the outside world, casting a new light on the enigma of Asar's tomb. Seth processes the revelation, her surprise giving way to cautious gratitude. She expresses her sense of fortune for being part of his journey, her loyalty reaffirmed. The conversation shifts as she assumes Mikhail knows of the next tomb. Focusing on the path ahead, Mikhail confirms her assumption. His sights are set on the tomb near the parish, fully committed to the quest to become a hero. Together, they prepare for the trials that await. Seth praises our boy for his strategic planning, but a hint of uncertainty lingers in his thoughts. He confides in her about one unresolved aspect of the record of Thoth, the identity of the entity revered as a god. With a careful listen, Seth hears our boy's inquiry about the gods of the continent. Currently, it's the wise one Heikau. He explains that in his previous life, Heikau was the sole god. The conversation shifts as Mikhail presses on, asking about the origins of the gods. He wonders if there were once two gods, and why the knowledge of Asar has faded over time. Seth, with limited knowledge, can only offer vague answers about the distant past. Unwilling to leave it at that, Mikhail continues his search for the truth behind the divine mysteries that obscure the continent's history. Seth's cryptic statement about an accident gives him pause. It seems as though she knows more than she has revealed, sparking a question about the extent of her awareness. With a calm yet serious tone, our boy tells her that he doesn't know exactly what will happen when all the holy items are collected. Seth acknowledges this, confirming that such details are beyond her knowledge. Accepting the current level of understanding, Mikhail concludes that TH had deliberately limited the information given to him. With the conversation winding down, he steps outside and encounters Leon, who asks if he plans to head to the parish immediately. Mikhail agrees, but decides to stay a bit longer. When Leon presses for an explanation, our boy reveals that the entity he defeated was a powerful demon. He notes that news of the event will likely spread throughout the empire, including the parish. Our boy adds that even his father, Marquis Walpurgis, is now aware of the situation. Leon expresses concern about their association being discovered, but Mikhail believes it is too late to hide. Suddenly the sky darkens. Mikhail activates a multicasting shield to deflect incoming lightning, surprising Leon. He explains that it's a normal protective measure. In the dissipating smoke, Marquis Walpurgis appears, visibly angry. The scene shifts to the Archbishop's office. As he contemplates his role in selecting a hero, the emergence of a great demon compels him to take action. A smile spreads across his face as he thinks of our boy, Michel Walpurgis, as the ideal hero. Just then, a subordinate enters, reporting that Marquis Walpurgis is magically assaulting his son. The Archbishop is stunned by this unexpected turn of events as our boy flees from his father's relentless magical attack. Analyzing the nature of his father's attacks, Mikhail notices that each bolt carries a distinct signature, designed for light impact. As he dodges, a thought crosses his mind. Was his father deliberately using spells that would cause minimal harm? While evading the magical assault, a mix of awe and confusion fills Mikhail. He is impressed by his father's magical skill, but can't shake the feeling that his father's extensive research into magic has led him to use trivial spells. Amidst the chaotic exchange, our boy pauses, attempting to connect with his father, but his words go ignored. The relentless attacks continue. Blink spell activated, our boy evades most of the lightning bolts, but one strikes from behind. In a surprising turn, Seth, his spirit companion, steps in, intercepting the rogue bolt, protecting Mikhail from harm. The intervention catches his father's attention, causing him to momentarily stop his assault. Mikhail seizes the brief pause to ask a question. Does his father truly believe our boy pursues the hero's position simply for the sake of volunteering? The question lingers, prompting a response that hints at the complexity of their relationship. Unfazed, our boy asserts that the idea of a hero has evolved. It's no longer about volunteering. It's about facing unprecedented challenges. This statement piques his father's curiosity, leading to a brief pause in the clash. Shifting the conversation to something more pressing, Mikhail brings up the appearance of a great demon. His father dismisses it as propaganda, but Mikhail challenges him. What if this time it isn't just propaganda? Surprised by our boy's boldness, Walpurgis urges him to explain further. Our boy recounts the story of the demon's appearance and eventual defeat. Skeptical, Walpurgis questions the truth of the tale, asking how a great demon could appear and cause no harm. The situation takes a sudden turn when Archbishop Lindell enters, confirming Mikhail's account. He reminds Walpurgis of a meeting a year ago, which lends credibility to the story. Walpurgis is left with lingering questions, asking about the significance of the claim and whether the parish has found the soul of a hero. A triumphant smile spreads across Mikhail's face. The Archbishop declares that a hero has emerged, pointing directly to our boy. Walpurgis, confused, sees only his ordinary son. He dismisses the notion, calling Mikhail his stupid little son. His father seems oblivious to the revelation's weight. Observing Walpurgis's skepticism, Mikhail reminds him of something he demonstrated earlier. Now more attentive, Walpurgis asks if there's a connection. Mikhail grins, knowing his father would eventually catch on. In a sudden twist, Walpurgis uses teleportation magic and vanishes. Archbishop Lindell, bewildered, asks where he went. Our boy calmly assures him that Walpurgis will return shortly. Moments later, Walpurgis reappears. Mikhail asks if he's confirmed the truth. Walpurgis nods, his expression dismissive. He mentions his investigation into the situation in the capital, noting that it seemed as though a great demon could have appeared. But the idea of the hero title doesn't sit well with him. His contempt for religious figures is evident in his words. Mikhail, deep in thought, reflects on how the title of hero has lost its weight. He considers how the title holds no real significance when there's no immediate danger. However, if the prophecy were to come true, and the hero turned out to be the only one capable of preventing disaster, then the title would gain true importance. Walpurgis, skeptical of such a scenario, warns Mikhail not to underestimate the powerful figures within the parish. Unfazed, our boy raises his hand and unleashes a spell storm. The air crackles with magical energy, revealing a shocking truth that leaves both the Archbishop and Walpurgis in stunned silence. Our boy, empowered by the Holy Spirit, confidently assures his father that the schemes of the parish elders will fail thanks to his divine assistance. He emphasizes that the parish will be at a disadvantage and makes it clear that he has no intention of surrendering his right to choose his companions. Walpurgis asks if Mikhail has found any companions. Mikhail is prepared to challenge the established order and assemble a team capable of changing the fate of the impending disaster. Pointing to Leon, our boy informs his father that Leon is one of his comrades. Walpurgis observes Leon and expresses skepticism, noting that Leon doesn't seem like a hero's comrade. Our boy insists that Leon is indeed one of his comrades, and reveals that he enticed Leon with a promise of something remarkable in exchange for his help. Hearing this, Leon adopts a noble demeanor and affirms that he now considers himself a hero's comrade. He commends Mikhail for keeping his promises and emphasizes that Mikhail isn't foolish enough to pursue an impossible endeavor. Leon then turns to Walpurgis, affirming our boy's credibility. He states that Walpurgis, knowing our boy as he does, should recognize the validity of their cause. Walpurgis reflects on past instances where Mikhail handled challenges with determination and asks Archbishop Lindell a crucial question. Walpurgis asks the Archbishop if he will align with Mikhail instead of the parish. Without hesitation, Archbishop Lindell pledges his allegiance to our boy, swearing by God to stand by his side. Acknowledging the weight of the situation, Walpurgis prepares to leave and grants our boy the freedom to follow his own path. Mikhail, with a confident smile, assures his father that he will do just that. Later, Leon, visibly uneasy, questions Mikhail about the sincerity of his words to Walpurgis. Our boy reflects on the question and acknowledges that despite Leon's seemingly foolish demeanor, he always keeps his promises. With a serious tone, our boy instructs Leon to lie on the bed and begins a ritual. Using his fingers, Mikhail creates intricate spells, forming circles and chains around Leon. Leon grows sleepy and eventually falls into a deep slumber. When Leon wakes, he finds himself in a broken, desolate city, confused and disoriented. Struggling to make sense of his surroundings, he questions what kind of journey Mikhail's enchantments have led him on. In this mysterious subconscious realm, Leon feels trapped in an illusion. Suddenly, a voice calls out from a figure seated on a rock behind him. The figure, a warrior with an enigmatic presence, calmly explains that this world is an illusion, a creation within Leon's own subconscious. Leon cannot discern the warrior's facial features, which heightens his suspicion and awareness of the strange situation. The warrior jumps down from the rock and orders Leon to draw his sword. Without hesitation, the warrior strikes. Leon blocks the blow, but the force of it causes his sword to slip from his grasp. The warrior then thrusts his weapon into Leon's chest, yet Leon feels no harm. Confused, he watches as the scene resets, with the warrior returning to the rock, welcoming Leon once again. Determined to alter the outcome, Leon prepares for another confrontation. This time, he activates the Muller First form, surrounding himself with a glowing blue aura. With newfound determination, he charges at the warrior. Just as Leon believes he has gained the upper hand, the warrior counters unexpectedly, delivering a crushing knee to Leon's stomach. Collapsing to the ground, Leon is overwhelmed by the warrior's sudden counterattack. The warrior criticizes Leon for his lack of proper training before delivering a finishing blow, resetting the scene once more. Leon wakes in his bed, shaken but resolute, with our boy sitting by his side. Leon recounts the experience, expressing his strong desire to return to the illusionary realm and defeat the mysterious warrior. Our boy cautions Leon against repeating the same mistakes and advises him to reassess his approach. He encourages Leon to understand the mechanics of the illusion before facing the warrior again. Leon, still puzzled by the encounter, asks about the warrior's identity. Mikhail avoids giving a direct answer, but privately wonders if the warrior might be Leon's future self. Mikhail urges Leon to rest, as they have a journey planned for the next day. Leon asks about their destination. Our boy confirms that their ultimate goal is the parish, but adds that they will first visit the fairy forest. Alongside Leon and our boy, the group consists of Mikhail's trusted butler, Cassandra, and her knight. The group begins the journey to the fairy forest. Cassandra speculates that their destination may be tied to the mythical world tree. Mikhail confirms her assumption, mentioning its significance. Cassandra's knight, Helen, expresses skepticism about elves, criticizing their closed-mindedness and their belief in superiority. The butler jokes about trusting elves with large ears, prompting a light-hearted exchange between Helen and the butler that eases the tension. Our boy reminds the group that their goal is to reach the world tree. Leon asks about the purpose of the journey, and our boy explains that he intends to obtain branches from the tree. This revelation surprises the group. Helen questions how they will gain access to the fairy forest, and Mikhail confidently reassures them that it will not be difficult. When they reach the tree's roots, Mikhail announces that they have arrived at the base of the world tree. He explains that the roots of the tree stretch across the entire globe, acting as a conduit to its core, no matter where the tree physically stands. Cassandra senses the mystical energies surrounding them and observes that the exposed roots indicate the world tree is deteriorating. Helen warns our boy about approaching the world tree as an outsider, questioning whether it will accept him. Undeterred, our boy focuses on his plan and reassures her, beginning a spell called Lock Up, veiling his intentions in secrecy. A memory resurfaces, one of a critical moment before our boy's regression. The world tree was dying, and he confronted an elven companion. He urged her to overcome her grief and lead the elves, explaining that their responsibility had grown even heavier. The elf, overwhelmed with sorrow, mourned their failure to save the fairy queen. Mikhail reminded her firmly not to let despair consume them, insisting that hope had not yet been lost. Seth expresses frustration at being unwillingly dragged into these events, but she follows Mikhail deeper into the world tree. She questions his purpose, doubting his ability to influence such a sacred place. Curious, she asks about the world tree's significance. Our boy shifts the conversation, asking if Seth knows about the ancient entity tied to the tree. Seth explains the world tree's connection to Asar and its role in maintaining the cosmic balance. She contrasts it with entities like the Guardian of the Tombs, which served sacrificial purposes. Mikhail theorizes that those who guarded the tombs were sacrificed, while beings like the world tree represent the survivors. He anticipates discovering more about this connection as things unfold. As they move further, the vibrant life force of the world tree becomes more apparent. The spirit of the tree appears, introducing herself as Yggdrasil and expressing gratitude for our boy's arrival. Yggdrasil invites them to sit and converse. She recognizes Seth as her long-lost sister, but Seth remains unimpressed, noting that Yggdrasil's demeanor has not changed. Yggdrasil explains that her current form is only a small fraction of her duties as the world tree. She acknowledges Mikhail's knowledge of the eulogy, a revelation that elevates his significance. Our boy's connection to a holy item further strengthens his extraordinary bond with mystical forces. Yggdrasil surprises Seth by revealing that Mikhail has preserved Yggdrasil's sister. Seth, astonished, shares this with Yggdrasil. Seth then announces that our boy possesses the Thoth record, leaving Yggdrasil stunned. She turns to Mikhail for confirmation. He admits to possessing the record but downplays its significance, believing it might merely be connected to the demon god or a similar entity. Yggdrasil struggles to understand the weight of our boy holding the Thoth record, lost in thought about the gravity of the situation and the uncertain paths ahead. Suddenly, Yggdrasil undergoes a distressing transformation, her ancient responsibilities weighing heavily upon her. Yggdrasil begins to decay, a shocking sight for both Seth and Mikhail. Our boy realizes the cause is the demon god's blood, known for its resilience and destructive power. He now understands how the world tree withered away before his regression. Yggdrasil admits that if she had completely eradicated the demon god's remnants, the outcome might have been different. However, her inability to do so became a critical turning point. Mikhail asks if Yggdrasil is bearing the burden alone, and she explains using a metaphor. She willingly absorbed a poison with a 100% fatality rate to protect the world. Seth, saddened by this revelation, shares in the weight of the moment. When our boy asks about Yggdrasil's remaining time, she predicts she has only 4 days left. Despite this, she expresses hope, as her core remains uncorrupted, leaving a slim chance for salvation. Mikhail connects this revelation to the past. Before his regression, Yggdrasil chose to perish alongside the demon god's remnants, but this decision allowed the demon god to wait for her death and descend upon the world at the right time. This insight fuels our boy's determination to find a way to save Yggdrasil and the world tree. Mikhail specifies that he wants the finest and oldest branch of the world tree, pointing toward its roots on the opposite side of the colossal tree. Nearby, an elf kneels in contemplation within the sanctuary of the World Tree, a place of refuge and spiritual significance. The elf, burdened with concern, seeks guidance from the ancient tree to protect it from the approaching threat. In silence, the elf waits for a response, knowing the tree's wisdom might remain hidden. After a long pause, the World Tree stirs and acknowledges the elf. It reveals that a dark and insidious force is attacking it, and its immense power is no longer enough to hold off the threat. Time is running out, and urgency fills the moment as the elf absorbs the grim reality. The elf seeks guidance on how to prevent the impending disaster. The World Tree speaks cryptically, mentioning a destined savior, a man who carries its light. This savior is the key to saving the World Tree, and the elf must assist him. After delivering this message, the spirit of the World Tree withdraws, leaving the elf deep in thought. As the elf reflects, a figure emerges from the shadows. The stranger introduces himself as Mikhail, a guardian of the World Tree with an important mission. Together, the elf and our boy begin their journey, passing through a nearby town. Initially, the elf leads, but our boy soon takes charge, confidently guiding their path. The elf questions the shift, but Mikhail reassures them that any mistakes can be corrected. While traveling, Mikhail considers the destruction surrounding the forest and the role of fate in their journey. He decides to change the destiny of the current Fairy King, who, in a previous timeline, died due to the remnants of the demon god. Our boy resolves to prevent the Fairy King's death, recognizing the strategic importance of preserving his life. The elf questions our boy about the absence of his companions. Mikhail, confident and enigmatic, explains that his companions will find their way independently. The elf, trusting but surprised, comments on the difficulty of navigating the forest. Mikhail responds with a cryptic smile, suggesting that not all individuals follow the rules of common sense. This leaves the elf thinking about the unconventional nature of our boy's companions. Before the elf can ponder further, a fairy knight arrives with urgent news. An intruder has entered the sacred forest. Our boy responds nonchalantly, hinting that he had been expecting this. The fairy knight also mentions a flying human among the intruders, which surprises the elf. As they process this information, the air becomes charged with an otherworldly presence. 4 ethereal horses descend from the sky, leaving the fairy knights in awe. The knights recognize them as the ominous riders of doom, preparing for a confrontation. Mikhail, however, recognizes the approaching figures and acknowledges them as his companions. With authority, he calms all 4 companions and questions their intentions, asking if they plan to cause harm to the forest. The response comes from Butler, one of Mikhail's companions, who expresses frustration about the sudden departure without explanation. A brief consideration passes through our boy's mind in response to Butler's accusation. Butler insists that the responsibility for the servant's actions lies with both him and our boy. Unfazed, Mikhail directs the fairy knights to tie up Butler, reflecting the balance of power and loyalty among them. Unexpectedly, Butler apologizes, promising not to repeat his actions. Cassandra, another companion, laughs at the situation, amused by the chaos they have caused. Leon, seeking clarity, asks Mikhail about his intentions. Our boy reveals a branch from the World Tree as advanced payment and explains that he needs his companion's help with a specific task. They proceed toward the ethereal fairy palace. The elf informs our boy that it is the residence of the Fairy King, who is also the elf's father. Our boy recognizes the fairy palace as a place where elves and fairies have coexisted peacefully for ages. The Fairy King, an elf, is a revered leader chosen by both species. As they approach, the fairy inhabitants notice Mikhail's presence. The fairies identify Mikhail as a human, but an unusual one. Instead of recoiling, they approach him with curiosity, showing affection by hugging his face. They realize that Mikhail is a human blessed by some extraordinary force, which leads them to hold him in awe and respect. The elf accompanying our boy remarks on the unusual friendliness displayed toward outsiders, explaining that it is due to our boy's role as the envoy of the World Tree. This responsibility grants him recognition, even among the typically reserved fairies. Our boy, unfazed by the attention, dismisses it as bothersome. The elf encourages him not to view the fairies negatively, emphasizing their kind nature. They reach the entrance to the Fairy King's room, and the elf opens the door. Inside, the Fairy King greets them, expressing delight at the rare visit of a human to the revered sanctuary and welcoming them all. Our boy bows respectfully before the Fairy King, thanking him for the warm hospitality. This display of humility catches the attention of an observant elf, who is surprised by Mikhail's understanding of fairy etiquette. The Fairy King, intrigued, steps closer and remarks on the depth of knowledge about their customs. With a mix of respect and confidence, Mikhail begins to share a tale that leaves both the Fairy King and the gathered company in awe. The elf and others, standing quietly on the outskirts, sense the weight of the moment. A blend of uncertainty and anticipation fills the air as Jihad steps forward, addressing the Fairy King as his father. He reveals the appearance of the World Tree, a rare convergence of realms that transcends the ordinary. The declaration causes disbelief and astonishment to ripple through the court. The Fairy King, attempting to process the gravity of the statement, questions Jihad's authenticity, stressing the need for proof, especially when it concerns something as monumental as the World Tree. In a moment of uncertainty, Jihad finds support in our boy. Our boy reassures the Fairy King that the claim can be substantiated. With a measured pause, he holds up a branch from the World Tree. The shimmering branch speaks for itself, its essence undeniable. Mikhail explains that this branch designates him as an envoy, chosen by the World Tree to bridge realms. The Fairy King, taken aback by the significance of Mikhail's status, lowers himself to one knee in respect. The recognition shifts the Fairy King's perspective, leaving Jihad to wrestle with a mix of disbelief and pride. Recognizing the gravity of Mikhail's connection with the World Tree, the Fairy King asks for his help to save the fairies. Jihad watches his father's plea, anxious and hopeful, uncertain of how this revelation will shape their future. Sensing the weight of the moment, our boy proposes a solution. He plans to create a tool to purify the toxin threatening the World Tree, using the power of the branch and enlisting the aid of a fairy workshop. During the conversation, our boy unexpectedly names Ur's Fountain, a renowned workshop where the famed elven blacksmith, crafts enchanted equipment. The Fairy King, momentarily startled by Mikhail's knowledge of the place, agrees to guide him there, understanding the urgency. However, before they can depart, Mikhail makes another revelation, explaining that the toxin plaguing the World Tree originates from the remnants of the demon god. This shocks the Fairy King. Skeptical, the Fairy King questions the validity of the claim, unable to sense the dark energy that our boy describes. In response, our boy explains that the World Tree has been suppressing the malevolent force, acting as a barrier between realms. He suggests that the Fairy King's weakened perception may be a result of the World Tree's diminished strength. The Fairy King listens, clearly surprised and contemplative. Mikhail goes on to reveal that both the World Tree and the Fairy King had attempted to communicate, but their efforts had been hindered by their respective limitations. Despite the urgency of the situation, communication between them had broken down. The Fairy King urges everyone to focus on the immediate threat. He explains that creating the tool to purify the toxin would alert the remnant of the demon god. The revelation shocks those present, raising concerns about the danger that lies ahead. Recognizing the urgency, the Fairy King quickly decides on a course of action. He instructs Jihad to accompany Mikhail to Ur's Fountain and guide him to the workshop. Soldiers and knights of the fairy forest receive orders to prepare for the impending threat and protect their realm. With firm resolve, the Fairy King vows to prevent further tragedies in their land. Our boy approaches Cassandra and requests her collaboration with the elves, including Helen, to ensure a united effort to save the World Tree. He assigns Leon to assist the elves in their preparations, organizing his team with precision. Mikhail stresses the need for immediate action to rescue the World Tree. Accompanied by Jihad, he travels to Ur's Fountain, the sacred workshop. Jihad expresses curiosity about the mysterious techniques used by Urd to craft magical items, noting that no clear guide exists. Our boy assures Jihad that he has the knowledge to unlock Urd's secrets. He reveals that, in a past life before a mysterious regression, he served as a skilled creator at Ur's Fountain. The magic items he crafted were more than tools. They were essential for survival. With this revelation, he begins their mission. Jihad watches closely as Mikhail works with the mana water, struggling to understand the intricate magic at play. Our boy explains his plan to use the mana water to extract the essence of the mistletoe. He assures Jihad the process will take only 4 days, though it typically requires a year of effort. Time, he emphasizes, is a luxury they cannot afford. Jihad raises concerns about a potential attack on the forest during this time. Mikhail acknowledges the risk but remains resolute, explaining that their mission is critical. Every action carries weight, and failure is not an option. Ur's Fountain, our boy points out, holds more than just mana water. Hidden within the enclave are treasures, including the regal armaments crafted by Urd for the Fairy Kings. These ancient artifacts could prove invaluable if their situation worsens. Jihad receives instructions to search for the royal relics crafted for the Fairy King, while Mikhail focuses on refining the mistletoe. With their tasks clearly defined, Jihad sets off to locate the weapons, determined to contribute to their shared cause. Cassandra, Leon, and Helen discuss the situation. Leon expresses confidence in their progress, but Cassandra shares her unease. She admits she cannot clearly foresee the future, but feels unsettled about the state of the World Tree. Despite her doubts, she places her trust in our boy. Helen, however, cautions against relying too heavily on him, though Cassandra remains steadfast in her belief that he will resolve the crisis. A sense of urgency binds everyone together as they work tirelessly to save their world. Each member of the group, driven by determination and hope, plays their part in this race against time. A dark aura blankets the area, suffocating and oppressive. The once vibrant flowers wither and decay under its influence. The ominous presence emanates from both the World Tree and the surrounding forest. Before the group can comprehend the situation, a monstrous entity emerges. A towering snake-like creature, shrouded in black aura, with 3 glowing eyes radiating an unsettling, otherworldly light. The serpent surges forward, targeting Cassandra, Leon, and Helen. Its movements are relentless, exuding malice. Cassandra urges retreat, sensing the imminent danger. Leon hesitates, torn between his duty as a fairy knight and the survival of his companions. The creature's approach forces a split-second decision as the group braces for the worst. Doubt floods Leon's mind. Fear grips him as he struggles with feelings of inadequacy. A knight of the fairies, yet powerless against the advancing foe. The once serene enclave now seethes with menace, the air thick with tension as the creature closes in. Leon waits, desperate for our boy to intervene and turn the tide. Deeper within the enchanted forest, the Fairy King confronts a colossal snake-like monster. Soldiers unleash volleys of arrows, but the creature remains undeterred, its wounds superficial. The Fairy King erects a radiant barrier, a shimmering shield to protect his kingdom. Determined, he channels all his strength into holding the line. The barrier falters as cracks spiderweb across its surface. Fairy mages pour their magic into reinforcing it, but exhaustion takes its toll. The Fairy King, wise and steadfast, recalls a magical tool gifted by our boy, certain of its importance in this dire hour. Still, he knows the barrier won't hold much longer against the relentless serpent. At Urd's fountain, Mikhail works tirelessly, crafting a tool to defeat the monster. Seth, a spirit attuned to magical forces, informs him that only 3 days have passed. Our boy nods, satisfied with his progress. The final step looms. A glowing red orb must be fused with the crafted tool. When the orb merges, a burst of crimson light floods the workshop, signaling a pivotal moment in their mission. The Beggar Fairy Forest stands on the brink of collapse. The black serpent intensifies its assault, and the barrier shatters under its power. Fairy mages fall back, drained and helpless as the serpent coils, ready to breach the kingdom. A blinding flash of light halts the monster's advance. Our boy arrives, radiant energy radiating from him as he unleashes the holy light spell. The serpent recoils, its momentum broken, if only momentarily. Relief washes over Cassandra at the sight of him. Surveying the battlefield, Mikhail assesses the threat with a calm, sharp gaze. The serpent's unnatural speed and ferocity underscore the urgency of their plight. Determined, he tightens his grip on the newly forged tool. Failure is not an option. The kingdom's fate depends on his resolve. Amid the chaos, the Fairy King strides toward our boy, his expression clouded with concern. It's not the battle that weighs on his mind, but the safety of his son. Despite the turmoil, the paternal worry etched across his face is unmistakable. A firm reassurance comes from our boy, who insists there is no need to fear for Jihad's safety. Determined, he ascends into the sky, placing himself squarely in the serpent's path. The creature's massive form looms larger with each passing moment, its terrifying size a stark reminder of the challenge ahead. The staff in his hand, crafted from the sacred World Tree, amplifies his power. Holy Light, a spell that would normally fall short against such a foe, becomes a devastating force in his grasp. The advantage is undeniable, but questions linger in his mind. The origins of the creature trouble him deeply. Its existence cannot be mere coincidence. The debris making up the serpent carries the unmistakable influence of the World Tree, twisted by years of proximity to its power. A grim realization strikes. This monstrosity is likely a remnant of the demon god, a fragment of malevolence left behind. Regret courses through our boy as he contemplates the consequences of his actions. A decisive blow could end the threat, but it would risk irreparable harm to the World Tree. A different plan takes shape, one requiring precision and patience to exploit the serpent's vulnerabilities. A sudden streak of blue light arcs through the air. The glowing arrow, imbued with holy energy, slams into the serpent's debris, triggering an explosion that shifts the tide of battle. The craftsmanship is unmistakable. It is the work of the Elven Lord. Looking down, Mikhail spots Jihad wielding the weapons of the previous Elven Lord, his timing impeccable. The explosion reveals weak points in the creature's debris, and a faint smirk tugs at his lips as he acknowledges the significance of Jihad's discovery. A quick signal to Seth sets the next phase of the plan in motion. Confirmation comes instantly, and Mikhail steels himself for what comes next. The serpent, partially exposed, opens its maw, preparing a devastating attack. Without hesitation, he surges straight into the creature's mouth with unwavering resolve. Inside, the grotesque mass shifts and writhes. The eerie resemblance between the debris and its surroundings stirs unease. Seth, observing from a distance, mutters her confirmation. This is undoubtedly the debris they had feared. Darkness envelops the space as ghostly forms begin to manifest. The sudden appearance of demon-like entities heightens the danger. Our boy, navigating through the corrupted core, finds himself surrounded by malevolent specters. The stakes rise with every moment as the heart of the monster reveals its true horrors. The debris reveals its true nature as Seth identifies it not just as a lifeless entity, but as a breeding ground for demons. Though the demons spawned appear unstable and weak, she warns that their fragility is deceptive. They can revive endlessly as long as they remain within the debris. Strategic adjustments follow swiftly. Our boy absorbs the warning and prepares for what lies ahead. A sequence of spells begins with circle expansion, fluidly transitioning into the complex divine gate. A massive, mirror-like circle materializes above his head, but the strain proves immense, forcing blood to spill from his lips. The setback barely slows him. Regaining composure, he directs the radiant energy toward the swarming demons. A blinding beam of light engulfs them, reducing the threat in an instant. The potency of Divine Gate demands reflection. Its sheer effectiveness stands out in this dire situation. Seth, observing the decisive outcome, is struck by the spell's power. Recognition of its intricacy deepens her admiration, a reminder of the mastery Mikhail held even before his regression. Uncertainty lingers, however. The swift demise of the demon seems almost too convenient, prompting Seth to seek clarity. Her steps bring her closer as concern flickers across her face. Worry for his well-being mingles with curiosity about his strategic choices. The blood on his hand catches the light as he acknowledges the toll. Admission of overexertion comes with an explanation. Divine Gate's activation required immense mana. Using it in isolation was deliberate. Pairing it with other spells would have limited its duration to a mere 5 minutes. Despite the strain, resolve burns undimmed. The fight within the debris demands his unwavering commitment. Moments grow tenser as he delves deeper into the chaotic heart of the debris. The discovery of its core halts him. An eye, grotesque and pulsating, embedded within the mass. Seth's sharp gasp confirms the dread. It is the demon god's eye, the sinister force controlling events from the shadows. A malevolent gaze locks onto him and Seth as the eye opens, radiating ominous intent. Time becomes a precious commodity as the countdown for Divine Gate leaves 3 minutes. The eye retaliates, its attack separating them in an explosive moment. Quick thinking sends him hurtling forward with a blink spell, reappearing directly before the eye. 1 minute remains on the spell's clock. A yellow crystal emerges amidst the chaos, its glow an unsettling sight. Crushed under his hand, the crystal shatters as time dwindles to a precarious 30 seconds. The demon eye, enraged, prepares a devastating strike. Salvation arrives in the form of an ethereal arrow, its glowing trail piercing through the air. The well-timed intervention intercepts the attack, leaving Seth astonished as the arrow spares him from imminent destruction. Outside the debris, the precision of the arrow becomes clear. Jihad stands ready, responding to the earlier signal sent by Mikhail. He holds his ground as the battle reaches its peak. The demon eye looms ominously, and our boy steps forward, challenging its assumption that its connection to the world tree renders it invincible. A moment of reflection sharpens his resolve. Even in the face of failure and potential death, the fight against the darkness carries profound meaning. With unwavering determination, he unleashes a 7th circle spell, Eggrail, inspired by the enduring spirit of the world tree. The spell embodies hope and resilience, drawing strength from the tree's ability to persevere despite being consumed by the debris. Even in destruction, it left behind a single sprout, a promise of renewal and rebirth. Energy surges outward as Eggrail takes effect, its power focused entirely on the malevolent force within the demon eye. The spell carries with it the weight of countless struggles, symbolizing a final stand against the lingering shadows. A shift begins as the world tree's gratitude manifests. The curse afflicting its core dissipates, and the malevolent presence tethering the debris collapses. Jard, liberated from the weight of the past, aids in paving the way for a brighter future. The debris disintegrates, the dark aura vanishes, and the roots of the world tree brim with renewed vitality. A radiant glow spreads through the forest, captivating onlookers like Jihad, Marquis Lindell, and the Fairy Knights. Even the Fairy King gazes in awe at the transformation. Memories surface for Jihad, recalling a conversation with our boy where he promised that destroying the debris would allow the world tree to thrive again. A hint that Jihad himself would play a key role in its restoration offers him comfort now, as the prophecy comes to life before his eyes. The cosmic balance shifts subtly, and a distant call pulls at our boy's senses. The world tree acknowledges the vital role he played, expressing gratitude and declaring its readiness to once again protect the forest and its inhabitants. Calm and steady, he assures the ancient entity that all is in place, fulfilling his promise to save the tree. A hesitation arises as the world tree considers its part of the agreement. Mikhail desires its essence, a gift that would expand his power and increase the number of circles he can wield. Though modest compared to his life-saving actions, the request prompts deeper consideration. A decision is made. Rather than granting only its essence, The World Tree offers a portion of itself, a gesture of immense gratitude. Seth voices concern over the imbalance this could cause, given the tree's recent recovery. The World Tree counters that his selection was aligned with the reason Seth chose him in the first place. An unease lingers in Seth's expression. He notices and gently inquires, but she dismisses the concern with a soft shake of her head. For now, the focus remains on the future and the fragile equilibrium that must be maintained. The World Tree bestows a profound gift, enabling Mikhail to not only gather mana but also store elemental energy within his body. Gratitude fills the air as he thanks the ancient entity. In a symbolic gesture, the World Tree offers a few strands of its luminous hair to solidify their bond. When he jokingly asks if he should eat them, the tree clarifies with a chuckle that they are meant to be tied around his wrist. As the strands wrap around his wrist, a radiant glow envelops him. Healing energy flows through his body, mending injuries and restoring his magical circles. Mana surges with remarkable intensity, though perfectly controlled, signaling a transformation. The realization dawns that he has ascended to the rank of a six-circle mage. Evening brings a vibrant celebration among the elves. The forest echoes with their joy, a stark contrast to the somberness of the injured community before his regression. Their lively spirits highlight the magnitude of the victory and the restoration of the forest's harmony. Laughter and music fill the air as the festivities continue. Amid the cheerful chaos, the Fairy King approaches, concern etched on his face. Reassurance flows easily, a quiet acknowledgement of the shared struggle and triumph. The Fairy King reciprocates with heartfelt gratitude, his renewed vitality a testament to the efforts of their hero. Talk turns to Prince Leon, whose growing prowess impresses even the seasoned mage. His ability to absorb the Fairy King's wisdom and foster connections with the spirits hints at a future brimming with potential. The Fairy King's warm smile reflects his pride in Leon, the praise a father treasures deeply. A reflective moment underscores the prince's unwavering admiration for his father. Before the regression, that respect was steadfast, and now it shines brighter than ever. Pride and gratitude mingle, a silent acknowledgement of the path they've walked together to reach this moment. Attention shifts as the Fairy King rises, his commanding presence quieting the celebration. With reverence, he announces the revival of the World Tree, a symbol of their collective honor. Yet his focus pivots to acknowledge a deeper truth. This victory was not theirs alone. The World Tree sought the aid of a hero, and it was that hero who saved them all. Cheers erupt as the fairy knights and gathered crowd recognize their savior. Declarations of loyalty resound, pledging the support of the fairies in his future endeavors. In a spontaneous act of celebration, the fairy knights lift him into the air, their jubilant cheers filling the night. Despite the overwhelming joy, a faint unease settles in, like a whisper from a distant memory. Elsewhere, within the confines of the Holy Empire, a cage holds the butler, a former antagonist now seeking redemption. His pleas for forgiveness mark the stirring of a new chapter, a turning point that hints at redemption amidst the echoes of past mistakes. A solemn meeting takes place as archbishops gather around a table under the leadership of the Holiness. The atmosphere is serious, reflecting the importance of the assembly. A man wearing glasses informs the group that rumors suggest the Holiness has chosen a new candidate for the role of a hero. The Holiness acknowledges how quickly the news has spread. The Holiness confirms that Archbishop Arley was consulted and approved the decision, but notes that the selection is not yet official. The man with glasses continues, explaining that the candidate comes from a family with a history of expertise in the arcane arts. The Holiness interrupts, emphasizing the need for caution and careful judgment as the situation develops. The Holiness reflects on how the archbishops have developed a sense of self-righteousness. To address this, the Holiness reminds them that their duty is to follow God's word, not to act on personal preferences. The message underscores the divine nature of their roles. Archbishop Kalayan, a bald figure, voices disagreement. He questions why new candidates are being excluded and accuses the assembly, including the Holiness, of altering the destiny of a child without divine guidance. The accusation highlights the complexity of their decisions. The Holiness calmly responds, explaining that if the child is truly suitable, they will naturally prove their worth and rise to the position of hero. The Holiness also emphasizes that heroism is not the only way to contribute to the greater good, as there are many paths to serve others. As the discussion ends, Archbishop Ken sits in silent thought, resolved to closely monitor the hero candidate's progress. The Holiness concludes the deliberation, officially ending the topic. Within the sacred halls of the Holy Empire, the Holiness reflects on the discussions, finding little of value but managing to use the time to address concerns about our boy and his actions. The focus shifts to the fairy forest, where our boy and his companions prepare to leave. Jihad, acting as a liaison between the elves and our boy's group, informs them that while the elves cannot join them physically, they are committed to offering support when needed. The elves, though confined to their magical forest, pledge their assistance, demonstrating a bond of friendship and mutual aid that goes beyond physical presence. Mikhail accepts the elves' offer with gratitude, his mind focused on the challenges ahead. During their conversation, Jihad asks if Mikhail plans to become a hero. After a moment of thought, our boy confirms that it is his current goal. Jihad, understanding the complexities of heroism, agrees that it suits our boy, but also points out the darker side of the world. He explains that false prophecies are often used to manipulate people, driving them into unnecessary conflicts. This, he says, is why the elves chose to retreat into the safety of the fairy forest, distancing themselves from the chaos of the outside world. Mikhail, serious and resolute, reflects on the political schemes of the Holy Nation. He recalls past encounters with those who claim to act righteously for the Holy Nation, a stark contrast to the path he is now pursuing, a path the elder archbishops had wanted but never directly supported. Despite the complexity of the situation, Mikhail remains focused on his chosen course. Jihad expresses concern for our boy's safety and invokes the protective blessings of the World Tree as our boy prepares to leave. Mikhail assures Jihad that he is capable of handling the challenges ahead. They exchange good luck and mutual respect before parting ways. In a moment of wisdom, Mikhail urges Jihad to remember their conversation. Jihad, confused, asks for clarification. Our boy explains that bearing all responsibility alone is unnecessary, as it won't change the outcome. He hopes Jihad learns the value of shared responsibility and collective action. After leaving, Mikhail reflects on Jihad's situation. Despite being a beacon of hope and saving many lives, Jihad remains constrained by the past, a reminder that personal growth is a journey. Mikhail's thoughts shift to Jihad, a noble figure whose nobility, though admirable, can make others uncomfortable. Our boy feels a strong desire to support him in a way that goes beyond the burden of nobility. This intention brings a genuine smile to Jihad's face, acknowledging our boy's commitment. Jihad assures Mikhail that he understands and promises to carry this newfound understanding forward. It is a moment of connection that Mikhail had hoped for, signaling a transformative journey ahead. Our boy, feeling confident after playing a key role in saving the world, believes in Jihad's potential for positive change. As our boy and his companions leave the fairy forest, a new chapter begins, filled with revelations and uncertainties. Helen, a companion, expresses curiosity about Mikhail's identity, questioning him beyond familial ties. Mikhail responds plainly, stating that he is the sole son of the well-known Purges family. However, it's clear that Helen's question goes deeper than just family lineage. The spirit companion among them echoes Helen's doubts, recalling a time when she wondered if Mikhail might be of mixed blood. This disclosure creates a sense of mystery surrounding our boy's true nature. As the group processes these uncertainties, our boy feels the need for transparency. Feeling the weight of truth, Mikhail gathers his companions and signals that a revelation is coming. The group's attention focuses on him, anticipation on their faces. Mikhail discloses a secret. He has the ability to hear the voice of God. The revelation echoes through the silent forest, met with disbelief and skepticism. The group struggles to process the enormity of his claim, especially in a world where even saints were not believed to hear God's voice. Leon looks at our boy with a questioning gaze, finding it hard to believe. The spirit companion confirms Leon's doubt, validating the situation. Cassandra, curious, asks our boy for more details about the message he had received. Surprise crosses Helen's face, and she quickly advises Cassandra to let the matter rest. Mikhail, undeterred, smiles and shares the peculiar nature of the divine message. He explains that God had instructed him to take action, symbolically referring to the stagnation and decay in the current Holy Empire. Mikhail elaborates, lamenting that the empire had rotted completely under the influence of the elderly archbishops. Cassandra appears puzzled, prompting our boy to explain further. He clarifies that, like stagnant water destined to rot, the Holy Empire has become completely corrupted. The gravity of our boy's revelation challenges the conventional understanding of divine communication. He tells Cassandra that his mission, ordained by God, is to dismantle the corruption within the Holy Empire. With a determined spirit, Mikhail urges his companions to break free from the manipulative control of the old archbishops. Cassandra, momentarily speechless, struggles with the implications of their mission. The narrative shifts to near the capital of the Holy Empire, where the spire of the saints stands in the distance. Leon points out the spire, marking their arrival in the Holy Empire. Mikhail acknowledges its significance, understanding that it signals their entrance into the heart of the empire. As they approach a checkpoint before entering the capital, a worker greets them and asks for their names, nation, and purpose for visiting. Our boy hands over a letter containing an invitation from Archbishop Arley. The worker, surprised, assures our boy that he will examine the letter's contents. Unbothered by the worker's surprise, our boy confidently suggests that the worker must have expected their arrival. The worker, now more focused, promises to investigate the letter immediately. As the worker inspects the letter, a soft pink aura envelops it, indicating a magical enchantment. In response, the worker asks our boy for a drop of his blood on the letter. Mikhail complies, offering a small drop, which satisfies the worker. This confirms Mikhail's identity, allowing the group to enter the capital. As they cross into the capital, Mikhail reflects on the caution shown by the high elders of the Holy Empire, particularly regarding the selection of warriors. In the world of warriors, the dynamics are different. Even if they lose their official ranks, the essence of a warrior remains unchanged. Onlookers from the Holy Empire watch them, curious and observant. Our boy notices the attention he's drawing from the crowd, mixed with interest and uncertainty. Leon comments on it, and our boy expresses his intention to intensify that attention. He turns to Seth, the spirit companion, and instructs her to prepare for a demonstration. Seth acknowledges the directive, and Mikhail uses a tool crafted from a branch of the world tree to create an aura of divine power around himself. The display leaves the spectators in shock. This demonstration serves two purposes: showcasing Mikhail's capabilities and ensuring any spies sent by the old nobles of the Holy Empire witness and report it back. During the display, a butler discreetly approaches our boy and informs him about the presence of unwanted guests in the crowd. Our boy acknowledges the information and thanks the butler. He then grants the butler some time off, assuring him that he won't interfere with his personal pursuits. The butler is given the choice to relax, recreate, or solve a puzzle. Mikhail smiles and grants him a break, telling him to enjoy his time as he wishes. The butler, surprised but amused, thanks Mikhail and accepts the offer casually. Our boy then signals to Leon and the others that it's time to proceed. Meanwhile, inside the Holy Palace, a spy informs Archbishop Ken of the startling news that our boy possesses divine power. The Archbishop is shocked and dismisses the idea, arguing that the Walpurgis family's lineage is rooted in magic, making it impossible for them to wield divine energy. He insists that mana and divine energy cannot combine, calling the idea a myth. Struggling to understand this, he finds it hard to accept that Mikhail could use both energies. The spies then reveal another surprising fact. Cassandra is part of Mikhail's group, which leaves Archbishop Ken even more astonished. Our boy steps into the sacred halls of the Holy Palace, where a figure with blue hair thanks him for undertaking the journey. Sihan, the intermediate priest, is introduced as the one assigned to assist our boy. He mentions that the aura of holiness awaits them inside the room. Sihan notices the youthfulness of the priest and silently reflects on the responsibilities placed on someone so young. Despite this, Mikhail decides to defer to Sihan, allowing him to lead in the upcoming encounter. However, Sihan interjects, reminding Mikhail that his companions cannot accompany him into the sacred chamber. This is a necessary but inconvenient truth, prompting our boy to consider informing his companions. Our boy calls Arlie over for a private conversation. When Arlie approaches, Mikhail speaks about Archbishop Ken's knowledge of her existence, a revelation that carries significant implications. Arlie acknowledges that she is aware of the situation. A moment of anticipation hangs in the air as Arlie asks for guidance on the next course of action. Mikhail's response is straightforward and supportive. He assures Arlie that no matter what decision she makes, he will stand by her and offer help. This unconditional support catches Arlie off guard, prompting her to seek clarification. Mikhail explains that the decision is entirely hers, showing his trust and respect for her autonomy. Arlie acknowledges this and assures our boy that she will do what she believes is right. Our boy tells her that he trusts her to handle the situation. With that, Mikhail turns his attention back to Sihan, recognizing that their journey through the sacred palace is about to begin. Before the conversation can continue, Arlie pauses and shares her personal reasons for leaving the Holy Nation. Arlie decides to share a piece of her history, a decision that shows her trust in Mikhail. Our boy, intrigued by the revelation, encourages her to share her story. This act reflects the trust that has developed between them. As our boy moves into the room, leaving Arlie to her thoughts, Helen quietly approaches her. Helen, ever practical, questions the wisdom of sharing such personal details with our boy. Cassandra, confident in her trust in our boy, calmly expresses her loyalty and reliance on the bond they've formed. Leon, meanwhile, admires the grandeur of the holy place, appreciating its sanctity and significance to the Holy Nation. Acknowledging Leon's sentiments, Cassandra briefly mentions her past, particularly her humble beginnings in the slums, adding depth to her character. However, Helen, perhaps trying to protect Cassandra from unnecessary exposure, redirects the conversation. Cassandra reassures Helen that the past is just that, a chapter left behind. Describing the deep connection she feels with the Holy Nation, Cassandra tells Leon it is a guiding light that saved her from the hardships of the slums. She expresses a strong desire for the Holy Nation to maintain its essence, much like when she first saw its grandeur in the Holy Palace. Cassandra shares that Mikhail has given her the freedom to act as she chooses, and despite the elder's skepticism toward her prophetic insights, she feels the need to earn their trust through actions. The scene shifts to Mikhail, who is in a meeting with the priest Sahan. Sahan informs our boy of rumors about a supposed miracle at the front gates. Surprised by the spread of such tales, our boy confirms that it is indeed a manifestation of holy energy. He questions Sahan about the unusual nature of a magician wielding such power. Sahan, visibly impressed, expresses his fascination with Mikhail's magical abilities, admitting that he has never seen such power in previous warriors. Mikhail tells Sihan that he finds it strange, as he thought the holy nation had already chosen their next warrior. Sihan shares his positive opinion of Siegfried, the presumed successor, describing him as someone who compensates for a lack of knowledge with other qualities. Noticing Mikhail's serious expression, Sihan quickly apologizes, worried that he may have overstepped. Our boy, in turn, grasps Sihan's hand, acknowledging their connection and recognizing the potential significance of the intermediate priest in the unfolding events. As they approach the holiness room, our boy learns that Sihan, as an intermediate priest, has the privilege of entering first. Before parting ways, Sihan offers Mikhail a blessing, invoking the divine favor of Hika. Left outside the room, Mikhail prepares for his meeting with the holiness. When our boy opens the door, he is surprised to find Siegfried, with golden hair, standing before him. The unexpected encounter disrupts Mikhail's expectations, leaving him in momentary disbelief. A few minutes earlier, our boy questioned Cassandra about her departure from the sacred land. She explained that her leaving wasn't just about a disagreement over her prophecy. Cassandra revealed that the public version of the prophecy was distorted. She described a world consumed by chaos, set ablaze by a demon god, with blood flowing through the land. Amid this disaster, a hero would rise, symbolized by a lion with a golden mane and an inverted sun around its neck. However, Cassandra hinted that this hero might eventually fall. Mikhail is stunned. The hero's power is beyond the understanding of the holy nation, making it logical for the archbishops to hide such a negative prophecy. As he processes this, a realization hits. The golden-maned lion reminds him of Siegfried's golden hair. The scene shifts to the holiness room where our boy faces Siegfried. Seeing Siegfried triggers a surge of anger, but Mikhail decides to hold it back. After a moment of calm, he addresses the holiness with practiced politeness, thanking them for the audience. The holiness acknowledges our boy's respectful demeanor and responds. Mikhail then asks about Siegfried's identity. The holiness reveals that Siegfried is the prodigy of the Golden Lion Knights, a hero candidate. This means both our boy and Siegfried are potential heirs to the hero's mantle, and the next hero is likely to come from one of them. Representing chivalry, Siegfried offers a handshake. As Mikhail shakes his hand, frustration rises within him. The touch of Siegfried's hand seems to release his divine energy, subtly entering our boy's space. It feels like Siegfried is testing Mikhail's strength, silently challenging him. With a slight grin, Mikhail decides to respond, using his free circulation method to channel his own divine energy. A question lingers in our boy's mind. Did Siegfried intentionally connect their energies, or did it happen by accident during the handshake? The answer comes when Siegfried tries to pull his hand away but encounters an unexpected barrier of our boy's mana. The collision surprises Siegfried, who asks Mikhail to release his grip, warning that it could endanger his life. Reluctantly, Mikhail lets go, freeing Siegfried. The holiness, watching silently, observes our boy's divine energy closely, noting its purity in a moment of realization. The holiness recognizes that our boy's divine energy is unusually pure, possibly even surpassing his own. Intrigued, he asks Mikhail about the source of this energy. Mikhail confidently states that he received a revelation. The holiness, skeptical of the claim, admires Mikhail's ability to lie with such certainty. Siegfried, recovering from the ethereal encounter, interrupts, pointing out that revelations to humans stopped after the prophecy wars, and even the holiness has not received one. Our boy, with a confident smirk, dismisses Siegfried's doubts, arguing that the hero, being inherently unique, transcends the limits of the holiness, and questioning his divine essence is blasphemous. Realizing his mistake, Siegfried humbly apologizes, easing the tension in the room. Despite this, our boy remains firm and suggests they work together to study the prophecy for a clearer understanding. Aware of the need for a plausible excuse, Mikhail nods to the holiness and promises to share the revelation he received. His attention is suddenly diverted, however, when a mysterious girl appears before him. She moves with an almost feline grace and recognizes Mikhail's ability to sense her presence. Surprised, Mikhail tries to understand who she is, as she seems to manipulate time effortlessly. The time freeze creates a surreal atmosphere as she approaches him and asks about his perception of her. Considering her abilities, our boy links her to a rare group of individuals capable of such feats, the name Hekau coming to mind. The girl smiles knowingly, confirming our boy's suspicion. She has a blend of Hekao's abilities, but her demeanor is playful rather than stern, suggesting a complex relationship between them that goes beyond normal interactions. Seth states that Hekao is not the other half of Asar, but rather a fragmented part that's separated from him. Seth recalls a time when Hekao, instead of fighting, had shed tears. This memory triggers an outburst, and in anger, Hekao pushes Seth to the ground before turning her attention back to our boy. She acknowledges him as the successor. Confused, Mikhail asks for an explanation of the title. Hekao explains that Mikhail has already received parts of Asar and will continue to gain more, thus becoming the successor to Asar's legacy. Despite this revelation, Hekao notices the perceived disrespect in our boy's gaze. With a serious expression, our boy questions Hekao about her lack of action regarding urgent matters, such as the Desting World Tree and the threat of a great demon gathering troops. He asks why she remains passive. With a cryptic smile, Hekao acknowledges our boy's frustration and explains her reasons for not immediately acting on his concerns. This revelation hints at a deeper connection, leaving Mikhail with more questions than answers. Undeterred, he asks Hekao for clarity on her motivations. Hekao forms a pattern with her fingers against her lips as she explains that despite being labeled a god and sharing a similar existence with him, her words have failed to reach him. She dismisses any notion of perfection. When Mikhail asks about the implications of her godhood, Hekao promises to explain the details later, as the story is too complex for a quick explanation. Hekao then reveals an unusual problem. Her voice cannot reach her own children, and they refuse to accept the prophecy she shared with them. Our boy asks about her intentions, and Hekao explains that for some unknown reason, he is the only human she can communicate with, urging him to figure out why. She adds that if Mikhail can solve her problem, it would be greatly appreciated. With a casual flick of her finger, time resumes its normal flow. Siegfried, curious about the prophecy, approaches Mikhail, prompting him to consider the impending threat of the demon god. The urgency of the situation weighs heavily on Mikhail, but before discussing the prophecy, he decides to share a revelation of his own. Our boy expresses his disappointment with the current state of the Holy Nation. The Holiness stands in shock, and Siegfried, loyal to the Holy Empire, defends its honor. Undeterred by Siegfried's defense, Mikhail challenges him, pointing out that Siegfried has not yet confirmed the accuracy of the prophecy before defending it. With a stern gaze, Mikhail silences Siegfried, urging him to reflect before speaking further. Redirecting his attention to the Holiness, our boy introduces a cryptic prophecy from the past. It foretells that the Holiness has two children, one within reach and the other lost. This prophecy suggests that things will not unfold favorably for the Holiness. The revelation leaves the Holiness struggling to understand its vague meaning. Confident in the importance of accuracy over origin, Mikhail states that if he makes the prophecy accurate, it will be true. The Holiness, still grappling with the message, suggests ending the conversation, reminding both Siegfried and our boy of the heavy expectations placed on them by the people. As Mikhail prepares to leave, the Holiness hesitates, as if about to ask something, but refrains. Our boy reassures the Holiness that everything will unfold as intended, and if it deviates, he will ensure it is corrected. After leaving the Holy Palace, Mikhail finds that a seal has been placed on him. Siegfried, acknowledging Mikhail as their only hope, explains that it is the least they can do. Siegfried jokingly asks if our boy's whole body will soon be covered in seals, to which our boy casually replies, "Maybe." Together, they decide to head to Cassandra. Meanwhile, at Cassandra's location, Leon witnesses Helen in a skirmish with a knight. The knight, asking about Cassandra's whereabouts, expresses a desire to meet her. Helen stands her ground, telling the knight that he has no right to make demands. The knight, however, argues that their return shows recognition of the Holy Nation's righteousness. Helen strongly disagrees, but the knight presses on, saying that Cassandra, as a member of the Holy Nation, should naturally be present. The knight subtly implies that Helen is in the wrong. Noticing the situation could escalate, Leon intervenes and urges the knight to stop. The knight ignores Leon's plea, prompting him to assert that Helen is his ally due to the Parcelope family name. Unfazed, the knight acknowledges Leon as the Empire's genius, but insists he has no choice. As the knight draws his sword, Leon recognizes him as the White Knight, the vice-captain of the Holy Knights. The knight warns Leon to step aside, but Leon stands firm, preparing for a fight. The knight attacks, but Leon skillfully blocks his strikes. Cassandra, sensing the tension, steps forward, urging them to stop and expressing surprise at the knight's sudden appearance. Cassandra questions the knight's motives. He assures her that the Archbishop regrets past events and promises a different approach this time, inviting Cassandra to accompany him. She considers the possibility that he might share the Archbishop's beliefs, especially given Ken's focus on maintaining order. However, concern creeps in as Cassandra wonders if returning might mean being restricted by the strict rules enforced by Archbishop Ken, limiting her freedom to leave. Filled with apprehension, she confronts the knight about his intentions, firmly refusing to comply with his demands. In response, the knight subtly implies that he might use force if she continues to refuse, urging her to reconsider. He gives her a choice with serious consequences, forcing her to weigh her options. Mikhail, cloaked in mystery and wielding powerful fire magic, intervenes with a controlled display of elemental power. His actions show his commitment to protecting Cassandra, reminding his promise to keep her safe. Taking control of the situation, Mikhail instructs him to leave without worrying about Cassandra. Mikhail tries to justify his actions by emphasizing the importance of the holy nation, claiming that while he may aspire to become a warrior, he doesn't have the authority to stop the holy knights, who are loyal to the nation and its order. Our boy counters his assertion with a slight grin, suggesting that he may not fully understand the laws of the holy nation. He offers to explain them, implying that the situation might not be as simple as it seems. Cassandra had left the holy nation, and she wasn't without reason for doing so. She was now with the warrior candidate. Mikhail suggested discussing the matter with Archbishop Kilian. However, the knight's expression made it clear he disagreed. Noticing this, Mikhail instructed him to leave and warned him not to do anything reckless again. Meanwhile, our boy was determined to speak with Helen. In a quiet room, he turned to Helen and asked him to take off the helmet.
That was well.
The hero of our story is the strongest sage who saved mankind from the invasion of monsters and their king. But exhausted by the deadly battle, he died. Fortunately for him, this is not the end. He is reborn in the body of a boy 50 years later and enters the Academy of Magic to become the strongest again. Will he succeed? Let's find out. Atsumu wakes up, shocked to find he's alive despite using all his magic. He questions the situation and doesn't believe he's still alive. Looking at himself in the mirror, he's shocked by his new appearance. A doctor enters the room along with a nurse. She addresses our boy as Kusanagi, and he becomes more confused as he hears the unfamiliar name. The doctor asks him to lay down and tries checking his injuries. He removes the bandages and is surprised to find that the protagonist has been healed completely. He is unable to believe what he's seeing. The doctor remembers he was in horrible condition just the other day after a traffic accident and losing consciousness. He wonders how the boy has already healed so quickly. The doctor thinks it's like being healed by holy magic. Kusanagi is confused to learn about the traffic accident and reveals that his body can automatically heal itself using holy magic powers. He asks the doctors if his magic power has run out, but they don't understand what he's trying to say. He tells them he was in the middle of fighting monsters during the calamity. The doctor and nurse both get shocked by his words. The doctor asks the boy if he still remembers his name and the year it is right now. Ichikami states his name and believes it is still 1970. But the doctor assumes he is experiencing a sequela and calls it a memory impairment issue. The doctor informs the boy that his real name is Kusanagi Minato, and the current year is 2022. Kusanagi becomes confused, and it's hard for him to believe all of this. He looks at the doctor and assumes the guy is telling the truth. He notices a TV and wonders how it is so thin and has such a clean image as well. The protagonist finds a calendar and confirms it really is 2022. He is shocked to see a thin device in the nurse's hands. Our boy becomes confused and starts wondering if he really is in the future. The doctor reveals some information about the calamity our boy mentioned. He remembers it happened 50 years ago but never happened again since. The protagonist is unable to believe his words and questions what happened to all the monsters. The doctor calls it a peaceful era and reveals that there are barely any monsters now. Kusanagi finds out the world has finally achieved true peace and becomes relieved. He thanks God and starts smiling. The doctor tells him that Ichikami, the person he is talking about, died in the calamity 50 years ago. He is considered a hero who sacrificed his own life to save the world. The doctor doesn't believe Kusanagi is Ichikami Atsumu. Our boy assumes he died 50 years ago and somehow was able to reincarnate into Kusanagi Minato. He does not understand how this happened, and as a week passes by, he finally enters his apartment and checks out Kusanagi's room. He feels sad as he learns about the old Kusanagi's life. His parents passed away when he was just a little kid. He also got kicked out by his new foster parents and was sent to a shitty boarding school. Ever since all this happened, Kusanagi has been surviving using his parents' inheritance. The protagonist has never heard of something known as reincarnation magic. He wonders if the reincarnation he is experiencing is the work of a god. Maybe it all happened randomly. He looks at Kusanagi's Magic Academy card and remembers that back in his days, there was no such thing as a Magic Academy. He finds it interesting. All of a sudden, his phone starts ringing. He wonders what it is and picks up his phone. He sees someone named Tadano calling him, but doesn't understand what he should do. Kusanagi decides to ignore it and throws away his phone. It keeps ringing, and a message pops up. Tadano says he knows our boy got discharged from the hospital and requests Kusanagi to come back to school already as he is running out of money. The next day, our boy attends the Magic Academy, and as he enters the school, he starts looking around. He finds it exciting to be attending school again as an adult. As he is enjoying the moment, he notices a random student use his magic abilities to attack a dummy doll. Kusanagi becomes disappointed to see the scene and wonders why everyone has such weak magic powers. He observes more students and realizes all of them are complete crap. It's hard for him to believe. He remembers even the newbies from his time were 10 times stronger than these pathetic students. He doubts they will ever succeed as magicians, and even though it is a peaceful era, he doesn't understand why magic declined to such an extent. He enters his classroom and finds his chair. He starts feeling excited about his academic life and wonders if he has any friends in the classroom. Suddenly, a red-haired student appears with 2 more kids. He questions why our boy ignored his texts, even though he is just Kusanagi. The protagonist doesn't recognize the guy, so he politely asks his name. Tadano becomes angry and kicks the table as he states his name again. He calls Kusanagi weak and a piece of trash, but our boy doesn't take him seriously. He suddenly remembers it's the guy who was calling him. He assumes Tadano is his friend. Tadano smiles wickedly and pulls out his hand, asking for money. Kusanagi assumes he's a good friend and holds his hand passionately, hoping they can get along well. Tadano becomes angry and grabs him by his collar while demanding money. He tries to scare Kusanagi and believes he has a lot left from his parents' inheritance. Kusanagi finally understands the situation and finds out that his old self was being bullied. Tadano tries to throw a punch to put our boy in his place, but out of nowhere, a blue-haired girl with a beautiful face enters the classroom. She wishes everyone a good morning. Her pretty smile calms down Tadano. He decides to let our boy go but makes it clear that he is expecting money from him later. Kusanagi becomes annoyed, but the bully finally leaves the classroom. The class finally begins, and the teacher starts talking about the Great Calamity, also known as the Final Calamity. 50 years ago, monsters appeared all across the world, and humanity despaired because of them. But the great sage known as Ichikami Atsumu remained determined to save humanity. He never gave up and destroyed all the monsters by himself. He finally confronted the demon god known as the Calamity Boss, the reason behind the whole phenomenon. Ichikami risked his own life to defeat the final boss, and ever since that day, Calamity has never returned. The teacher starts asking the students about the great sage. The blue-haired girl from earlier raises her hand. Her name is Mizuha. The teacher gives her permission to answer the question. She says Ichikami is the great sage and the first ever magician who survived the first calamity. He is also behind the reason their academy was built. Her eyes start sparkling with excitement as she shares that Ichikami is the hero of humanity, the idol of every magician across the world. The teacher confirms she is correct and teaches the class about the great sage who survived the first calamity and was the first to learn how to use magic. The academy was created to make more magicians just like him. He is the strongest magician in human history. The teacher advises them to learn about him and prepare for the upcoming test. The protagonist starts feeling embarrassed as he hears everyone praising Ichikami. He was not expecting such torture and starts regretting joining the academy. He remembers what the doctor said and assumes everyone has weak magic because now the world is at peace. He looks outside his window and starts smiling as he enjoys his new peaceful life. The teacher finally ends the class and hopes everyone is prepared for the magic power assessment exam tomorrow. Tadano approaches the protagonist again and asks if he heard what the teacher said. He is excited and believes it's going to be fun seeing Kusanagi's dogshit magic abilities. Our boy wonders why the bully isn't shutting up. He decides to leave the classroom, and as he walks away, Tadano points out that even his parents had no magic abilities. The bully calls him an orphan and starts laughing at him. The protagonist finally starts talking back. Tadano becomes angry as he hears Kusanagi insulting him. His patience runs out, and he starts activating some kind of fire magic. The classmates become shocked and try to stop him. One of them wonders if he is really going to use such a spell inside the classroom. Tadano fires the magic spell towards our boy, hoping he dies. The blue-haired girl moves forward to stop him, but she ends up being too late. As he sees the fire blast coming towards him, the protagonist stands completely unfazed. The magic attack hits him hard, and all the students step back. Mizuha calls it stupid and warns him not to use magic in such a meaningless fight, not wanting anyone hurt. Tadano defends himself, blaming Kusanagi and refusing to accept his fault. The students grow concerned about our boy, but as the smoke clears, Kusanagi comes out unscathed. The students are surprised, and he admits he got caught off guard. Tadano, scared, questions why Kusanagi is still standing despite taking the magic attack head-on. Our boy can easily defend against level 1 magic with his barrier without using powers. He tolerated the insults because Tadano is just a child, but now believes he must be punished. With a cold expression, he moves toward the bully. Tadano sweats anxiously, and Kusanagi unleashes his magic. The students freeze, unable to move, all questioning what's happening. Mizuha wonders what's going on. Kusanagi walks toward Tadano, moving his hand forward. Tadano nearly shits himself, but the teacher intervenes, entering the classroom and asking about the sound. He questions if anyone is using magic inside. Kusanagi assures him there's nothing going on inside, believing the magic came from outside. The teacher remembers no magic activity today, but our boy says someone outside their department might be practicing. The teacher demands an explanation for the smoke, and Kusanagi answers it came from outside. The teacher believes him, orders the class to return to their seats, and resolves to find the culprit. Kusanagi apologizes with a smile and decides to create false evidence to close the case. All the students, including Mizuha, are surprised. Tadano grits his teeth in frustration. The protagonist believes the students are weak and doubts they can kill a monster. Though the calamity ended 50 years ago, he knows dangerous monsters may still exist. He decides to check it out. At night, he enters old Shibuya using magic circles, observing the ruined city and remembering what it looked like in his past life. He finds no monsters and assumes the police handled it. Suddenly, he senses a monster's aura and a human nearby and quickly moves to investigate. A monster corners a white-haired girl who cries in fear and begs for her life. The monster moves to eat her, but the boy intervenes. The monster roars in pain and dies in one attack. The protagonist notices a police badge on her clothes. Assuming she's from the magician police, he advises her to be more careful next time. She thanks him, but he summons circles and leaves. She wonders who he was, thinking he's a great magician but questioning how he defeated the monster without chanting. Kusanagi feels glad his face is hidden, not wanting attention since he's newly reincarnated. He's surprised to see a police magician almost die to a weak monster and assumes even the police are weaker now. He doubts people from this era can defeat monsters. The whole new generation, including students and police, is much weaker than before. He smiles, realizing humanity needs his powers again. He starts moving, deciding to defeat all the monsters in the area. The next day, at the academy, the teacher asks everyone to get ready for the magic power test. He hopes they measure both attributes and the amount properly, as they're crucial if they want to pursue a magician profession. Our boy questions why his powers can't be measured without the weird device, understanding its necessity for students but wondering how a teacher can be unaware that magic perception is a foundation of magic. Mizuha steps forward and asks if it's the right time. The students notice them talking and wonder why Mizuha is calling Kusanagi out. She introduces herself as the second daughter of the noble magic house Mizuha Yuika. He doesn't understand what a noble family is, so she explains it's one of the 4 leading noble houses, heads of magicians. He doesn't recognize her and remembers no noble families during his time. Observing her weak magic, he wonders why she brags about her family of prominent magicians with such a pathetic magic level. Mizuha asks why he's uninterested, hoping he'd be more grateful. Tadano grits his teeth in jealousy, wondering what they're talking about. Kusanagi asks why a magic noble would talk to a lowlife like him. She gets annoyed but tries to keep her dignity, thinking she must act properly as a noble. He questions if she has a mental issue. Mizuha recalls the magic blast that did 0 damage to him yesterday and wonders if there's a reason behind it. She tries to bring it up, but the teacher interrupts, telling the students to get ready for measurements. Kusanagi takes the opportunity to walk away, smiling. Mizuha decides to wait and see his real powers after the assessments. Tadano confidently unleashes his powers, showing 1000 magic power with a fire attribute. He celebrates his improvement. Kusanagi notes that the standards are the same as in his time. Next, Mizuha steps forward, unleashing her magic. Her attribute is water, and her magic power is 2000. Everyone is surprised, and the teacher praises both her and Tadano, saying they're at the top and will make great magicians. The students start praising them too. Kusanagi, disappointed, calls it a joke, thinking 2000 magic power is no better than amateur level. Mizuha looks smug, trying to show off her noble family's power. He wonders why she's proudly looking at him. Suddenly, he hears the teacher call him for assessments. As he walks toward the device, he hears students talk about his results last year. Despite excelling in studies, he ranked lowest in magic. Tadano, thinking Kusanagi has 0 talent, looks forward to seeing him embarrass himself. Mizuha wonders how much power Kusanagi is hiding but doubts he can surpass her. Irritated, Kusanagi remembers standing out in his past life, which was annoying. He considers holding back but decides to go all out, unleashing everything with a smile and challenging the machine to handle the power of the greatest sage in history. The machine glows and a beam of light shoots out of the building, noticed by 2 students from different classes. Mizuha is confused as the machine starts acting strangely. It glows more before a huge explosion breaks it. The students scramble to save themselves from the blast. Our boy is disappointed the machine broke, thinking he barely even tried. He doubts any of his classmates could sense his magic power. The teacher, concerned, asks if everyone is fine. They assure him they are. He asks Kusanagi if he's okay, commenting that he got lucky, standing in the middle of the explosion. The teacher wonders if the device malfunctioned. He's worried it's now impossible to measure Kusanagi's magic power and attributes. Kusanagi asks why he's so concerned. The teacher says he was hoping to split the students into groups for combat class, but can't decide without the assessment results. The teacher asks Tadano to take Kusanagi in his group. Tadano agrees, seeing an opportunity to bully our boy. The teacher is relieved, glad it's Tadano. The bully approaches Kusanagi, saying he looks forward to their combat class, his face twisted with an evil expression. The students reach Old Shibuya, and the teacher explains that there are still a few monsters living inside the city, which was destroyed by the Great Calamity. The magicians and police regularly come to this abandoned city to fight the monsters that are still living here. The students of the academy are also required to help with this for some reason. The teacher assures them not to stress, since most monsters have already been taken care of by the pro-magicians and police officers. Our boy wasn't expecting a practical class. He hopes the students can take out a few monsters since they'll be working in groups. He remembers coming here last night but feels weird as he senses a few monsters nearby. He remembers that he cleaned the place properly yesterday. He doesn't find any signs of disaster nearby, and questions why more monsters keep appearing in Old Shibuya. He hears a few girls talking about competing with each other. Despite it being a practical class, our boy is surprised to see the students acting so carefree. Mizuha carefully observes Kusanagi for some reason. The teacher starts the practical class and hopes everyone can work with each other well. Tadano notices the protagonist and calls him. He approaches our boy with his group and advises him to stay where he is and avoid getting in their way. Tadano makes it clear he won't go easy this time if Kusanagi gets carried away like before. The protagonist doesn't understand why they don't just ignore him if they hate him so much. Tadano becomes angry and orders him not to talk back. He doesn't understand why Mizuha still talks to Kusanagi even though he's totally trash. Our boy is astonished to hear this and finds out that Tadano has feelings for Mizuha. Tadano becomes enraged. The protagonist notices something, and the bullies try to attack him with their magic powers. But he warns them to stop. Tadano makes it clear that his apology won't work this time. Kusanagi asks him to look behind, but Tadano believes he's trying to play some kind of stupid trick to save himself. Tadano looks behind, and the whole group of bullies finds a tall monster standing behind them. They all start sweating anxiously and question why there's a demon soldier in this abandoned city. The other bullies hype up Tadano and believe he can defeat it. He assures them he will win, though with an anxious expression on his face. He moves forward and attacks it with his fire magic. An explosion occurs as it hits the monster. Tadano and his friends become relieved, but as the smoke clears, the monster stands unscathed in front of them. Tadano sees no scratch on it and becomes terrified. Our boy reveals that his pathetic level 1 magic won't do anything to a demon soldier. As the monster moves forward, the whole group gets terrified. They all fall to their knees and start shivering. Tadano's eyes get teary, and he wonders if his life ends here. He pathetically pisses his pants as well, but just as he is about to be killed, the demon soldier notices our boy's power. It becomes scared and takes a step back. Kusanagi moves forward and is surprised that the monster was able to sense which one of them is the strongest. He faces the demon soldier himself and unleashes his power. The monster starts going all out as well and summons multiple magic circles. Tadano and his group doubt the protagonist can defeat it. They all accept their death. The monster pulls out some level 2 magic called Rock Break. A huge rock is about to hit our boy, but he stands unfazed and smiles. He pulls out a level 1 magic called Fire Arrow and throws it toward the demon soldier. His fire arrow completely destroys the rock thrown by the monster. It hits the demon soldier as well, and a huge explosion occurs. Tadano and his gang partners open their eyes. They're shocked to see the monster died. Tadano questions what's happening and wonders if Kusanagi is behind all of this. He doesn't believe it, and thinks it's impossible for someone like Kusanagi, but our boy lets him know that if he is the one using it, even level 1 magic is enough to defeat the demon soldier. He finds it strange to see such monsters appearing in Shibuya, even though he just cleaned the whole place and defeated all the monsters in this area yesterday. He thinks maybe it's some kind of bad omen before a big disaster. The protagonist wonders if he should take the whole situation seriously. Suddenly, he gets flashbacks of the destruction he saw in his previous life. He had to watch many people, including his loved ones, die in front of him. He becomes a bit sad and squeezes his fist. The protagonist becomes determined to save humanity, even if the calamity ends up happening again. The other bullies admit they saw Kusanagi defeat the demon soldier. They wonder if it's the same Kusanagi they know. Tadano becomes frustrated and punches the wall. He feels angry and doesn't understand what's happening. Meanwhile, Mizuha observes everything from behind and is surprised to learn more about Kusanagi. Mizuha pulls out a level 1 magic called Aqua Saucer and easily defeats a weak monster. Her classmates are astonished, so they start praising her. She feels irritated and wonders why ordinary people get impressed so easily. She believes it's just because she's a genius. Suddenly, she finds Tadano's group. Mizuha asks her group members to handle the rest and leaves. She thinks Tadano might be bullying the protagonist again and feels excited. She quickly runs to watch them so she doesn't miss this opportunity. She stands behind a wall and takes a peek. Mizuha becomes shocked as she sees a demon soldier. She doubts they can take such a monster on in battle. But despite being scared, the girl decides to help them since she belongs to the Mizuha family. She is confident she can do something. Mizuha runs toward the group, yelling at everyone to start running. Suddenly, a huge wave of fire magic gets launched in front of her and hits the demon soldier. Kusanagi takes down the strong monster in one attack. Mizuha is shocked and wonders if our boy is behind all of this. She remembers Kusanagi used to be a shy kid with trash magic powers. The girl is unable to believe she's looking at the same Kusanagi. She was watching closely and didn't even hear any chanting. Mizuha doesn't understand how it's possible for him to defeat a demon soldier with just level 1 magic without even chanting a single spell. It's all too hard for her to believe. She understands that every demon's strength is determined by the number of crystals they have on their body. This method is also used to establish a ranking between demons. Magical beasts are rank 6, demon soldiers are rank 5, demon captains are rank 4, demon generals take the 3rd rank, the demon king comes at rank 2, and lastly, the strongest demon, also known as the demon god, is rank 1. These numbers are all fixed for each demon, so every modern magician knows at least level 3 magic is required to defeat a demon soldier. She doesn't believe level 1 magic is enough to beat it. Kusanagi starts walking in her direction. She knows she has no reason to hide, so she peeks again and looks at the protagonist. He calls her out for peeking around like this. She becomes embarrassed and questions how he found out. Our boy thinks it would be stupid not to know since she is a mage. Mizuha gets confused. He's disappointed to see they really can't sense magic at all. The boy starts walking away. She tries to stop him, but he doesn't listen and keeps moving forward. Mizuha demands an explanation and starts running behind him but finds no one in the alley. Kusanagi jumps up a building and feels irritated as he sees the girl doing her best to find him. He decides to check around for monsters and learns there are no demon soldiers in the area left, but the number of magical beasts is still a lot. After seeing Tadano's pathetic performance in front of a demon soldier, he doubts other students are capable of taking on magical beasts. The protagonist decides to get rid of a few magical beasts. His body starts glowing suddenly as he activates his magic. He's able to cover the area around the abandoned city, so he pulls out 2 magic circles and uses his level 2 magic called Barret. Multiple beams of light shoot out into the sky and spread across Shibuya. Tadano and his group notice the beam of light. They think they are seeing shooting stars. Mizuha recognizes it as magic and wonders who unleashed multiple magic abilities at once. Somewhere inside Shibuya, 2 students become surrounded by magical beasts. They become hopeless as they see multiple monsters approaching them at once. They both give up and accept their fate, but as the monster moves forward to kill the girl, it suddenly stops and starts screaming in pain as it gets hit by the strong beam of light. The students ask each other if they're fine. The protagonist watches everything from above. He feels amazing killing all the monsters. He sees all of them dropping dead and suddenly realizes he overdid it and ended up killing almost all the monsters in Shibuya. Kusanagi becomes concerned and wonders if the class will still proceed after this. He regrets not holding back. He uses his magic circles to move around the city and finds a hidden alley to land. He doesn't want to hide his powers more than necessary, but all the attention is annoying. He joins his classmates and teachers. The teacher checks a magical beast's dead body and wonders why so many are left. He thought most had already been hunted down or died. He believes a skilled individual just killed them, since killing a monster in a single strike isn't easy. He remembers the magic that killed the monsters. He knows firing so many magic bullets falls under the null attribute. Astonished, he admits he's never seen such a thing before. He admits things would have gotten out of hand without the magic bullets, knowing even firing 2 is an impressive feat. The teacher is in disbelief and understands that if the number reaches 6 or more, no average student can use such magic. The students yell in frustration, asking why they had to face so many monsters and almost lose their lives. The teacher bows and apologizes. He recalls confirming with the police that most monsters had been wiped out already and regrets not double-checking with the school. He genuinely apologizes for putting the whole class in danger. A female student asks if someone came to save them. The teacher says he has no idea but adds that it wasn't the police or an official mage, but likely some illegal magician. He thanks the unknown savior in his heart. Our boy smiles as he listens to the teacher indirectly praise him. He notices a few students discussing his magic bullets, all wondering what they were. Kusanagi is relieved to see everyone is okay, even his bullies. Tadano grits his teeth in frustration. The whole group of bullies stares at the protagonist. Mizuha remembers seeing Kusanagi defeat a demon soldier alone with just level 1 magic, followed by some kind of infinite magic. She wonders if Kusanagi is behind both. Fire and null are different attributes, and she doubts any student can have both. even Kusanagi. She calms down, thinking it's impossible for him to have two attributes and assumes someone else is behind the null attribute. She still doesn't understand how Kusanagi defeated the demon soldier alone. Tadano's group suggests he might also be behind the laser beams. Tadano calls it impossible, but his friend reminds him that Kusanagi defeated the demon soldier too. Tadano becomes angry and warns his friend to shut up or he'll die. His friends become terrified. Tadano makes it clear he'll never believe someone like Kusanagi is capable of such feats. He thinks Kusanagi is hiding something. His lackeys agree and remember how much of a coward Kusanagi is. Tadano screams in rage, saying he'll prove Kusanagi is cheating. He's determined to push Kusanagi into a corner and force him to reveal his true identity. After school, Kusanagi walks out and gets surrounded by a huge gang of bullies. Tadano steps forward and says he's been waiting patiently. The protagonist feels irritated and advises them to put that persistence into learning magic instead. Tadano believes he has no right to say such things since he cheats too. Kusanagi is confused by the accusation of cheating, but Tadano insists he's definitely hiding cheap tricks. Tired of their nonsense, Kusanagi realizes there's no point reasoning with them. Tadano orders him to follow. He praises Kusanagi for not running away. Kusanagi clarifies there's no reason to. Tadano doesn't believe him and attacks, throwing a punch, knowing Kusanagi won't use magic in a public park. The punch hits his face, but he remains unfazed. The bullies gang up on him, attacking, but he remains patient and doesn't fight back. Tadano asks what's wrong, assuming Kusanagi can't do anything without his magic. He continues attacking, making it clear he won't stop and will kill Kusanagi even if he begs. The protagonist feels disappointed. Their attacks don't even scratch him. His magical powers automatically defend him from any physical attack. Annoyed, he decides to act hurt to satisfy Tadano. Suddenly, someone appears behind and questions why they're attacking Kusanagi. Tadano looks back and sees it's Mizuha. The bully becomes embarrassed and tries to clarify. He tells Mizuha they're just playing around. She doesn't fall for his bullshit and calls him out for bullying Kusanagi. She is disappointed to see her classmates acting this way and wonders if they don't feel ashamed because of their actions. Tadano feels weird but blames all of it on Kusanagi. He thinks Mizuha hates him now, all because of him. She grabs the protagonist's hand and starts dragging him out of this whole mess. Tadano notices her grab Kusanagi's hand. He feels jealous and gets fed up. Tadano stops holding back and loses his patience. He tries to throw a magic attack towards our boy. Kusanagi becomes annoyed. Tadano gets ready to end his life, and his lackeys activate their magic as well. Mizuha questions why they're acting this way. The whole group throws a fire attack towards the protagonist. Mizuha knows how dangerous it is, so she tries to save Kusanagi, but she is unable to make it in time. He takes all the attacks head on. Tadano laughs confidently as he believes no trashy tricks will help Kusanagi save himself from this much power. His lackeys get concerned and wonder if he died. Tadano calls them stupid for worrying so much. He makes up a story that they just used magic outside of school, and it ended up getting out of control. Kusanagi just got caught in the whole mess, and that's the reason he got hurt. The lackeys believe they took it too far. As the smoke clears, Kusanagi says he was trying to be patient since they're nothing more than brats to him, but their stupidity can't be cured unless they get punished. He gets ready to teach them all a lesson. Tadano is surprised to find him alive, even though they threw such powerful magic spells at him.
Arms and
Kusanagi
their
becomes
legs.
serious and tells them they shouldn't have dragged Mizuha into their fight. He wonders how rotten they are for acting this way. Tadano screams and blames both of them for this mess. He thinks they should regret making a fool out of him, so he pulls out another magic circle and announces they will all keep attacking till Kusanagi finally drops dead. Our boy pulls out a tiny magic circle. The bullies laugh at him and call it crappy. They assume he's bluffing, and all of them attack at once with everything they have, hoping Kusanagi finally dies. The protagonist uses Magic Drain. Weird green tentacles come out of the small circle and grab the whole gang. They all become terrified and try to free themselves but fail miserably. Their strength gets sucked out, and the bullies start falling unconscious. Tadano and his lackeys stop moving. Kusanagi is disappointed. He was expecting them to last a little longer than this. He hopes the bullies reflect after this and get their shit together. Mizuha becomes confused. She wonders if she saw magic just now. She is surprised to see the whole gang got knocked unconscious but doesn't understand how it happened. Kusanagi gets up and tries to leave, but Mizuha stops him and asks what happened. She asks about the magic as well and remembers he couldn't even cast a weak spell just a few days ago. She questions who he is. The protagonist becomes annoyed by her behavior and questions her. He advises her to do something else instead of asking so many weird questions. Mizuha starts blushing. She shows her gratitude and thanks him for saving her. The girl requests him to now answer her questions, but she doesn't find him anywhere. She becomes embarrassed and questions why he left her again. At night, Kusanagi enters Old Shibuya again and uses his magic circles to move around. He had a bad feeling during the daytime, so he decided to come and check what's happening. He finds more monsters in the area, even though he killed all of them during the daytime. He believes it might be some kind of bad omen. The protagonist is confident he can handle it all alone if the monsters are only appearing in Old Shibuya, but he's able to sense more in other places. He thinks it might be too much for the police, and there's barely any good magicians as well, but he doubts he can defeat monsters all across the country alone. He doesn't know what to do, so he decides to form a plan first. He thinks of starting by wiping out all the monsters in Old Shibuya first, while avoiding any kind of attention. He uses his magic bullets again and kills multiple monsters at once. A drunk guy enters a dangerous place without realizing it. Suddenly, a monster appears behind him, but it gets taken care of by the protagonist instantly. The guy notices him but blames it on his imagination and starts leaving. Our boy hopes he didn't get seen by the guy. He uses his magic circle and jumps out. Someone catches him and records everything on his phone. The guy feels astonished and believes his video will definitely go viral. He doesn't waste a second and posts it online. The next day, Tadano, Kusanagi, and Mizuha are called out by the principal. The class teacher says he was informed that some students used magic outside the school grounds, and makes it clear that any students caught will be expelled without hesitation. He allows them to explain themselves. Tadano points to the protagonist and tries blaming everything on him, claiming our boy came looking for a fight. Kusanagi feels impressed by how easily Tadano lies and realizes he has no other choice but to speak up and defend himself, even though it's very annoying. As he's about to say something, Mizuha speaks up and defends the boy. She tells the principal they're all spitting lies and reveals that Kusanagi was the one being bullied by Tadano and his friends, who fired magic attacks at him first. The teacher listens carefully and finds out our boy used magic too. She calls it self-defense and thinks it's not his fault since he had no other choice. Kusanagi is surprised by her. Tadano tries to tell the teacher they're innocent too, but Mizuha shuts him up and calls him out for his actions. She calls him a bad person for bullying Kusanagi and then blaming everything on him when faced with consequences. She doesn't understand how he's not ashamed of himself. Tadano calls the protagonist trash and says he doesn't deserve to be in this school, justifying his actions by saying he was just trying to clean up the trash. Mizuha makes it clear that he's the trash and not worthy of the academy. Tadano, still arrogant, says he's at the top of the class and the only one worthy of standing beside her. Kusanagi doesn't deserve it. She doesn't understand what he's talking about. Tadano warns her not to cover for Kusanagi and to open her eyes, advising her to become his woman. She's disgusted and tells him there's no chance she would ever choose trash like him. Tadano is shocked by the rejection. She rejects him for his violent nature and calls him stupid for confessing in such a weird situation. Our boy understands why she said that but thinks she overdid it. Tadano falls unconscious after hearing the rejection. Since he and his friends are the bad ones here and Kusanagi was just protecting himself against their magic attacks, the principal makes it clear he doesn't need students who selfishly use magic and hurt others. He expels Tadano and his group. Tadano's lackeys try to defend themselves, saying they were just doing whatever Tadano asked them to do. The teacher allows Kusanagi and Mizuha to leave and go back to their classes. They both leave the principal's office. Mizuha gets angry and calls Tadano the worst guy ever. Our boy asks what's going to happen now that they're expelled. She explains there's no chance they can ever become magicians, which is pretty obvious. She doesn't understand why Kusanagi didn't speak up for himself. He says he was about to, but she didn't give him a chance. Suddenly he remembers something. She asks what's wrong. Kusanagi says he was thinking about all the times she tried to save him. First, back in class, during his fight, and now, when the principal called them. He calls her a good girl for always helping him out. She starts blushing uncontrollably and gets embarrassed. Mizuha tells him to shut up and runs toward the classroom so she can enter first. Kusanagi smiles as he watches her leave. He believes the old Kusanagi died and he got reincarnated in this body. Our boy wonders if he was bullied to death, or if it really was just a car accident. He still doesn't know the truth but feels relieved to get the bullies punished for whatever they did. He hopes this pays off and smiles. The principal informs 2 senior students about what happened earlier, saying that a few students got into a fight and even used magic in public. He assures them no one got hurt. The senior student asks why she got called out if there's no issue anymore. The principal tells her that one of the students involved is Yuika Mizuha. The blue-haired student understands and thanks the principal for informing her. He asks her to give his regards to her father. She asks him not to worry and reveals that her family is interested in investing in the school. She walks out with her friend, and the principal wonders if Kusanagi is absurdly strong, since fighting multiple mages at once is almost impossible. There's no way a normal student would win unless they're hiding some kind of mysterious strength. He wonders if Kusanagi is stronger than them, but the blue-haired girl answers negatively. He is curious about the boy and tells her he wants to meet him to confirm it. She thinks about whether her little sister should be expelled depending on how competent Kusanagi is. She is Mizuha Ruka from the 3rd-year class, and her friend is Katsuragi Ryuji. also from the third-year class. Kusanagi feels demotivated now that his life is peaceful again. He hears a few classmates talking about someone known as the Black Mage, and wonders if it's something related to the magic nobles he learned about. He decides to not care about it for now. The teacher appears and calls Kusanagi outside for the assessment test. He explains that the students who couldn't be measured last time now have the chance to take the test again. Mizuha notices what's happening and feels glad, as she can finally learn more about our boy. Suddenly she notices her older sister, Ruka Mizuha, and Katsuragi entering. She wonders why her sister came out of nowhere. The teacher announces Kusanagi's turn, asking him to start the magic power assessment test. Our boy remembers he destroyed the machine last time, so he decides to be more careful and hold back. He tries pouring out his magic power, but suddenly starts feeling weird. Extreme fatigue hits him, and he begins breathing heavily. The teacher asks if he's okay, noticing the machine and checking the results. Mizuha and the teacher are shocked to see that, for some reason, his attribute is none, and his magic power turns out to be only 100, which puts a smile on Katsuragi's face. Two students talk about Kusanagi, calling it the lowest magic power in their batch and labeling him useless since he doesn't even have an attribute. Katsuragi assumes there's no truth behind the story they heard from the principal and doesn't believe the protagonist defeated all the delinquents on his own. Ruka feels disappointed and decides to leave, as they have no reason to stay anymore. The students notice Kusanagi is tired just from the assessment, and they can understand it since his magic power is extremely low. The teacher tries to comfort Kusanagi and tells him magic power isn't the most important thing. Mizuha, however, doesn't believe her eyes. She remembers seeing our boy defeat the demon soldier all by himself and knows he can use two attributes, fire and null, at the same time. She wonders what kind of trick he's using, as she's never heard of mages hiding their magic power by somehow adjusting it. The protagonist feels relieved and is happy with the result. He performed some kind of magic manipulation to alter the results, even though it's taking a toll on his body. He feels confident and thinks he's finally gotten a grip on it. As he leaves the room, our boy finds Mizuha and learns she was at the assessment room out of curiosity. She tells him she just came out of curiosity. Suddenly, Ruka stops both of them inside the school hall. Kusanagi asks who they both are, and she introduces herself and Katsuragi. He recognizes her family name and questions if she wants something from him. She says she has zero interest in him and walks toward her little sister. Mizuha becomes concerned, and Ruka, disappointed, learns her sister couldn't even win against a few delinquents. She also learns Mizuha was saved by someone with 100 magic power and asks if all of this is true. Mizuha confirms, which makes her sister angry. She orders Mizuha to just quit the academy. Mizuha doesn't understand why she's saying all this for no reason. Ruka reminds her that she hasn't won a single match whenever they fight. Whether it's academic results, sports, or magic craft, she loses every single time. Ruka doesn't believe Mizuha is good enough to become a mage. She thinks it's enough for Mizuha to quit the academy and join a normal school instead. Mizuha starts crying but is unable to say anything. Her sister confirms if she understands everything, and Mizuha anxiously answers she does. Kusanagi finally intervenes and calls Ruka arrogant. She asks him to repeat his words with a cold expression. He points out how she's been talking nonsense without stopping, not even caring to listen to what her little sister has to say. It's clear to him that she's filled with arrogance. She makes it clear it's a conversation between two family members, so he has no right to budge in. He's surprised to hear her calling it a conversation when all he hears is her ordering around her little sister without giving her a chance to talk. She becomes angry, but our boy continues, believing even she doesn't have the right to talk someone out of their way of living. He calls her out and tells her she's horrible for forcing her little sister to give up on what she wants to become. Ruka confidently says her incompetent sister doesn't have the talent to become a mage since she can't even defeat her. Mizuha starts crying and agrees with her older sister. She doesn't believe in herself and thinks she's been lying to herself all this time. She tried to convince herself she's a genius with the talents to become a mage, but she couldn't even defeat her big sister once. Kusanagi confidently says she can win against Ruka. He starts smiling, confusing everyone. Ruka asks if he's challenging her, and he requests some time since it's impossible for Mizuha to win right now. Ruka gives them 2 weeks' time, suggesting they have a 2-on-2 magic duel. He's surprised but agrees, calling it nonsense. He asks Mizuha if she's willing to do it with a smile on his face, and she calms down, stopping her crying. Mizuha becomes determined and agrees to participate in the challenge. Once it's decided, Kusanagi asks them never to bring up this matter again if he wins. Ruka bets her sister will need to leave the academy if she and Katsuragi win the fight. She warns them and makes it clear she's not planning to hold back, so they need to properly prepare and face the truth. After a while, Mizuha and Kusanagi go to the rooftop. She requests his help and hopes he can teach her more about magic so she can improve quickly. He finally understands why he was called up to the rooftop. He asks if she's really sure about learning magic from someone trashy like him, since his magic power is only 100. She doesn't fall for his words and already knows he's hiding his real strength. She believes he is much stronger than her. He notices she isn't backing off this time. She assumes he knows how to get stronger, which is why he challenged her sister to a fight. He knows Ruka is the type to desperately try and control everything. It's in her nature. That's why he provoked her, so she'd fight him. But there's no way he can say that to Mizuha. She bows down and starts begging for his assistance. He gives up and agrees to help her get stronger. She asks again to confirm it. He warns her in advance, making it clear that she needs to follow all his instructions, and there's no going back once the training starts. She agrees to all his conditions instantly. Kusanagi finds it hard to decline since she is begging so hard for it. Since he already needs to prepare for a few things after seeing the number of monsters in Shibuya, raising a mage might be a promising idea. He decides to begin her training today and thinks about finding a place to practice. Mizuha starts blushing and invites him to her place with a shy expression. After a while, they reach her place. He's astonished to see the huge house, but she thinks it's only natural since her father is a noble mage. Mizuha suddenly remembers this is her first time inviting a guy to her house. She wonders if he found her invitation strange, even though she's not hiding any dirty intentions. Kusanagi suggests they should start, but he notices she's daydreaming, so he calls her and addresses her as Yuika. The girl becomes embarrassed to hear her first name, but he tells her he's just trying to avoid confusion since her sister also goes by the name Mizuha. She's a bit disappointed to hear his answer. He asks if she has a different name in mind that he can use, but she agrees with Yuika, so he decides to start the training and requests her to take care of him. The first question he asks her is about her magic power. She thinks it's easy and answers that it's the energy needed to perform magic, and it is available in everyone's body. He asks her about incantations next. Yuika confidently answers that it's like a program that automatically turns magic into an attack. He questions if there's any way to increase one's magic power, but she answers negatively and believes it is determined before birth and stops increasing after a certain age. Yuika confidently smiles and feels proud of herself as she answered everything perfectly. He lets her know all of her answers are wrong. With a disappointed expression, she starts getting teary and questions if he's trying to call her stupid. The protagonist genuinely feels bad and wonders how foolish the current mages are. He's surprised to see such a huge change in only 50 years. He starts explaining that magic power is not only found in her body, but it is also available in nature and their surroundings. Incantations or spells are simply ways to properly back up the magic craft. It is also possible to increase magic power intentionally. She finds it hard to believe his words and calls everything a lie, as it would be against the Academy's ideas. It would overturn the Magic Craft Academy if it were all true. He doesn't care if she believes his words or not. He intends to teach her about these 3 things during their training. He orders her to sit down and lets her know he's about to channel his magic power into her body, so she needs to inform him once she starts feeling it. She is surprised to learn there's a way to sense magic power. He makes it clear she won't get stronger if it's impossible for her to feel it. He orders her to close her eyes and begins touching her. He unleashes his magic power but finds out she still can't feel it. He lets out more magic power and wonders how she can't feel magic of such degree. Finally, Yuika feels something. She thinks her back is getting hotter. He teaches her about it and says it's called magic power perception. She finally understands what he was trying to say earlier. He orders her to always remember the sensation since it's important for her to feel it first in order to detect magic power. He explains it is also available in nature, so she needs to find it as her first goal and get used to feeling magic power. She smiles confidently and assures him she's going to master it in no time since she is the noble daughter of the Mizuha family. Our boy doubts she can fulfill her promise since she couldn't even sense it when he poured so much magic power into her back. He accepts the fact that she might not be suited to become a mage. A week passes, and Yuika starts crying and tells our boy she's still not capable of sensing magic. She's a huge letdown and disappoints the protagonist. He's surprised that a whole week wasn't enough for her to learn such a simple thing, even though she practiced so hard. He guesses she's just really slow at understanding the concept. Since they barely have any time to spare, he decides to pour some magic into her again. He touches her back and, as he starts unleashing his magic, he instructs Yuika to open her eyes. She opens them with hesitation but becomes surprised as she is finally able to see the magic aura around her body. She starts smiling as she is finally able to understand what magic power is. Yuika becomes amazed by her new skill. Since she's finally capable of seeing magic power, she thinks about measuring Kusanagi's power level. For some reason, she is barely able to sense anything from him, which makes her confused. He praises her for all her efforts, but she calls it natural since she is a genius. Now that she can finally use magic perception, he lets her know they're about to work on adjusting her magic power next. He explains the whole process of how to use the appropriate amount of magic power for any magic craft. She needs to focus only on efficiency and forget everything else. She also needs to use all of her magic power to its absolute limit, so that the amount of magic she can use increases once she properly recovers. He believes she can easily follow all his instructions now that she can sense magic clearly. He is aware that what he's trying to teach her is completely different from the basics of the Magic Academy, but he doesn't care if she believes in his words. Yuka assures him she believes in his words and smiles as she says she does not doubt him anymore. He is happy to hear her opinion has changed. He decides to start the next stage of their training. The protagonist asks her to step back a little and get ready as they are about to fight each other. She confirms she does not mind, as she is looking forward to seeing his true powers. Yuika uses the first level of Aqua Sorcery and throws multiple water attacks, but our boy blocks all of them effortlessly, which surprises the girl. She does not understand how he blocked them. He used the first level magic barrier using non-attribute magic. He makes it clear. If she can't even destroy such a weak barrier, there is no hope she's going to win against her sister. She becomes desperate and starts throwing ice bullets. He explains she needs to keep moving even while throwing attacks because stopping her movements will surely make her lose if she is facing a capable mage. She becomes frustrated and throws more attacks, but finally gets tired and gives up. He explains it's wrong to use so much magic power without efficiency. If she is able to adjust the magic power she puts behind a spell, then she will finally be able to throw attacks without incantations. Kusanagi asks her to watch closely and shows how she's using magic. He throws a fire blast toward a dummy twice and also demonstrates how he uses magic. She understands the magic power behind her attacks is less compared to his. He calls her right and explains she doesn't even need incantations to perform any magic if she learns how to adjust her magic power. She finally understands there is no reason to chant while performing a spell. He confirms it and explains her first step will be to learn how to shorten her incantations somehow. Once she learns how to adjust the magic, she has no reason to use incantations. He believes it will be useful if she is able to shorten her incantations, so she won't have to waste any effort or magic power on incantations. This way, her magic craft will definitely become stronger. He orders her to get up and fight him again. She thinks it is too soon, but he calls it meaningless otherwise and, with a cold expression, orders her to train like her life depends on it. She becomes terrified after hearing this and falls down. He asks if she's fine and makes it clear they're going to do this daily from now on. He notices she isn't even hearing his words. During the nighttime, our boy enters Harajuku. He recently sensed a few monsters in this area as well and came to check. Even though he is constantly trying to eliminate all the monsters, for some reason, the numbers still remain the same. Suddenly, he notices someone being attacked by a magical beast. He wastes no time and quickly rushes toward the kid. He's able to make it in time and effortlessly defeats the monster instantly. The boy asks the little kid if she is okay. Instead of thanking him, she starts taking his pictures. He quickly leaves the area and wonders why she didn't even show her gratitude and started taking pictures. He thinks there is definitely something wrong with people nowadays. He decides to cover his face properly next time and leaves the place. The next day, the protagonist starts training with Yuika again. She falls down real quick and gets tired. The days of their duel are getting closer. He believes her progress so far is not bad, but she is still nowhere near Ruka in almost everything. There's no chance she will succeed if she keeps this pace until the duel. He assures her and says it's fine if she wants to give up now. She gets up and tells him she has been compared to her sister her entire life. She has been forced to just give up multiple times now since she always fails to beat her sister. But she's determined to keep continuing with magic craft and never give up on it. He makes it clear she won't ever succeed like this, but she tells him to be stricter instead. He agrees to it and decides not to hold back. She is happy to hear this and gets ready to fight. They both continue to train with each other, and he teaches the girl many things. As the sun is about to set, Yuika falls unconscious after the extreme training session, and Kusanagi ends up carrying her back. After a couple of days of training together, he finally tells Yuika she is ready to fight her sister. She falls on the ground in relief. Kusanagi praises her for the hard work and efforts. She starts smiling as she hears his words. On the day of their challenge, our boy asks her if she's ready to fight them. She answers positively, and as they're about to enter the academy, they both notice a huge crowd of people. A few news reporters surround them and confirm if they're really seeing Mizuha Yuika of the noble family. They request a few words regarding the magic duel and question if she is having a fight with her sister. Kusanagi becomes confused. She explains her family is huge, and since she's about to fight her sister, it's normal for the press to act like this. He is surprised to learn people care so much about two students fighting. He guesses it is because the Mizuha family is very important. They all reach the training ground, which is surrounded by a huge audience. He thinks it is a bit too much, but she explains it is rare for students to have duels, so it's more like an event than a challenge. He's a bit surprised to learn all this. Both of them get called to the stage. Yuika gets ready, but all of a sudden her body starts shaking. He assures her and tells her to just focus on working hard. She calms down and smiles. Yuika becomes determined and moves forward towards the stage without hesitation. He calls our boy a mysterious person and admits his words really reach her heart. Yuika and Ruka finally come face to face. Ruka is surprised to see her little sister didn't just run away. Yuika confidently confirms it. Ruka calls her rude for believing she can really defeat someone like her older sister, but Yuika makes it clear she is definitely going to succeed. Ruka decides to give her a chance and thinks she has definitely changed a lot in the past 2 weeks. Yuika is aware her older sister is strong. She realizes the difference between their magic power is extremely huge, but she believes in herself and knows she will definitely win. The beginning of the duel gets announced, and both participants get permission to start. Yuika wastes no time and pulls out her magic circle. She tries shortening her chance as well. Ruka begins attacking. Kusanagi observes the match and understands that moving around while shooting magic spells is the basics of a battle. He assumes Ruka is aware of the basics of the battle between two mages at least. In comparison to her, Yuika got so nervous she completely forgot about the basics and didn't move during the battle. She doesn't have the advantage anymore, even if she reduces her chanting time. Ruka and Yuika attack each other with first-level water magic. Yuika is able to stand her ground against her older sister's attack. She's surprised by her capabilities and believes she has gotten stronger. Ruka admits she has improved her strength in just 2 weeks. Yuika is happy to hear her older sister praising her. Ruka humbles her and tells her to stop giggling as it was just a comparison. She's not getting praised. Ruka increases the level of her magic and throws a stronger attack this time. She uses second-level water blitz. Yuika is unable to handle it. She gets knocked down and falls beside the protagonist. He looks at her and knows she's good at enchanting now, which increased her chances of winning. But her older sister is simply too strong for her. Ruka calls him a cruel guy for not even helping her get up, even though he was protecting her before. He tells her there's no need to help her. Ruka doesn't understand what he's trying to say. Suddenly, Yuika actually gets up and shocks her sister. Ruka doesn't understand how she's still standing, even though she got hit by level 2 blitz. Yuika makes it clear she's definitely going to win this match. Yuika has nothing else besides magic craft going on in her life. Even if she ends up losing everything, magic craft is one thing she is never going to give up on. Yuika begins attacking again. Ruka starts attacking as well. She tries her best to stand against her older sister, determined to not give up, but she ends up falling down after overusing her magic power. The announcer tells everyone contestant Yuika used up all her magic power, so Ruka is the victor of this contest. Yuika tries to get up so she can do something to win but fails. Kusanagi calls it a battle of magic usage based on magical adjustment. He believes his friend lost in terms of the amount of magic power. Ruka asks if he understands now. She calls her little sister talentless and knows our boy probably thought about this too. He confirms she's completely talentless and very clumsy. She made such slow progress, and she is unable to properly perform whenever she is involved in a real fight. But he tells Ruka she is a real hard worker, and she persistently practiced daily like an idiot. Ruka is still disappointed by the results, but he tells her he loves hardworking people who don't give up, just like Yuika. The girl starts sobbing hearing his words. He tells everyone Yuika is his disciple, and he doesn't like it when anyone speaks badly about her so casually. Yuika starts weeping uncontrollably. Ruka calls him arrogant, and wonders why he's talking so much for someone with 100 magic power. He makes it clear for her. He will defeat her with his 100 magic power. She thinks he's just good at talking nonsense but decides to agree. Ruka tells him his opponent is someone else, and Katsuragi appears, excited that it's his turn next. Ruka advises him to end it quickly, and he assures her there's no need to tell him twice. Katsuragi carries Yuika out and tells her to rest, ordering her to watch closely during the battle so she can learn something. She understands his words, suddenly realizing the pain in her body has disappeared, and there are no wounds on her arms either. As he enters the stage, our boy admits he can't win with just 100 magic power, even though he said otherwise earlier. He knows he'll need 100% focus to win. The protagonist decides to keep his magic power at 100, using a non-attribute attack without incantations. He's not setting up a magic barrier this time, so he knows he might die if hit directly. He feels excited, calling the situation thrilling. Katsuragi gets ready, apologizing that he's not planning on holding back. Our boy lets him know he's the one who needs to hold back. The audience cheers for Katsuragi, hoping he doesn't go all out, or the challenger might get badly injured. The guy ignores their words and activates his 8,000 magic power. Our boy notices it and knows it's not a big deal, but since he's only using 100 magic power today, there's a good chance he might actually get killed. The second match begins. As they face each other, Katsuragi hopes our boy won't hold a grudge after it's over while summoning his magic circles. With the attack he's about to throw, he thinks he can test whether Kusanagi really defeated those delinquents. He challenges Kusanagi to withstand his full power attack, but just as he's about to throw it, something hits him on the forehead. The protagonist is disappointed, calling the guy slow. The audience is shocked to see the match end so quickly. The announcer declares that contestant Kusanagi has won the match. Ruka is surprised to see her friend knocked unconscious by just one hit. She remembers he didn't even perform any incantations and wonders what kind of trick he used. Kusanagi hopes she's happy now that the match ended quickly, just as she wanted. She becomes irritated hearing his words. Yuika is shocked too and finds it hard to believe he really defeated the guy. Ruka admits he's strong, and he responds that he's actually stronger than her as well. She warns him to stop spouting nonsense. Ruka unleashes her 10,000 magic power. Kusanagi sees it through his magic perception and realizes she's stronger than the guy he fought earlier. The announcer tells the audience something unexpected is happening, as Kusanagi has used a different way of fighting, drawing a lot of attention. The next match will decide who the real victor is. The third match begins. Kusanagi uses the same trick again, shooting magic bullets toward her. She counters with water magic. Our boy only has 100 magic power, meaning he doesn't have enough to affect Ruka unless the magic bullet lands on her forehead. He realizes she's already adapted, protecting her forehead and not running while using magic. Ruka persists, throwing water attacks. But even after all that, she's shocked to see the protagonist still standing, unfazed. She knows he isn't using any magic but wonders how he's managing to stay unharmed. The audience is also confused, wondering how he's not even wet despite being hit multiple times. Yuika is also unsure about the technique he's using to protect himself, knowing he definitely did something. Ruka attacks again, but this time, the boy dodges her magic with insane speed. She finally figures out how he's still standing, but she's left speechless. Yuika realizes that a magic attack can be countered with another magic attack, and even if there's a huge power difference, there's still a way to avoid damage. Everyone knows that's the only way to avoid being hurt. Ruka grits her teeth in frustration, knowing her level 2 techniques have different speed and mass, making it almost impossible for anyone to remain unscathed in front of them. She wonders why the protagonist is standing there fearlessly against such strong spells. Kusanagi knows she's probably thinking all of this. He thinks it's easy to dodge magic attacks if you can sense and detect them clearly, but it requires a lot of courage. Ruka gets serious and uses a third-level spell called Azura Splash. The audience grows concerned, knowing it will be disastrous if Kusanagi gets hit. Ruka's tired but is confident Kusanagi can't dodge this attack. Out of nowhere, she gets hit by a magic bullet and falls to the ground. She doesn't understand how he's still standing. She questions what method he used to dodge her attacks. He explains that he used a magic draining technique that eats up magic craft. He simply walked through the center using drain. Ruka is speechless at first, then starts laughing, admitting her defeat. The announcer announces that Kusanagi Minato has won the match. Yuika runs to the stage, asking if they're both fine. Our boy assures her they're good, smiling as he says he won. She smiles back, becoming really happy. Ruka decides to keep her promise and gives them her word, allowing them to do whatever they want. Kusanagi is happy that it ended well. He noticed that Yuika's wounds earlier weren't that deep, guessing Ruka was probably holding back in their fight. Ruka becomes embarrassed, trying to make an excuse. He points out how much stronger Yuika has gotten in just 2 weeks. He believes Ruka probably noticed that too and thinks there's no reason for her to be so overprotective anymore. Yuika speaks up determinedly, assuring both of them that she'll grow stronger, so her sister won't have to worry about her anymore. Ruka smiles, finally starting to believe in her little sister. Kusanagi feels happy watching both sisters get along, but suddenly, he feels an immense amount of pressure and realizes this is abnormal magic. The sky turns red, and the protagonist wonders if the calamity is happening again. Tadano and his gang try finding something inside Kusanagi's bag. They've lost many people after he proved his power in the duel. His lackeys tell him he only has textbooks in his bag. Tadano calls our boy diligent and becomes frustrated. He's sure Kusanagi is hiding something. Otherwise, it's impossible for a trash like him to use such powerful spells. One of the lackeys looks outside the window and becomes terrified. Tadano wonders if he found something and goes closer. They all notice the red sky and wonder what's happening on Earth. One of them guesses it's the calamity, but Tadano doesn't believe it's really the calamity. At the training grounds, our boy becomes worried as he looks at the red sky. He wonders why he can sense such strong abnormal magic out of nowhere. He guesses it might be the calamity. Everyone becomes worried and the audience starts panicking. They all question what's happening. One of them doesn't think the calamity is really happening here. Kusanagi becomes scared, as he doesn't understand why a calamity is happening all of a sudden. He wonders if it's related to what he sensed in Shinjuku. He remembers the first calamity also took place in Shinjuku. Our boy doesn't know if it's merely a coincidence or if there's something important behind it. The portals open, and magical beasts start pouring out. The students become terrified and start screaming, but the teacher orders them to calm down and tries leading everyone to safety. Kusanagi wastes no time and shoots multiple magic bullets to kill the monsters. He uses magic to make an announcement. Our boy orders everyone to calm down. He explains that weak monsters are going to come out since it's only the beginning of the calamity, so they don't have to worry. He assures them it's going to be fine as long as they use their brains and follow his instructions. He instructs them to run towards the gymnasium and only move in groups since it's dangerous to move alone. He asks Ruka and the others to evacuate as well. The teacher asks what he's planning to do. Our boy explains he wants to save the people that are still inside the school building. The teacher doesn't think it's safe to go all by himself. He calls the boy reckless and tries to stop him, but Katsuragi agrees to go with our protagonist so he doesn't have to solve everything alone. The teacher is worried, but he reminds the teacher what Kusanagi can do. He has no choice but to give them permission. The teacher advises them not to force anything and stay safe. Katsuragi is confident he won't die but tries to confirm it with our boy. Kusanagi shrugs it off and informs Yuika he's going to leave now. She looks concerned for him and advises him to stay safe. Katsuragi starts running and tells his junior he's going to go first. His insane speed allows him to cover 100 meters in only 10 seconds. He asks the protagonist if he can keep up. Kusanagi pulls out his magic circles and starts moving forward with insane speed, shocking the senior. He makes it clear that he's the one going first. Katsuragi admits he has crazy speed, but just speed itself is still useless. He decides to watch our protagonist closely to see what kind of power he's hiding. He wants to save everyone while learning more about Kusanagi. Our boy detects 58 magic users inside the school using perception skill. He assumes there might be someone with no magic power. If what he's thinking is true, he decides to check the entire school and save such students. A few students get attacked by magical beasts. He enters the classroom through a window in time and uses his magic bullets to defeat all the monsters without much effort. The female students become surprised. A monster tries sneaking up on the protagonist from behind, but he easily kills it without being phased. Katsuragi catches up and asks if he's okay. Kusanagi hopes he can help everyone evacuate without any issue and leaves. Katsuragi tries to stop him, as it's too dangerous to go alone, but fails. The protagonist is simply too fast to keep up with. Katsuragi guesses he was being a burden, but admits he's not very useful. So it's probably true. He still can't believe the boy defeated a magical beast without any effort. Katsuragi questions who he even is. Kusanagi runs through the school halls looking for more students. Even though he is capable of killing all the monsters at once with his magic bullets, he needs to kill them one by one since he is inside a school, and there's a chance he might end up hurting a student in the process. He has no other choice but to chase the monsters himself and attack them with low-grade magic to not hurt the students in the process. He enters a classroom and defeats more magical beasts to save the students hanging onto their dear lives. After he's done defeating all of them, the students show their gratitude. He's already aware he doesn't have the time to personally help everyone evacuate and runs towards the gymnasium, one by one. Somewhere else, Katsuragi saves a few students and assures them he will handle the monster while they evacuate. One of the students points towards the sky for some reason. He asks what's wrong and suddenly notices a few students slowly floating down while being inside a bubble. He wonders what the protagonist is trying to do and questions who he even is. Our boy sent the students towards Katsuragi through magic bubbles because he believes the guy is good at taking care of others, so it's fine. He suddenly senses something. A female student starts shaking in fear as she gets cornered by a huge monster. She starts crying and yells out as hard as she can to get help. A huge magic bullet destroys the beast instantly. She remembers it is the same one she saw before when she was saved the last time. Kusanagi appears and asks if she is injured. She finds out he is the one who saved her twice. Kusanagi reveals she is right. She then asks if he was also behind what happened during the practice class. The girl believes this is his second time saving her. Our boy confirms that what she is saying really did happen. The girl starts crying out of relief as she finally gets the chance to show her gratitude. She thanks him for saving her life twice. He doesn't mind it and thinks it is nothing special. She becomes speechless. Katsuragi finally catches up but looks completely out of breath. He asks who he needs to save next. Kusanagi orders the girl to follow and stay with the guy as he is going to leave now. She tries to stop him, but he ignores her words and leaves. She becomes a bit worried while Katsuragi wonders what he's looking at. Our boy knows there are still many people inside the building that he needs to save, so he has no time to wait for the police to appear. He knows he has to hurry up and save everyone as soon as possible. At the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister finds out the Kamui Magic Academy is under attack by the Calamity. His men don't understand why it's happening again. They all know the last calamity took place 50 years ago, and since then, nothing bad has happened. They ask the Prime Minister to quickly form a plan while assuming their country might be cursed. He informs them that both the Beast Countermeasure Division and the Police Department, along with the Magic Nobles, are all being contacted. The GSDF has also started their preparations for the calamity. His men remind him that they only have self-defense forces, who specialize in controlling disasters. They don't have any real mages who can actually stand their ground against the monsters. He clarifies that he already knows all of this. This is to be expected since people have been living an easy and peaceful life without facing calamities for a while now. They used up almost all of their military expenditure on the national defense of international affairs, so they have no other choice but to leave all the beasts and demons to the police and noble mages. He becomes frustrated to learn the same disaster from 50 years ago is happening again, but this time they don't even have Ichikami Minato on their side. Somewhere else, while driving, the girl asks her senior if the calamity really is happening again. He confirms it and believes it is definitely the calamity. She becomes worried and starts getting anxious. Even though they have been safe for the past 50 years, she is shocked to learn the peace was just temporary. The guy tells her not to worry since it is their job in the first place anyway. He is Shido Shugo from the Metropolitan Police Department. The girl becomes determined to do her best as well. She is Sergeant Sanada Karen from the police department. The news reporters reach the Magic Academy using a helicopter. One of them covers everything and informs the audience that the calamity is happening at the Magic Academy. He tells everyone about the situation and shares that monsters are constantly pouring out, and the sky has turned completely red as well. A female news reporter reveals the magical beasts started appearing out of nowhere, so the students are all currently taking refuge in the gymnasium. The teacher guides the students and believes it is not that hard to protect themselves as they are only up against magical beasts. They should be able to defeat the monsters through proper teamwork. The world watches the news. A few kids watch it as well and suddenly remember the academy is really close to where they live. They both decide to run away as soon as possible. Outside, people start panicking and running away to save their lives. Two men watch everything from a distance and realize things are looking really horrible. The audience watching news channels becomes concerned. Our boy notices the huge number of monsters pouring out. He remembers the second stage is about to start soon, and now stronger monsters are going to start appearing. As they progress through the stages, things are going to become even more difficult. There's no point in defeating them as the beasts will keep appearing non-stop. As long as he doesn't defeat the boss monster, the magical beast will keep appearing. He is aware the boss is only going to reveal itself in the final stage, so he needs to keep his cool until then. He starts feeling irritated but continues to save more people. He rescues 20 people and uses his magic bubbles again to let them float towards safety. He is having a hard time finding the students since they have been scattered everywhere. He decides to move on to the next stage. Somewhere inside a random classroom, Tadano persistently shoots his fire magic, but gives up when he finds out his attacks are having zero effect and he is out of magic power. As the demon soldier stands in front of them, the whole gang starts sobbing and wonders how they got so unlucky twice. Tadano's lackeys remind him they warned the guy about this before. The bully becomes frustrated as he remembers our boy can defeat a monster in just one hit. He doesn't understand why he can't do the same. The protagonist appears and tells him it is because he is weak trash. Tadano opens his eyes and sees a magic attack effortlessly killing the demon soldier. He becomes confused but sees Kusanagi enter the classroom. Our boy starts leaving. Tadano frustratingly admits it happened again. He ended up getting saved by Kusanagi a second time. He requests the boy to stop and questions why he got saved again, even though he is extremely annoying and always acts like a piece of trash. The protagonist tells him there is no real reason behind it. He just decided to save them because he holds the power to do so. Tadano becomes confused as he hears his words. The bully starts feeling inferior and tries insulting the protagonist. He calls the guy a wimp who can't even use magic properly. Tadano doesn't understand how he got so powerful out of nowhere. Kusanagi reveals his secret and says the real Kusanagi actually died in a car accident. He was reborn. Tadano doesn't find the logic behind it and questions how someone can get even stronger at death's door. He was expecting to be a great mage himself, but lost to a trash like Kusanagi. Our boy calls him weak trash, since strong people don't oppress the weak, and even the weak don't oppress the people who are weaker than them. He points out Tadano's flaws and thinks he is just trash consumed by a sense of superiority that was enough to fool him into thinking he is actually something. Kusanagi makes it clear for the guy. A weak trash like him can't even imagine facing our boy in a fight right now and winning. Tadano finally accepts it and gets down on his knees. He admits he was trying to run away from the reality that his powers haven't grown much since junior high. He tried taking out all of his frustration on the people who are weaker than him, but in the end, he got saved by someone like Kusanagi, who was supposed to be a trash weakling. He just couldn't accept the truth. He admits in front of his lackeys that they were all saved by Kusanagi, and the bully starts crying non-stop. Meanwhile, the protagonist defeats the monsters in the classroom. A demon soldier enters the building to kill him. He shoots his magic bullet, but the strong monster easily dodges it, so the boy has no choice but to unleash his powerful fire magic. He defeats it effortlessly, but realizes the demon soldiers are rapidly increasing in numbers, so it is possible the boss might come out soon as well. He assures the terrified students not to worry, as he has already taken care of everything. Somewhere else, Katsuragi becomes angry and questions why our boy is pushing so much work onto him. He uses his fire magic to finish a few magical beasts while protecting the students. He assures the female student to just stop worrying and follow him, as he would protect everyone with everything he has. The students calm down hearing his words and start cheering for him. He looks at the army of beasts and wonders how he's supposed to protect the students against all of this. Kusanagi appears out of nowhere and offers his help. Katsuragi begs him not to appear like this again, as he scared the guy. Our boy instructs him to leave the place as soon as he takes care of all the monsters, but Katsuragi is worried. He believes defeating such a huge army of monsters is nearly impossible, so it is better if they just change their route. The protagonist uses his non-attribute magic and kills all the monsters, including the demon soldiers, instantly with barely any effort. Everyone is left speechless, but he reminds Katsuragi to guide the students out of this mess and start moving. Katsuragi understands his words and orders everyone to follow him. The students observe the magic bullets while running away. Katsuragi anxiously smiles as he realizes how strong the protagonist really is. Once they all leave, our boy decides to go inside the school again and search for more students who are in danger. Somewhere else, the teacher motivates the students to keep going and not give up so they can continue to push back the monsters. Yuika starts feeling tired, but Ruka appears from behind and advises her to just go inside and rest, since she will be a burden if she can't fight. Yuika assures her she will keep fighting determinedly, as they don't have any time to rest. Katsuragi finally reaches the gymnasium with the rescued students. The teacher praises him and orders him to lead everyone inside. Katsuragi asks about the situation. Ruka disappointingly tells him they are barely holding their ground. Yuika worriedly asks about Kusanagi, but the guy assures her our boy is still alive and good. She becomes relieved and starts smiling. Katsuragi admits Kusanagi is awesome and holds a lot of strength. He believes they might be able to overcome the calamity with him by their side. Yuika agrees with him, as she also thinks the same. Suddenly the ground starts shaking. All the students become terrified, and the teacher quickly tells everyone to evacuate. A huge army of strong monsters appears from the smoke. Katsuragi notices the demon soldiers between them as well. He admits there is no chance they can do anything, as the army of beasts is just too huge, so they need to escape quickly. The strong monsters of the second stage start chasing the students. Yuika tries to run towards safety but almost gets eaten by a magical beast. Someone kills the monster and saves Yuika. It's the police department. Shido quickly orders his men to eliminate the beasts, and the police do everything they can to protect the civilians. The students breathe a sigh of relief seeing the police, thinking they're finally safe. Shido assures them not to worry anymore, as the police are here. He orders them to follow instructions and carefully evacuate the school, but Yuika steps forward, telling him the students are ready to fight as well. Shido repeats his words, but Yuika clarifies that they aren't civilians. Ruka joins her and adds that they are mages. Shido understands their words and requests backup. He orders them to start attacking from the rear. He admits they're low on numbers, so they really need the mage's help. He's frustrated, wishing the police weren't so useless. Sonata uses her healing magic to help the injured students. The protagonist notices the police have finally arrived and decides to leave everything to them. He's surprised to see the police arrive before the self-defense troops. It's crazy to think the country doesn't have any plans or precautions for a national-level disaster. He thinks this is a good lesson for the people who take peace for granted, but he decides to keep moving forward to help save the remaining students. The news reporter announces that the police have arrived, but the monsters are multiplying faster than ever. She wonders if the police can handle the calamity and hopes the mage nobles will show up to resolve the situation. A few students watching the news get excited at the thought of seeing the nobles in action. An elderly couple recalls that they've paid all their taxes, so the mage nobles should handle this. The reporter hopes they arrive soon. Inside a mansion, a noble tells his butler to ignore the calamity. He's Fuka-jin, the head of the Fuka household, a mage noble. The butler asks again to make sure, and Fuka insists it's just a small-scale calamity. The police should be able to handle it. The butler asks where Fuka is going, and the mage noble decides to go to sleep. The butler wishes him a restful night. Back at the school, Shido realizes the situation is getting out of control. He asks one of his men if they can handle the magical beasts at the entrance, but the answer is no. There are just too many of them. Shido sees the number of beasts growing and wonders if they can save the civilians in time. The self-defense troops are supposed to handle the rear, but they still haven't arrived. There's no choice but to contact the mage nobles, but it's strange. He can't get in touch with them. They're supposed to be the ones for this, yet they're useless. As the students help the police fight the monsters, Shido recalls everything he's learned about calamities. He wonders if the people 50 years ago dealt with it the same way. He hopes the boss doesn't show up. Suddenly, the number of monsters escalates, and a huge purple beam of light fills the area. A demon captain appears, sending everyone into a panic. Shido can't believe it. It's a demon captain, their boss. Ruka remembers that the demon captain is a rare beast that rarely shows up in this era. Only mage nobles can defeat it. Yuika realizes they need magic stronger than level 5, and she starts to panic, crying because there's no one who can cast such high-level magic. The demon captain unleashes its power and summons multiple magic circles. Yuika freezes in terror. Ruka steps in, using all her strength to deflect the attack, but her power isn't enough. She throws herself in front of Yuika as a shield. The demon captain's attack hits her hard, but she manages to protect Yuika. The younger girl watches in horror as her sister is injured. The students run away while Yuika stays behind, trying desperately to save Ruka. Shido and his men are powerless against the monsters, calling out for help. Katsuragi uses everything he has, but the demon captain doesn't budge. The police admit they can't save anyone and give up, accepting their fate. Yuika continues to cry out for help, calling the protagonist's name. As the demon captain moves closer, someone voices their irritation. Finally, the protagonist arrives, apologizing for being late. He feels bad for making the girl wait. Yuika tells him about her sister with a worried face, but he assures her and says she has just passed out. He quickly heals her wounds and grits his teeth in frustration as he observes the damage the monsters have done. He assures the girl not to worry, as he's about to clean up the whole mess. She puts her faith in him. Suddenly, multiple magic circles appear, and all the injured students start getting healed. Yuika observes her older sister's wounds disappearing and becomes astonished as the injured students wake up. Sanada notices the magic while healing people. She's surprised to see third-level holy magic and admits that even she can't use it. She wonders who is behind this. Sanada finds her senior and asks if he's doing okay. The guy assures her that he isn't injured, just ran out of magic power. She questions what is going on. Shido doesn't understand it himself, but believes they should focus on protecting the civilians. Sanada starts crying and tries to stop him, saying it's too reckless. But he's determined to fight, knowing that if he doesn't, everyone is going to lose their lives. Sanada stops him again and tells him there's no chance they can win since everyone is already dead. She points out that the police have already been defeated. Since the defense troops and magic nobles are still not here, he has to admit there's nothing they can do anymore. As the demon captain moves forward, the news reporter finds out the whole police department has been defeated. She becomes hopeless and thinks they are about to die. The students watching the news call the nobles completely useless and hope they don't die. The people watch the news carefully and learn there is no one who can defeat the demon captain. The protagonist approaches the demon captain all by himself. Sanada notices him and wonders if he has a death wish. Shido tries to warn him, but our boy ignores their words. Kusanagi is here to stop the monster from doing whatever it wants. The demon captain terrifyingly expresses its desire to kill and destroy. Everyone becomes scared, and a few students almost piss their pants. Shido and Sanada are unable to move from the fear and pressure, but the boy remains unfazed. He throws an attack and tells the monster to shut its mouth. The demon captain starts screaming out of rage, and all the monsters follow its lead as it pulls out huge magic circles and starts attacking the protagonist. He remembers going all out the last time he was facing the calamity. Our boy knows everyone around him will die if he does that again, so he decides to hold back to avoid involving the people. The monster's attacks hit him hard. Shido believes he got killed, but as the attacks almost reach the students, our boy pulls out his shields and shoots out multiple magic bullets to push back the army of monsters. Shido becomes shocked and wonders who he even is. The news reporter finds out a student is fighting the monsters alone. She decides to go closer since they can't see his face. The camera blows up suddenly. Yuika smiles as she knows the protagonist was doing his best to not reveal his identity. She believes he can go all out without distractions now. As the boy shoots out magic bullets persistently, the students finally see hope and start cheering for his victory. A few magical beasts sneak up from behind and almost attack the students, but Shido kills them and decides to support Kusanagi from behind, as that's the only thing they can do right now. Our boy smiles as he sees the hard-working police. He praises them and admits they aren't as bad as he thought. He keeps shooting the magic bullets. The demon captain screams and summons multiple magic circles. It starts going all out and summons 6th-level magic, surprising Shido. He thinks they're doomed since its strong magic is on par with the nobles, and there is no hope left for them. The demon captain uses 6th-level dragon flames, and the whole place gets engulfed by flames. Everyone tries to save themselves as a huge tornado of fire slowly eats up the whole place. Shido tries to protect his partner, Sanada, but the students become hopeless, accepting that they're all about to die. Sanada asks God for help, hoping at least the students can survive. Shido doubts any student, no matter how strong, can beat the demon captain. He doesn't believe Kusanagi stands a chance. Yuika, however, puts all her faith in the protagonist. She believes in him with every cell of her body, convinced he can definitely win. As the huge attack heads toward him, Kusanagi notices it's slow. He realizes it's because the demon captain is forcing itself to use 6th level magic. He admits there's no way he can face it with just 2nd level magic. So, despite his desire to avoid standing out, he decides to use more power. Kusanagi summons 4 magic circles and begins using the water attribute. Yuika smiles and starts cheering for him. The water turns into a massive serpent, and Shido is amazed, wondering if this is synthesis magic. The water and fire attacks clash, with Kusanagi starting to overpower the demon captain. But the demon captain refuses to back down, pushing harder, yelling its desire to kill and destroy the human race. The fire magic intensifies, but Kusanagi puts in a little more power, and after some struggle, the demon captain realizes it's about to die. The monster questions how it was defeated by a mere kid. Kusanagi calmly replies that it's because of the demon captain's lack of training. He'd hoped for a better fight, but is disappointed to learn it was weaker than expected. The sky finally returns to normal. Kusanagi smiles, relieved that the calamity is over now that he's defeated the final boss. The students are in shock, finding it hard to believe Kusanagi defeated the demon captain. They all get up and begin celebrating. Even the news reporter and cameraman join in, finally feeling safe. Sanada comforts a student, assuring her that it's safe now, as the calamity is over. Shido stares at Kusanagi, calling it impossible. He doesn't understand how a student could stop the calamity alone. He doubts even the nobles could have defeated the demon captain with 6th level magic and wonders who Kusanagi really is. His legs give out from overexertion. Kusanagi finds Yuika and tells her he's ended everything. She smiles and says she always believed in him, thanking him. This brings a smile to his face. Suddenly, the students surround him, praising him for what he did. They all show their gratitude, but Kusanagi, irritated, asks them to step back. He regrets standing out like this, just like in his past life, and hopes he won't have to live an annoying life from here on. Yuika notices how annoyed he looks. The announcement comes. The calamity at Kamui Magic Academy has been stopped. The academy refuses to share details about the boy who defeated the boss monster single-handedly. No casualties were reported, though several people were injured. Kusanagi's classmates show him the news. He becomes annoyed, but they think it's only natural for him to appear as the mighty savior. Kusanagi gets promoted to S class as well, and his old classmates feel bad, realizing they can't talk to him the same way anymore. A few female students ask about the secret behind his strength, assuming he might have inherited the blood of a great noble mage. An S-class student observes how annoyed Kusanagi looks due to all the attention. He doubts such a strong student really exists. Kusanagi's classmates defend him, confirming that he did defeat the demon captain all by himself. The S-class student remains unconvinced, thinking it sounds wrong no matter how you look at it. Kusanagi uses this chance to leave the class, feeling relieved as he steps out. Yuika finds him and asks if he's having a hard time, grinning mischievously. He doesn't want to be teased, but she keeps talking. She thinks this is natural since he's the mighty savior who protected the whole school. Kusanagi remembers that Yuika was also promoted to S-class, a result of her efforts during the calamity, but she doesn't seem too happy about it. When he asks, she assures him she's happy, but it's because there's someone else in the S-class. Suddenly, Kusanagi remembers Ruka and asks if she's doing any better. Yuika answers positively and points out that they've been talking more than before. Kusanagi thinks it's a good thing, and Yuika feels happy about it too. She thanks him for everything, expressing her gratitude. Out of nowhere, Kusanagi lightly taps her head, causing her to get embarrassed and ask what's wrong. He clarifies that he doesn't want her thanking him over and over. Once is enough. Yuika starts smiling. At a conference, a man finishes his teleconference with other countries. They're aware that getting support for the next calamity will be hard since they're already overwhelmed with measures and plans. One of them mentions the news about the student defeating the boss monster. The others explain that it was a strange situation, and even the police department was completely defeated. They assume it might be a misunderstanding and expect other nations to be skeptical as well. The man orders his men to bring back the noble mages to prepare for the next calamity. On the school roof, Ruka and Katsuragi meet Kusanagi and Yuika. They all stare at each other for a moment. Ruka then shares her desire to ask Kusanagi something. She wants him to make her his disciple. A few days later, Ruka sits down with her sister and starts a chat. She remembers the calamity was stopped by the protagonist. Her sister confirms this and reminds her that Kusanagi is the one who defeated the demon captain, using 4-level synthesis magic to do so. Ruka is astonished to hear this. She remembers that even high-level mages are not capable of using such power. Yuika assures her she's telling the truth, and Ruka trusts her little sister's words, deciding to believe it as she starts smiling. Yuika wonders why her older sister thinks she doesn't tell lies. Ruka recalls that Yuika has always been a straightforward kid, still obedient, never lying, gentle, but also hardworking. She finally accepts that her little sister isn't talentless and admits that she was the one being stubborn. Yuika realizes her sister is just worried about her, stands up with determination, and assures her big sis that she is going to become really strong and put her at ease so that she doesn't have to worry about it for now. Ruka listens to her sister carefully and realizes how much she has grown. Yuika hears her praise and starts smiling uncontrollably. Ruka is aware that no student comes near Kusanagi, and she guesses even her father might be weaker than him. She requests Yuika's help, knowing that if she just goes with the flow, she will only become a high-class mage at best. So she definitely needs Kusanagi's help to properly get stronger. Meanwhile, in the present, Ruka apologizes for all the rudeness. She's really sorry for looking down on them. She's already aware of how absurd and selfish her request is, but she wants to swallow her pride and be straightforward. Ruka hopes he can make her his disciple. Our boy agrees, which surprises her. He confirms that he is willing to make her a disciple, but she doesn't understand why he's being so nice. He calls her a weirdo for making a request and then acting this way. She knows he's right but doesn't understand why he's still being so kind, especially after she did such horrible things to him. He makes it clear that he has already accepted her apology and forgiven her, so that's all there is to it. She is left speechless. Katsuragi uses this opportunity to make the same request. The protagonist agrees, since it isn't really that hard to teach two people, and the guy is happy to hear this. Yuika tells her older sister that her friend is just really kind. Katsuragi calls him mysterious as well. Later that day, the protagonist gets called to the conference room. Shido introduces himself as a member of the Metropolitan Police Department from the Beast Countermeasures Division. Sanada introduces herself as well. They both bow their heads and show gratitude, admitting that without his assistance, both the civilians and their teammates would have been killed instantly. Kusanagi wonders if they need anything else and assures them to stop thanking him, as they've been constantly showing their gratitude for a while now. He believes it is enough. Shido informs him that the investigation is already over, but there is something that grabbed his attention. Kusanagi wonders what it is. Shido shares that he learned our boy got his mage powers after getting involved in some kind of traffic accident. His classmates and the people around him are saying the same thing. But one student even said the protagonist turned into a whole new person after the car accident. Kusanagi remains silent and listens to the investigation. Shido learned that his personality changed completely, and out of nowhere, his magic power became extremely strong as well. So strong that he was effortlessly able to defeat a demon captain. Yuika requests him to stop and questions what he's trying to say. Shido decides to change the question and asks if he knows anything about someone called the Black Magician. Our boy doesn't recognize the name, but the guy shows him a video and elaborates that the Black Magician is someone who defeated magical beasts and cleaned the area while protecting people. He keeps his face hidden and only comes out at night. Shido is surprised he didn't watch such a famous video. The protagonist understands what they are trying to say. Yuika intervenes and questions why he's telling all of this to Kusanagi. Shido answers with a smile, saying they are both similar, not just in age, but in size and height as well. Shido learned that the Black Magician is a strong and capable individual. He doubts any students around his age are capable of such feats. The other weird thing is that the Black Magician started his activities at the same time our boy got discharged from the hospital. Since it is completely illegal to use magic in the city without a real permit or qualification, if a student gets caught using it, then the academy will have to handle most of it. But since it has gotten so much public attention recently, there's no choice left for the police, so they had to get involved and take action. Shido makes it clear that just expulsion won't be enough, but if the protagonist confesses, they are willing to do him a favor and lessen his punishment. So, he needs to answer carefully. Shido asks once more if he is the Black Magician. Kusanagi answers negatively with zero expression on his face. Shido looks relieved and smiles, happy to hear that our boy is not the Black Magician. The guy thanks him for everything and decides to leave for now. As he leaves the room, Shido is surprised that our boy didn't show a single expression. He praises his courage to lie so openly if he really is the Black Magician. He admits Kusanagi is nothing like a normal student and believes he is hiding something. Sanada already knows Kusanagi is the Black Magician since their voices are similar. She wonders if his intentions were purely to save people that night. Sanada decides to keep his identity hidden, even though she knows this can be counted as a failure for a policeman. She believes the protagonist is a kind person. Shido decides to try his best to reveal the Black Magician's identity, while Sanada thinks about keeping it hidden and helping the guy however she can. After a while, the homeroom teacher of the S-class introduces both Mizuha Yuika and Kusanagi Minato to the whole class. She hopes the other students can get along with them. The students start asking if he really is the one who defeated the demon captain. The girls ask Yuika how she feels being a noble mage. The teacher advises everyone to sit down as the class is about to begin. She is surprised to see how famous both new students are. Kusanagi had to answer questions all day, and he feels horrible. He remembers this is the reason he was trying to keep his identity hidden. He hears someone call him from behind. Our boy looks back and finds the girl he saved earlier standing in front of him. She hopes he doesn't mind giving her a little bit of his time. As the boy finds himself on the rooftop again, he wonders if it is some kind of norm to always go to the top whenever you have to talk about something. Yuika follows him and looks at what's happening from behind a wall. She was hoping she could get some private training in and wonders why he is on the rooftop. She feels a bit jealous seeing him alone with a girl and tries to see what they're trying to do. The girl asks if he still remembers her, but our boy says he doesn't. She reminds him he's the one who saved her during the calamity, and he finally remembers who she is. The girl recalls that she was about to die because of the magical beasts at the combat lesson, but then somebody used their magic and saved her. She believes the one behind that magic attack was also Kusanagi. He remembers it, and she starts thanking him for saving her life. He doesn't mind it and says he just did what he could. The girl starts blushing and calls him cool. Yuika tries her best to listen to what they are saying, but she is barely able to hear anything. The girl reveals her feelings and says she is in love with our boy. She hopes he goes on a date with her. Yuika is shocked to learn she is confessing her feelings. The protagonist barely looks surprised. She knows she doesn't have many positive things, but she assures him she will do her best, so she hopes he can make her his girlfriend. Kusanagi smiles and thanks the girl for the confession. She starts smiling, but he continues to talk and says he is sorry. Her smile drops instantly. He politely tells her he doesn't have any time to start dating anyone since he has to do something very important. She understands his reasoning and tries to smile again. She is glad he was straightforward with her and decides to give up on him now. The girl leaves the rooftop with tears in her eyes. Kusanagi advises Yuika to stop hiding and just come out. She gets caught and comes out with an awkward smile. She thought she hid her mana well this time and wonders how he noticed. He calls her mana control horrible and lets her know it is literally spilling everywhere. This is the second time he caught her sneaking around like this. He wonders if she has a peeping fetish. Yuika embarrassingly tells him she just came at the wrong time. She wasn't hoping to listen to anything. She asks why he rejected such a cute and pretty girl. Kusanagi makes it clear that he doesn't want to date anyone right now. She is surprised, but he thinks he is just too far apart in age, even though he is physically in the same school year as them. Yuika starts feeling glad as she learns he doesn't want to go out with anyone. She doesn't understand why she feels so relieved to hear that he isn't planning on dating anyone. She looks at him with a concerned face. Kusanagi advises her to start working on her mana control as it is completely horrible. He believes she needs a lot more practice. She assures him she is aware and becomes determined to work as hard as she can to surpass her current strength so that someday he can finally acknowledge her. During nighttime, the protagonist reaches another area filled with monsters. He wonders if a new calamity is going to appear since they keep increasing. He hears a girl scream for help. A man uses his magic illegally to harass a girl. He tells her it is pointless to scream since there is no one around. Kusanagi intervenes and shows the guy there is still someone around. The thug becomes surprised, but our boy doesn't give him any time and quickly punches his stomach. He uses his magic to knock the guy unconscious. He learns it is just an amateur mage and a thug, but his close combat skills are horrible. He guesses the guy isn't used to fighting mages. The girl he saved thanks him and questions if he is the black mage. He becomes annoyed and quickly leaves while ignoring her words. Kusanagi realizes the black mage all the students and the policeman mentioned was him all along. He doesn't understand how he became so popular. The next day, while eating with his friends, the protagonist talks about the black mage. He remembers Shido talked about an amateur mage who only comes out at night. He heard many people talk about it, so he is just curious. Katsuragi guesses it is because the black mage has gotten really popular on the internet. Our boy asks what the internet is with an innocent face. He wonders if it is something similar to a fishing net. Everyone is shocked to hear this. They all wonder if he is crazy. In this era, it's hard for them to believe he doesn't know about something like the internet. They understand he is very isolated and lives under a rock, but this is worse than what they were expecting. Yuika explains the internet is an information network that covers the whole globe. Anyone can share any kind of information on it, so things like the black mage spread instantly. People can also find anything there, and since it has pictures and videos, it practically holds everything. Kusanagi finally understands it. Katsuragi helps him understand he can access any kind of information on his smartphone. He asks the boy to pull it out and try opening a random application. Kusanagi's face brightens up, and he smiles uncontrollably as he finally opens a search engine. They all praise him and explain he can use the internet to see anything now. Our boy calls it easy. Ruka remembers he promised to help them train. She is wondering when they begin their training. Kusanagi agrees on training them once the school ends, as they also helped him learn how to use a smartphone. He thinks about doing his best to train them well. Yuika expects something bad will happen as she hears his words. During their training, all three of them get tired and fall to the ground. Kusanagi is disappointed as they haven't even warmed up yet. He wants them to train like their life depends on it. They all get up once more and assure him they won't go down so easily. He is glad to hear this and orders them to come attack him with everything they have. They pull out their magic circles and follow his orders. Somewhere else, near the Tokyo Tower, a few men remember everything was completely normal a few seconds ago as they both observe the red sky. They both become terrified and wonder what's happening. A huge army of monsters filled with multiple demon soldiers and demon captains appear. As they all continue their training, all three of them fall back down. He asks if they have given up already. Ruka and Katsuragi attack him at once, determinedly telling him they haven't given up yet. He uses a barrier to protect himself and shoots his magic bullets to defeat them with zero effort. They both get hurt, but Yuika sneaks up from behind and tries to catch him off guard. He is easily able to dodge her and again uses the same attack to defeat Yuika as well. Kusanagi announces break time and lets all of them rest for a little bit. They are all relieved as they can finally catch their breath. Yuika drinks some water while Katsuragi points out that the protagonist is just too overpowered. Ruka agrees with him and is surprised that even a top student can't come close to his strength. Yuika confirms it as well and believes he is different from all the students. She observes his face and finds his usual annoyed look again. Kusanagi reveals he almost lost his life in a car accident, and when he finally opened his eyes, he had obtained these mysterious powers. He doesn't know the reason either, so he orders them to stop bothering him about it. Ruka understands he unlocked his powers on the brink of death and wonders if it triggered something inside him. Yuika is able to see right through the guy. She knows why he's making those expressions and is disappointed to see how gullible the other two are. She believes there is a good reason behind why he doesn't want to tell anyone the truth since he is trying so hard to hide it. She decides to forget about it for now. Kusanagi is able to fool them easily and feels glad they're gullible. They finally end the training session as the sun starts setting. Katsuragi calls it a great training session. Our boy calls him tough as he observes his attitude. Katsuragi guesses it is because he used to train alone before this. He feels really hungry and shares that he has to go back home and cook food. The protagonist is surprised to hear that he cooks food himself. He didn't expect the guy to be like this, judging by his appearance. Katsuragi gets a bit angry as he hears such harsh words. He asks if the protagonist always goes outside to eat. He answers that he just lives on cup noodles, which surprises the guy. Kusanagi is surprised to learn how convenient the new world is. His friend warns him about such unhealthy habits and points out that his body won't survive like this. The protagonist feels a bit weird seeing how concerned he is. Katsuragi grabs him and decides to take the guy to his place so they can eat together. Our boy tries to resist, but he doesn't leave and drags him away. Kusanagi smiles and feels glad to have such a friend. As they both reach his apartment, our boy ends up getting stuck with the kids while Katsuragi cooks food for all of them. He apologizes after he's done cooking but notices the protagonist taking care of them using magic. The protagonist assures him not to worry. He uses magic to create bubbles for the kids. Katsuragi calls him an idiot for his behavior and advises him not to use magic in his apartment. The guy is surprised to see magic can be used for such things. The little kid comforts our boy after he gets scolded. Katsuragi is shocked to learn he is really good at taking care of kids. The protagonist suddenly remembers the calamity in his past life. He calls kids precious. Katsuragi calls him an old man for how he sounds, but our boy orders him to shut his mouth. He starts enjoying as he helps the kids read a book. They all start eating together and thank God for the food. The kids happily eat the delicious meals. The protagonist tries it and is surprised to find out how good it is. He gets teary as he tries to remember the last time he had a good meal. He regrets not taking care of himself because he was focusing on fighting for a very long time. Kusanagi asks his friend about his parents. The guy shares he doesn't have a father. Since his mother has to work till late at night, he is the one who does the household work and takes care of the kids. He even has to do a part-time job when he is free. Kusanagi is shocked to hear his routine, but the guy assures him he likes taking care of his family. The protagonist understands it and remembers he is a complete musclehead who likes challenging stuff. They all end up sleeping together. He apologizes to Kusanagi for having him sleep at their house because of the selfish kids. He doesn't mind it and feels good doing such a thing for a change of pace. Katsuragi is relieved and shows his gratitude. The protagonist doesn't understand why he's thanking him, but the guy elaborates that it is about Ruka. She looks happier these days, and he believes it is all thanks to Kusanagi. Our boy wonders if this is something related to love. He asks the guy if he holds feelings for Ruka, but Katsuragi answers negatively. He shares they are both misfits who don't get along well with others, so they naturally became great friends. Kusanagi finds it similar to his situation. The next day, both Kusanagi and his friend walk together towards school. Yuika frustratingly wonders why they're so late. Katsuragi shares that the protagonist kept sleeping. They both find out the boys had a sleepover together. Yuika gets jealous and asks if they did training together. Kusanagi wonders why they're meeting like it is natural. He admits he is enjoying it. Shido appears with Sanada and requests our boy to give him a few minutes. The protagonist is annoyed to see them again. Shido apologizes for disturbing the guy again but reveals it is something urgent. Sanada explains beasts are suddenly appearing out of nowhere near the Tokyo Tower. She believes it is something related to the calamity, so they want to request Kusanagi's cooperation in the matter. He tries to avoid it as he is just a student, but Shido doesn't think it is right to call someone like him a student, since he is capable of stopping calamities all by himself. He tries to be straightforward and shares it's too much for the police to handle, which is why they need his assistance. Kusanagi asks if it is okay for them to reveal such stuff. But Shido tells him they have no choice since they've been completely cornered. He formally requests the protagonist to help them face the monsters. Kusanagi agrees with them. He was hoping to avoid standing out, but the situation keeps getting worse. Shido promises he will get proper compensation and that he doesn't have to contact the academy. Yuika and her friends decide to help as well. Ruka is confident they can provide support from the rear, and Katsuragi agrees with them. Shido thanks them for their effort but refuses to let them come along, as it is just not possible. Ruka tries to convince him, but Shido doesn't believe they are capable of fighting in a real battle since they are just the top students of their academy. He asks if any of them come close to Kusanagi's level. They all become ashamed and speechless. Shido advises them to head toward the academy while he invites Kusanagi to come with him. The protagonist hopes his friends can someday catch up to him, and they all become motivated, confidently answering that they will. At the police headquarters, our boy ends up being involved in a conference. A man explains that hundreds of magical beasts are appearing close to the Tokyo Tower, and they need to quickly form a plan and take action before any civilians get hurt. He shares that they even have a student on their side who played a huge role in the previous calamity that happened recently at the Magic Academy. He asks the protagonist to stand up. He follows the guy's instructions, and some men talk about him behind his back. One of them doesn't understand why a literal kid is involved in their business. The other guy explains that Kusanagi is the one who finished off the demon captain all by himself during the last calamity. He calls it bullcrap since it's hard to believe. Sanada feels embarrassed. Shido speaks up and tells everyone that Kusanagi really is the student who stopped the calamity and even defeated the demon captain all by himself. Shido gives his word, as he saw everything happening from up close. He believes there is no one on the same power level as the protagonist. Since our boy was involved in the calamity that happened after 50 years, Shido thinks it is a good decision to have him cooperate with them. He hopes everyone will treat the boy as their partner instead of a student. The men still don't believe it and think he's just a mere student acting all high and mighty, even though he's in a place filled with so many professionals. The leader tells them their goal is still the same, even with a new face among them. He orders them to immediately take action and kill the monsters. As everyone leaves, Shido finds the boy and apologizes for what he had to listen to. Kusanagi thinks it's okay and guesses his arrival just put them in a bad mood. Shido is surprised by his maturity and realizes he should focus on Sanada instead. She starts sobbing and tells him she was just too terrified to stop the men. Kusanagi assures her not to worry, as he doesn't give a shit about what a few men have to say about him. She starts smiling and calls him a wonderful person. As they all drive toward the Tokyo Tower, Kusanagi asks about the approximate combat power they have right now. The policeman answers that they have 80 mages. Only a few among them are high rank, while the rest are just middle rank mages. Our boy knows middle rank mages are capable of using level 2 magic, while the high rank ones can use up to level 3. Shido admits it sounds very pitiful, but the protagonist is the strongest mage among everyone since he is capable of using level 4 synthesis magic. Kusanagi asks if they will follow some kind of plan, but Shido disappointingly tells him it is going to be a magic battle, purely so they can't follow any kind of plans. He believes they can win easily if they only face demon soldiers and magical beasts, but anyone higher than the demon captain will require proper planning and countermeasures because they have high intelligence and immense power. Shido doubts such a straightforward battle plan is worthy of being called a combat strategy. Kusanagi points out that he hasn't noticed any special equipment anywhere so far that could defeat monsters. The policeman shares that they don't have anything that stands a chance against magic and beasts, which is why they just wear clothes that are easy to move in, or suits whenever they enter any sort of battle. The protagonist remembers they used to have anti-beast equipment, but Shido answers there is barely any left right now, and it has become very rare. Only the mage nobles have such equipment. Kusanagi is shocked to learn this, as he remembers such magic equipment used to be common around his time. He understands the usage of magic and mages declined because of peaceful times, but this much change is just absurd. He becomes curious about what happened during the past 50 years. Shido observes his expressions carefully, wondering what he's thinking about. They all finally reach the Tokyo Tower. Kusanagi finds out there is no calamity going on, but the number of monsters appearing is abnormal. He wonders what is going on. The trash-talking policemen from earlier are shocked by the numbers as well. They didn't get informed about this in the report, and as they both spot a demon captain among the monsters, they become completely hopeless and decide to seek support from special organizations or noble mages since it's out of their hands. Shidu assures them he has already called for backup, but it's not going to arrive so quickly. Since the number of beasts keeps increasing and illegal mage activities are happening more than before, the organizations already have too much on their plates. The policemen ask if they don't have any other choice but to face such strong monsters themselves. They believe it's a suicide mission and become hesitant. Shidu has no choice left, so he swallows his pride and requests the protagonist for help. He asks if they can be defeated. Our boy answers positively. The trash talkers start doubting him, and it's hard for them to believe a random brat can win against so many monsters. Kusanagi notices something weird, and they wonder what he's on about. As the monsters become more active, suddenly the sky changes its color and turns red. Sanada and the other policemen realize a calamity is about to happen. Shidu gives a message to every single post from the police headquarters that a calamity has appeared across Japan. As the civilians start getting attacked by magical beasts, Shidu repeats his words that a calamity has occurred. He orders everyone to make people their priority and save civilians from any harm. Since they're stuck dealing with it in an urban area, they need to take countermeasures quickly. Shidu and his men are worried to see what's happening, but our boy remains unfazed. The policemen see the calamity appearing again and become terrified. They question why it's happening. The protagonist knows a calamity is a natural phenomenon, but he notices this one is happening because of the magical beasts from earlier. He doesn't know how they caused it, but wonders if they learned a new way to create one in the last 50 years. Shidu's men tell him they can't fight a losing battle with no backup. They need to reorganize first. The calamity starts moving, and the beasts begin heading toward the city area filled with civilians. The policemen start arguing with each other. Some believe it is going to harm the civilians, so they don't have a choice but to go and defeat the monsters. The other policemen call it a suicide mission and believe they can't win. Someone comments that the police have become pitiful, which angers the guy who doesn't want to go. He makes it clear that they just can't win against so many magical beasts. Kusanagi jumps off the building while telling everyone they can definitely win. He smiles and starts using his magic circles to head toward the monsters. He lands between them, and as the monsters notice him, they all begin rushing toward him to attack. The policemen warn him to quickly run, or else he's going to lose his life. Kusanagi pulls out third-level magic called Wind Cutter, leaving everyone speechless. The monsters die instantly, but a few demon soldiers become active. They throw multiple attacks toward our boy, but he remains unscathed because of his shields. Since the barrier ends up being very useful, he decides to put one up for the bystanders, so no one gets hurt during the calamity. As he cuts through more monsters, Shidu is astonished by his strength. He doesn't believe someone is capable of using several magic attributes at once. He guesses only Kusanagi can do such things. The guy orders everyone to move forward and follow our boy. Sanada starts running to provide proper backup. The other policemen tremble in fear, but since they can't just run away, they all get fired up and run toward the battlefield. The policemen begin fighting against the monsters. The protagonist is surprised by their capabilities. The demon captain appears from the crowd of monsters. A policeman notices and becomes hopeless, since only a legendary class mage can defeat such a monstrosity. Kusanagi pulls out the water serpent again and assures the policemen they can leave the demon captain to him while they all handle the rest. In mere seconds, he defeats the demon captain, leaving everyone shocked. They admit he is very powerful. Shidu orders everyone to continue fighting until the boss monster appears. He orders them to handle the rest while Kusanagi can take care of the demon captain and anything stronger than that. As the protagonist fights the monsters, he remembers the worldwide calamity that appeared 60 years ago, which was the first calamity. After that event, calamities became common and kept showing up again and again, continuing to destroy the world. He doesn't want what happened 60 years ago to repeat itself since the calamity will just spread worldwide. He is glad to be here and is determined to stop the calamity from destroying the human race. Sanada gets attacked by a demon soldier, but the protagonist intervenes and instantly kills it. She remembers it is the same as that night. He asks if she's fine. Sanada thanks him and tries getting up. He realizes it is the same situation as before. He becomes worried and anxiously questions if she found out. Sanada doesn't understand why he became the Black Mage. She wonders how strong he is but doesn't want him to hate her for asking weird questions. She blushes and tries to stop herself from thinking anything weird since he is just a student. Sanada gets attacked again, but Kusanagi protects her from the danger and advises her to be more careful. She apologizes. He requests that she stay by his side so he can protect her. He notices she isn't capable of using combat magic. Sanada starts blushing again and follows his instructions. She questions if he really is a student since he sounds more like an adult compared to her. Out of nowhere, all the police mages feel an immense pressure. They start trembling in fear and wonder what's happening. A monster emerges from the light. Shido notices it is the subspecies of a demon captain. He questions why such a higher species of demon captain is appearing now. The policemen realize their victory is impossible. They doubt even mage nobles can win against such a strong monster. Kusanagi steps forward. They try to stop him from getting hurt, as they don't think he can defeat it no matter how strong he might be. Kusanagi tells them he'll win. The guys stop trembling so much. Sanada starts praying for Kusanagi's victory. Shido knows he holds the same strength as the mage nobles, so there is a good chance he might win against the subspecies as well. As the monster comes face to face with the protagonist, Shido becomes excited to finally see our boy's true strength. Shido orders everyone to keep giving it their all until the boss monster finally dies. Kusanagi confronts the new demon captain. It starts attacking and throws fire magic at him. The policemen can't believe how strong the monster is as they see it destroying multiple things with level 1 magic. Our boy doesn't get scratched at all. The monster wonders what he even is. Kusanagi answers that he is just a student. He starts using his water serpent again. The demon captain becomes determined to kill our boy and unleashes a huge fire serpent. The policemen notice that it is level 6 magic and become hopeless. Kusanagi knows that if he avoids the attack or just blocks it with his magic, there is a chance his allies might get engulfed in all the fire, so he wonders what he should do next. All the beasts start gathering around suddenly. The police are confused, but as they all attack Kusanagi, Sanada tries to warn him. He remains unfazed despite seeing multiple strong attacks coming his way. He destroys the demon captain's fire serpent with his water attribute and blocks the magical beast's attacks with his non-attribute shields. Water starts pouring down. The protagonist is a bit underwhelmed as he realizes it is already over. Shido's jaw drops, seeing how strong our boy is. Sanada doesn't understand what just happened. Shido, still in shock, holds his head as he sees unimaginable things happening in front of him. Only a mage noble can use level 6 magic since it is an advanced technique on a similar level as remote activation. Sanada asks if Kusanagi really did all that. Shido shares an even more surprising thing he just witnessed. The protagonist just used a second type of magic at the same time while facing the demon captain. Usually there is a buffer time whenever someone uses 2 magic spells, but Kusanagi just used them at the same time. Even a single type of magic is hard to control, so using 2 simultaneously makes the protagonist stronger than even the noble mages. Shido is happy to see everything went as he expected. He believes he has found the person he always wanted, the new Ichikami Minato. The protagonist advises the demon captain to follow him so they can fight somewhere else, as it is too stuffy here. The demon captain starts using level 1 aerial magic and flies away. As it moves somewhere else, it admits it is a bit surprised that it knows how to use aerial magic. The demon captain thinks he had to move so he doesn't get any sort of cooperation from its army. The boy clarifies he doesn't feel fazed by the shitty cooperation from other beasts. With a cold expression, he reveals they moved so he doesn't have to hold back anymore. The demon captain moves forward and attacks him, but our boy easily dodges all the attacks coming his way. He uses his arms to block a few blows. The demon captain uses the opportunity to throw fire magic. It hits the boy directly, but the monster hits him again and slams him on the ground without wasting a second. As the smoke clears, Kusanagi comes out unfazed, leaving the demon captain shocked. He moves forward to attack it and knows it resorted to hand-to-hand combat because its magic is completely useless against him. He calls the demon captain's efforts useless and makes it clear it can't land a strike on him while punching its head really hard. The demon captain goes flying away but saves itself by summoning a magic circle. It doubts his punch can do anything since he is just a mere human, but suddenly its whole body starts trembling. The demon captain doesn't understand how strong he is. It gets mad and questions who he even is. Kusanagi smiles and lets it know magic isn't the only thing he can use. He decides to show the demon captain a technique he created himself. The protagonist smiles and unleashes his powers. The demon captain becomes amazed. Shido and Sanada feel the pressure and notice there is something above them. Kusanagi uses the magic he is emitting to protect his body. He starts feeling powerful, but the demon captain calls human attacks useless, even though he's using magic to cover himself. Kusanagi doesn't agree with it and decides to give his powers a try. He starts throwing punches and pushes back the demon captain, who is left with no choice as attacks come from all directions. The monster tries pathetically to protect itself, but Kusanagi keeps hitting it with his new technique. Shido observes the fight and notices the boy is overpowering a literal monster in hand-to-hand combat. He questions how it's even possible since human attacks are too weak against monsters. He is slowly harming the monster with just his fists. The demon captain gets injured and doesn't understand how a human attack can push him to such a pathetic state. Kusanagi is aware that normal attacks or any weapons have no effect on monsters, but if someone puts a huge amount of magic power behind them, the attacks actually work. Attacking while covering the whole body with magic power is called the fusion of martial arts and magic craft. He named it magic martial arts. The demon Demon Captain doesn't believe a trash human has just surpassed him in strength. It doesn't accept its defeat and tries to attack Kusanagi, but he dodges it with ease. Without wasting a second, he lands a strong punch, drilling a hole in its stomach. The Demon Captain calls him a monster for such strength. The other monsters find out their leader has already died. The sky turns back to normal, and the calamity finally ends. The policemen are relieved and learn the boy did everything. Shido advises them to kill the remaining beasts as well and keep their guards up. Kusanagi slowly comes down and smiles as he decides to leave the rest to police. He suddenly remembers it had been ages since he used martial arts, so he couldn't use it properly. He lands back down and notices the crowd of policemen waiting for him. Shido thanks our boy for all the hard work and for single-handedly defeating the Demon Captain to stop the calamity. They are grateful for his cooperation. The whole police department gives Kusanagi a salute of respect. Ever since this incident, calamities have kept appearing across the globe continuously. But thanks to the police and Noble Mage's cooperation, slowly all of the new calamities were stopped as well. People grew anxious because of the calamities and started hating the government for not being properly prepared. They showed disappointment towards the mages, who were expected to protect people. As the anxiety among people grew time, someone said they still have the Black Mage on their side. Everyone started believing Black Mage, and the whole world wondered who he even was. At the academy, Kusanagi starts feeling irritated as the whole class finds out he is the one who stopped the second calamity as well. They call him amazing and start showering him with praise. They ask if it's really true that he had to face the subspecies of a Demon Captain during the calamity. He starts feeling bothered and hopes it ends. Yuika notices his tired expression. The teacher begins talking about the calamity that occurred recently. She advises everyone to stay prepared at all times since they're not just students but mages too, so there's no telling when they might get summoned. She points toward Kusanagi and calls him experienced. All of a sudden, Sanada appears with a few policemen. She excuses everyone and the teacher anxiously asks if there is an issue. Sanada shows her badge and assures her she came here with the headmaster's permission. She calls Kusanagi and requests him to help them once again. Our boy is surprised by how far the police have fallen. He wonders why they never care about their image. He notices the students gawking at him, which annoys him, so he decides to just leave. He asks Sanada to inform him about the situation. She assures him not to overthink it, as he will receive rewards and credit for his work. She explains the beasts keep appearing all across the globe because of the calamities, and illegal mages involved in weird organizations have also become way more active all of a sudden. Since they are lacking in manpower, Kusanagi says they came to get him. Sanada feels bad about asking him for help so many times but tells him they have no other choice since he is the strongest. Kusanagi pulls out his phone and advises her to just give him a call next time. Sanada apologizes and understands him. She is able to get his contact information and feels glad. The protagonist questions what he needs to do now. She instructs him to take care of all the beasts in Harajuku. He understands her. Sanada decides to take him with her in a car, but he believes they will become too late. So the protagonist pulls out his magic circles and starts leaving the school alone. The police are amazed to see his fast speed. At Harajuku, the sky turns red and two kids become terrified. The big brother tries to protect his sibling from harm as a magical beast appears. The kids try to run away, but the little one falls. As they're about to be eaten by the magical beast, the protagonist appears and instantly kills it. The kids calm down, and he praises them for hanging in there, telling them they did a great job. He hands back their toy Ichikami figurine and smiles to help them feel better. He hands the kids to the police and runs to clean the area. The kids bow to show their gratitude as he flies away, and the little brother smiles in appreciation. Kusanagi finds it harder to battle in Harajuku than at his academy or in the destroyed Shibuya, as the place is filled with obstacles and people. He can't use magic bullets, or he might hurt civilians still running for their lives. He can differentiate between humans and beasts, but normal people with zero magic can't be detected easily. The only way to save everyone is by patrolling the area. The police arrive, focusing on killing the monsters while leaving civilian rescue to the army and firefighters. They find Kusanagi and call his name. Our boy remembers him from the calamity, comes down, and guesses the policeman is reinforcement. He finds it helpful and asks about the situation. The policeman shares they haven't saved half the civilians and are struggling to reach the east side. Kusanagi shoots a few bullets and decides to check the east side. The policeman warns him about illegal mages there, according to reports, but knows there's no point in warning Kusanagi since he's the strongest. The other policemen notice him and wonder who he is, as he defeated multiple beasts with ease. They believe he's some kind of savior during these difficult times. Kusanagi defeats a demon captain with his 6th level burst stream. He's surprised to find demon captains, even though there's no calamity, something that hadn't happened even 50 years ago. As the number of beasts increases, Kusanagi realizes they're getting stronger, and the situation is getting so bad that even he finds it hard to handle. He believes he needs a plan before things get out of hand. Kusanagi saves 2 more civilians and hands them to the firefighters. He has a few plans but isn't sure which one to follow. He uses his bubbles to save more people. Sanada and a few policemen appear, and he helps calm the civilians. The police thank him again, believing they minimized the damage because of him. Kusanagi disagrees, saying it was thanks to the police and firefighters. He was simply helping out. The policeman admits he's an awesome student. They apologize for their rude behavior during the last calamity, admitting their pride caused it. Kusanagi tells them not to worry and to stop thinking about it. The policemen are amazed by his maturity and thank him again. Sanada steps forward and thanks him as well, noting she keeps relying on his powers, even though he's just a student. He assures her not to worry, as he agreed to help. Kusanagi points out that the number of monsters keeps increasing, and this time, they're stronger. Sanada agrees, thinking they need a plan to counter the calamity. She mentions her senior is doing his best to take action. As she speaks, the kids from earlier approach Kusanagi and thank him for saving them. He's happy to see they're safe. The little kid asks if he's the Great Sage, and the older one apologizes, saying his brother is obsessed with the Great Sage. Kusanagi notices the toy and realizes it's an Ichikami figurine. He tells the kids he's really the Great Sage, and the kid smiles, already knowing. Kusanagi remembers his past life, where someone requested Ichikami to let him make a doll of him. The guy excitedly shared he wouldn't just make a doll but photo cards and key holders too. Ichikami doubted anyone would want such things. The guy told him people needed the Great Sage's support in their hearts, and such items would be great for kids. Ichikami didn't fully agree, but the guy called him wrong, believing it would keep people safe for 100 years, not just 50. He begged for Ichikami's permission. Kusanagi smiles, realizing the guy was right. He knows mere dolls can't save people, but people need him again now. At a shady club in the capital, a few men report on the Black Mage to their leader, Kuroya Kuto, president of the Underground Mage Guild, Black Rebellion. He gets up after hearing about an illegal mage who doesn't belong to any guild. Furious, he learns the Black Mage dares to go against him. He asks his lackey if he's correct, and the terrified underling answers yes. Kuroi orders them to find the Black Mage's real identity, using military force if necessary. Someone asks if they have permission to kill him. It's the executive manager Kaga Shuji. Kuroi answers they can only kill him after torturing him. Kaga becomes excited, making an evil expression. Ruka asks Kusanagi about his magic power level. Yuika says the same, as she has been curious for a while. She wonders if it is 100,000 or maybe even 500,000. Yuika knows it's possible for someone like our boy. He answers it's 99,990,000 with an expressionless face. Everyone is speechless at first. Yuika doesn't believe it, and Katsuragi agrees with her as well. Ruka remembers that even Ichikami's magic power is about 1,000,000, so she doesn't believe him. Kusanagi is surprised to learn this. They all explain that people call 1,000,000 the highest limit for this reason. They wonder why he doesn't know such a common thing. The protagonist questions if his power is just 1,000,000. He tries looking it up on the internet but becomes confused. He smiles and admits he doesn't know how to use a phone. Since it's not worth the effort, he decides to give up. He gets a call from Shido. The boy asks what's wrong, and Shido apologizes for the disturbance, asking if he has some time to spare. Kusanagi answers positively, so the policeman asks if his friends are near him as well. Kusanagi tells him they are here. Shido requests him to put the phone on speaker. Kusanagi is completely clueless about it, so Yuika helps him turn it on. The policeman explains that since the number of monsters and calamities keeps increasing, he decided to create a specialized anti-monster squad, known as the Special Magic Team. He wants our boy to be the leader of the squad. Yuika is astonished to see her friend getting such an opportunity. She believes it's such a special title that mages would die to reach. She guesses her friend isn't going to refuse such a thing, but to her surprise, Kusanagi ends up refusing the offer. Yuika questions why, growing angry. The policeman requests them to listen to his explanation first. The protagonist wonders why Yuika is angry on his behalf, but decides to hear the explanation. Shido shares that there are too many issues going on, and the police can't handle everything alone. Also, since the monsters are growing in strength, it's hard for them to keep up anymore. He knows the boy understands his words. Kusanagi knows it's because the mages of this time period have really low magic levels. He wonders what happened to the nobles. Shido shares that the heads of Mizuha, Homurai, and Kaichi are still stuck in an overseas meeting, so the only one left is Fuka, but he's not available either for many weird reasons. Kusanagi suddenly remembers he never met Yuika's parents before. She tells him they still haven't returned from the meetings. Shido explains the special squad will have many police officers and a few students from the academy. He chooses Yuika, Ruka, and Katsuragi as members of the new special squad. He assures them he's willing to handle all the troublesome stuff, like clerical work and negotiations, so all of them just need to focus on getting stronger and leading the police mages. They'll get proper rewards, and their school credits will increase too, making it easier to find employment in the future. Shido starts begging, trying to convince the boy to become the captain. He hopes the protagonist agrees. Kusanagi becomes a bit annoyed but decides to do it. Shido finds it hard to believe but looks glad. The others agree with it as well. Ruka doesn't want Kusanagi to handle everything alone, while Katsuragi is just into hard challenges. Even though the protagonist is still unsure, he ends up going with it since he wants to train more mages as well. The news channels start criticizing the noble mage family, the Fukas. They didn't only leave behind their real duty because of some school disaster, but the noble family was also very slow with the subjugation of monsters. The nobleman hears the news and calls the reporters dumb, since they're assuming noble mages can handle anything. Someone calls, so the noble mage gives him permission to enter. His butler appears and shares that the Metropolitan Police Department sent him a document. The noble mage reads the information about the special magic team being established. He calls it stupid and thinks useless people are into doing unnecessary things. He feels a bit disappointed but guesses this might help shut up the public. He orders the butler to call his dumb kid here. The butler understands him and leaves. At the police department, the protagonist and his friends join the special squad. They all hold a meeting, and Shido starts explaining something to everyone. The protagonist is surprised to hear the word dozens, but Shido apologizes and explains that they did have candidates, but they didn't receive any applications for some reason. Shido believes they'll get more applications once our boy starts producing real results. Kusanagi was expecting things to turn out this way, since it's weird for a literal student to be the team's captain. Some friction was bound to happen. Shido hands over something and shares that it's a temporary mage badge. He admits it's an external cooperation but explains they're all public servants now. So, if anyone doubts it, he can just show this badge to them when needed. He adds another thing. The badges are only given when someone is from a unit, and since all of them are still not qualified as mages, the badge is just temporary. Shido officially ends the student treatment with Kusanagi and addresses him as Captain Kusanagi. He leaves everything to the boy. The protagonist smiles, as it's been ages since he stood before people his own age. He goes to the front and introduces himself once more. He announces that he is the captain of the special mage team and promises everyone that he is willing to make everyone in his team stronger than even the heads of noble families. His friends and the police members are surprised, as it's something hard to believe. Kusanagi understands why they're doubting him, but decides to give solid proof to help clear the doubts. He asks Shido if there are any magic power measuring devices available in the police station. The guy answers positively but becomes confused. As he brings a few measuring devices, Kusanagi orders Ruka and Katsuragi to step forward and measure their power levels. They decide to follow his orders. As they both pour out their magic into the machine, the protagonist tells everyone that Ruka's magic power level was only 10,000 last time, while Katsuragi had 8,000 magic power. Ruka becomes speechless as she gets a result of 30,000 magic power. Katsuragi is amazed to see 28,000 on the measuring screen as well. The policemen are astonished, as it is the magic power of the highest grade mage class. Kusanagi asks them to be patient and orders Yuika to measure her powers. She listens to him but feels a bit anxious. Yuika wonders what she should do now, as she believes the gap between her and her older sister might be too big. She knows she worked really hard, but at the end of the day, she thinks she is just an ordinary person with no talent. She becomes more anxious and doesn't want to see the results. Yuika calms herself down as she doesn't want to run away from such challenges anymore. She stops caring about the results and pours the magic into the machine, determined to always be true to herself. Shido and Sanada's jaws drop as they see the results. Yuika feels a bit anxious but opens her eyes to find out it is 26,000. Shido remembers her magic power was just 2,000 according to the records, and it's hard for him to believe there is a way to increase magic power to such an extent. Kusanagi makes it clear to everyone in the room that increasing magic power is possible. It just requires talent and the absolute determination to never give up and keep working hard till the end. He looks at Yuika with a smile and pats her head, letting her know how proud he is feeling and telling her she did an amazing job. Ruka feels happy as she watches their interaction. Kusanagi praises the other two as well, but they think this much was expected. Especially for Ruka, she believes this kind of improvement is normal for someone like her since she belongs to the Mizuha family, so there's no need for praises. He ignores her words and pats her head as well, praising her for all the hard work. Katsuragi knows his friend looks out of this world but is surprised to see him act this way without any fear. Yuika becomes anxious since she knows how terrifying her sister looks when she's angry. Ruka tells the protagonist she's not a baby, and he understands her and pulls away his hand. Katsuragi was a bit scared just now, and Yuika also thanks God her sister remained calm. Our boy tries to pat Katsuragi next, but he becomes embarrassed. Ruka remembers she was never treated like this all her life before today. Even her father never patted her head or did such a thing for her. A fat, ugly guy enters the room as he finds out everyone was here. He shares that he has been searching for Shidu everywhere and wonders why he hasn't received any proper greetings. Shidu tries to explain himself and tells the fatso he thought the guy wasn't coming today. The fat dude tells him his mind changed, so he decided to come. Shidu thinks about introducing him to everyone and announces he is Shu, a mage noble from the family of Fuka. Shidu secretly informs our boy that he didn't have a choice, as they needed the approval of the mage noble for the special team's establishment, so he was forced to enlist their names. He feels sorry about it. Kusanagi remembers the Fuka family ignored the request for reinforcements during the disaster that happened at his academy. Shidu tries to explain that happened because the nobles have a weird habit of maintaining authority, so they feel ashamed answering such requests since it's not something a mage noble would usually do. Shu speaks up and tells them he learned he was going to see Japan's leading magic unit. He wonders why there is a bunch of students in the room instead. Shidu introduces Kusanagi and reveals he is the one who defeated the boss monster and took care of the calamity that happened at the school. For his amazing achievements, he has been chosen to lead the team as the captain of the unit. Shu carefully looks at him and wonders how a trash student who doesn't even belong to a noble family stopped the school disaster. He steps on the protagonist's foot and arrogantly tells him he is nothing more than a piece of trash. He feels enraged to see our boy as the captain. The guy makes it clear not to act cocky, even if he's just a student. Yuika and Ruka question why he's acting this way, and they order him to step back, while Katsuragi threatens to blow him away. Shu wonders why ordinary people are trying to order him around. He recognizes the two sisters and remembers they belong to the Mizuha family. He's surprised to find out not everyone here is a piece of trash. Shu starts smirking and announces that he will be the one to lead the unit, but Shidu tries to make him understand Kusanagi has already been chosen to lead the unit, so it can't be changed. Shu decides to challenge the protagonist and announces that the one who defeats the boss of the next calamity will earn the right to lead the unit. Shidu tries to stop him, but the fatty decides to make his own rules and thinks it's settled. Shidu apologizes for his behavior, but Kusanagi assures him it's fine since anything he says would have been completely useless on such an idiot. He thinks it's fine, as he just needs to win. Yuika and the others get fired up. She's not going to let the guy become their captain. The other two become determined and decide to go all out as well. He wonders why they sound so fired up over such an idiot. At the police department grounds, Kusanagi thinks about his next step. He remembers the police officers mostly had about 10,000 magic power. He expected this and decides to talk about magic power first. He starts explaining and talks about the importance of magic power. He tells everyone he knows they only use it to produce magic attacks, but it has other purposes as well. He calls Katsuragi and orders him to attack with everything he has. He becomes a bit confused, but the boy asks him to hurry up. Katsuragi tries throwing a punch with everything he has, hoping the protagonist doesn't complain about it later. The punch gets stopped by a weird barrier. He explains he is using the power of a magic barrier. If anyone has a lot of magic power, they can naturally use a magic barrier. Katsuragi keeps throwing punches, but nothing lands. He continues to explain they can use magic without even thinking about it if their magic power is huge enough. He calls it automatic power. Katsuragi finally gets tired and finds out his punches are completely useless. The protagonist orders everyone to keep one thing in mind. Increasing the magic power capacity is the most important goal for any mage. He starts pouring his magic into the policemen one by one to help them understand how to sense magic power. Everyone begins their training, and they all work hard to get stronger. Kusanagi realizes they really need some equipment besides the training. He wonders if it's possible to get some anti-monster equipment. Judging by Shidu's reaction, our boy finds out it might be nearly impossible to get his hands on one for now. Shidu assures him he will manage something if he waits a little longer. Kusanagi is aware he won't find any good craftsmen in this time period, so he decides to make one himself, even though he has never done that before. He is positive he can make one himself. He opens his drawer as he tries to find something useful. He finds a cheap ring, but notices it is still in good condition, which means it might be something important. He believes it might work, but it's still not enough. The protagonist starts thinking about a store he could shop at. His phone starts ringing suddenly. He notices it is a call from Ruka. He wonders what she wants since she rarely calls him. Kusanagi picks it up but questions why she's so silent. She shares her opinion and believes only he is worthy of leading the unit. He becomes confused and asks if she's trying to encourage him. She says he's correct. Kusanagi smiles as he finds out she is an awkward person. He decides to ask her something. Kusanagi invites her to go shop with him tomorrow if she doesn't have anything else to do. He doesn't know much about buying accessories, so he needs help. Ruka questions if he's inviting the others as well. He answers negatively and believes going in large groups is unnecessary. She is a bit hesitant, so Kusanagi asks if she wants to go. She agrees to go with him. He calls her a lifesaver and asks where they should go. She suggests Harajuku, so he decides to meet her at the station around noon. She hopes they can see each other tomorrow and cuts the call. Kusanagi feels glad as he can buy rings for everyone in his squad now. He wonders if he should spend his day crafting anti-monster equipment with the ring he just found. He starts pouring in his magic and believes it will somehow work. Yuika calls her sister for dinner but gets no reply and becomes a bit concerned since her sister never behaves like this. Yuika decides to check, so she announces that she is coming in. She finds her sister with a cute dress in her hand and becomes speechless. Ruka asks what's wrong. Yuika apologizes and informs her that dinner is ready. Ruka tells her she will come in a bit. Yuika has never seen her sister so excited before. She wonders if Ruka is planning on going out and assumes it is a date with our boy. The next day, Kusanagi reaches the Harajuku station. Yuika spies on him from behind a wall and tries to keep her distance while concealing her identity so he doesn't find her. She feels weird spying on them in such a way, so she apologizes to them in her heart. Ruka finally appears in a beautiful dress, and everyone starts staring at her. She asks our boy if he had to wait. He shares that he just got here, so it's fine. The dudes staring at them call her beautiful and assume she is talking to her boyfriend. They become a bit jealous while Yuika questions what's going on as she finds out her sister and Kusanagi are on a date. Ruka asks what he's looking for. Kusanagi answers that he wants a ring. She wonders if it's a gift. He calls her correct, but shares he needs several. Ruka is surprised, assuming something else. She questions if he has that many partners. He answers positively, but she reminds him Japan is not a polygamous country. He assures her he already knows that. Ruka advises him to buy inexpensive ones if he is planning to buy in bulk. She remembers the perfect place, so he decides to leave it to her. They visit multiple shops while Yuika observes them both from a distance. After a few hours of trying, Ruka admits it is really hard to find rings that are sturdy, inexpensive, and not too fancy. Kusanagi feels a bit annoyed since whenever they finally choose a good ring, something is always missing. He checks another one and realizes it looks pretty expensive as well. Yuika drinks her juice from a distance and wonders what they're both talking about. She feels a bit jealous seeing them stand so close to each other. The manager approaches them with a smile and asks what they're looking for. She is willing to give him a suggestion if he is planning to give his girlfriend a gift. Kusanagi tries to clarify she is not his girlfriend, but as soon as he speaks, Ruka cuts him off and tells the manager she is not his girlfriend with a cold expression. The manager anxiously apologizes and lets them look around as she goes away, feeling embarrassed. Ruka tries to stop her while the boy feels a bit annoyed. They finally sit down, and Kusanagi shares how exhausted he's feeling from all the walking they did, especially in a crowded place like a mall. He's finding it hard to choose a good ring and wonders if there is something wrong with his criteria. Kusanagi notices the expressions on Ruka's face. She admits she doesn't know how to show affection, and she's aware he already knows about her trash personality. He calls her correct, and Ruka remembers she doesn't even know how to interact with her little sister. She caused her many problems because of this. She suggests it is better if he does the shopping with Yuika instead, since she is just getting in the way. He calls her wrong and says he already knows she did her research and learned the locations of multiple stores before coming. She even thought properly about which ones he should choose. She took the trip so seriously, even though it's his problem. He assures her she is a great help to him with a smile on his face. Ruka starts blushing and feels better. Yuika notices her face and remembers she never saw her sister with such expressions. She starts feeling down and wonders why she's spying in the first place. Yuika decides to go home. After a few hours, Kusanagi happily exits the mall as he was finally able to find good rings. She is still a bit confused about why he needed 5 of them. He shares he needed one for each partner. Ruka believes his partners are going to be really happy when they receive the gift, since he took his time to pick the rings. He mentions it is for the unit's equipment, so there is no reason for them to be unhappy about it. She is a bit confused to hear this but finally understands why he bought so many. He shows his gratitude for all the help she gave and thanks her properly. Ruka thinks it's fine. She is glad she was able to help him out. He decides to repay her for the effort, but she assures him he doesn't need to do anything. He pulls out the ring from earlier and asks her to give him her hand. She feels a bit shy and questions what he wants to do. He grabs it and shares it as the first special ring he made himself. He hopes she takes good care of it and smiles. Ruka is glad but starts leaving. He tries to stop her, but she doesn't give him a chance and leaves. He wanted to explain more about the anti-monster equipment, but decides to do it some other time when he gets the chance again. As she walks away, Ruka suddenly stops and stares at the ring. She hugs her hand as she admires the ring and starts blushing uncontrollably. The next day, Kusanagi announces he will hand out the anti-monster equipment now, so they can come and take one. Sanada and the other policemen wear it and feel a magic reaction. They're amazed to see magical equipment for the first time. He explains it is called anti-monster equipment, and he imbued wind magic into it, so if they use their magic powers, they can use the ring to produce wind magic up to level 1. Shido is amazed. He starts questioning how the protagonist got his hands on such a thing. Kusanagi reveals he is the one who made them. Shido finds it hard to believe, since craftsmen capable of making such precious equipment barely exist anymore. He is astonished to find out our boy can make such a thing with ease. He admits Kusanagi amazes him every time. Yuika notices her sister didn't take a ring. She notices Ruka is already wearing a ring she has never worn before. Yuika assumes it is from their date and becomes anxious as she wonders what happened after she decided to leave. Kusanagi believes they all lack proper transportation. He doubts cars are fast enough, so he calls them unreliable. Shido thinks he's right since they always arrive late. Kusanagi demonstrates how to use the wind magic spell, Aerial, using the anti-monster equipment. He believes it will help reduce the time they spend traveling significantly. He explains it is not strong enough to be used as attacks against monsters, but they can fly with it, so they should give it a try. He guides them by sharing they need to visualize jumping in the air since Aerial involves flying and acceleration. Sanada and Shido start flying using the special ring. Kusanagi notices Yuika flying as well. He praises her for it, but she believes this much was expected since she has been training to learn magic manipulation for quite a while now. She stares at the protagonist. Yuika starts feeling guilty all of a sudden for spying on her sister earlier. Kusanagi notices her expression and becomes confused. He approaches Yuika and says he wanted to ask something from her. He questions if she is aware of Ichikami Minato. Yuika answers positively, as he is the person she likes the most. He asks her about Ichikami's power level. She answers it was around 1,000,000. He was capable of using many spells but died fighting against the demon god during the Great Calamity. He's curious about what happened after he died. She answers most great mages died as well, and her noble ancestors were among the people who worked hard for the revival of society. The Mizuha family played a huge role in everything. She says all of this with a proud expression, and continues to share that barely any data or documents were left after the last calamity finally ended. That's the reason magic studies were built again from zero. Kusanagi is aware the death rate of mages was quite high around that time, but he remembers leaving a lot of books behind. He stored the information about magic in different places to prepare for the future. He wonders why the knowledge of modern-day magic is so bad and full of errors compared to what he left. The power level of mages these days is extremely low. He wonders if someone is behind all of this. Yuika notices him zoning out and asks if he's fine. He assures her it's nothing. She asks him to keep in mind, if he is worried about something, he shouldn't hesitate to share it with her. She is aware she isn't very useful, but still tells him to ask for her help. Kusanagi thanks her for the consideration and calls her a big help. He knows she's going to keep whatever he shares a secret, but he still needs to be cautious about the black mage issue. There is a possibility she might get in trouble if he involves her, so he decides to never bring it up. He is aware she might just end up losing consciousness if she finds out he is the legendary Ichikami Minato. Yuika assumes he is hiding things because she is not reliable enough. She decides to get stronger so she can be more useful to Kusanagi. She becomes determined to do her best. 1 week later, Kusanagi orders everyone to get ready and fire. Sanada is able to throw level 2 holy magic called Holy Crest. Shido, now capable of using level 3 magic, while Katsuragi and the Mizuha sisters are able to throw level 4 magic. Kusanagi feels happy as he learns everyone has gotten stronger. Even Sanada, who didn't know how to use offensive magic before, can now attack with offensive magic spells as well. The most surprising thing for him is the compatibility between the Mizuha sisters. He knows people would think it is only natural since they are both sisters. Yuika and Ruka destroy the training ground with their level 4 magic. Yuika suddenly remembers some bad memories but starts smiling as she has finally earned her sister's respect. Kusanagi praises everyone for their hard work, but tells them not to get lazy just because their magic levels increased, since the levels don't necessarily mean they have gotten stronger and better at using magic. He decides to give an example and orders Ruka to use a level 4 magic spell on him. She understands him and follows his instructions. Ruka throws a level 4 attack at him, but Kusanagi only uses level 1 earth magic as a counterattack. As both magic attacks clash, everyone is surprised to see that level 1 magic was able to neutralize level 4 magic. He explains the magic levels only help with the amount of magic power that can be infused with an attack. It doesn't mean higher level magic is stronger. Even with level 1 magic, if the mage is able to infuse maximum magic power, even level 4 magic is easily beatable. He mentions the attributes of magic matter as well. Water is always weak to earth. He orders everyone to avoid getting trapped by the idea of levels. He explains they need to understand magic power and master the spells they have. If they follow his instructions, they can become stronger. Everyone listens carefully as Kusanagi reveals they shouldn't forget about their partners either, since combined powers can become even stronger. They all yell out as they become motivated, but out of nowhere, the fatty appears again and feels pity for them. Shido asks why he's here for no reason. Shu thinks no calamity is happening anytime soon, so he's bored. Shido advises him to clear out a few monsters if he's not planning on training, but Sho rejects the idea as it is too much work for him. He leaves all of it on the police department while smiling wickedly. Kusanagi's friends become annoyed, but he feels nothing. Shu hopes the calamity arrives quickly as the sky starts turning red. Yuika notices it first and points out something is wrong. Shu realizes it really is the calamity and gets fired up. He reminds everyone that the squad that is able to defeat the boss first is going to be chosen as the leader of the special unit. He announces the beginning of his challenge. Kusanagi's squad becomes fired up as they are determined not to lose to an ugly fatso like Sho. Fatty and his men start using the equipment to fly away with their wind magic. He becomes cocky and calls everyone a loser as he leaves. Yuika calls him unfair, but Kusanagi reminds her that they can do the same as well. He orders everyone to properly prepare and put on their headsets. As the whole team starts flying, Kusanagi reminds them that it's their first fight as a squad, so they need to remain cautious. They all start moving. Shu leaves behind a car driving on a road. He calls it slow and laughs. Katsuragi calls him fast, and Yuika doesn't understand how the fatso can move this quickly with such a huge body. Kusanagi believes it's because they are all good at wine magic, so it's going to be tough for his squad to keep up. He knows he can easily overtake them, but doesn't want to destroy the purpose of being in a team. He decides not to rush since the citizens look completely fine. Shu starts making fun of them and mocks them for calling themselves a special squad since they can't even overtake him. He keeps calling them losers. Yuika notices his expressions and assumes he is mocking them, even though she can't hear his words. The fatty finds a few people and announces he is here. He warns them about the calamity and starts killing a few monsters with his teammates. They all shoot wind magic and kill a beast. The civilians try to find a safe spot and ask the fatso for help, but he ignores them completely and keeps shooting wind magic towards the monsters. As the civilians are about to get caught up in his wind magic, the protagonist appears and shields them with his barrier. He asks the fatso what he's trying to do with a cold, terrifying expression. The noble brat and his men become so scared they almost piss their pants. He tries to understand what's happening as he can't even move his arm. Kusanagi's squad appears and confirms if the civilians are holding on fine. Yuika questions what the fatso just tried to pull off. She becomes angry and orders him not to drag ordinary people into a fight. Shu and his teammates are finally able to move again. He wonders if Kusanagi did something to his body. He brushes it off and believes it was nothing. Fatso calls it their fault for getting in the way of a mage noble like him. Yuika becomes irritated and orders him to repeat that. He uses his wind magic and starts flying off with his buddies while leaving the safety of commoners to Kusanagi. He is determined to defeat the boss. As the fatty leaves, Kusanagi observes him and is confident he could easily destroy the fatso in mere seconds. But he doesn't want to make it look like he is afraid of a stupid challenge. He suddenly realizes this might be a good opportunity for something. Kusanagi orders his squad to defeat the monsters while he protects the citizens from any kind of harm. Shido wonders if he is confident about the challenge since it sounds hard to protect so many civilians all alone. Kusanagi assures him he's confident since he is the leader of their special unit. Shido believes his words and thinks his question was stupid. Yuika motivates everyone to start defeating the monsters as they already rely on the protagonist so much. Everyone agrees with her, so our boy orders them all to start moving and win for him. They all move forward using their wind magic and start fighting the monsters. Yuika uses level 3 magic spells to destroy some strong monsters. She remembers being scared when faced with a similar situation before, but now she is surprised by her own capabilities as she can easily defeat demon soldiers. Yuika has finally gotten stronger. Kusanagi senses the magic energy around him and finds out both humans and monsters are mixed in, and many civilians are still stuck in a dangerous situation. He is aware of the situation's difficulty but believes he can take care of it because he is Kusanagi Minato. He moves forward with his wind magic to save everyone. Shu and his men keep blasting wind magic while ignoring the civilians. Ruka and the others maintain their formation and remain determined not to fall behind the fatso. Yuika starts sensing a weird magic energy out of nowhere. She looks back and finds a demon appearing behind her. The delusional fatty doesn't hesitate for even a second and runs towards the demon to stop the calamity and win his stupid challenge. He decides to use his level 4 magic for it. His men try to stop the fatso as level 4 magic is not even going to scratch an opponent like the demon. Shu doesn't listen and believes they don't know anything because they have never fought a demon before in their lives. He is confident he will definitely win this battle since he is a noble mage. Fatty launches a level 4 wind attack, but the demon pulls out his level 4 fire magic in response and completely destroys the fatty's pathetic attack. Shu finds it hard to believe he was overpowered just like that. As the fire attack almost hits him, he starts running with his lackeys. Some civilians get caught up in it. They scream for help, but Shu ignores them and keeps running to save himself. Kusanagi appears and uses earth magic to stop it. His squad joins in, and they all defend the civilians from the fire attack. Kusanagi smiles and praises them for it. Yuika approaches the fatty. He is relieved he didn't die. With a cold expression, she questions why he just ignored the citizens and only saved his own life. He calls it their fault for not running away to safety. He believes they don't deserve to live if they are going to slow down a magic noble like him. Yuika becomes so angry hearing his stupid words, she is unable to control herself anymore, so she smacks his face as hard as she can. The fatty goes flying away after such a slap. She calls him prideless and pathetic for a magic noble. Shu questions why she slapped a nobleman like him. Yuika advises everyone to leave his pathetic ass behind and continue defeating the rest of the monsters appearing in the city. They all agree and start moving while Sho whines about being completely ignored by her. Kusanagi observes them while bringing the civilians to safety. He notices they are acting very noisy in front of the enemy. He guesses it's fine since they were able to calm down quickly. Kusanagi decides to go look for more survivors who need his help. He thinks about remaining cautious, as the boss can appear at any time. As the demon monster appears, Shu and his lackeys hide behind a wall as they finally accept they can't defeat such a powerful monster all by themselves. The teammates advise Fatso to start retreating. Shu knows the demon monster is just too powerful for him. Even though he is a noble, he doesn't believe he can defeat it. The Fatso suddenly gets an idea. He decides to let the other squad wear down the monster when they engage in a fight. And then, once the monster is weak, he plans to intervene and take all the credit by finishing it off. The lackeys praise him for his amazing idea. He thinks it's normal for a genius like him and guesses they should stay hidden and wait for the perfect time. His men agree with him. Shido and the whole squad face the demon monster coming their way. Yuika is able to sense how strong the monster is. She doubts they can win this fight but becomes determined to do whatever she can. The whole squad starts attacking the demon persistently. They wonder if it's finally dead. But as the smoke clears, the demon comes out unscathed. Yuika finds out it didn't even scratch it. Ruka suggests they need to use level 4 magic or lower level magic with the proper amount of magic power behind the attack. The demon starts summoning fire attacks from his magic circles. He attacks them, and as they all try dodging it, Yuika learns it has gotten stronger than before. Twice as strong as the magic she has. Yuika admits the difference in power is just so big. They have no chance of winning like this. She wonders what she should do next. Kusanagi notices his squad is stuck in a bad situation. He decides to give them advice. Kusanagi orders them to work together. She answers they are already working together. He advises her to combine her powers in the truest sense. He hints that she and Ruka hold the key to victory. Yuika becomes confused and anxiously asks what he means, but he orders her to figure it out herself. Yuika tries to stop him from leaving the call, but she gets attacked by fire magic and gets busy trying to defend herself. Ruka believes Kusanagi's words hold a deep meaning, so they all need to think about it as a team. Yuika thinks her sister is correct, since Kusanagi has always led them to great things. She finally understands what she needs to do. Yuika points out the demon takes a long time casting its magic spells, so they should just avoid its attacks and ignore it for now, as they need to defeat smaller enemies as well. Yuika asks Shido and the policeman to take the east while they continue attacking from the west. She will provide a signal for when the demon throws any kind of attack. They all understand her instructions. As the powerful demon begins throwing an attack, Yuika warns and signals everyone about it. They all dodge the monster's attacks with Yuika's help. Kusanagi observes everything while saving civilians. He was expecting Ruka or Katsuragi to take the lead, but finds out Yuika is also good at it, since she can read people well. He thinks she can lead people. Yuika starts feeling tired and realizes their magic power and level might not be enough to win. She wonders what she needs to do now. Yuika tries to recall Kusanagi's words and suddenly understands she misunderstood everything. She doubts such a ridiculous method is going to save them, but she left behind her common sense a long time ago, so she decides to give it a try. She knows it is a do-or-die situation. Yuika requests everyone to lend her their magic power. Fatso observes them from behind and wonders what they're planning to do. The whole squad gets ready for something. Shido tries to confirm if this is really possible. Yuika is not sure herself but knows they don't have any other choice. Ruka puts her faith in Yuika. Katsuragi and Sanada decide to give it their all too, as they can just think of something else if this plan fails. The demon raises its arm and produces a level 5 fire magic blazing pillar. A huge wave of fire starts falling down on Kusanagi's squad. Fatso and his men call the squad useless losers, but his lackeys ask him to look at what's happening. He is surprised to see the whole squad moving forward towards the demon. Sanada unleashes her level 3 sacred healing magic to heal all the members of the squad. Kusanagi calls it a brilliant plan, since it is hard to dodge a level 5 spell. With this, Sanada can heal everyone from all the damage they are going to deal with, which is very smart. Yuika and Ruka stand together against the beast and charge their attacks. They release the water magic. Kusanagi is glad they finally understood. If they can't defeat it with their individual capabilities, they can combine their powers to achieve victory. He smiles and calls it a grand magic spellburst stream as a huge wave of water completely destroys the demon in one go. As the smoke clears, Shido is surprised to learn the Mizuha sisters were capable of casting a level 6 spell together. Katsuragi points towards the demon. They are shocked to see it is still holding on to its pathetic life. Shu and his men see the opportunity and try finishing it off so they can claim victory. Kusanagi stops them using his drain tentacles. The fatso doesn't understand what's happening with him, as all his mana gets depleted. He loses all his strength instantly. Kusanagi appears from behind and takes back his magic tentacles. He feels a bit annoyed by their behavior. The demon finally fades away. Katsuragi and the others are relieved. Shido thinks it was probably about to die after taking such an attack. As the calamity finally ends, the sky turns back to normal. The whole squad is happy to see they finally won. Sanada praises the Mizuha sisters and thanks them. Ruka and Yuika lose consciousness and fall down. Katsuragi becomes concerned and asks what's wrong. They are both unable to move at all since they used up all their magic. Yuka tells her sister they actually won. Ruka agrees with her and feels relieved. Kusanagi praises his team for their efforts, smiles, and confirms they were the ones who stopped the calamity. He labels it as their first real mission, and is happy they showed their true worth and didn't disappoint him, even though they fought for the first time like this. He believes his squad is going to keep growing stronger. He praises Yuika for her amazing growth so far and points out she gave excellent commands during the calamity. She even understood what he meant by grand magic, and he wonders if she already knew about this technique. Yuika confidently answers she didn't, and she learns it is called grand magic. He is surprised to learn she didn't know this, and doesn't understand how she pulled it off without even knowing. She thanks him for giving such an amazing hint, and shares that the rest was just her gut feeling. Kusanagi is shocked as he realizes he was wrong about Yuika. He guesses she might be way more special than he initially expected. Kusanagi ends the questioning and points out she succeeded on the spot, which is very incredible. He believes the harmony and compatibility between her and Ruka also played a huge role in it. He notices the watch and tells everyone it is finally time for something important. Kusanagi grabs the remote and turns on the TV. Some special members of the police department, including Shido, are involved in a conference. One of them speaks up and explains they created the Special Mage Team, also known as SMT, to prepare against the growing number of calamities and demon monsters. The news reporter questions why they chose a student who was involved in the calamity at the academy as the squad's leader, asking if what he's saying is true. Shido steps up to answer this question. He introduces himself as the proxy representing the special squad's leader and confirms the squad leader really is just a student. This is hard for everyone to believe. They are against appointing a minor as a squad leader. Shido defends Kusanagi and explains he has abilities that even surpass the magic nobles. He reminds them that the magic nobles are completely useless and didn't even join them to help. The police were left in a dire situation and had to save the citizens all by themselves. He adds that Kusanagi appeared and saved everyone from the calamity. Shido believes Kusanagi is a savior sent by God, who is going to protect this era from the monsters. Shido doesn't trust anyone else with the leadership role. Kusanagi, while watching this on the TV, becomes a bit embarrassed. He was hoping Shido wouldn't make a huge deal out of him. The important government officials call it absurd and troublesome. They think it's wrong to ignore the magic nobles and establish a squad behind their back. If this happens, the noble mages will lose their jobs. The men admit the noble mages are pretty useless since they didn't even respond to the calamity. They are aware of the Fuka clan's horrible reputation, and even though some of the clan leaders are not in the country, it is still their job to respond to the calamity, so they are ignoring their own jobs. The police head speaks and shares they place their trust in the noble mages, and they didn't create the special squad to undermine any of the noble families. Someone enters the conference room and tells everyone to step back. It is the ugly fatty and his lackeys. He calls the current leader an incompetent loser and believes a magic noble like him deserves to be the real leader. He calls them out for their rudeness in holding a press conference while completely ignoring him. His minions show support for his claims as well. Shido doesn't understand why he's here out of nowhere, even though he lost the challenge. Shu and his minions act like there was no challenge. He lies about having no such promises. He calls his words the magic noble absolute and tells everyone to just listen to him. A news reporter moves forward to ask a question. He gives her permission to ask anything. She informs everyone that she learned he didn't help any civilians during the calamity that happened recently. He instead kept dragging innocent people into his fights. She asks if this is true. Shu becomes anxious and answers that nothing like this happened, but the other news reporters call him out for his lies since they have proof of his wrongdoings. The officials question if a magic noble is really doing such horrible things. They call it unacceptable since the citizens are always the top priority. They don't let his actions slide this time. Fatso becomes terrified and orders everyone to shut up. He doesn't accept his fault and blames it on the civilians for getting in the way of a magic noble like him. He calls everyone peasants and orders them to stop talking. Shido believes everyone already knows that the current magic nobles are corrupt. He points out how important it is to have heroes like Kusanagi, who will lead the nation and protect people from monsters. Heroes who will fight with zero selfish intentions. He thinks Kusanagi is perfect to be their squad leader. Shido points towards the fatty and tells everyone they don't need corrupt and selfish magic nobles who don't care about the citizens. The news reporters take Shido's side, while the head of the police department becomes concerned. Fatso leaves frustrated and makes it clear to everyone that he will definitely take his revenge and make them regret what they said to him. Kusanagi smiles awkwardly as he sees the fatty leave. He is surprised Shido didn't hold back at all this time. Yuika shows everyone the videos about the calamity that were posted on the internet. She reveals that the magic noble Fatso is getting a lot of hate for his actions. Kusanagi becomes a bit terrified of the internet since things spread very quickly. Yuika suddenly gets surprised. Kusanagi asks what's wrong, with an anxious expression. Yuika shares that all of their faces got caught on camera. Kusanagi becomes frustrated as it is impossible for him to hide his real identity after this. He was hoping to not stand out as much as possible, but knows things will become more complicated for him after this. After a few days at the meeting room, Kusanagi becomes surprised as he sees the huge crowd of people gathering. He wonders what's happening. Shido shares that the higher-ups are giving their approval easily now, out of nowhere, and the number of people hoping to volunteer has suddenly increased as well. Shido anxiously smiles and believes this is happening because of the information that got spread on the internet and the press conference that happened recently. Shido starts apologizing for not holding back during the press conference. He is aware he made a mistake, and he somehow wants to make it up to Kusanagi. Our boy was hoping he could train more people but didn't want to stand out this much. Yuika appears from behind and grabs his arm. She suggests he should just get used to it since it's hard for the world to take its eyes off of someone as special as him. He calls it troublesome, and hopes he can avoid attention after this at least. At night, somewhere inside a mysterious place, a man tied to a chair gets asked a question. A guy holds his knife near the victim's throat and orders him to reveal everything or he's dead. The guy with red hair becomes terrified. He gets asked about the Black Mage but tries to clarify he already told everything he knew. He shares that the Black Mage is a young kid who can cast strong magic spells. The man slashes the red-haired dude with his knife and threatens him to reveal everything or he's dead. The victim becomes terrified and begs for his life. He finally recalls something else. The red-haired dude shares that the police are consistently checking the Magic Academy to learn more about the Black Mage, so there is a rumor he might be a student. He swears he doesn't know anything else about the Black Mage. The kidnapper believes in his words but calls it disappointing. The victim hopes he will get released now since he revealed everything. The mysterious man assures him he will, but kills him and clarifies he will get free from life's grasp instead. The victim bleeds out and dies. The mysterious four-eyed man becomes angry as blood splashes onto him. He calls it filthy and starts rubbing off the blood. He was able to learn the Black Mage might be a student. He gets excited and starts smiling wickedly as he wonders how terrific a young kid's screams will sound. He hopes the Black Mage is waiting for him. Kusanagi lands in Shinjuku while wearing a mask to hide his face. He defeats a monster and starts looking around. Our boy spots a few kids with a camera in their hands. One of the kids starts recording the dead monster Kusanagi just killed, and they both call it the work of the Black Mage. One of them is a bit frustrated that he couldn't make it on time to film Kusanagi. Our boy was hoping the hype and interest people had in the Black Mage would have decreased by now, but he realizes he is totally wrong as he finds many people searching for him, even in such residential areas. The police are involved as well. He is glad the police are dealing with monsters and disasters properly now compared to when he was reincarnated. He guesses the people don't need the Black Mage anymore. Kusanagi notices something happening on the ground. A few thugs corner a helpless man and demand 10 million yen from him. They order him to just sell his organs if he can't pay up. The man tries to defend himself and clarifies he only took 200k yen, but the thugs start using their magic and call it interest on the loan. They try teaching him a lesson, and as they are about to attack him, Kusanagi jumps in and shields the man from the thugs. The helpless guy uses this opportunity to leave. The thugs become angry and question if he thinks he's some kind of cool hero. They try fighting Kusanagi, but he decides to give them a taste of pain so they stop acting this way. They get beaten up and apologize afterward. The men promise they won't do anything to resist. The Black Mage wonders why the police aren't dealing with illegal mages even now. The thugs recognize it's the Black Mage. They start talking about the rumors they've heard. One of them mentions the underground syndicates are after our boy. They get anxious about being on another gang's turf. Kusanagi hears them talk and asks about the organization. They become terrified and try to act dumb. The thugs say they don't know anything while begging him to let go of them. They promise they won't tell anyone they met him. The Black Mage wonders how much they know, so he decides to let them go if they reveal everything. The thugs agree, and one of them reveals the Black Rebellion is an underground organization of mages who are hidden from the public. He shares they have their hands in all sorts of horrible crimes like money laundering, controlling the Yakuza, gangs, or mafia. The organization is behind all of it. The thugs share that the Black Rebellion even has connections with the media and politics, so they have the freedom to do whatever they want. The thugs smile awkwardly and tell him there's a Black Rebellion branch nearby as well. They came here in hopes of getting a job there. He beats them up and starts leaving the sketchy alley. Kusanagi remembers Sanada mentioned something about the increase in illegal activities. He was finally able to learn the Black Rebellion is behind all of this. Our boy calls it interesting and gets a bit excited. He decides to leave the calamity and the increase in monsters to his student version instead, and clean the underworld whenever he goes out as the Black Mage. He guesses he should start with the Kabukicho branch first, since it is the nearest. Our boy reaches the place and sees a crowd of men and women doing sketchy business. He is surprised by how lively the modern entertainment district looks. Kusanagi feels a bit annoyed but moves forward and starts by sensing the magic around him. He can't tell which ones belong to the organization since he is dealing with humans this time. Our boy decides to start by arresting a few criminals doing sketchy activities around the area. He finds two selling drugs in a dark alley. They notice him and get ready to attack, but the protagonist beats the crap out of them and tries getting any information out of them. He is barely able to learn anything but decides to report it to the police so they can take care of the rest. He beats a few more men and learns the organization is gathered at a place called Western. The man assures him he's telling the truth and hopes he can leave now since he revealed all the information he had to offer. Kusanagi beats him up and leaves, hoping the information he got is correct. At the Western bar, a pretty woman with purple hair enters and sits near the bartender. He asks for her order. She gives him some cash and hopes he can provide information. He takes it and lets her speak. The mysterious girl questions the bartender about the Black Rebellion's hideout. The bartender calls her question wrong. She becomes a bit concerned. He corrects her and says she should be asking about what's going to happen to her next. The purple-haired girl realizes it is a trap. She looks back to see a few thugs getting up. One of them knew someone was sniffing around, but he didn't expect it to be a beautiful woman. She realizes she has made a huge mistake by believing in false information. The thugs attack, but one of them orders to keep her alive. The helpless girl attacks as well in hopes of saving her life. She doesn't waste a second and rushes toward the exit but gets hit by fire magic from behind. The woman falls down and becomes injured. The thugs like her tough attitude and decide to use her for her beautiful body. She becomes hopeless and apologizes to her brother in her heart, as she couldn't do much. As the thug almost grabs her, the protagonist enters the bar, surprising everyone. He completely ignores what's happening and goes right toward the bartender. Our boy asks if the Black Rebellion members are in this bar. A thug approaches him from behind and questions if the protagonist is aware of the situation he's in right now. He tries to attack while throwing insults but gets punched in the face by our boy. The thug goes flying away and hits the club's wall. He struggles to get up and loses consciousness. The other thugs and the girl are all left speechless, their jaws completely dropped. The purple-haired woman knows no normal human can hit someone this hard. She doesn't understand how he did it. The girl wonders if he used some sort of magic, but she didn't see him enchanting anything either. She wonders who he is. Kusanagi is glad the intel wasn't completely useless, as he was able to find many low-level mage thugs in the Western Club. He calls the Black Rebellion thugs pathetic scums for ganging up on a woman, continuing to insult them. The thugs become terrified but try to stay calm, as they still have the number advantage. One of them orders everyone to gang up on the protagonist since he is completely alone, believing they can win if they all attack together. The thugs start throwing multiple fire attacks, but our boy tries to hold back and just dodge. The purple-haired woman doubts he can win since the numbers have a huge advantage, especially since they are fighting indoors. She assumes he can't cast any strong spells, which means there's no chance he will win. The girl shouts and warns the protagonist to just run away. As he is about to get attacked, the protagonist loses his patience and dodges everything swiftly to get closer to the thugs. He approaches them and starts throwing hands. Our boy beats the crap out of them one by one and knocks everyone out in mere seconds. The purple-haired woman is left speechless. She couldn't keep up with whatever happened because the boy moved extremely fast. She wonders if he used some kind of magic. The thug starts crying and questions who he even is. He demands answers, so Kusanagi answers that he is the Black Mage, the man who is going to destroy the Black Rebellion gang. He knocks out the last guy as well and walks toward the girl. She is still surprised by how fast he destroyed everyone and wonders if he's some kind of elite or legendary mage. Kusanagi comes closer, and she's able to learn he looks like a high school student. She calls his eyes striking. He becomes a bit worried and asks if she's okay. He finds out she is not injured. With a confused expression, the girl assures him she is okay. He walks toward the bartender hiding behind the table. Kusanagi demands information about the Black Rebellion, but the bartender rejects his request because he is afraid they will hunt him down if he reveals anything. Our boy lands a strong punch and destroys the table to scare the bartender. He demands information again and makes it clear this is the last chance he is giving. The bartender becomes terrified and decides to reveal everything to save himself from Kusanagi. He shares that the Black Rebellion's base is actually in Tokyo, with branches everywhere, even beyond Kabukicho. He has heard the head of the Kabukicho branch is not a person anyone should mess with. The leader of the gang is a mage, and he holds a lot of influence in the underworld. Some people even say he is controlling Japan from the background. Kusanagi asks about the branch, but the bartender swears he doesn't know anything about it. He explains that low-level guys like him just get crappy jobs and don't know anything about the branch location. The protagonist is a bit disappointed, as he's back to zero again. He decides to find more illegal mages to gather information about the branch. As he's about to leave, the woman stops him and shows her gratitude since he saved her life. She doesn't know what kind of unimaginable things she would have gone through if he hadn't been there. He assures her not to worry, as he was just passing by. He believes it is her own fault for putting herself in such a dangerous situation, since she got involved herself. She calls him harsh, and he says she is correct but shares he's only harsh on adults. The woman assumes he's planning to search for the Black Rebellion. She is curious and questions what he's aiming to do once he finally finds the gang. With a cold expression, he answers that he will destroy it. She is a bit shocked to see how serious he is. She learns he wants to destroy the gang completely, but doubts he can do it all by himself, even if he is strong. She knows she can't do it alone either, so she decides to make a request. The woman asks our boy if he wants to join her. She confidently shares that she is a detective with more access to valuable information and holds many connections as well. She is aware she doesn't have the kind of strength he holds. The woman is a bit shocked to learn the Black Mage is a lot more powerful than whatever she heard from the rumors. She believes she can achieve her goals as well if she can somehow team up with him. Kusanagi understands it, and questions if she is demanding his strength in exchange for her valuable information. The woman calls him correct, and believes it is the perfect partnership. She moves her hand forward and requests his cooperation. He is aware that he is in dire need of some intel, but contemplates whether she is worth trusting. He guesses it's fine, as he can always just ghost her if things don't go according to plan. He agrees to it and shakes her hand as he decides to team up with the woman. She seals the deal and introduces herself as Leona. Our boy just shares that he is a black mage. She calls it hard and wonders why he doesn't have a shorter name. He gives the girl permission to call him whatever she wants, so she decides to go with Chrono. He agrees on Chrono. He questions why the thugs were after her. She shares that her aim was to somehow find the Black Rebellion's hideout. He calls her stupid for being so careless. She thinks they're both in the same boat, but he lets her know he can protect himself properly. She admits she has many weaknesses, but she didn't see any other choice since nobody dares to go against the Black Rebellion. Leona explains that these days the rogue mages are doing whatever they want in Kabukicho without any consequences, since the police are too busy dealing with the calamities. Kusanagi remembers that Sanada explained this earlier. He learns she is in a tough situation. Leona tries to keep herself calm and reveals her younger brother was attacked by the rogue mages. Ever since their parents died, she had to take care of her brother all by herself. She worked really hard to provide a nice life for her little brother. She's aware she couldn't offer him any time and attention, which would have probably made him lonely, but her little brother never complained about it once. She remembers one day a few burglars broke into their house out of nowhere. Unfortunately, her brother saw the criminals, so they tried to take his life. Her expression changes. He asks if her brother survived. She shares he was injured and hasn't regained consciousness ever since that day. He knows even sacred magic is not enough to wake someone up from a coma. She becomes frustrated and tells him the doctors have no idea when he might wake up. Her brother is only 9 years old. She believes he deserved a normal life. Leona remembers the guys behind all of this were Black Rebellion lackeys. She was able to find and arrest all of them, but she's not going to be satisfied until the whole gang is destroyed. He asks if her aim is just revenge, but she calls him wrong and determinedly shares that she wants to correct things so no one has to go through the same thing she did. She's aware she doesn't have the strength to do it, but she believes he can definitely stand against the Black Rebellion gang. Kusanagi guesses her story is true, but wonders if she brought the whole thing up to stop him from betraying her in the future. He calls her a tough woman for her actions but smiles, as he is into desperate women. He warns her not to drag him down, but she assures him she has already located many potential hideouts, so he shouldn't underestimate her information network. She just has too many on the list and thinks they might even be Yakuza or the Mafia. That's the reason she was trying to move forward with caution. He demands the information about the hideout locations. She asks about his plan. The boy answers he will just go pay a visit. She warns him about how dangerous it is and doubts he can avoid getting killed, even if he holds a lot of strength. He assures her it is completely fine since he is the legendary Black Mage. She decides to give him the information, but tells him she will go check with him. He warns her about the danger, but she's stuck on going even if she gets killed. He questions what her brother will do if she loses her life. She thinks it's fine, as he will get insurance money if she ever dies. He calls money worthless and advises her to never say such a thing again, as family is the most important thing. She doubts he can understand how she feels to be weak since he holds power. She frustratingly shares how horrible it is to live a good life, but still get oppressed by pathetic scums like the gang members. Even when people like her are cornered, they don't have enough power to fight back. She questions why her brother went through such a thing, even though he is completely innocent. She starts crying and goes silent. He starts moving, so she asks what he's trying to do. He demands the hideout locations and assures her the gang members are going to pay for their crimes. She stops crying and finally cheers up. She gives him the information but thinks it will be hard going everywhere on foot. He assures her not to worry about it and holds her from the back. Our boy orders her to hold on tight. She starts blushing uncontrollably. In a random building filled with gang members, a man walks toward the window out of curiosity. Another thug asks what's the issue. Suddenly, the window breaks, and Kusanagi lands inside the room with Leona in his hands. He kicks one of the thugs standing beside the window and surprises everyone. The gang of thugs gets shocked as they see one of their members get knocked down. Kusanagi wonders if this is the real Black Rebellion's hideout. Leona tries to calm herself but feels extremely anxious, as she thought she was about to die. The thugs demand answers and question who they are. They grab their weapons and get ready to kill the protagonist. He remains unfazed and observes the Yakuza haven't changed much compared to his previous life. The boss steps forward with a cigar in his hands. He questions who the protagonist is. He answers he is the Black Mage. The boss becomes enraged and orders everyone to attack the protagonist. He advises Leona to stay close. A thug attacks him with a sword, but our boy stands fearless. The thug gets shocked as his sword is sliced in half. He doesn't understand what's happening. A few more thugs approach him from behind and start shooting bullets. Kusanagi pulls out his magic barrier and deflects everything with ease. The thugs feel hopeless as they realize guns and swords are completely useless. They start calling the Black Mage a monster, but he ignores them and approaches the leader. He asks once more to confirm if the guy really is the boss. He also questions if their group has any ties to the Black Rebellion. The boss starts shaking and remains silent for a second, but then shouts at Kusanagi and insults him. He makes it clear the Black Mage won't leave unscathed. He warns the protagonist not to underestimate the Yakuza like this. The gang starts shooting and attacking again, but Kusanagi remains unfazed and calls them stubborn for not understanding. Leona thinks he shouldn't expect cooperation from such people. She doesn't understand how they're still unharmed after so many attacks. He senses none of them are real mages, so he guesses they have no ties with the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi decides to clean up the whole mess. The boss warns him he's messed with the wrong people, but our boy doesn't let him finish and moves forward to land a kick. He beats the crap out of them and sends them flying with just one kick. The Yakuza finally give up. Leona is shocked it ended so quickly. Our boy is annoyed they couldn't learn anything, so he decides to move to the next location. Leona learns how strong the Black Mage really is. She starts to believe he might be enough to destroy the Black Rebellion for good. He grabs the woman and holds her in his arms. She becomes anxious as she realizes they're about to leave again. He jumps out of the window while carrying her. She screams in fear and asks him to stop, but he continues to move forward. They reach their next destination and make a grand entry through the window once again. In mere seconds, our boy defeats the whole gang. They all bow down to him and beg for mercy. Once he's outside again, he wonders why they keep getting attacked every time. He calls the Yakuza completely stupid. She agrees with him, but clarifies no gang members will ever listen to him. Leona frustratingly requests him to stop barging in through the window every time. She thinks they're just ambushing the Yakuza at this point, but she's had enough of all the flying. He understands her and shares he didn't follow any rules since they're dealing with Yakuza. She calls him illogical, so he decides to agree with her and play by the rules this time. They both reach another location and knock on the door. A bald guy comes out and questions who they are. The boy shares he's here to learn about the Black Rebellion. The bald guy shuts the door close and orders them to get lost. Kusanagi becomes annoyed and slams open the door with just a kick. The gang members become alert and question if they're getting raided by a single man. They order him to reveal which clan he belongs to. But Kusanagi clarifies he's just here to learn more about the Black Rebellion. The bald guy loses his patience and moves forward to throw a punch. Our boy was hoping he could talk peacefully for once, but since he has no other choice left, he fights back and easily destroys the bald guy. The other gang members get surprised. Kusanagi ignores the lackeys and tries to find the boss himself. A man named Ushiro moves forward and reveals he's the boss. He questions why our boy barged in like that. He gets straight to the point and asks if they have any ties with the Black Rebellion. The boss understands his question, but his lackeys find it disrespectful and pull out their weapons to fight our boy. Ushiro orders his men to stop. They try to say something, but he makes it clear to them that they can't handle a person like Kusanagi. He decides to answer the question and reveals he has zero connections with a pathetic organization like the Black Rebellion. He clarifies that honor is very important for his clan. The protagonist asks about their hideout. Ushiro confirms if he will leave once he learns the location. Kusanagi promises he will. Leona and our boy sit face to face with Ushiro. The gang of thugs surrounds both of them. She feels anxious and wonders why she got dragged into such a situation. Ushiro introduces himself again, so Kusanagi also reveals he is Chrono. Leona introduces herself as well. The boss points towards a map and explains the Black Rebellion's hideout is somewhere around where he's pointing. He finishes the conversation and assures them he doesn't know any other details. Kusanagi checks and finds out it matches the one Leona suggested. He realizes they would have eventually found the hideout if they continued searching for it. He finally acknowledges she is a lot more reliable than he expected. The Black Mage asks the old man if he's sure about sharing such information since he belongs to the same industry. Ushiro clarifies he isn't and reveals they are actually enemies. He assures our boy his clan is not so low and pathetic as to go around harming respectable people. Kusanagi wonders why he got attacked at first, but the old man believes he doesn't look respectable since he's going around raiding Yakuza offices. Ushiro tells him his clan has rules and principles, so there's no need to compare them with scums like the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi is amazed to find a Yakuza like Ushiro in this time period. He decides to leave just as promised since he accomplished his goal already. As he's about to go out, Ushiro questions if he's aiming to face the Black Rebellion. He warns our boy that they have influential individuals who control the country on their side, so it won't be easy. Kusanagi grabs the woman and assures the old man he has faced many opponents like that. He flies away with Leona in his hands. The old man observes him from behind and praises his fearless behavior. He believes the kid might be able to take down the Black Rebellion. In a random warehouse, a few men gather to make a deal for a special weapon. One of the lackeys checks its quality and assures his boss it's good. The red-haired guy orders his men to hand over the money. Some mysterious guys in black suits take it, and one of them shakes hands with the red-haired guy as they both make a deal. The guy in the suit calls Japan amazing for being so kind to criminals, and the other guy confirms it really is the best country. As they're both laughing, Kusanagi jumps in through the window with Leona in his hands. The men get shocked, but they all pull out their magic circles and guns without wasting a second. Kusanagi realizes he has finally found the gang he was looking for. He uses magic perception and learns that all the Black Rebellion men are mages, while the Mafia party also has a few mages on its side. Leona hides behind a container and pulls out her phone to record everything. The red-haired dude questions who Kusanagi is. Our boy is tired of hearing the same thing again and again. He answers that he is the Black Mage, and he plans on destroying the Black Rebellion. The men get confused hearing his words. They start laughing uncontrollably as they doubt a kid like him can do anything all by himself. He ignores their laughter and throws a huge fire attack. Some of them get blasted away. He makes it clear that he is determined to take the whole gang down. The men become enraged and start throwing multiple magic attacks without holding back. Our boy effortlessly deflects everything with his barrier. He knows they won't try anything higher than level 2 magic, as it will destroy the warehouse. He thinks about using combative spells, but realizes it will be useless since he's dealing with a huge number of men. The lackeys are surprised to see their attacks had zero effect. The bullets end up being useless as well. They start wondering why he's still unscathed, as they have never seen such magic before. Kusanagi is disappointed. He knows he isn't even using his magic. He finds their panic funny. The guy in the suit suddenly remembers they still have that special weapon he brought earlier. They suddenly become cocky and warn our boy not to be so confident. He notices the change in their behavior. As the men begin wearing masks and pull out the special weapon, Kusanagi notices what it is and quickly orders Leona to run outside. She listens to him and leaves. The thug throws a gas bomb, but our boy uses his magic to stop it midway. It blows up and poisonous gas leaks out. The men doubt he can save himself from such a thing, no matter how strong he is. They think the game is over and feel relieved the Black Mage dropped dead. They begin moving forward to check how his dead face looks. As the smoke finally clears, they both get surprised as the boy comes out unscathed again. The gang members find it hard to believe and question how he's still alive. He explains no magic can save him from poisonous gas, but it is just gas in the end, so he can simply use his wind magic to circulate the air around him. He finds it stupid and lets them know a powerful mage like him won't fall down so easily. The men become terrified and try calling for backup, but no one picks up. Kusanagi calls it useless as he has already taken care of it. He reveals he has already destroyed all of their hideouts, so they're the only ones left. Kusanagi orders them to get ready and beats the living crap out of them. He feels satisfied after completely destroying Kabukicho's Black Rebellion, so he decides to go look for Leona. Our boy suddenly notices someone behind him. A man comes out from the shadows with Leona as his hostage. He's surprised the protagonist took care of everyone all by himself. He admits it is impressive and smiles wickedly as he shares he hopes to negotiate with the Black Mage.
Shoot. You're a dead man.
It isn't really looking good for Chen Bai one night as he stands.
That was fast. Is the build. Build.
Hey guys, welcome to Denny's. Today, as you can see by the intro clip, we're going to be going over the fastest possible way to farm your green vouchers to get your free skins from ETA 0, either A, for the Infernal Walker skins, or B, for the skins coming up with the new patch. More specifically, we're going to go into two builds. We're going to go into a Viessa build and a Valby build. Viessa is going to be the more safe one, Valby is going to be the quicker one, and we will kind of elaborate on the quickest way to be getting them. But as you can see by the clip, it's pretty crazy. Don't forget to like the video. If it helped you out, I would really appreciate it, guys. It's super easy to do. Just press that like button right below. And then subscribe if you feel that I have earned it with this. And then follow me over on Twitch, guys. We're live 5 days a week. All right, let's jump in. First things first.
Thank you. Then my phone, let me get that picture. Take a picture of that build. Interesting. MP computer, skill expansion, fusion amplification, fusion master, the specialist, fusion specialist, build skill extension, shining the fingers. Okay. The only one that I have here is skill extension, not skill expansion, skill extension, but not maximum range. It doesn't have that here.
Most important is going to be the mod. So the mod setup we are going to be using, I want to shout out a YouTube user here. I'm going to throw him up on screen, and then this video is what inspired me to do this, and I would love to give a shout out to him because this is honestly crazy. It's a very, very, very good build, very well thought out with everything that synergizes together perfectly to get this kill. So yeah, shout out to you, and let's jump over to the mods once again. So the mods we're going to be using are Supply Moisture for the Transcendent module. Now the main reason we're going to be using this, guys, because everybody's going to say, oh my god, you're running non-crit and you're using Supply Moisture. Now hold on before you go crazy. The main reason we're going to be using this is actually for the Firearm ATK. This is going to give us a nice bump to our Firearm ATK and give us a skill duration increase as well. So it's giving us a skill duration increase. Okay, that is very important, but it's also giving us Firearm ATK increase. And we are using our Python. The Python does give us a big portion of our damage It's obviously not the weapon damage itself that's doing the boss's whole health bar, but we are doing a good chunk of the boss's health bar with this. So the skill duration being the most important, and the firearm ATK being the second most important. Obviously, the crit hit rate does not matter because we're pretty much not critting with Python, and we're also not critting with our abilities. But we'll jump into the mods. So the damage mods we're going to be using: Fusion Specialist, Fusion Master, Fusion Amplification, and Non-Attribute Amplification. This is going to give us separate buckets and all the same buckets from Slayer. So separate from Slayer, but all the same buckets in our mod list here. This is going to give us the most possible damage we can get. Fusion Master giving us the skill power, but also giving us the Fusion skill power modifier, not stacking too much skill power up to get too much diminishing returns. It is why it is the best damage and highest damage output you can have here. That is what we will be using for damage. As far as quality of life, we need our cooldown, guys. We absolutely need it. I'm going to explain the gameplay loop and the mechanics and everything with this, but first I'll go over the mods. So MP Conversion, Nimble Fingers, and Multi-Talented. Our third and second ability give us Dimension, which gives us a minus 20% cooldown. Guys, the max cooldown is 90%. So with Multi-Talented being procced, we do not have to run Focus on Fusion or Focus on Non-Attribute because we are getting our cooldown capped whenever we have Multi-Talented. So we can run things like Skill Extension, Skill Expansion, and Maximize Duration. That is going to be what's very important. Guys, I would like to emphasize right now, if you just took a screenshot and you're just going to leave, I highly recommend against it. You will need to know the gameplay, loop, and mechanics and rotation, which I will try to be describing after I go over the build in the best detail that I can. So keep that in mind before we run into the reactor and components really quickly. But that is the Descendant modules. Let's jump into the aforesaid. All right, so the reactor. It is a fusion non-attribute reactor mounted with a hand cannon. That is going to be the best in slot. And guys, if you want to get this going, I would highly recommend getting a gold Colossus. However, you do not need a gold skill cooldown. You can get a purple skill cooldown and be completely fine with this build. You do not need a gold cooldown. It helps, obviously, if you get that extra bit of cooldown. It definitely helps, but it is not necessary to get a gold cooldown. You can get your within 0.09 of your max cooldown without it, but this is by far the best in slot. Let's go into the components for the build and talk about those. So obviously, again, we're using Slayer. It's the same set that I'm using with Viessa. Not a lot to talk about. You've got max HP, MP recovery on the sensor, max MP recovery on the, sensor. The first one was aux power. The third one is memory. You want MP recovery modifier and defense, and then the processor you want max shield and equipment drop rate increase. Now, it's actually quite important, guys. If the Slayer aux power, in order to run this build, and as well as the sensor and the memory, you absolutely need all the rolls that I said. So max HP, MP recovery out of combat. As you can see, I have a blue roll on my MP recovery out of combat. That is what's causing me to get very inconsistent kills. I'm able to get sub 30-second kills, but I can't always get a sub 20-second kill just because of my MP recovery out of combat not being at least purple on the power, aux power. So if you guys are listening right now, definitely you need MP recovery to be at least purple on your aux power out of combat, because this is what allows us to stack so many of our first ability whenever we're running in that gameplay loop. But yeah, this is the components, again, same as Viessa, and it will be very, very good to make sure that you're min-maxing these rolls, get a little bit of survivability, as well as MP recovery, which is what is necessary. Let's jump into the weapons, which is even more important. All right, so starting off with the Peacemaker, we use better weapon weight and better weapon weight. So these are both mods. They're named the same thing. However, one is ultimate, one is a rare quality mod. So this is basically making it so we swap to our Python as fast as we possibly can, and we get a nice little bit of defense to make it certain that we don't get one-shotted by his flame blast whenever you are underneath him, because you will always be proccing that flame blast, and it will probably kill you a lot unless you time this right. So make sure that you have that better weapon weight ×2 to swap to the Python quicker. And then that is pretty much it for the Python, the Peacemaker. Let's jump into the Python, because this is actually quite important as well. So the Peacemaker here, we've got basically it built for maximum weak point damage as well as firearm ATK with charge amp, rifling reinforcement, action and reaction, weak point sight, have aiming, and then chill enhancement, fire rate up, and expand weapon charge. Obviously, chill enhancement is for the extra chill damage. He's weak to chill, so there you go, getting a little bit of extra chill damage. And then Real Life Fighter. You need to make sure you're hitting all of your weak points on this build. So we are also running Hawkeye. Now, Hawkeye can be changed out for the increased magazine reload time if you want to run that. It'll definitely increase your DPS, but I have a problem with aiming in this game, so I go with Real Life Fighter to make sure that Hawkeye, so that I make sure I hit all my Real Life Fighter shots to get my weak point stacking and make sure that I hit that weak point to stack the debuff of Python. Now let's talk about Python's unique ability real quick, and the reason why this is extremely important and good as a part of the mechanics and kind of gameplay loop. This unique ability, Prey, makes it so that you shred their non-attribute resistance by 3.6% per stack. That is 28 max stacks you can get. So if we do some quick calculator math, 28 times 3.6, you're going to get 100% non-attribute resistance shred, guys. This is absolutely absurd. This is insane. You are literally going to basically be cutting all of his non-attribute resistance all the way down. Okay, that is absolutely bonkers, and why this is absolutely necessary to get this kill. I want to emphasize that as much as I possibly can. I quickly forgot to go over Peacemaker's unique ability, so let's go over Peacemaker's as well. Whenever you use a Dimension or Fusion ability, you get a stacking 9.5% non-attribute skill power buff. It lasts for 15 seconds. Max stacks is 5. So you're getting a 50% skill power buff with Peacemaker as well. Guys, this synergy does not stop. These weapons are absolutely necessary, and you need them to do this. And it feels really, really satisfying to get this energy down and get, like I said, get everything down. Let's jump into the inversion because it's just as important. And then we'll jump into the gameplay loop for this to kind of help people get a good idea as what to do. All right, so inversion reinforcement. So inversion reinforcement, the ones that you are going to want to run on Valby, you're going to want heightened sensory cells again. We want to be getting our MP back at the very beginning whenever he first spawns so that we can use another one of our first abilities. Chill focus rounds is actually quite important because it gives you another 30% ATK that he is weak to while you're shooting your Python. And again, Python is a very big chunk of our damage, so keep that in mind. Chill focus rounds there. And then Arcade Boost. So Arcade Boost, not really like the most necessary. If you're having trouble with dying, you can run the antibody explosion in survival. I run Arcade Boost so that we can get the additional cooldown, and honestly, it really doesn't matter. You can run whatever you want here. It truly does not matter. The only things that are important are heightened sensory cells and chill focus rounds for this setup with Valby. Now let's jump into the gameplay loop. So the gameplay loop matters from start to finish, guys, from when you spawn in all the way to when you are at the end of the fight, basically. So when you start, I'm going to try to do this slow so everybody can kind of follow along, but you can remember, go back in the video if you need to kind of get a refresher. So when you first start and you first load in, as soon as you are able to move, guys, you are going to want to use your second ability, look straight down below the line, the middle of the circle, and you'll see me doing it in the footage, and you will be able to escape the start zone with Valby's second ability. I would like to highlight that you don't need to do this in order to get the sub 30-second kills. You can still get the sub 30-second kills if you want to wait till the circle ends. I want to emphasize that before anybody attacks me in the comments, going over why, wow, not everybody's going to be able to do this because you can't get out of the circle. It's a bug. It's an exploit, blah, blah, blah. You're right. It is a bug. It shouldn't be possible, but it makes it so we can get a 15-second kill, 13-second kill. So you can look straight down, use your second ability, get out, and you're going to want to immediately run mid-air grapple straight over to the middle left of the room, as you can see me do. The middle left of the room is going to be where we're going to be planting all of our first abilities. But before you do that, when you land, you're going to want to spam your third ability and make sure that you cancel it. Don't spam it too much to where you proc it again a second time. You want to spam your third ability, make sure that you cancel it perfectly. Usually all that means is you have to press it about 2 or 3 times, maybe 4 times. You'll be able to cancel it. This is the part where you have to get down to make sure you aren't messing it up. And then as soon as you get out of that, you're basically spamming your first ability at the same time while you're looking straight down. Now you can get 4 bubble blasts between every third ability. So you're going to go third ability, reset it, bubble blast, bubble blast, bubble blast, bubble blast. So that's 4 bubble blasts. Then you're going to do your third ability again, cancel it as soon as you can, and spam your first ability at the same time. And you're going to do 4 again, so you can get 4 bubble blasts in between. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to do that rotation 3 times before the boss is ready to go. And if you're really good at it, you can get it almost 4 times. So you can get 16 iterations of the bubble bullet down on the ground to do as much damage as possible. It's very difficult to do, but you want to position yourself all the way to the right You want to start moving all the way to the right when the boss is attackable. That way he moves into your pile that you just spawned. And while you're moving to the right, you are shooting, trying to locate his weak point and shooting it. This is going to basically make it so that he is moving into it. Obviously, he is going to do his fire blast, but this is going to make it so he's moving into your puddle and you are giving your non-attribute stacking going with Python. He should, if everything was done right, he should get stunned pretty quickly. And then you can look right up at him, get your non-attribute stuff stacking, and then you'll see his health bar just go down, 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 and you are pretty much good. Now, most of the time, guys, if you don't have a level 5 reactor, this guy will probably get back up. He does get back up every single time before you get that 15-second kill, but you probably won't have him killed if you don't have the level 5 reactor. Maybe with a level 4 reactor if you've done everything perfectly. So what you're going to want to do is probably die because you're out of MP at this point. I would just immediately die and then run back in, play it safe. He's going to have a little bit of HP. Start throwing out make sure you proc your multi-talented with your third ability and then start throwing out your bubble blasts on him. Try to keep a healthy distance. If he charges up his red rockets that he shoots 3 times, just grapple midair. You'll always be able to dodge them if you midair grapple away. As soon as he starts charging that, get your double jump off. He's going to miss you pretty much every time. And then just kind of keep your distance, shoot your Python whenever you've got enough of your bubble bullets going, and you should be good. I will include some footage in the background, and you probably have already seen it, of me kind of failing to do that, failing to kill him on the first go, so that you guys get an idea that you can kill him in sub 30 seconds, even if you mess this up, without an HP mod. I know people are not gonna be happy we're not running an HP mod, but this is for speed, and I included the safety, the VS's safe build at the start of the video. So yeah, that's pretty much it. If you need to, go through the gameplay mechanics, it's practice makes perfect in this case, guys. If you want to farm your tickets fast, just go and practice this. It took, like I said, it took me like 10, 15 runs to really get this down and pay attention enough to make sure I get the rotation down and get it perfectly going every time in order to kill him in sub 20 seconds. And still, I've only got like 15 or so kills under my belt of the sub 25, sub 20 seconds. But it's very, very fun, very, very satisfying. And Valby is just by far the most damage dealer in the game, the highest damage dealer in the game right now with this build. It's just absurd how much damage you can lay down, obviously, in just 13 seconds. So yeah. All right, so starting off with VS's mods. So we're going to be using the Absolute Zero build. This build is going to make it so that your passive makes it so you always crit. So your critical hit rate is increased. That means you do not have to run Blue Beetle when you're running all 4 crit mods. So just taking a look right away, skill insight, skill concentration, emergency measures, and front lines. And then a lot of people, this is where a lot of people might differ. I like to run focus on chill and focus on singular. And the reason for this is mainly just to do with cooldown. Guys, 6% cooldown may not seem like a lot, but it is a big amount when you boil it down. You are going to be getting a giant amount off of your ultimate ability, and you're also going to be getting a second or so off of your third ability. Now, it can amount to more if you're using different component sets, but I like to use both focus on. If you guys do not want to run the focus on singular, it's not giving you a huge damage boost, it's mainly just for the cooldown, you can run dangerous ambush, or you can run another range mod. If you're having trouble hitting your third ability, this is going to help out if you run another range mod. However, I like to run focus on singular mainly just because of the cooldown, but you can technically get faster kills if you run dangerous ambush and you line it up perfectly, or you can run an extra range mod if you're having issues with that hitbox on your third ability and even your fourth ability. So again, double focus there. And then we've got MP conversion and nimble fingers, again, prioritizing the cooldown reduction. And then obviously increased HP. We really want to make sure we're not dying super easily right away. We want to survive his blast, but we will be utilizing dying in order to reset our fourth ability very commonly. So don't get it misconstrued. We're not,
The witch with the blood of the lion and the wolf. The book would have never revealed itself to you. Our power is the lifeblood of all witches' magic. An incredible gift. It could have been the greatest allies, you and I. But instead, you chose to use your power to destroy. I bind you, Satu Jarvan, delivering you into the hands of the goddess without power or crown. What have you done to me? But power without conscience is a savage Well, looks like the cell's claimed another victim. The poor girl's lost her mind. She's gibbering like a loon. It's a pretty sound, isn't it? Like waves on a beach.
Oh, it wasn't so bad in the end. This is Salem, by the way. He protects and comforts me, wherever I am. He's very clever. In goblin form, there isn't a crack he can't squeeze through. Bye, girls. Salem? Has anyone seen... Give them back.
Whatever are you talking about?
My cat, who was sitting on my pajamas.
What cat? What pajamas?
They were on my bed. Now they're both gone.
They are? Oh, dear.
I know you took them.
How bad do you want them?
Give them back to me!
Miss Spellman! Get dressed at once. And then to my office.
The trouble with making a space elevator isn't so much supporting the payload that you're trying to have climb up, it is merely just the rope supporting its own weight. Space elevators, you'll remember, are these ideas for how we might get things off the surface of the Earth.
So you remember that guy who was trying to sell guys on like growing their junk bigger?
You need to be training your junk, bro, so you can make it bigger. Like your muscle fibers, it's a tissue.
Oh, we're done. Yeah. You know, that dude. Anyways, he had another video that someone sent me. They said not everything he does is bad. I'm sure that's true for everybody, but this is, I think, worth watching.
They rather date men from the street that be dipping out before dating me.
That's not true. They just don't find you attractive.
They still date toxic dudes, though.
Sure, but those toxic dudes tend to be attractive.
Is it still toxic when they get left as a single mother?
Why are you worrying about that? What does that have to do with you?
Nothing.
So what's funny about that?
It's just laughable how it all plays out.
It's laughable that women don't pay no attention, but they end up as single mothers.
Yes, they deserve it. They should have chose a guy like me.
They should have chose little Michael.
Oh, God. No, God, I like where this is going.
They should have chose little Michael, that he's a good person. Now you feel good that women are left unfortunate. What about the girls who didn't choose you and ended up well?
I'm not mad at that. Not mad at that at all. I ain't mad at that.
All right, let's see what's this response.
This is a proof. No, this is a proof, people, that when we say something about someone, it's not hate. It's really not hate. Because when they say something, I'm going to be like, okay, you really said something there.
All right.
Yeah.
What about the girls who didn't choose you and ended up well? What about those girls?
I wish the worst for them eventually.
See, this is called anger.
He said,
No,
I wish the worst for them.
You're just bitter. You're not a good guy. You're not a good person.
Not at all. You're horrible.
You're lonely and bitter.
You're a horrible person.
Yes.
And you deserve to die alone.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're lonely and bitter.
The kind of person who says, well, they didn't choose me, so I hope the worst for them. Yeah, you're the kind of person I hope dies alone. So that no one has to deal with that kind of weird negative energy.
Yeah.
That's a jarring response.
The bitterness, no. You're not a good person. You think you are.
Good Lord.
You really think you are.
I hope everybody who didn't want to be with me, they fucking have the worst life. What? And he said that with a straight smile. After saying earlier, choose a good guy like me instead of those toxic dudes. Bitch, you the toxic dude.
You're toxic.
You are.
You're toxic.
Yo, you know, sometimes ugly dudes think that just because they ugly, it's a virtue. No, you're just ugly. You're not fun to look at. It doesn't make you a good person. It doesn't mean you're more likely to be a better person. It just means you're hard to look at. That's it. And it turns out you're also hard to look at on the inside. Your personality ugly too. Man. We have this bias in our heads that someone's attractive, they're probably snobby. They're probably stuck up. They're probably bad people. And I'm going to tell you, man, I've seen some fucking horrible, ugly ass people.
Inside and out.
Your soul can match your outside. Mm-hmm. I've seen it. And it's genetic. Almost like your DNA knew is gonna be a piece of shit person. So let your nose look like it.
And the thing that happened is that you consider yourself a good person. You consider yourself a good person because you're ugly, but really it's because you have no other options. So you're not doing that because you're a good person. You're doing that because, well, if I'm nice, maybe they'll like me, and you could be a whole ass monster on the inside.
Yep.
It's not because you're ugly that you're a good person. Basically. But you saying that shit just like that, you got issues. You're a little psychopath.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you got issues.
See, this is called anger and sadness. When's the last time you had sex, bro?
I paid for it just like 2 weeks ago. I paid for it
If you hate women so much, if you're so angry at women, why do you give them money to sleep with you?
for my pleasure.
But isn't your hard work and resources valuable to you? Why do you give them your hard-earned money?
For my pleasure.
So that means that your money doesn't mean shit and the women are better than you. They are actually correct for not picking you.
They're not correct.
They are, because you still give them money to fuck. So they are correct.
All right, but the toxic guys, they
Well, get the toxic guys, Michael. The toxic guys are getting pussy for free. You're not. You're paying to.
He said they get pussy for free. Look at this goofy ass smiley staring into the camera.
Not saying the toxic guy are good. I'm just saying you're a toxic guy, but a different kind. You're the different kind of toxic guy that don't get pussy.
Good Lord.
Everybody's talking about the fact that 2025 is going to be their year. It's going to be different. I'm just going to try to keep it simple. I'm going to take more walks to clear my head. I'm going to listen to more music. I'm going to indulge in more podcasts. I'm going to get to listen to more audiobooks. But I'm going to be able to do that with my everyday earbud by Raycon. You already know what it is. That steep little look that we have. There's a lot of things that I could tell you about those Raycon earbuds. Well, first, I carry them everywhere, but they are half the price of comparable premium brands. Already have the price. Boom. The sound is pristine. Half the price, but you have the same product, even better. The sound is great. There's noise cancellation. You want that because whenever I'm traveling, I'm using the... Why am I whispering? I don't know. Whenever I'm traveling, I use them because there's a lot of people that are traveling with their kids. Travel with your kids. It's fine. It's okay. They're crying. You can't do nothing about that. They're kids. But I don't want to hear your kids. So, noise cancellation. I pop them in. Boom. I don't hear nothing. I hear my music. Clear. Pristine, loud and clear. It's great. Unfortunately, the Raycon cannot do nothing about the baby kicking your back. But, take it as it is, a massage. Don't hear them. You have a little massage. Everything is great. All right? So basically, that's pretty much it. If you want to enjoy those, the 32 hours of listening time, if you want to be able to enjoy the noise cancellation like I'm telling you, the fast charging, 10 minutes of charging equals 90 minutes of listening. That's fast. Go on buyraycon.com right now /ABBA. So buyraycon.com /ABBA, or to click on the link below and you're going to be able to enjoy 15% off site-wide. You're going to be able to choose the colors that you want. You're going to be able to choose the model that you want. Boom, pop them in the air and enjoy. Enjoy your everyday life with your everyday earbuds. Click on the link below and get yours. Peace.
The toxic guys are getting pussy for free. You're not. You're paying to sleep with women.
right?
If you feel like women are beneath you, why do you give them money?
Because that's the only way to get women. I mean, that's not
Right. Yeah. That's the only way you can get women. So the women are still above you. They're still better than you, even though you don't like them, even though you're angry at them.
You might got a point there.
You may have a point there.
At least he understands what the hell he's saying. So,
doesn't he?
But
yeah,
I don't have much to say about what he's saying.
And when people say stuff like, "Oh, this is like an incel fan base or whatever," like, no, obviously not the whole fan base is, but you definitely see those guys like this. They be in the comments, "Oh, fuck these whores." They're not here because they think something is logical or right. It's just because it makes them feel good. That's what they go online to look for. They go look for creators who are like, "Yo, who could I find that puts down women? Why? Because women make me feel bad. Why? Because women don't choose me, and they should choose me because my mom says I'm a good kid, and this doesn't see it. This whore, she ended up a single mom after going for that guy who isn't me. Fuck her." Like, holy shit, what is this energy, man? That's why when I'm in these online spaces sometimes and I'll see people talk about dating or life or even gender and stuff like that, I'm like, oh, you just got either no life experience or you're a reject. That's the only way you could be saying this kind of stuff. I could never imagine hating Randman that much, but that's probably because you just really don't get any play. And it's not to shame you, it's not to be like, oh, loser. Most of us are going to go through periods where we don't get some. Some of us will always get some, but there's a lot of us who just don't. If you come out of that period and the only thing you do is hate the opposite sex, you're just going to get less of it. You're going to have a perpetual cycle of like, I hate the bitch because she don't like me. Women are going to like you less, so then you hate them more. Then they go like you less until they start calling you incel. Then you're like, oh, all these women who rejected me. Yeah, because look at your energy, bro. You're genuinely happy that a woman suffers. You don't know her. You don't know what she's been through in life. You don't know how bad she's had it, how good she's had it. You're genuinely happy that she had a bad outcome because another woman treated you bad. If that's not a mental illness, I don't know what is.
Just because the person didn't choose you.
Yeah.
Like maybe you're not their type. There's a bunch of people you wouldn't go with. Well, you don't have that option, but there's a lot of people you wouldn't go with.
Yep.
And you have the right to. But now you're just stuck in a clusterfuck of hating people because you're lonely, and then they hate you because you're lonely and miserable, and hence
Oh no,
That's
you look cute right now. When you talk about that loneliness, do that again.
What did you say?
Do it again. Talk about that loneliness. See this energy, man. Yo, the women gonna love yo. The women gonna love yo. Oh my God, yo, there's a woman right there.
Nah,
right there.
Well,
okay, yeah. I can't wait to introduce you to my family.
Yeah, fuck them too. Like that's crazy, right,
bro? And that, like, if I saw a woman and she was saying stuff like, "I hope all the men who didn't choose me, they have horrible lives," I would not be sitting watching me like, damn, man.
No, you crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. If she's sitting across you and she's like, yo, so what you want to do next? I don't know. So how was your past relationship? Yep. I don't know. But I hate all of them motherfuckers that did not end up with me.
Yep.
Yo, I'll go to the washroom. Check, please. You're about to hate me too. Yo.
Facts.
It's just miserable.
Is that hair on your head?
No, it's the headphones. Like the hair is
What the
God damn. God damn. God damn. Tell me, would you like it if the barber brought it back?
That hair was
God damn.
Look, I'm not a stickler, you know what I'm saying?
No.
You don't got to fade. I'm not going to hate, but...
No, that hair is crazy.
That hair is not crazy. That hair is going back to the future.
Yo.
That's the vehicle that man rode in to time travel.
He bent that shit forward.
Yo, that hair is on that Fat Joe lean back tip.
God damn.
You saw...
God damn.
Yeah.
Yo, how does your hair look like low tide? Kilometers of playa.
It was like, was this a flat top? No, it was
God damn, that fucking caught me off guard.
Take the headphones off. Drop your head like this, bro.
Oh,
go and
my
get
God.
a clipper and cut that right now. What the is that?
Now, I always have this forehead, but like I have receding.
That ain't receding hairline, bro.
Receding hairline is the idea that it's going back. My friend, this thing never started. It didn't recede. It just never proceeded and never started. That is a crazy hairline. That's like saying you're having a growth spurt at 34 and you're 5'1". There is no spurt. You didn't stop growing. You just didn't grow.
It's crazy having an Ethiopian tell you that you're lying. Your forehead is fucked up.
It's not his forehead.
It's not his forehead.
Because the shit's halfway behind his scalp. This is a different problem. But it's not his hair's pronounced.
But white people are going crazy right now.
Why?
Whoa! We're halfway there! Oh! Your hair's living on a bread. Take my comb. The hair's not there.
Crazy.
Living on no hair.
This guy's loving this song.
Your hair is at the back of your head. Cut it off.
Yeah, I think that's the next move.
No. That needs to be the move you do today.
Yeah, it's something that I was thinking because I'm 20. So
20.
Cool. Yeah, this is some Taylor Swift shit. Shut it off. Shut it off.
My man's 20, got that Julius Caesar. That's that ancient Greece haircut.
Yeah, that's that Laurel.
Yeah.
That's that Laurel.
That's that gladiator.
That's that Laurel crown.
Okay, you got some really, really bad hair genetics, man. Yeah. Don't make it worse. Cut it off. The hair is all the way back there, bro. Don't leave the hair on your head.
I don't want to go full bald because I have hair, but at the back.
I need you to have some self-awareness right now. Your hair doesn't exist. It's at the back of your scalp. Cut it off. You choosing to not go bald makes you look crazy. You don't have a choice but to go bald. You also have a gap. You say you're 20 years old. You look like you're 45. So with the gap, you can fix it with something called resin, but with the hair, you have to cut it off.
Thanks.
That started funny, didn't it?
Oh.
Big fan, man.
I appreciate that, but what's going on with your hair?
Been a while since the cut, you know?
I've been a while since the cut. Since when?
Maybe like a year and a half, 2 years. I don't know.
My Lord. What's going on, bro? Why is your hair looking like that? It look like you got electrocuted.
Like it looks better when I condition it, you know? Like the curls.
Do something with it right now. Do something.
Looks better?
Nah, He's trolling. He's trolling. He was trolling.
Do something with your hair right now. It's better.
Not really, but it has potential. So your hair, it looks electrocuted, which is making your forehead look huge. You should drop that hair.
No, to be clear, his forehead's huge.
Yeah, listen here, Djibouti.
Wow, geography's getting better. Your geography's getting better. It is Somalia still,
sorry,
but you're right.
It's around the way.
It's
around the corner.
You got the right country.
But it's just
it's the country that Johnny Somali's from.
I know. It's just
they get mad every time I say shit. No, I mean he's sure he is. Johnny Somali.
It's just because when you call some, it sounded better than I say Djibouti.
Oh yeah,
listen here, Djibouti. That sounds.
It does phonetically.
Huh?
Somali got big foreheads.
Yes.
I know he wasn't Djibouti. Because there's no French in there.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah,
and they speak French.
Yeah.
Carry on. Let's go.
Yeah, but that hair can drop over your forehead, bro. Do you walk outside?
That's a good question.
Do you walk outside? Do you walk outside?
And I can assure you, they do.
They do.
They always walk outside no matter how they hair.
Oh, shit.
Do you walk outside?
Barely.
Do you have a job, bro?
I do clinical trials.
You have to go to that place, right?
Yeah.
And you go looking like that.
No.
You sure?
I have like some self-respect, you know?
He said, I have some self-respect, but you show up on a live watched by thousands of people like that. Okay. I mean, hey, do you, boo-boo?
Okay, so
I need your help.
Right, you need a lot of help. So let's put the phone down. Let's see what your physique looks like first.
All right.
As long as you got pants on. Okay. How old are you, bro?
26.
Why does your body look like that at 26? You don't go to the gym?
Nah.
Why not?
I got no potential.
What the hell does that even mean?
You got no potential. You see that everybody started buff.
Hey, man, my guy, listen, this guy, I don't know, is it self-awareness?
No.
Is it, you know, the short bus?
Short bus.
Yeah, I feel like it is, no?
I feel like it's short bus.
He said, I don't go to work, I have some self-respect, but you show up on the live like that, then you just show up, like, you know you're going to get embarrassed. Why?
Remember what I said at the beginning of the video when I saw his face?
What?
Something's off with the dude.
This guy here?
Yeah.
All of them were a little bit. The first guy would smile. I hope the worst for them.
That's major.
I pay for it. I was like, well, does this guy have no self-awareness about how he sings? Yeah. But I mean, listen.
Oh my God, the hair call, yo, that shit fucking.
The most surprising thing was the nice guy.
Yeah, no, that's not a guy. That's not
I'm gonna be honest with you. Anytime someone, I have a bias now. Anytime someone says I'm nice, I'm a very nice person.
Nice.
I don't know why people don't like me. 95% of the time, they're fucking weird and crazy.
There's
something weird. Like the people who call themselves nice are generally not nice, because if you're nice, it kind of just shows off in your behavior. You're giving. You don't have to say it. But the people who feel the need to say it, especially early on and often, in my experience, over time, you realize it's very self-serving. It's nice, but what is it here?
What's that?
You're supposed to give something in return. No.
After a handshake?
If I do something for you, do something for me. Everything is strings attached. I don't have a actual string here, but you can imagine if I help you.
Like,
everything is just like...
You scratch my back, I scratch yours.
Yeah. The whole idea is just like, I don't do anything without receiving.
It's just that I wasn't about to give you my left hand because you're supposed to... You eat with your right and you wipe your butt with your left.
Since when are you Muslim?
I'm not. I'm just saying.
Okay, you just like that aspect?
No, I'm just saying. I am talking to someone that grew up in that.
I don't do that shit.
I don't know.
I eat with my right and I eat with my left. Scratch my ass with both hands too. I don't give a fuck. Both hands get this action. I don't discriminate.
Because you just have something that we call showers.
Shower.
Faucets.
Sure. Anyways. All this to say. The first guy was definitely the most surprising for me, but
no, he was.
People like that exist, men or women. And there's actually a subreddit. You ever been to Nice Girls?
No.
It's a subreddit where like girls text men and like men kind of screenshots like how nice these girls are.
No? Oh, nice! Like yeah,
it's crazy.
I never did that.
If you guys want us, we'll definitely cover that.
I'm gonna go check it. Let's pull up right now.
Not today. But anyways, that's it for today's video. Let us know what you guys think in the comments.
I'm intrigued.
We'll do it another time.
All right.
We'll do it around.
It's a new year, and like every year, I'm excited to see all the art that's gonna come out of it. Last year was a fairly productive year where I was able to work on a lot more paintings compared to the years prior where I was mostly just line drawing. I've been trying different styles and techniques, and I feel like I learned a lot, I think. So for this very first video of the new year, I wanted to take you along for the first creation of 2025. So I have a rough idea of what I want, like this fierce racer, a drawing with some cool foreshortening, cool perspective, but the rest is very much up in the air, so we'll figure that out as we go. I just hope it turns out good. Yo, this might be my best drawing in this anime style. Oh my god, look at all these layers. What have I done? So if you're interested in seeing how a professional... So if you're interested in seeing how a professional artist works on personal art and maybe things that didn't go too well along the way, well, let's get this class started. So it's very early in the process. My plan with this one is to revisit this perspective I did for my Dragon Ball tribute last year, but like try pushing the quality even further. I'm going to need a clean line art to get moving, so that's going to be first on the list. With this style, the coloring does a lot of the heavy lifting, so the drawing doesn't need to be super detailed. It's just pretty hard to change things later, so it does need to be kind of final. One tricky detail working on a very symmetrical composition like I have here is that it tends to feel pretty static, which is not good when I want her to feel like she's drifting in her car. So that's why I'm trying my best to add details to break that symmetry as much as possible, the hair in the wind being a good example. I also wasn't too sure how to draw the interior of a car from that specific angle, so I used a reference to get an idea. And then for the line art, since I know that I'll get questions in the comments, I'm using my custom inking brush that comes in my advanced painter set. The link in the description. Having a nice brush helps, but man, it took me forever to get the hair flowing right. Looks okay for now. And with my lines now clean, check out these thicker lines in the foreground, like around the hands. I like adjusting the line thickness based on the depth in the drawing because I think it helps push the perspective even more. And now I can move on to flat coloring everything to get ready for shading. I can already tell this drawing is going to be heavy in layers just based on all the different color regions I have. The way I work each of these regions, well, most of them will then have a soft shadow layer, a hard shadow layer, a light layer or two, and also a highlight layer. So at the minimum, I'm looking at oh dear god, 30 layers at the very least? Oh well, future Mark will just have to figure that one out. And by the way, here I'm splitting all the different color regions on their own layers because I'll be using clipping masks for all the shading that's coming up. Took a little while, but now it's done and I'm ready to start shading. I prefer to go from dark to light, keeping the lighting pass at the end because that's the most rewarding step. So right now I'm starting the shadows, not really bothering with the light direction at this point. It's just a subtle pass trying to give this drawing some depth before moving on to the rest. And real quick, here's how I'm planning to color this. So I think going for super warm colors will be the way to go here. Cars are hot. Racing is physically demanding, so I wanted the heat to be felt through the colors. Reds will usually do just that, so my color palette is looking to be mostly reds and oranges, with just a little bit of blue here and there in the background mostly to balance things out. You want to have both cool and warm colors. And as you can see here, I started with the midtones, so everything is pretty dark, but we'll be building the highlights as we go, and this should all come together nicely at the end. Before hitting those highlights though, I like to switch to a soft brush and lightly add some more overall shadows to help break up these larger flat surfaces. Gradients rather than plain flat colors always tend to look nicer, right? And I'm happy with that. Making good progress, but there's still so much to do. This step is the big one though. This drawing is about to completely change. Let's switch up to much lighter colors now and start painting in the sunlight coming through her window. And I think it might just look a little nicer if it hits right on the side that her hair is flying around, because there's some opportunity for more cast shadows this way. I don't know, I just think it might look boring coming from the other side. So layer by layer, I'll be adding new clipping masks for my lighting pass and hitting up all those different regions. It's kind of tricky to imagine where the light stops to make it feel like it's coming in through the window somewhat realistically. So I'm just gonna let my experience carry me through this step. Time to finish up. That lighting pass always feels so good, and here's what we got so far. Lines, flats, hard shadows, soft shadows, and lights. We're still only at about 50% done though, if you can believe it, so this can still look a lot better. And if this is something that you'd love to also be able to do yourself, I actually built a university level program that you should take a look at if you'd like to seriously level up your skills and learn, everything I learned throughout my 20+ year career as a professional artist. You'll find the link to the art school program in the video description below, and until the end of the month only, you'll be able to get it at a huge discount because the New Year sale is live. Join over 27,000 students already leveling up their skills and come hang out in our private school Discord. It's a good time. And again, a link down below. So this is where we are now. Everything is the same material, so it still looks a little flat, but we can change that pretty quickly by adding highlights that are clearly missing now. So if I select the regions that would normally be a little bit more shiny, like the hair maybe, on a new layer, I can start to paint in the highlights with a slightly lighter color. And the way I paint the hair highlights is super basic. I just roughly draw it on and then erase the edges to get them a little straighter, making sure I also erase anything covering the line art. Not the best up close, but from a distance looks pretty good. And the sky itself is also a light source, so I'm gonna add some on the other side too. And then let's polish up that car paint as well. There, nice and shiny. What else should be shiny? The goggles? Yes. The center guide on the steering wheel? Check. The dash? Check. And now that we have some variety in the levels of glossiness, the bold black line art is really starting to stand out too much for my liking, so I'ma color it. With a new clipping mask directly over my lines, I can just go around with a lighter color and start making them disappear a little bit. It's subtle, to be fair, but I think it helps. That's before and after, and just look at that layer when it's not set as a clipping mask. Oh, what a mess. Back to being a clipping mask. All right, now, how about we wrap this up? Just a couple more things left to do. First, I gotta add clouds in the background. Then add blue glow coming from the outside of the car. Add some glow from the speedometer. Add that same light onto the gloves too. Add some noise to the car trim to give it a bit of texture. Add noise to the car paint. Add the highlights for the eyes. Add a few extra strands of hair. Add more noise everywhere except the skin. Oh my god, it's impossible to find what I'm looking for here. Add some debris to add to the dynamism. Blur the debris to push it even more. Add some glare from the sun. And some dust flying in from the other window. And it's done. It's come a long way since this sketch. 8 hours in total over the last 3 days, and I think I did level up a bit. This, to me, looks better than the one I did last year, so in that sense, it's a success. For now, I'm going to put down the pen and call it done. It's not perfect, but I kind of achieved what I wanted with it, so now I can start thinking about the next one. Let me know what you think about it, and if you wanted more details about the technical side, like which layers and layer modes that I've used and all that, check out the class where I cover it all right here in the top right corner, or check out these other classes you might like. I'll see you in there in a minute.
Side note, I love these videos. I look forward to doing these videos every single year. Let's talk about some of the trends coming to social media in 2025. The very first one is going to be about the hooks. I'm calling this one Hooks Are Getting Tricky. Not my best work in terms of titles, but that's okay. Did you notice that my intro for this video was like 10 to 15 seconds max? In addition to that, there were some visual cues appearing on the screen within the first few seconds of my video starting. That was not by accident. That was fully intentional. A lot of us have known that we have mere seconds to grab our audience's attention in our content for a while. The thing that's going to change next year is that the amount of time we have to grab people's attention is going to decrease. And I know that sounds ridiculous because you're thinking, what? I already only have a few seconds. How could I possibly have even less time? Well, a study by Facebook revealed that the average attention span for their users when it came to consuming video content was actually just 1.7 seconds when it was consumed on a mobile device. It did go up to 2.5 seconds when it was viewed on a desktop. Now, this isn't the only study which has come out and said that actually you have less than 2 seconds to grab people's attention, and it won't be the last one either. As more and more creators emerge and more businesses start to use social media to promote their brands, we are going to continuously see an increase in the amount of content that we are competing with on our designated social platform. The more content being shared, the harder it is for us to get our audience's attention. In the past, it's been enough for you to say something hooky or do something exciting within the first 3 to 5 seconds of your videos. Now you have under 2 seconds and you probably need to get a bit more creative with your hooks. It's no longer enough for you to just say something that's going to grab your audience's attention. You should now be exploring multi-layered hooks. Do you know what? I actually think that should have been the name of this trend. Let's just change it. The name of this trend is now multi-layered hooks. Now, I know that probably sounds so complex, but a multi-layered hook is essentially one which has a audio component, so you're saying something or there's a noise that captures your audience's attention, a visual component, so something happens on the screen, maybe you sit down before you start talking, and also a text component. So that's when text appears on the screen that grabs your audience's attention. As I've said already, the days of us just being able to use one of those elements as our hook are slowly dying out, and we actually need to start getting a lot more creative. Also, a little bonus prediction from me, as with most things, the better we get at these hooks, especially the multi-layered hooks, the greater the chance that people start to get a little bit annoyed with them. Do you guys remember when people used to do the stop scrolling thing? Like you'd be scrolling on TikTok and then someone's video would pop up and it'd be like, stop scrolling. People hate that now. I'm included. I cannot stand that hook, right? But at one point that worked and that was popular. So this is all to say, try and keep your hooks authentic to yourself and your personality, but also mix it up so that you're not doing the same thing every single time, because there is a chance that your audience will get annoyed with you. My next trend, this one's called long form is making a comeback. You might be wondering, Jays, did long form video content ever go away? Not really, but I do think the last few years it's had a bit of a PR crisis and short form content has just been nudging it out of the conversation a little bit. If you don't know what I mean by long form and short form, I'm specifically focusing on video content for this conversation. So a longer video is usually over 5 minutes long. A lot of the time it's landscape format and you're viewing it on a platform like YouTube, but there are also longer vertical videos that you can now consume on sites like TikTok. Short form content usually refers to vertical video content that's under 5 minutes long. So that is usually the bulk of content you see uploaded to TikTok, to Instagram Reels, to Shorts, to Snapchat, all of those platforms. Now, when you look at the behavior of two of the leading social media sites, so in this case, we're talking about YouTube and TikTok, if you look at some of the new features that they've introduced over the last 12 months, you'll start to understand why I think longer form content is going to make a comeback. If we look at TikTok, for example, they started to incentivize their creators who earned money through their platform to actually create longer videos in order to earn an income. So those big creators that you see and you wonder how they're making money, a lot of the time it's because they're part of TikTok's creator fund. And when you're part of that fund, in order for you to earn money from your videos actually need to be more than a minute long. When they introduced this, they saw a huge spike in the amount of longer form content being shared on their platform. And then they started to experiment with other features like 10-minute uploads. Does anyone remember when they did the 30-minute uploads, which some people still have access to? They were encouraging landscape uploads so that you could upload a landscape video, turn your phone and view it so it takes up the whole screen, right? So if you look at those new features in isolation, you'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe social media platforms are trying to focus on long form content a little bit more. But when you pair that with the changes coming to YouTube, you'll realize why I put this down as a trend. YouTube are making a ton of updates to their TV app because they've realized that a lot of people consume YouTube content on TV. In fact, they recently overtook Netflix when it came to content viewed on a TV device. Isn't that insane? Like, that's how many people are watching longer form videos on TV, which have been uploaded to YouTube. So they're making these updates to the TV app from a creator's perspective, but also from a viewer's perspective, in hopes to encourage more people to watch longer form, high quality content on their TV. Do you see where I'm going with this? Platforms are actively trying to encourage creators to produce longer form content because that will trickle down and it will encourage more viewers to watch longer form content. This is great for social media platforms because it means that people will spend more time on their platform. And that is the main objective of every single social media site that exists. They just want you to stay on their platform for as long as possible. And they know that long form content is the way to do that. So as more and more social media platforms wake up to this trend, more creators are going to be producing longer form content, and it is going to make a comeback, mark my words. If you're someone who already creates long form content, or if you're listening to this and thinking, oh my God, now is the time for me to start creating long form content, I want to take a second to talk to you about Storyblocks because it is going to be your best friend when it comes to your ability to produce high quality content. Now, back in the day when I first started out on YouTube, one of my biggest issues is that I was struggling to keep people engaged with my video. So people would click on my video, but they'd drop off after a few minutes because watching me sit and speak to the camera lens just wasn't entertaining enough for them. Now, any good long form content creator will tell you that in order for you to succeed with creating longer form video content, you need to make sure that you're keeping your audience engaged. And one of the best ways for you to do this is to add high quality audio, visuals, sound effects, special effects to your video content. And when you join Storyblocks, you will get access to thousands of assets which will allow you to do so. Storyblocks is a stock media subscription service which provides creators like you and I access to unlimited royalty-free assets. Now, when you join Storyblocks, you get access to all of these assets at one monthly subscription cost. Now, this is important because you don't want to be roped into pay per clip pricing, which is essentially when you pay per asset you use. Instead, as a creator or a business owner, it's very valuable to have unlimited access to all of the assets that you need in order to bring your video content to life at a predictable monthly cost. Storyblocks keeps you legally covered with clear-cut licensing rights so that you can focus on creating and not double checking whether you're actually able to use all of the amazing assets that you're using. We've all been there before. You won't need to worry about that when you're using Storyblocks. And in addition to that, it's really easy to use. For example, if you use Premiere Pro or After Effects to edit your videos, you can actually get access to Storyblocks' entire asset library directly in your editing platform when you use the Storyblocks plugin for Adobe Creative Cloud. They also have this really cool smart audio recommendation system, which suggests audio to go along with any videos that you've selected. So to get started with unlimited stock media downloads at one set price, head to storyblocks.com/Jade Beeson, or of course you can click the link in my description. Okay, next trend. This one I'm calling the rise of the micro communities. Basically, I predict, in addition to loads of other people, this isn't just me, that social media is going to shift from these large impersonal networks and essentially like broadcasting channels to niche micro communities where you're connecting with people on a far more personal level. Let me explain why I think this. As always, to come up with these trends, I have to analyze how social media companies have been behaving for the past 6 to 12 months, because that provides such insight into how they think social media is going to change in the future. At the end of the day, they're the ones who've got all the data, so I'm inclined to believe them, right? If we look at Instagram first, they have been releasing new features which have been designed to encourage private sharing for a while now. Whether it's the notes feature that they created, enhancing the DM experience, broadcast channels are also another version of this, plus loads more. They're not the only ones doing that though. If we look at YouTube, they recently announced that they're going to be upgrading their community tab. So now it won't just be a space where creators can share the odd post or the odd poll. It's actually going to be a place where the creator's audience can also share their own content. Kind of like a new take on your Facebook homepage. All of these updates suggest that social media users are craving more personal interactions. The head of Instagram recently spoke about the fact that people are actually finding incredible content and then immediately sharing it with a private group in their DMs. And then all the conversations are happening there. So do you see how there's a shift happening? If you're wondering how you can make the most of this shift, start thinking about your community building strategy. Like that's the thing that you really want to focus on. And I don't just mean jump into using all these new features without giving it some thought. I just want you to start by thinking about your relationship with your community and whether you're currently fostering enough conversations with them. That's like the first starting point. Okay, let's move on to the next trend. This one I'm calling zero-click content. This is not a name that I came up with, unfortunately, because I think it's a really good name. It's one that I've just seen around, so I cannot take credit. Also, to make matters worse than the fact that I stole this headline, it's not even the most relevant one, because we're not just talking about zero-click content, we're also talking about minimal click content, but it doesn't quite have the same ring to it. What this trend is referring to is the rise in automation tools such as ManyChat, which allow you to automate things like sending links to people via their DMs. It's also referring to the increase in content which has all of the value in the post itself. Let's break it down. So if we start by talking about the automation side, I mentioned a company called ManyChat, who, by the way, I have worked with in the past, but this is not sponsored by them. ManyChat is a tool which allows creators to automatically DM or message their audience. So you know when you're scrolling and you see a creator say something like, hey, I just found this amazing new light, comment the word light if you want me to send you a link to it. So you comment the word like, and then within seconds you get a message from them which has the link to buy the light. You might be wondering, how are they doing that so quickly? Well, it's because they're using an automation. But then you might wonder, how is that even allowed? Because Instagram have historically not allowed any form of automation tools to be approved by their platform. ManyChat is the first automation tool, or at least that I'm aware of, which actually got approved by Instagram, which means that creators like you and I are free to use it. Now, the rise of ManyChat has massively impacted the effectiveness of things like a link in bio. People are now saying that the link in bio is dead, that if you're asking people to click on your link in bio to get something from you, the chances of them doing that are actually super low, versus this minimal click option where people only need to leave a comment to get a link sent directly to their DM box. It feels a lot more personal and it actually drives far better results for the creator. Now, the other side of this trend is like the zero click trend, and this is basically the rise of creators producing content that provides all of its value in the content alone. So the whole video teaches you how to do something, the caption answers your questions, you don't need to click anywhere else, you can get everything you need from just consuming that post. So I just realized my water bottle. Oh, I just realized my water bottle was in the shot, soz. This is actually a big change in behavior from a creator's perspective. Previously, creators would share a bit of value and then ask you to click somewhere else to get the rest. Or maybe they'd create a series. So if you wanted to get all of the value or like the whole story of something, you had to watch 10 consecutive videos in a row.
The story starts like any other. The invasion of the world. One day, through an open gate, monsters from another realm poured out, and humanity faced the threat of destruction. At that very moment, connected to the gate and opened as if by salvation itself, the world of swords and magic, Einhart, appeared. Through the inner energy of the Dantian, martial arts were wielded. The martial arts world, Murim, and the land of demons, Gehenna, a name befitting hell itself, emerged. Humanity, once rulers of the earth, could only suffer in such an era of chaos. However, soon individuals awakened, harnessing the system and gaining superhuman powers. These players helped normal humans and tried their best to save them from the chaotic world. After the players saved the humans fleeing from monsters, the humans thanked them. Our protagonist, Iraun, warned them that it was dangerous and they shouldn't go near the gate. He then asked his teammate why those people always started trouble whenever they saw him. One of his teammates replied that it was nothing new for intruders to disregard humans and asked what was so surprising about it. The man added that the Dantian and Mana Circle were like high-ranking powers. Suddenly they heard someone scream loudly. Iraun turned to see a monster attacking a car with people inside. He immediately activated his status window, and the system identified the monster as a three-headed werewolf, an intermediate monster with 110 points. The system also issued an emergency rescue request. Iraun called out to his comrades, asking what they were doing and urging them to catch the crazy dog. Without waiting for a response, he rushed toward the monster. One of his teammates shouted for him to wait, but Iraun didn't listen. He jumped off the building, deploying his rope dart, piercing it into the building behind him, and swings toward the monster. His teammate shouted in frustration, asking if he was out of his mind, and reminded him that monsters above intermediate rank were supposed to be handled by the Volcano Guild. Iraun replied that he knew, but pointed out that it was obvious the guild was struggling. As he neared the monster, he retracted his rope dart and forcefully threw it, successfully piercing the monster's body. This shocked the members of the Volcano Guild. Iraun then opens the wings of his rope dart, activating his exclusive skill for the controller hidden class, Status Controller. This skill increased his strength by 60%, willpower and agility by 30%, but reduced his dodge rate by 60% and increased his weight by 300% due to the stat synergy effect. He forcefully dragged the monster, making it scream in pain while the victim and her child screamed in horror. Struggling to maintain his strength, he shakily called out to his teammates, urging them to hurry up and decapitate the monster. One teammate jumped down from the building, shouting at Iraun for never listening and activating his tanker attack skill. He slashed his sword forward while yelling that Iraun would never survive without him. Iraun smiled, thinking how his teammate always protected his back like a true companion. But just as his teammate swung his sword, he slashed Iraun from behind instead of the monster. Shocked, Iraun heard his so-called friend angrily call him a fool and tell him to just die already. Iraun collapsed, bleeding heavily. Before falling unconscious, he saw his best friend's face and his teammates smiling at his death, which filled him with fury. As he tries to flee, He recalled the woman he tried to save stood unmoved. Betrayed by everyone he trusted and relied on, he died consumed by rage. Years later, Irun fell face first into the dirt. A man kicked him repeatedly, shouting for him to move faster and calling him scum. The man mocked him, saying this was what a high-ranked, nearly top-tier player looked like. Irun knew he was in Mujayagyong, the monster corpse disposal area of the Volcano Guild. A living hell. 5 years had passed since his fall into this wretched existence. The man pinned Irun's head deeper into the mud, laughing cruelly. Struggling to look up through blurred vision, Irun found that his status window was no longer appearing. Yet, a blue light suddenly shone before him. Shocked, he opened his eyes to see the system displaying a message. He has been chosen as the vessel of chaos, and asked him if he accept. The system warned him that his choice could lead to the destruction of the world. Smiling bitterly, Irun thought about ending his pain. Without hesitation, he accepted. The system sucked him into a portal, transporting him to an unknown location. There, he encountered the legendary rulers of Gehenna, the Three Kings. What lay before his eyes were legends forgotten across the three worlds, remembered only as history. The first was the King of Silver, Mu Wang, who conquered the continent with a single fist. The second was the Sword King of Einhart, who split the sky with his sword. Lastly, there was the Godslayer, the King of Gehenna, who killed a god and destroyed divinity, the Demon King. The place Irun now stood in was the chaotic world where these three kings were sealed. The Sword King observed Irun's gaze and asked the others why it looked the way it did, questioning if he was truly the vessel of chaos. Mu Wang seemed equally confused and asked why Irun was staring into the distance instead of at them. The Demon King, however, remarked that it was understandable for someone to feel disoriented after being suddenly dragged into such a place. Meanwhile, Irun was staring at the system, which displayed an open gate, and told him that if he passed through it, he would become the vessel of chaos. However, it also warned him again that his choice could lead to the world's end. Irun wondered if he could exact revenge on the world that betrayed him and now lived on in peace. Memories of his teammates, his best friend, and the woman he loved flashed through his mind. Resolutely, he stood and approached the open gate, thinking that if revenge was possible, he would gladly accept it. The kings surrounded him, accusing him of being disrespectful, but he ignored them. He only stopped when one of them asked if he believed he would truly feel relieved by taking revenge in this manner. The Sword King told him that becoming the vessel of chaos was simple. If Irun truly wished for the world's destruction, all he had to do was step through the gate, and it would happen. Irun replied that seeing it firsthand made him feel at ease. He truly did hope for the world's destruction. Yet the Sword King reminded him that if the world were destroyed, it wouldn't be Irun enacting revenge, but chaos itself. Mu Wang explained that chaos would consume his body and mind, leaving him as little more than a spectator, receiving only the message that the world had been destroyed. Irun was speechless. The Demon King then asked if that outcome was really enough for him. Was it truly the revenge he wanted? Irun, still angry and broken, asked them what they expected him to do about it. The Demon King ominously responded that Irun must carry out his revenge with his own hands. Whether through beating or tearing, only by personally enacting vengeance could he truly savor it. Frustrated, Irun angrily asked how he could even contemplate such a thing with his broken body, having lost his player powers and being branded a slave. The Sword King bristled at his defiance, demanding that Irun recognize who they were. The kings told him that if he inherited their legacies and trapped chaos within himself, he would not only achieve his revenge, but could even become the ruler of the entire world. Swearing to help him, they urged him to inherit everything from them. To Irun, the purpose behind their insistence that he become their disciple didn't matter. Revenge was all he cared about. He asked if he could call them masters. The Demon King, surprised, quickly agreed. The Sword King, however, remarked that Irun's easy persuasion was unsettling, while Mu Wang laughed awkwardly, saying it was fine. Thus, Irun became the disciple of the Three Kings. In the world of seals, where time and death had ceased, Irun underwent endless training. Finally, he succeeded in trapping chaos within himself. Irun awoke to someone kicking him from behind. His supervisor was shouting at him, asking if he was seriously sleeping in a dung pit. Dodging the next kick, Irun wondered if time had truly stopped during his training. He grabbed his supervisor's foot and easily threw him, sending the man flying and screaming. As his supervisor slammed into the mud, Irun looked for his status window. As expected, it did not appear. He noticed his body was unchanged, having lost his player powers. Without his master's words, he might have believed the past 100 years of training were nothing but a dream. He recalled Mu Wang's warning. When he returned to his world, he would likely lose all the powers inherited from them. Confused, Irun had asked why. The Demon King explained that his powers were far too overwhelming for his world to handle, especially now that chaos resided within him. Eraun asked if it meant he had to undergo the same training again. Mu Wang calls him, asking him what he planned to do and reminding him that his body would need to be remade to contain his powers. Back in the present, Eraun slapped his forehead at the thought of the ordeal ahead. His supervisor, now enraged, charged at him, vowing to kill him. Eraun dodged the attack effortlessly, catching the man's fist with his bare hand. His supervisor, Cheol Taimin, who had tormented him for 5 years, struggled in disbelief. Taimin was only level 5, but even with Eraun's reset body, he shouldn't have struggled. Eraun pushed himself, remembering Mu Wang's words. Even a lowly warrior could overpower someone stronger if they mastered the art of killing intent. Mu Wang added that after all, killing intent is mental strength, surprising Eraun as he began to understand it. Eraun stared into Taimin's eyes, channeling his mental strength, which filled Taimin with sheer horror. With a chilling tone and murderous intent, Eraun told him that he will tear him apart. The oppressive killing intent caused Taimin to imagine his arm being crushed as Eraun tightened his grip. Taimin screamed in terror, watching his hand twisted. Raising his hand and aiming it at Taimin, Eraun declared coldly that he will rip him to pieces. With a sharp gesture, he launched his hand forward, unleashing a terrifying projection of murderous intent. In Taimin's mind, the attack pierced through his body, leaving him screaming in pure fear, causing him to drop to the floor. The commotion drew the attention of the other slaves. Eraun understood that clumsy violence could provoke resistance, but fear, true, bone-deep fear, was a far more powerful tool. He swore to himself that from now on, whenever Taimin looked into his eyes, he would wet himself in terror. Walking past the other slaves, Eraun knew he had to act quickly before the Volcano Guild's guards discovered him. Reaching for the chain, one of the slaves asked worriedly, "Where he think he is going?" Eraun ignored the question, snapped the chain effortlessly, and turned his gaze toward the monster corpse disposal area. The pit below was filled with toxic fumes from the rotting monster corpses, fumes so noxious that even the administrators avoided going near them. Yet Eraun knew the true hell lay deep within that place. It was a hell he would willingly descend into, for it was where he would be reborn. Without hesitation, he jumped down into the pit, leaving the other slaves stunned and speechless. As he descended, the toxic fumes stung his skin and lungs, but he pressed on. Reaching the corpses, he pushed them aside, making his way deeper. Beneath the layers of decaying flesh and bone, he found what he was looking for: the boiling monster blood. This gruesome pool was the perfect training ground for the blood demon technique. He remembered Mu Wang explaining that there were various martial arts and secret techniques, such as the volcano's divine technique. Mu Wang had also told him that the blood demon technique he would learn was at least 5 times greater than those techniques, because it was the strongest martial art. Mu Wang had further explained that its principle was simple: stealing what belongs to others and making it his. The target, Mu Wang had revealed, was blood, which had surprised him at the time. Now, he understood that the blood demon technique was a vicious form of dark magic that absorbed the life force embedded in blood to cultivate inner power. However, to use this technique, he needed to create a Dantian within himself. The Dantian, a source of power for the warriors of the Silver World, was similar to the magic core of the players. Yet, creating a Dantian was said to be impossible for those not from the Silver World. Mu Wang, however, had assured him there was a way, insisting that it didn't matter if it took dozens or even hundreds of deaths. He had simply needed to keep learning and persisting until it worked. Following the transmission method that his 3 masters had devised over 3,000 years, he had endured 1,000 deaths. In the end, he succeeded in creating a Dantian and clearly remembered every step of the process. He began the first step, absorbing blood and circulating its energy. The second step was to create the blood Dantian. He focused intently, starting to form a blood core inside his body and activating the blood demon absorption technique. The process caused unbearable pain, unlike anything he had ever experienced. Without question, the pain felt as though it belonged to another world, but he pushed through it, screaming in agony throughout the ordeal. His cries echoed through the area, catching the attention of the monsters lurking within the volcano. He understood why access to the monster corpse disposal area was prohibited. It wasn't only because of the toxic fumes emitted by the decomposing monster corpses, but also due to the deformed monsters created by the death energy radiating from the bodies. The area was, in essence, a den of undead creatures. After successfully forming his Dantian, an undead goblin crept closer and launched a sharp claw attack from behind. He easily stopped the attack by grabbing its head. Observing the creature, He recognized it as a goblin zombie and knew that each undead attack carried toxic poison. Furthermore, he understood that these creatures were immortal unless their necks were severed. If he had been in his old body, he would have already fallen prey to them. Now, however, he effortlessly crushed the goblin's head with his bare hand. He regarded it as pathetic before using the blood demon absorption technique to consume its blood, then slamming its corpse into the ground. As he absorbed the goblin's blood, he felt truly alive for the first time in years. More zombies rushed toward him, but he remained calm, recalling the principles of the realm of crimson blood. In this realm, he knew he must absorb his opponent's blood, turning their nutrients and energy into his own. Another benefit of crimson blood came to mind. It collected the residue of blood and iron to create steel balls. He shot a drop of blood at one of the approaching zombies, causing its head to explode on impact. He resolved to devour every last one of the undead, without leaving a trace. Forming more steel balls, he shot them with precision at the swarm. Each steel ball struck its target's head, which promptly exploded into dust. Dashing into the midst of the swarm, he jumped and grabbed a zombie by its head, crushing it with ease. Releasing more steel balls into the air, he easily decimated the zombies, causing another cascade of explosions. Grabbing a nearby zombie by its neck, he released more steel balls, knowing that in the end, these creatures were nothing more than prey. With a final burst of steel balls thrown in all directions, he decimated the remaining zombies around him. The undead fell to the ground in lifeless heaps. Standing amidst the corpses, he sighed in relief. Looking at his hand, he thought that things weren't going badly so far. As he continued to absorb the zombies' blood, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him. He turned quickly and saw a massive figure swinging its enormous arm at him. He managed to jump away just in time, landing at a safe distance. When he looked closer, he recognized the figure as a zombie troll. Despite the danger, he smiled. This was exactly the level of challenge he had been expecting. The next day, Taimin was crying and shaking in a corner, muttering that he was going to die and begging for someone to save him. Irun's traitorous best friend, Kim Shin Hong, thought that Taimin had completely broken down. An elite guard approached Shin Hong, addressing him as commander, and reported that he had summoned the other guards who were present during the incident. Shin Hong stepped closer to the guards and ordered them to explain what had happened to Taimin. One of the guards hesitantly reported that Taimin was training a slave who had been dozing off when, suddenly, the slave grabbed Taimin's hand, and then Taimin became like this. Shin Hong asked if that was all, or if there were any other unusual details. The guard stuttered, adding that the slave had glared at Taimin. This detail irritated Shin Hong as he wondered if it could have been killing intent, though he dismissed the idea as impossible, unless the slave was a martial artist with inner power. Shin Hong then demanded to know the slave's whereabouts, which shocked the guards. The same guard nervously replied that the slave had committed suicide. Skeptical, Shin Hong asked where the body was, and the guard explained that the suicide occurred in the corpse disposal area, so the body must have melted away due to the poison there. This explanation enraged Shin Hong. Grabbing the guard by the face, he furiously questioned whether the guard was lying to avoid searching for the body in the toxic disposal area. He reminded the guard why he was stationed there in the first place, to handle situations where incompetent guards were attacked by slaves, and accused them of not caring if trash like them died. Shin Hong continued, adding that he had felt the slave's imprint being destroyed naturally, yet they fabricated the suicide report without even confirming the body. He asked the guard if there was any reason he should let him live. The guard, crying and writhing in pain, stammered an apology, but Shin Hong mercilessly crushed the guard's skull. The other guards stood frozen in shock, unable to move out of fear. Shin Hong turned to them and demanded they choose. Would they end up like the man he had just killed, or would they go find the slave's body in the disposal area? Terrified, the guards immediately replied that they would search for it. Furious, Shin Hong ordered them to hurry, and they rushed toward the disposal area to begin their search. Calmly, he told his elite subordinates that those useless guards would likely die from the poison before finding the body. Once they returned, he planned to inspect their equipment and then enter the corpse disposal area himself. His subordinates acknowledged his orders, and Shin Hong, still irritated, thought to himself that Irun had managed to vex him even until the end. 2 weeks later, Irun was still deep within the disposal area, killing zombies and absorbing their blood. He realized he had nearly absorbed all the corpses and zombie monsters in the area. With this, he had reached the second stage of the blood demon absorption technique, self-blood. He noticed a tremendous poison leaking from a gap nearby and concluded that it must be coming from that direction. Shooting one of his newly created steel balls toward the source of the leak, it struck the wall, shattering the structure. He reflected on the power of the self-blood technique, which focused on the concentration and explosive release of energy. The self-blood stage provided several times more resistance to poison than the earlier blood essence stage. Without reaching this stage, he knew his body would have already melted away from the toxic environment. Despite his progress, he was aware that his time there was limited. However, he was confident that the necessary preparations were complete, and he had come to this place for a specific reason. The purpose involved the transcendental species, monsters of the highest danger level, creatures that should never be faced. Among these species, the most renowned and noble were dragons. Once, a dragon had escaped through a gate. The serpent dragon, Algolas, was a resurrected dragon filled with rage. Many players risked their lives to face it, and miraculously, they succeeded in slaying the beast. Naturally, the world was thrown into chaos, and what garnered the most attention was the value of its corpse. Algolas's blood was the finest alchemical material, and its bones could be forged into unique grade weapons. However, the dragon was tainted with poison, rage, and magic. Merely touching its corpse could cause a person's body to melt away completely. To address this, Einhardt's technology created the corpse disposal area to naturally purify the dragon's remains and employed slaves to absorb the poison. He touched Agal's bone, swearing to the Volcano Guild that he would repay all the suffering they had inflicted on him, with interest. Without hesitation, he began to use the blood demon absorption technique on Algolas's remains. 100 years ago, Mu Wang had asked him about the dragon embryo, to which he had replied yes, explaining that he planned to absorb it upon his return. Mu Wang had agreed, knowing the dragon embryo would help him recover a significant portion of his power, but warned him it would likely hurt like hell. That warning proved to be 100% accurate, as the moment he began absorbing Algolas's embryo, a surge of immense power entered his body. The pain was so overwhelming that his mind nearly blacked out. He realized that without the rigorous training he had endured with his masters, he would have fainted on the spot. Despite the agony, he felt his internal energy rapidly building up in his blood circulation. Even though the dragon had been dead for a long time, its power remained extraordinarily potent. He coughed up blood but refused to back down. The pressure was insane, and he could feel that his blood circulation was already reaching its limit, even as he compressed his inner energy with the self-blood technique. He understood that stopping now would cause the internal energy to backfire and kill him, yet continuing risked his body exploding. This outcome had been one of his expected results, but he wondered if there was another way forward. He recalled the Demon King asking him what he would do if he couldn't absorb all the power. She had praised him for raising a very good question. She had explained that dragons were highly revered even in Gehenna, and, as he suspected, it might indeed be difficult for a human body to fully accept such power. However, the solution was simple. He needed to become a dragon. Confused, he had asked if that was even possible. She had been amused by his surprise, remarking that it was odd for him to doubt after having received all their essence. She had also reminded him that his goal was to reclaim the power he had once held. A dragon, she had said, was merely a step in his journey. This idea had sparked inspiration within him. Drawing upon the biological knowledge he had learned from the Demon King, Vergena, he had realized he could reconstruct his body and undergo another transformation. Convinced there was no such thing as impossible, especially for someone who had even absorbed chaos, he resolved to proceed. He resumed absorbing the dragon embryo while simultaneously transforming his body. The pain was excruciating, far worse than before. He remembered Mu Wang's words that transforming into a dragon embryo body was a powerful method. In the Silver World, those who possessed the body of a dragon were known by a special title. After hours of agony, he succeeded in consuming the dragon embryo. Algolas's bone disintegrated in the process. When he opened his eyes, they had transformed into dragon eyes, and his body radiated an intense dragon aura. He recalled Mu Wang telling him the name of this state. It was the dragon bone body. Meanwhile, Xin Hong and his team entered the disposal area, shocked by what they saw. All the corpses and poison had vanished. Xin Hong, aware that even a Guardian-level mana user couldn't achieve such a feat, felt a rising panic as he wondered what could have caused it. The thought of Algolas's corpse suddenly struck him, and he frantically wondered what had happened to it. He immediately ordered his elite guard to report to the guild that all the poison in the corpse disposal area had disappeared. The guard acknowledged the command and began running out of the area to deliver the message. Before the elite could make it far, a black ball came hurtling toward him. The man managed to bend just in time to avoid a direct hit, but the ball activated moments later, unleashing a force so intense that he was reduced to ashes. Shin Hong and his team barely had time to react before the explosion reached them. Acting quickly, Shin Hong pulled one of his teammates in front of him, using the unfortunate man as a shield to protect himself from the blast. The aftermath left Shin Hong shaken. He realized the situation was extremely dangerous and feared what might happen if more explosions occurred. If this continued, the entire corpse disposal area could be obliterated. At that moment, Irun appeared. Addressing Shin Hong, he remarked how Shin Hong, despite becoming the commander of the Volcano Guild's engineering unit, hadn't changed. He observed that Shin Hong still cowered behind others, out of fear. With a chilling tone, he called him traitor Kim Shin Hong. Shin Hong recognized him and furiously demanded to know how he was still alive and if he was really Irun. Irun replied that it was disappointing Shin Hong didn't recognize him just because he looked a little different, and asked if he was now willing to accept it. He added that he'd heard Shin Hong had sold him out and become the raid leader, but remarked that he seemed to have turned into more of a coward. Enraged, Shin Hong crushed his teammate's head, which turned to stone, and shouted at him to shut up. Shin Hong then ordered his team, the Black Hawk, to kill Irun immediately. Without hesitation, the Black Hawk followed his command. Irun knew that Black Hawk was a personal escort assigned to raid leaders, operating at a level above even the Hwasun Guild. Their skill levels were typically above 90 by players' standards, making them experts on the verge of becoming rankers. Their hallmark skill was stealth, having been trained as assassins. While Irun acknowledged that invisibility was dangerous, it was not a threat to him. As one of the Black Hawks attempted a sneak attack from behind, Irun detected him immediately. The assassin froze in shock when Irun turned and released a black ball, knowing stealth only worked against normal players who couldn't sense internal energy. Irun threw the ball at the attacker, striking him in the face. The ball was a manifestation of the third level of the Blood Demon Divine Art, Black Blood. Specifically, it was a Black Blood Sphere, a technique that, upon contact, split like a shotgun blast, absorbed the opponent's internal energy and magic, and then exploded. Irun raised his hand and conjured several more Black Blood Spheres, crushing them into fragments and hurling them toward the other Black Hawk members. The shards struck their targets, killing them instantly as they erupted in violent explosions. Shin Hong shielded his face and, horrified, wondered how Irun was able to use such a skill. Desperate for answers, he activated his system's information search ability. However, a sharp pain surged through his head as the system's interface turned red. Alarmed, Shin Hong noticed that the words on the system had changed into something unfamiliar, something he had never seen before. As Shin Hong struggled to comprehend what was happening, Irun approached him. Mockingly, Irun asked if he was correct in assuming that Shin Hong was dying to know how he had gained such power. He teased Shin Hong, suggesting that curiosity suited him since he never acted without first gathering sufficient information about his opponents. Irun remarked that this cautious nature was typical of him and referred to him as the guild's main tank. Shin Hong, still furious, grabbed his sword and retorted that he was no longer the tank Kim Shin Hong that Irun once knew in Dank, but was now the raid leader of the Hwasun Guild. He accused Irun of always acting superior, pretending to be righteous, and challenged him to see if he would behave the same way now, rushing in recklessly without caring about his teammates. Provoking him further, Shin Hong invited Irun to go ahead and rampage as he pleased. Calmly, Irun responded that it was precisely what he intended to do. He aimed a Black Blood Sphere at Shin Hong and shot it. Shin Hong used his sword to block the explosion. Though he managed to withstand the force, Irun suddenly appeared behind him and remarked how little Shin Hong had changed, even as a raid leader. Irun released another Black Blood Sphere, commenting that the Hwasun Guild would never properly nurture someone like Shin Hong. Anticipating the attack, Shin Hong activated his white shield, which blocked the sphere just in time. Shin Hong swung his sword at Irun, shouting for him to shut up. Irun casually tilted his head back to avoid the strike, but Shin Hong halted the swing mid-motion and forcefully brought the sword down, declaring at the end for Irun. In response, Irun released a Black Blood Sphere beneath Shin Hong's sword, deflecting it and sending it flying backward. The force of the impact pushed Shin Hong away, but he managed to remain standing by bracing himself with his sword. Shin Hong demanded to know how Irun had gained such power, shouting angrily that Irun had lost his player abilities and asking how such feats were possible. Irun simply retorted that knowing wouldn't do a cowardly traitor like Shin Hong any good. Enraged, Shin Hong rushed forward, thrusting his sword at Irun while shouting for him to die. Irun calmly raised his hand, reminding Shin Hong that it was useless, and prepared to release another Black Sphere. Before he could, Shin Hong activated his shield wall ability, creating walls around Irun and trapping him in the center. Shin Hong reasoned that Irun had no other attack methods beyond the Black Spheres. If that were the case, blocking Iroun's retreat and his spheres with the shield would render him powerless. Confident in his plan, Shin Hong thrust his sword into the center of the shield and activated his Weapon Knight skill. The energy from the skill crawled along the sword, culminating in a powerful explosion within the enclosed shield. The blast shattered Shin Hong's sword, but he felt certain that not even a top-ranked ranker could survive such an attack. Relieved, he called Irun a persistent bastard and assumed him to be dead. However, Shin Hong's relief turned to shock as he saw Irun standing unscathed amidst the devastation. Panicking, Shin Hong reached for his spare sword, demanding to know how Irun had survived. Before he could draw it, Irun appeared in front of him, grabbed Shin Hong's face, and coldly told him it was too late. Dragging Shin Hong to the ground, Irun seemed confused by how easy it was, wondering aloud if this was all Shin Hong had to offer. Chaos, a being that thrives on the destruction of worlds, transcends time and space, wandering through dimensions in search of a vessel worthy of its power. The worlds upon which chaos descends are consumed as its nourishment, and ultimately meet their demise. For over 100 years, Iroun had trained relentlessly to seal that chaos. After centuries of training with his masters, Iroun had finally crossed the threshold and was prepared to become Chaos's vessel. Mu Wang remarked to the other kings that he had done all he could. The Demon King and Sword King agreed, adding that if this failed, there was nothing more they could do. Together, they watched Irun from a distance as he stared at the open portal, knowing that beyond its shimmering threshold, everything would be decided. Before he stepped through, Mu Wang called out to him, asking for his name. Irun turned, raising an eyebrow at the odd question. He asked Mu Wang if he was seriously asking for his name after over 100 years of training together. Mu Wang laughed, admitting that he had grown too accustomed to Irun's presence. He added that he had once been called the heartless ghost without blood or tears, yet even he seemed to have developed some attachment. Iroun smiled faintly and replied that his name was Li Iroun. Without hesitation, Iroun turned back to the portal and stepped forward. The instant chaos entered his body, a searing pain overtook him, and he screamed in agony. His masters watched in concern until the Demon King caught him as he collapsed, telling him that he had succeeded. Mu Wang called his name worriedly, but Irun, exhausted, murmured that he felt sleepy. Mu Wang explained that this was the influence of chaos. His body was resisting its overwhelming power. The Sword King added that chaos was also gnawing at his spirit, warning that nightmares would now constantly plague him. Despite this, Irun forced himself to remain awake, stating that if he succumbed to the nightmares, chaos would awaken once more. He had anticipated this much. Determined, Irun stepped away from his masters, turning to face them with a solemn expression. He told them they had to kill him now. The three kings were stunned. Mu Wang was the first to understand, realizing that Irun had known all along. Irun proudly asked whose disciple they thought he was, stating that he understood their goal was to seal chaos within his body and annihilate it completely. He then asked if he was right in assuming their true objective was to destroy chaos entirely. The Sword King demanded to know why Iroun had cooperated if he had known the truth. Iroun admitted that he had been betrayed by everyone and left with nothing, unable to trust anyone. However, from them, his masters, he had felt a warmth he had long forgotten. He revealed that revenge no longer mattered to him. What drove him now was a desire to repay the kindness they had shown him. Before they acted, he made one final request: to know their real names. The three kings were silent for a moment before Mu Wang spoke, revealing his name as Shin Yon Wul. The Sword King followed, stating that his name was Sieghard von Damian. Lastly, the Demon King said her name was Virginia. Irun smiled, saying he now had no regrets. He shouted that he would gladly die there for his masters and closed his eyes, ready to accept his fate. The Sword King stepped forward and placed a hand on Irun's shoulder. Addressing him by name, the Sword King told him he would not die there. Surprised, Irun opened his eyes and asked what they meant. The Demon King gently explained that he was their disciple, their child, and Mu Wang added that they could never kill someone like him with their own hands. Iroun reminded them that sparing him would mean abandoning their mission. Softly, the Demon King told him that they would share the burden of chaos within him and seal it together. Since the chaos inside him had been shaped by their teachings, their combined power would be enough to contain it. She explained that after this, the dimensional bindings would release, and Irun would return to where he belonged. Desperate, he asked what would happen to them. The Sword King replied that they would be sealed somewhere deep within the world. Before Iroun could protest, they pushed him backward into the portal. As he reached for them, they told him to go and never come looking for them. Irun was curious about how far the power he had learned from his masters could take him, He had already sensed its immense potential. As someone who had once nearly reached the level of a high ranker, he wondered how his abilities would fare against others, not his masters, but humans. Yet, as he stared at Shin Hong, trapped in his hand, he found it all too easy. Shin Hong might not have been at the level of a high ranker, but he was still at least level 150 or higher. Iraun thought that if he could acquire additional powers beyond the Blood Demon art, he would never lose, not to the leader of the Volcano Guild, nor the highest-ranking experts of the Silver Faction. He even imagined surpassing the powers of Einhart, Gehenna, and ultimately, the apex of that world. One hand. He had planned his revenge for over 100 years, but now that it was within his grasp, it felt underwhelming. Shin Hong stuttered his name, begging for his life. Desperate, Shin Hong explained that they had no choice but to betray him. Hearing this, Iraun released his grip on Shin Hong and asked what he meant by no choice. Shin Hong, trembling, replied that otherwise, they all would have died. He claimed that to save their lives, and even Iraun's, there was no other way. Iraun, enraged, asked Shin Hong if he was trying to say he betrayed him to save him. He accused Shin Hong of becoming the raid captain of the Volcano Guild while he endured daily agony. He demanded to know if Shin Hong expected him to believe it was all for his sake. Aiming a black sphere at Shin Hong, Iraun saw panic flood his former friend's face. Shin Hong stammered that he would tell him where the others were. This stunned Iraun, who couldn't believe what he was hearing. Shin Hong, swearing to help Iraun get his revenge if he spared his life. He coldly remarked that Shin Hong, who had already betrayed him once, was now speaking of betraying others. Grabbing Shin Hong's mouth, Iraun told him that once he was dead, the others would hear of it. He instructed Shin Hong to wait for them in hell because they would be joining him soon. Without hesitation, Iraun released a black sphere inside Shin Hong's mouth, causing his former teammate and best friend's head to explode into dust. A moment later, Iraun emerged from the disposal area, effortlessly breaking the chains that locked it. The slaves and guards outside instinctively understood that the man who had broken free from the abyss had defeated the Blackhawks and Kim Shin Hong. He stared at the terrified slaves and thought that, if not for his masters, he might have ended up like them. Releasing several black spheres, he reasoned that if the slaves were left on their own, they would likely die anyway. He might as well end their suffering himself. The slaves and guards screamed in fear and ran, but the black spheres struck them with unerring precision before they could escape. One of the slaves fell to the ground, trembling and crying, stammering that he didn't want to die. However, the black sphere shattered the slave mark imprinted on his body, instead of killing him. Confused, the slave checked his body and realized he was still alive. The other slaves, worried, touched their own bodies and discovered that their slave marks had also disappeared. Lifting his hand to the ceiling, Iraun released another blast, causing the cavern to start collapsing. The slaves, realizing what was happening, scrambled to escape. Before leaving, Iraun told them they could choose for themselves, whether to die buried under the rubble or to escape alive. As the stones began to fall, he jumped from one to another, making his way out of the collapsing cavern. Standing outside Mujeong at last, Iraun reflected on how, when he first met his masters, all he had wanted was to destroy the world. However, after witnessing their sacrifice, he finally understood his true purpose. Turning around, he thought about the chaos that filled the world and resolved to consume it all, making the chaos his own. Later, the Volcano Guild arrived at Mujeong. Chong In-woo, the leader of the Red Plum Raid from the Volcano Guild, found the situation absurd and said that he had heard the report, but he didn't think it could be true. In-woo thought to himself that everything started when they gave the raid leader position to some beggar from who knows where, turning the Volcano Guild into this mess. He then asked one of the men about the interrogation of the captured slaves. The man replied that the slaves didn't seem to remember anything at all, as if someone had interfered with their memories and erased them. In-woo asked if it was true that even the slave marks had been removed. The man confirmed this, explaining that there were traces of someone distorting the magic circle from within. This made In-woo conclude that it must have been someone at the level of a master. He asked if there were any other traces, but the man replied that no evidence of a martial artist or player had been found. It seemed to be the work of Einhart's magicians or Gehenna's demons. In-woo surmised that it was probably Gehenna. After all, their true purpose must involve this. Suddenly, another man rushed over, calling out to In-woo, and reported that the corpse of the corpse dragon had disappeared. However, In-woo had expected this, knowing that if it was Gehenna, they likely had plenty of ways to use it without purifying it. He then ordered the second man to contact their headquarters and investigate every trace of Gehenna's activity on Earth from the past year to the last month. The second man agreed and immediately rushed to headquarters. In-woo then noticed a headless body and asked the man what that trash was doing there. The man replied that Shin Hong had come to confirm the death of the slave, Lee Irun, which surprised In-woo. He thought that if it were Iraun, the one who was on the verge of becoming a high ranker, his name would have been well known by now if he hadn't touched that thing. In-woo asked about Iraun's corpse, and the man explained that about a month ago, when the slave mark broke, Irun entered the abyss. In-woo concluded that Irun must be dead, as his body wouldn't have been able to withstand the poison. He then ordered the man to wrap everything up there, as they would hunt down the remaining stragglers. The man respectfully agreed. Meanwhile, in the Dongdaemun district of Seoul, Irun entered one of the bars there. He overheard a man saying that it seemed the Volcano Guild's corpse disposal site had been attacked. This surprised the others, who asked who would be crazy enough to attack such a place. A woman responded that rumors said it was Gehenna's doing, and that it looked like they were after the corpse of the corpse dragon. She added that it seemed the truce was ending, which the others agreed with, knowing that Gehenna had interfered with the Volcano Guild. Irun realized that everyone was only talking about the Volcano Guild. Given that the guild was one of Korea's 3 great guilds, it was no surprise. He swore to himself that soon he would bring all the guilds down, but for now, they would have to wait. First, he needed to find his master Mu Wang's faction, which he believed was the most effective way to grow stronger. For someone like him with no official status, the bar was the only option to look for people. The bartender welcomed him and asked what he would like to order. He replied that he wanted Kahlua milk, but without the milk, strong and sweet with just ice. The bartender, confused, asked if he meant Kahlua milk without milk, adding that it wasn't even a real recipe. Another man overheard and told the bartender that he would handle it, suggesting the bartender organize the inventory in the storage room. The bartender agreed and left. Once the bartender was gone, the man turned to Irun and asked when they started using such an ancient code. He wondered if Irun had just returned from some gate 5 years later. Irun replied that it was more like 100 years later, further confusing the man, who then asked if he was some kind of demon. Irun denied it and asked the man if it even mattered when that bar was the kind of place for such things anyway. The head of the black market's Seoul branch, Jang Ho-seok, agreed with him and asked what he wanted. He simply replied that he wanted to take on a job. Ho-seok asked if he had any specific type in mind, and he replied that he was fine with anything, but the location should be a D-rank gate, or higher. Ho-seok opened the cabinet under the counter, telling him that he had just the right jobs for him. Ho-seok then grabbed some documents, placed them on the counter, and told him to take his pick. He looked at the jobs and noticed a kidnapping job. Ho-seok explained that the job involved luring beginners into leveling up, trapping them in a gate, and then demanding ransom from their parents. The targets were children of rich families, meaning the payout could be substantial. Ho-seok added that the job fee was 200 million, with a 30% commission. He organized the documents and told Ho-seok that he had brought him a trashy job. Ho-seok, confused by his reaction, slowly reached for the gun under the counter while asking what was wrong with him and whether he was there to take on a job or not. Ho-seok then aimed the gun at him and said that sometimes they got idiots who came there with misguided ideas of justice, trying to take the place down instead. Ho-seok asked if he had considered what would happen to those who depended on that place for jobs and who he thought their anger would turn to. He quietly stared at Ho-seok, who had his finger ready on the trigger. He told Ho-seok not to worry, explaining that his words meant he liked it, and suggested that Ho-seok tell the people behind him to lower their killing intent. Ho-seok smiled, realizing he had noticed them, and told him that he guessed he could trust him with the job. Ho-seok then handed him a walkie-talkie, saying he would contact him soon with the details and that he should prepare. He took the walkie-talkie, and Ho-seok suggested he have a drink while he was there, adding that the place wasn't just a bar in appearance. But he declined, explaining to Ho-seok that he was afraid it might become a problem. Ho-seok asked why did he drove there for, to which he replied that if he drank and fell asleep, everyone there would die. Ho-seok guessed he doesn't have a sense of humor and told him it wasn't mandatory, so he should suit himself. He turned to leave, telling Ho-seok that he was taking his leave. Ho-seok watched him walk out of the bar, thinking that he was a late bloomer with a middle school delusion complex, and that he would die soon enough at that rate. Days later, in Dasandong, Namyangju City, at a D-rank gate, a beginner waved at a man named Cheol-ho. Cheol-ho waved back at the beginner, An Min-hong, and informed his team that those beginners were the players joining his pieces this time. He added that they were like younger siblings to him, so they should take good care of them. The beginner players then bowed to their seniors as a sign of respect. Cheol-ho asked Min-hong how he felt about his first field operation. Minhong awkwardly laughed and replied that he was a little nervous. Cheol-ho reassured them, saying there was no need to be nervous because their party members had been with him for over 3 years, which meant a D-rank gate was no big deal. Cheol-ho then pointed to the side and told the beginners that those people were Wanderers, and Irun was with the Wanderers group. Minhong and his teammates were shocked upon hearing this, but one of the girls in Minhong's group didn't express any surprise. Cheol-ho explained to Minhong that the Wanderers were martial artists, so he shouldn't worry, adding that those Wanderers had been with him for over 3 years as well. This reassured Minhong, who respectfully asked the Wanderers to take care of them. Irun knew it was natural for them to feel nervous. Wanderers were notorious for doing things no better than Gehenna's demons, which was why, even in the black market, Hosiak had introduced him as a Wanderer. But he noticed that one of the beginner players didn't seem all that surprised, and guessed that he had already found what he's been looking for. Hours later, inside the D-rank dungeon, the group camped in an open space to rest. Minhong thanked Cheol, saying his experience points had increased significantly. Cheol asked Minhong how it felt and whether he was right about the ride on the bus being awesome. Minhong agreed but asked Cheol if they would be able to hunt on their own tomorrow. One of the men told Cheol that they had come secretly, not telling their parents, because Cheol had said they'd gain real combat experience. Cheol reassured them not to worry, explaining that he had planned a route where they could hunt as safely as possible. He placed a hand on Minhong's shoulder and, laughing, told him that the next day they would finally get to taste some action, so they should rest up properly for now. Minhong agreed and told Cheol they trusted him. Minhong and his team then entered the tent to rest, leaving Cheol and his teammates behind, creepily smiling to themselves as they thought about how the beginners still believed their lies. A moment later, Irun sat silently near the bonfire when the lady approached him. She asked if she could sit next to him, and he nodded in reply. The lady sat down and asked if he was a wanderer and if he was a martial artist, what level he was. She remarked that he hadn't really stepped in during the day's hunt. He replied by asking her if she knew it was rude to ask a martial artist about their level. Surprised, she explained that she was still a newbie player and didn't know. This made him notice that she didn't even pretend to be flustered, which he found telling. She then asked if she could know his name. He stared at her for a moment, and when she met his gaze, she felt fear and looked away. He finally replied that his name was Irun. She guessed that his name sounded familiar for some reason, but before she could dwell on it, another lady called out to her. The other woman, Yunha, reminded her that her watch was starting and told her to rest now. The lady agreed, stood up, and told Irun she would head off, adding that it was short, but she had enjoyed talking to him. Before entering the tent, Yuna glanced back at Irun, thinking he didn't seem like a bad person, but wondering about the odd feeling she had felt during their conversation. The next day, Cheol slashed a monster's neck, and one of his members informed him that it was almost time for the gate to close. Cheol told Minhong that the gate was about to close, and if they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to exit until the boss was defeated. He added that it seemed they would have to aim for real action next time. Minhong asked if they couldn't just accompany Cheol to the boss, pointing out that the boss should be an easy fight for him. Cheol admitted it was true, but expressed concern that they might get hurt. Minhong insisted that he was a proper player too, and argued that if he ran away every time he was scared of getting hurt, he would never become stronger. Minhong begged Cheol not to worry and urged him to let them face the boss together. Cheol asked if Minhong was sure, and Minhong confidently agreed, which made Cheol smile, thinking he had successfully hooked him. Cheol proudly told them that was the spirit of a player and suggested they test their mettle by facing those guys first, pointing to a group of orcs rushing toward them. Minhong confidently agreed, shouting that he had been waiting for this. He and his team launched their attacks at the orcs while Cheol and one of his members exchanged a knowing nod. The system then showed that the gate was closing as Minhong struggled to block the orcs' attack. Minhong was pushed back and shouted that they were stronger than he had expected. He called out to Cheol for help, but Cheol shouted back that it was chaotic on his side too, so Minhong would have to handle his side on his own. Panicking, Minhong saw the orc swing its axe down at him. Desperately, he grabbed something from his bag, thinking he hadn't expected to need it. Minhong tore the magic circle paper to activate Fire Strike, releasing a powerful burst of flames that burned the orc to death. Minhong was still catching his breath when Cheol shouted over, asking if he was all right. Cheol approached, apologizing for not helping right away, explaining that the aggro was overwhelming. He added that Minhong was lucky to have had such a high-tier scroll. Minhong explained that his father had told him to use it only in extremely dangerous situations, as it was a one-time use item. Cheol asked if that meant Minhong didn't have any more items like it. Min Hong confirmed this, saying it had been a very expensive item. Cheol then pulled out a scroll and aimed it at Min Hong, saying it was a relief. Confused, Min Hong asked what he meant. Suddenly, Cheol used the scroll to bind Min Hong. Trapped, Min Hong shouted, asking Cheol what he was doing. He was even more shocked to see that his teammates were also bound. Cheol creepily thanked Min Hong for falling into their trap. Laughing nervously, Min Hong told Cheol to stop joking around and untie him, but Cheol slapped him hard across the face. He sneered, asking if Min Hong thought it was all a joke, just because his parents were rich. He added that it seemed he needed to make Min Hong understand, so he suggested they start by cutting off one of his ears. Min Hong panicked and stammered, pleading for Cheol to wait. Cheol froze when he heard a slash and turned to see Yunha slaying one of his members. Shocked, Cheol barely managed to block her sword in time. He shouted, asking how she had broken the magic restraints. Yuna calmly released her sword aura and asked him what he thought she should do. Cheol realized she was a martial artist. She swung her sword at him with force, knocking him back. Yet Cheol figured out that her martial artist status was why the magic restraint hadn't worked on her, but he couldn't believe it. His information search skill had indicated she was a player. Yuna pointed out that Cheol didn't look like a second-rate D-rank player either, and asked if he was a first-rank C-rank. The Wanderer stepped forward, telling Cheol to step back, as martial artists should handle each other. The Wanderer approached Yunha and commented that, judging by her sword aura, she was at the pinnacle like him, and her spirit was impressive. However, he asked if she could take on all of them. They surrounded her. She observed that her opponents included a pinnacle martial artist and 3 C ranks, realizing the odds weren't in her favor. The Wanderer launched his sword at her, shouting that if she didn't attack first, he would make the first move. Fortunately, she managed to block in time and forcefully deflected his sword with her own. The Wanderer teasingly asked what she was doing and if she planned to stay on the defensive forever. Struggling to block his attacks, Yuna angrily pushed him back, shouting for him not to underestimate her. She launched forward, swinging her sword at him repeatedly. The Wanderer blocked all her attacks, but was surprised by her strength. However, Yunha was also surprised when another man appeared behind her, ready to punch her. She quickly jumped away to avoid his attack, frustrated to realize that handling just one Pinnacle Wanderer was already difficult enough. Cheol shouted at Irun, asking what he was doing since he hadn't hunted monsters the entire time. Cheol told Irun that if he wanted to get paid, he should catch the woman already. Irun remained silent for a moment before casually walking toward Yunha. As he approached, Yunha cursed to herself, remembering that ever since yesterday, even meeting his gaze had felt intimidating. She wondered who the hell he really was. She felt a strong killing intent from him, a feeling she thought she recognized but couldn't believe. He stared at her in silence, recalling his master Mu Wang's words that he was the master of the divine demon cult. Irun had responded to Mu Wang that he had heard of the demon cult, but asked what the divine demon cult was. Mu Wang had replied that the roots of the demon cult lay in the divine demon cult. Irun had then asked Mu Wang if the demon cult wasn't the sworn enemy of all factions, known for disrupting and overthrowing the world. Mu Wang had asked him in return if that was how he saw him, to which Irun had clarified that wasn't what he meant. Mu Wang explained that after he left, the Martial Alliance had spread propaganda as they pleased, portraying the cult as evil. In truth, they were just simple and pitiful beings. Mu Wang had added that when Irun returned, he should take good care of them. Irun's thoughts returned to the present, as he recognized that even if Yunha could fool others, she couldn't fool his eyes. Her power was undoubtedly rooted in demonic cultivation. He remembered a slave once telling him that remnants of the demon cult could be found in the black market, where they rescued kidnapped people and recruited them into their faith. The slave had confessed that he had been caught in human trafficking and ended up learning about it firsthand. At the time, Irun had dismissed it as nonsense, but now he realized how useful that information was. The Wanderer broke his thoughts, asking what he was staring at and whether he planned to attack. Irun responded by telling the Wanderer to shut up, shocking Cheol and prompting the Wanderer to ask what he had just said. Irun asked the Wanderer if he was deaf and repeated that his breath reeked, so he should shut up. Yunha was just as confused as Cheol. The Wanderer turned to Cheol and asked what was wrong with Irun. Cheol replied that he wasn't exactly sure, explaining that he had simply hired Irun from the black market to clean things up if the situation went south. The Wanderer then asked if that meant it wouldn't matter if he killed Irun. Without waiting for a response, the Wanderer slashed Irun, only to be shocked when his sword shattered upon impact with the black spheres in Irun's hand. The Wanderer couldn't believe his aura-imbued sword had been cut down so easily and realized that Iraun was a master far beyond his level. The thought crossed his mind that could Iraun be at the transcendent level. Chiel's teammate rushed forward, shouting in panic, asking what was wrong with Iraun and ordering everyone to attack all at once. Iraun calmly reminded them that the gate was closed, meaning killing everyone wouldn't matter anymore. The Wanderer tried to stop them, but Iraun said it was too late and unleashed his black spheres, piercing their bodies. The spheres absorbed their internal energy as the Wanderer concluded that Iraun was at least a supreme master. Moments later, the black spheres exploded, and Iraun watched with a blank face as their bodies disappeared. He turned his gaze to Hayal, who was stuttering in fear. Iraun asked if Hayal really had the leisure to focus on him alone. Hayal froze, suddenly feeling Unha behind him, but it was too late. Unha swung her sword, decapitating Cheol in one strike. His head hit the ground with a dull thud, followed by his lifeless body. Iraun stared at Una, who was catching her breath in exhaustion, and asked if it was his turn now. She sheathed her sword, replying that there was no way she could fight him, and she wasn't foolish enough to try, knowing she'd die. He reminded her that he had been part of Chiel's party just moments ago, but she countered by pointing out that he had wiped them all out himself. She told him not to pretend they were on the same side and guessed that he must have a goal. Whatever his goal was, she offered to help him, asking if he would spare her if she did. He asked her back, what if he wants her life? She was surprised but calmly replied that if he wanted her life, he would have taken it already. He realized she was sharp. Before they could speak further, a loud growl interrupted them. They turned to see a massive monster approaching. Iraun calmly asked if it was the gate boss and reminded her that she said she'd help. He told her to handle the monster and get them out of there, confusing her further. Nonetheless, she replied, yes, and rushed to fight the boss. A moment later, they emerged from the dungeon. Min Hong collapsed to his knees, unable to believe they were outside. He and his team were shaking with fear but furious over Cheol's betrayal. Unha told Min Hong that she guessed she had let Cheol off too easily. Recognizing her, Min Hong and his team thanked her for saving their lives. He then asked why she had hidden the fact that she was a martial artist and joined their newbie party. She pointed to a man in a suit and told Min Hong that he would explain. The man approached and told them to get in the car, promising to escort them home and explain on the way. They agreed and drove off with the man. Una turned back to Iraun and asked how she could help him now. Iraun replied that he wanted to ask her one thing first. She asked what it was, and he questioned whether she was from the Heavenly Sect or the Blood Sect. Shocked, she stammered, asking what he meant by that. He asked again if she wasn't a demon cult member and assured her he had no intention of reporting her to the Martial Alliance. Her expression hardened, and she furiously glared at him, asking if he was part of the cult. He noticed her sudden change in demeanor and asked if that meant she would allow him to act that way toward her if he were a cult member. She demanded he answer, repeatedly asking if he was part of the cult. He simply reminded her that he had asked first. Suddenly, men in suits surrounded him, swords aimed at his neck. He remained calm, telling her this was her last chance to answer. He asked her again if she was from the Heavenly Sect or the Blood Sect. The men couldn't believe the overwhelming pressure radiating from Iraun, wondering if he was a monster. Una shouted that she was from the Blood Sect, shocking her men. She ordered them to put away their swords, explaining that Iraun was her benefactor. The men hesitated, reminding her that he knew about their existence. Fearfully, she stared at them and explained that if Iraun wanted, killing all of them wouldn't even be a challenge, making any threats against him meaningless. Her men, trembling, finally put their swords down. She turned to Iraun and said she had answered his question, so now it was his turn to answer hers. She asked again if he was a follower of the religion. Lowering his aura, he calmly replied that, for now, they could just say he was a follower. Una admitted she still didn't understand what her benefactor desired, but promised to help with anything. She asked if he would tell her his goal now, or if they should go together. He replied that he would accompany her. They entered a luxury van together. As they settled in, Una excused herself, explaining she needed some air. She then held her face, which stretched like silicone, and slowly removed it. Confused, Iraun realized she was peeling off an infinite mask. After removing it, she took off the hair tie holding her hair, revealing an even more striking and enhanced beauty. He remarked that she was quite beautiful, and she thanked him, asking if he was showing his real face. He replied that it had changed a bit from before. She asked if Iraun was his real name, and when he simply said yes, she was surprised. He added that it was now his turn to ask questions. Referring to her party members, like An Min Hong, he noted that they seemed clueless about her identity. He then asked if the promise to take them home was a lie. He added that, judging by her infinite mask worth billions and the limousine, it was clear money wasn't an issue for her. He asked if her real goal was recruiting followers for the cult. She admitted that he was correct, explaining that her original plan had been to build rapport and gradually recruit them, but Cheol had messed things up. Yawning, he remarked that rich kids must bring in incredible amounts of donations, and asked if that was how she had made her money so far. She responded that while they collected donations, they didn't demand absurd amounts like the associations did. Ultimately, what they wanted was a guild. She explained that joining the cult came with the condition of helping establish a guild, so it wasn't exactly a losing deal for players. He guessed that guilds were essential for players who couldn't progress without leveling up. She then turned the question back to him, asking what martial arts technique he had used at the gate. He noted how aggressive she was for jumping straight to identifying his technique. She explained that she had shared the cult's secret, so she deserved to know at least that much. He replied that he couldn't use his martial arts for now, shocking her. She found it hard to believe, considering he had destroyed a pinnacle martial artist's head. He calmly explained that it was like a version of Tanji Gong, asking if she even considered that martial arts. He then shifted the topic, asking what the cult was doing in Huxi. She asked if he meant the special commissions, and explained that they took commissions in Huxi to gain experience for their followers. He asked if that included things like kidnapping or murder. She shouted that their cult should not be lumped in with such scum, explaining that they only hunted red players or infamous rogues. He asked if recruiting followers was also a goal. She calmly replied that he was correct. Irun thought they weren't as bad as Mu Wang had described. In fact, the Hwasun Guild felt more like a villainous group to him. Yuna then hesitated before asking one last question. Was he the infamous comrade killer Irun? Her question triggered a strong reaction. Irun released an intense presence, and the entire limousine shook. She, along with the car, trembled in fear. She wondered why her body wouldn't move. Even though she was at the pinnacle herself, she felt that his presence was like that person. A demonic man, she remembered. He calmed himself after seeing her reaction, which allowed her to catch her breath. She peeked at him, wondering if his display was a warning. The limousine stopped, and he noted they had arrived. The driver opened the door, and he ordered Yunha to lead the way. They stepped out in front of the Ganga Group building, with S-rank chairman Kang Han Cheol standing at the forefront. Irun knew the corporation was massively influential across South Korea and Asia. He couldn't believe the Ganga building was the headquarters of the blood cult. Yuna asked if he would go in, and he asked if she would let him go if he said no. She replied that if he wanted to enter, he would go in regardless. He told her that even if he didn't, they would keep chasing him. Eventually, he would be hunted by both the Hwasun Guild and the blood cult, which shocked her, confirming in her mind that he truly was the Irun. He added that if he kidnapped her, perhaps the pursuit would lessen. Worried, she told him not to joke about such things, especially there, as bringing him there was a gamble for her too. Suddenly, a voice called him an insolent wretch. They turned to see Han Cheol rushing toward them in anger. Furiously, Han Cheol demanded to know if Irun had dared threaten the lady. Han Cheol dashed forward, shouting for Irun to prepare himself. Yuna called Han Cheol her grandfather and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Han Cheol launched a powerful punch at Irun, causing a loud explosion. However, Han Cheol was stunned to see Irun calmly block his punch with his bare hand. Irun asked in an unbothered tone if this was how the blood cult treated their benefactors. Later, they were inside the Ganga Group headquarters, seated in front of a table laden with delicious meals. Han Cheol, laughing, admitted that he had been mistaken and told Irun to eat his fill. Irun silently stared at the food, which Han Cheol noticed. He assured Irun not to worry, because the food wasn't poisoned. Irun smiled at the comment and began eating, explaining that poison didn't work on him and that it had simply been a long time since he'd had a proper meal. Han Cheol, cutting his steak, responded that if that was the case, Irun should eat as much as he wanted. As Han Cheol observed him, he recalled the information he'd gathered in a short time. According to reports, Irun was a so-called companion killer named Lee Irun, enslaved by the Volcano Guild and declared dead recently. However, Han Cheol noted that Irun's appearance was entirely different from what was reported. Even more curious was the energy Han Cheol had felt when Irun blocked his attack earlier. It was clearly internal power, not the strength of a typical player. This left Han Cheol wondering about Irun's true identity. While Han Cheol suspected that Irun's internal energy level wasn't higher than his own, he found Irun's relaxed attitude unnerving. Han Cheol finally spoke, acknowledging that Irun had come because Yunha owed him a favor and had promised to grant him a wish. He encouraged Irun to state what he wanted, assuring him that anything within his power would be granted, but only if Iraun made one promise beforehand. Iraun guessed that Hanchiel wanted him to join the Blood Sect. Hanchiel confirmed this, adding that Iraun seemed to know a lot about their sect and asking how he'd come by that information. Hanchiel then mentioned that he'd never heard of the companion killer, Lee Iraun, being a member of their sect. Hearing this, Iraun grew angry and demanded to know if Hanchiel had been researching him. Hanchiel explained that he couldn't allow someone into the sect's base without knowing anything about them, a statement that heightened the tension in the room. Yuna felt the strain in the air between them. Hanchiel asked if Irun had heard about the sect while working at the Volcano Guild's monster disposal site. Irun replied, "Close." Hanchiel then inquired if Irun had asked about the Heavenly Sect and the Blood Sect, and, if so, which side he was on. Irun replied that, for now, he supposed they could say the Blood Sect. Hanchiel pressed him on what he meant by "for now," but Irun simply said he'd explain the details later. Hanchiel agreed to officially make Iraun a sect member, but was surprised when Iraun declared he had no intention of serving under Hanchiel. Instead, Iraun suggested that Hanchiel should serve under him. Infuriated, Hanchiel called him arrogant. He released a powerful aura that shook the entire building and demanded if Irun realized what he was saying. Iraun, unbothered, calmly replied, "Of course." When Una tried to intervene, Irun addressed Hanchiel directly, ordering him to hand over the position of Blood Demon. This enraged Hanchiel further. Slamming his fist on the table, he shattered it into pieces, but Irun remained seated and unfazed. Hanchiel warned him that he had crossed the line. When Unha attempted to calm her grandfather, Hanchiel shouted at her to stay back, leaving her hesitant. He reminded her of the punishment for daring to speak of the Blood Demon's name and told her even she couldn't protect Irun. Realizing the situation was dire, Irun stood up and raised his hand. He knew that realistically, he was one level below Hanchiel. Although he had progressed quickly, his body couldn't yet use martial arts effectively. Hanchiel, noticing this, asked if Iraun needed a weapon and offered to provide one. Iraun declined, explaining that using a weapon would cause problems. This only frustrated Hanchiel further. He called Iraun arrogant, questioning why he wouldn't even take a fighting stance. Iraun reiterated calmly that he couldn't use martial arts, which pushed Hanchiel to his limit. Hanchiel's aura intensified, shattering the building's glass as he shouted, accusing Iraun of mocking him. Iraun, however, maintained his composure, insisting he was serious. Hanchiel declared that since Irun needed no preparation, he should attack. Out of consideration for Yunha, Hanchiel would give him 3 seconds. Irun asked if the Blood Sect was always this honorable. Hanchiel replied that they were treating him as a guest to be dealt with, not an enemy. Yuna pleaded with her grandfather to reconsider, but Hanchiel ordered her to step aside. Desperate, she turned to Irun and addressed him as an honored guest, urging him to retract his statement. Hanchiel, furious, demanded to know who Irun was to warrant such loyalty from Yunha. Even Yunha herself didn't fully understand why she was defending Irun. She instinctively felt that he was the one who could save the Blood Sect from its crisis. Iraun, noticing this, revealed that Yunha was the priestess, an oracle serving the Blood Demon. Hanchiel finally launched his attack. As his fist neared Irun, Yunha tried to stop him, but it was too late. The resulting explosion shook the floor and could be heard outside. Yunha shielded herself from the blast, and when she looked up, was shocked to see her grandfather's flames disappearing. Realizing the flames hadn't simply vanished but were being absorbed, she and Hanchiel were stunned. Iraun had absorbed Hanchiel's demon flame completely. Hanchiel, in disbelief, realized that the martial art Iraun had used was unmistakably the Blood Demon art. Iraun asked if Hanchiel now understood and ordered him to kneel. Overwhelmed, Hanchiel knelt immediately, followed by Yunha. Both bowed before Iraun and greeted him as their master. Iraun confirmed their submission, proclaiming himself the Blood Demon, the master of the Blood Sect. Hanchiel, sweating in fear, wondered how a player could know the Blood Demon arts. Iraun then asked if Hanchiel could hand over the position of Blood Demon now, but Hanchiel remained silent. This prompted Iraun to question why he wasn't answering. Stuttering, Hanchiel explained that it was because the current Blood Demon already ruled the Blood Sect, which surprised Iraun. Iraun asked if Hanchiel meant there was already a Blood Demon, to which Hanchiel replied affirmatively. Iraun then questioned why Hanchiel had kneeled to him if there was already a blood demon. Han Cheol explained that the current blood demon's blood demon art was a less complete form than Irone's. Respectfully, Han Cheol added that while he couldn't fathom how Irone had mastered the blood demon art, it was considered the proof of the blood demon's identity and the symbol of the blood sect. Irone laughed, mocking Han Cheol's statement. He asked if Han Cheol truly believed the blood demon art was the proof of the blood demon's identity, calling it ridiculous. He then remarked that he now understood why the blood sect was in its current state. Han Cheol, confused, looked at him as Irone declared that the current blood demon was nothing more than a half-baked imposter. Harnessing the black power around him, Irune transformed it into sharp blades aimed directly at Han Cheol's head. He then asked Han Cheol about his position in the blood sect. Han Cheol replied that he was the left protector. Aware that someone of Han Cheol's rank would know such details, Irune withdrew his demon power and began explaining. He told Han Cheol that the true symbol of the blood demon was not the blood demon art. Absorbing all the demon power in the room, he revealed that it was the blood demon divine art. Han Cheol was shocked, realizing that Irune was the true blood demon. It no longer mattered how this had happened. There was no more concrete proof than the energy of the divine art. Both Han Cheol and Yuna bowed their heads even lower, shouting reverently, "Blood demon's grace, endless dark blessing." Irone, unimpressed, asked them what that was. Han Cheol explained that it was a traditional greeting dedicated to the blood demon, passed down in the blood sect. Irone scoffed, calling it cheesy, and ordered them to stop saying it. When Han Cheol hesitated, Irune firmly repeated the order, leaving no room for argument. Irune sat back down and asked Han Cheol to tell him about the current state of the blood sect, specifically what he needed to know to deal with the half-baked demon. Han Cheol reported that the sect was currently governed by 6 elders, as well as himself as the left protector and the right protector. However, he warned that the elders would not easily accept the emergence of a new blood demon, as the current one had ruled for over 10 years. Irone asked what would happen if he simply killed all those who opposed him. Han Cheol responded that each elder had a specific role in managing the sect, such as investigating external affairs or expanding influence, so it was better to keep them alive as some might prove useful. Han Cheol then offered to personally meet the elders to gauge their intentions, should Irone command it. Irone agreed and ordered him to proceed, which Han Cheol acknowledged before leaving the room. After Han Cheol departed, Unha remained behind. She bowed her head and shouted, "Blood demon's grace, endless dark blessing." This made Irune shout in frustration, reminding her he had told them to stop saying that. The next morning in Namyangju, at Kang Han Cheol's villa, guards patrolled the premises diligently. Inside, Yunha exhaled deeply to calm her nerves as she approached Irune's room. Knocking on the door, she heard his voice permitting her to enter. She stepped inside, kneeling in her elegant dress to greet him. Irune asked her what she was doing. Yunha explained that it was her morning greeting to the blood demon. He raised an eyebrow and asked if she had dressed up just for this. She replied that she had. Irone then ordered her not to do it again, questioning why they were making such a fuss first thing in the morning. Yuna explained that as the priestess serving the blood demon, it was her duty. Irune cut her off, stating that if he ordered her not to do it, she shouldn't. He then told her to go back to sleep. Surprised, she explained that the priestess must always wake earlier and sleep later than the blood demon. Irone sighed and told her bluntly that he couldn't sleep. Shocked, Yuna exclaimed that such a thing was unbecoming. He replied seriously, insisting he wasn't joking. He literally couldn't sleep. He repeated that she should skip the formalities, ensure she got enough rest, and stop giving morning greetings. Still, Yunha persistently told him that she, too, would follow the blood demon in sleepless training. Irune sighed and asked her why she wouldn't listen, reminding her that, as the blood demon, he commanded her to stop the morning greetings, weird formalities, and instead act as casually as they had at the gate. This shocked her even more. Stuttering, she replied, "Yes," prompting him to ask why she was glitching out. He quickly realized it must be overwhelming for her to accept that a player was now the blood demon. Yuna immediately denied being overwhelmed, but Irone dismissed her response and told her the historical drama speech style was also forbidden. She replied that she understood, and he asked if saying "okay" or "I understand" was truly that difficult for her. Hesitant at first, she eventually managed to say, "Okay." He praised her for trying, and then asked if there had been any word from Han Cheol. She replied that she hadn't heard anything yet. Irune stood up and remarked that, regardless of what happened, his role was already decided. Yuna asked what that role was, and he replied that he would take down the half-baked demon. He then asked if he was right in assuming she understood It was a world where the strong reigned supreme. If he proved to everyone that he was stronger than the half-baked blood demon, everything would fall into place. For that, he needed to train. He asked if there was a training hall in the villa and ordered her to lead the way. 100 years ago, Irun had asked his master, Mu Wang, when he would teach him martial arts techniques. Mu Wang had replied that it was a good question and explained that the techniques Irun would learn had been adjusted so that the three of them, his companions and him, could fully utilize their power. In other words, their individual learnings had been made to mesh seamlessly, like gears in a machine. Using abilities prematurely, before they were fully gained, or failing to completely acquire specific strengths, would hinder the use of subsequent powers. Just like forcing an incomplete gear to rotate would lead to a malfunction. Mu Wang had told him that before completing the Blood Demon Divine Art, he could not use any other weapons or arts. The Sword God had added that experiencing this limitation personally would help Irun understand better. They ordered him to try swinging a sword. Irun had taken the sword and swung it clumsily, only to accidentally slash himself, screaming in pain. Back in the present, Irun was in the villa's training room, controlling his aura and power. He thought to himself that he never wanted to experience the pain of slashing himself again. He would rather endure a full body transformation 10 times over. Still, thanks to the dragon's blood flowing through him, he had reached the final stage of the Black Blood. However, it was incomplete, as the blood had not yet been fully absorbed. Nevertheless, the dragon's blood coursed through his entire body. He drew some blood out of his body, knowing that he needed to discard all unnecessary vitality so that only pure strength would remain. A powerful black blood and dark energy flowed out of him, radiating intense strength. A week later, Yuna knelt in front of the training room door, thinking to herself that it had been an entire week. She wondered what in the world Irun was doing. In her opinion, it shouldn't have been possible for Irun to train in the Blood Demon Art in an empty training hall like this. Suddenly the door creaked open, and she gasped in shock. Irun emerged, his body now perfectly strong and radiating immense power. Irun looked down at his hands, a satisfied expression on his face. He had finally entered the final stage of the Blood Demon Divine Art. A moment later, Irun was mixing his bibimbap and eating it while Yunha sat beside him, staring at him intently. Noticing her gaze, he asked if she wanted some, but she remained silent, lost in thought. She marveled at how he had progressed so much in just a week. It was hard to believe, knowing that without pure blood and a special ritual, mastering the Blood Demon Art was supposed to be impossible. She wondered how he had achieved this in an empty training hall. She snapped out of her thoughts when he asked if she was going to eat or not. Startled, she immediately bowed and stuttered that she would prepare the food herself next time. He told her there was no need, as he had simply thrown everything together and mixed it, reiterating that he was asking if she wanted to eat. Turning to his side, he addressed the invisible men around them, telling them he had no intention of being guarded by those weaker than him. He ordered them to drop their stealth and join him to eat. Yuna was shocked. She realized that he had noticed the Shadow Blood Squad, an elite group of guards painstakingly trained by the Elders. Their stealth skills were said to rival the famed Ghostly Melody assassins of Yoon. She couldn't fathom how he had detected them so casually. Watching him call out the men and order them to hurry up and eat, she wondered at his extraordinary perception. Later, Irun returned to the training room to continue refining the Blood Demon Divine Art. He noted that true blood felt powerful, and with the Black Dragon's blood almost fully absorbed, he knew he needed to refine the Black Blood into true blood. This would perfect the purity of the true blood circulating through his blood core. After finishing his session, he left the training room, reflecting that the only thing he lacked now was time. To shorten that, he needed to seize control of the blood sect. Yuna greeted him, announcing that the meal was ready. He glanced at the dish and saw that the bibimbap was unusually orange. He commented that he thought he had told her he would handle his meals himself. She replied that she couldn't let him personally prepare food while she was there. He asked if she had added too much chili, which shocked her. She thought it made the dish taste better. Suddenly, she knelt down and shouted that she had committed a grave sin and would pay with her life. Exasperated, he shouted back, reminding her to stop doing that. Suddenly, Irun felt something unusual. He immediately looked outside the window, silent and alert. Yuna noticed his reaction and asked what was wrong. He simply replied, "They have guests." Outside the villa, the guards confronted the guest, shouting that they could not enter. The elder among them demanded to know what they meant by that. The third elder, a cold-blooded Taoist named Han Dobek, asked if the guards didn't know who he was. One of the guards replied that they recognized him. Dobek, annoyed, asked if they still refused to step aside despite knowing who he was. Releasing a strong, icy aura, he demanded an explanation. The guard responded that Left Protector Han Cheol had ordered that no one could pass without permission. Dobek swung his sword forward, releasing a sharp wave of cold ice, and stated that he knew it wasn't their fault. Out of mercy, he offered them a final warning. Pointing his sword at the guards, he ordered them to step aside, declaring he would overlook their offense if they obeyed. A cold-blooded tiger spirit loomed behind Dobek, adding to his intimidation. The guards hesitated but ultimately drew their swords, apologizing as they stood their ground. Dobek dashed forward with his sword, praising the guards for their proper attitude as followers of the Blood Sect. The lead guard was stunned, realizing Dobek had appeared in front of him in an instant. Dobek swung his sword, aiming for the guard, but stopped when Yunha shouted his name. He looked up to see her standing between him and the guards. Dobek loudly asked Yunha what she was doing, calling her behavior reckless. She shouted back, demanding to know what he was doing there, reminding him that Han Cheol had not granted permission for his visit. Dobek, remaining calm, called her by name and asked if she truly didn't understand Han Cheol's plot. He then shouted that Han Cheol was committing treason by dividing the Blood Sect they had barely managed to unify. Dobek asked how he could stand by and allow this. Yuna firmly explained that the Blood Demon was someone she, as the priestess, had chosen, and asked if Dobek still doubted him. Dobek retorted by asking how a former player could master the Blood Demon art, leaving her momentarily speechless. Dobek continued, pointing out that throughout history, there had been imposters claiming to be the Blood Demon. He warned that Iraun could be a spy from the Celestial Clan. Even if Iraun was the real Blood Demon, Dobek stated, the law did not permit two suns under the same sky. At this rate, both she and Han Cheol would be charged with treason. To prevent further escalation, Dobek declared he would handle the matter himself. Pointing his sword at her, he told her to step aside, adding that he didn't want to lose her or Han Cheol. Yuna stood her ground, insisting that Han Cheol would never forgive such an act. Dobek responded that he had already made his decision, and, even if it put him at odds with Han Cheol or cost him his life, it was the least he could do for his friend. Dobek apologized to Yunha for his rudeness, but insisted she move aside. Before he could swing his sword, Han Cheol suddenly appeared, launching a furious punch that caused a strong explosion. Dobek, fortunately, managed to block it with his sword. Han Cheol addressed Dobek respectfully as Third Elder, before angrily switching to his real name. He demanded to know what Dobek thought he was doing. The elders with fire and ice magic powers stood face to face. Han Cheol, expecting this confrontation, wondered why things had escalated so quickly as he stared at his old friend. Dobek broke the silence, telling Han Cheol that the Volcano Guild was on the move, which shocked both Han Cheol and Yunha. Dobek added that the guild had found their trail. He then asked Han Cheol what he thought would happen if the existence of a new blood demon was announced now. Dobek warned that Han Cheol would be the first to be discarded, thrown to the enemies as bait. Han Cheol argued that the Volcano Guild had no reason not to oppose the blood demon. Dobek pressed him further, asking if he had considered the possibility that Iraun might be a spy. This enraged Han Cheol, who shouted that the suggestion was absurd. Releasing more of his power, Han Cheol forced Dobek to protect himself by blocking the fiery aura with his ice magic. Han Cheol angrily asked if Dobek was accusing him of failing to recognize true blood demon arts. Dobek, remaining composed, responded that Han Cheol knew as well as he did that the Heavenly Demon cult had spent ages researching the blood demon arts. Though unlikely, he argued, the cult could have achieved such mastery. Han Cheol shouted it was enough, but Dobek defiantly continued, declaring that even if Iraun was the true blood demon, it changed nothing. Han Cheol was stunned. Dobek elaborated that causing division within the blood sect at such a time was suicidal. Killing Iraun, he argued, was the right choice. Dobek's words further fueled Han Cheol's anger. He warned Dobek that he had crossed a line he should never have crossed. Dobek gripped his sword tightly, positioning himself, and asked Han Cheol how he could stand idly by while throwing himself into the flames. The two prepared to clash. Han Cheol vowed to sever Dobek's limbs and begged the blood demon for forgiveness, but Dobek retorted that Han Cheol might as well kill him outright. Han Cheol leapt forward, launching a flaming fist at Dobek, who swung his sword in retaliation. Before their attacks could connect, Iraun calmly ordered them to stop. Both elders froze in shock. Dobek suddenly felt an overwhelming presence behind him. Han Cheol immediately recognized the blood demon and bowed deeply, greeting Iraun with utmost respect. Sweating, Dobek turned to see Iraun and realized he hadn't even sensed his presence. Han Cheol shouted at Dobek to bow before the blood demon, but Dobek hesitated. He understood that if Irun had aimed for his neck, he would already be dead. Looking closely, Dobek noticed Irun's crimson hair and scarlet eyes, unmistakable proof of blood demon arts. At last, Dobek acknowledged Irun as the blood demon, sheathed his sword, and greeted him with deference. Irun told Han Cheol to stop prostrating, saying he didn't like it. He asked Han Cheol why he had been cutting off the limbs of his sect members when the blood sect was already crumbling. Han Cheol stuttered an apology. Turning to Dobek, who had stepped back in fear, Irun asked if Dobek had come to kill him, spare him if he met his standards, or kill him if he didn't. Dobek hesitated, seeing Irun's blood-colored eyes, but managed to reply that he had. He explained that the blood sect already served a blood demon, and the emergence of a new one would destabilize the sect, which was only now beginning to stabilize. Smiling, Irun praised Dobek for his courage, saying it was fitting for a senior elder. He asked Dobek for his verdict. Did Irun meet his standards? Dobek, still trembling, said proof was needed. Irun thought for a moment, then extracted a drop of his own blood, asking if it sufficed. Dobek stared at the floating drop, horrified by the overwhelming blood demon energy it radiated. Realizing the truth, Dobek immediately knelt, addressing Irun as the true blood demon. Dobek, overcome with guilt, grabbed his sword and declared that he would sever his right arm to atone for doubting the blood demon. As he raised the sword, Irun casually shot a blood bullet, knocking it away. Dobek's sword pierced the ground behind him as Irun reminded him that he had told them not to cut off their limbs, and that they never listened. A moment later, Yunha, Dobek, and Han Cheol were kneeling. Irun sat on the sofa, visibly frustrated, and told them to sit there instead. Han Cheol replied that they couldn't possibly sit on the same level as the blood demon. Irun, exasperated, let them do as they pleased. Han Cheol studied Irun closely, recalling the power he had felt earlier. In just over a week, Irun had grown even stronger. Han Cheol asked if it was possible that Irun had reached the transcendent stage. Irun replied that he hadn't yet. Han Cheol optimistically noted that at this rate, Irun would soon reach transcendence. Dobek, however, pointed out that the current blood demon had already reached the transcendent stage, as had the first elder, who was closest to him. Among the remaining elders, Dobek added, none would switch sides to support a new blood demon. Yuna interjected, saying there was only one solution. Since Irun was progressing faster than expected, he needed to quickly reach transcendence and personally defeat the current blood demon. If he did so, even the elders would have no choice but to accept him as the new blood demon. Irun asked how long it would take to reach transcendence, admitting he wasn't even sure he could achieve it. Yunha was taken aback. Irun then asked if they thought the sect would simply sit back and wait. Turning to Dobek, he pointed out that by now, his existence must already be known to the blood sect, which explained why they were hurrying to act against him. Han Cheol slammed his head to the floor in a hard bow, shouting his apologies. He explained that he had thought the fourth elder might be open to switching sides, given his tendencies, but it turned out the fourth elder had already aligned himself with the current blood demon. Irun told Han Cheol to stop groveling over trivial matters and declared that since things had come to this, they should act. He stood and told them it was time to take down the current blood demon. Passing through the gate transported them to an unknown land filled with monsters, while passing through a dungeon led to another world. The world first learned of the dungeon's existence when gate breaks occurred everywhere, threatening to destroy civilization. Humanity was saved by humans from another world, though superhuman players later began appearing among Earth's inhabitants. However, these players couldn't compare to the residents of invaded worlds who had fought mysterious beings for countless ages. In the end, the world endured their intervention. Yun controlled the Asian region, while Einhart dominated the Western territories. These forces divided the world, exercising their influence. Yun, which came to dominate most of South Korea's land, ensured that the blood sect concealed its entrance thoroughly from their watchful eyes. Irun asked if the entrance was supposed to blend into existing structures, pointing to a door by the banks of the Bukhan River, and questioned if it had always been there. Yuna replied that she thought the blood demon's fortress door shouldn't look too ordinary, so she had added some flair. Irun asked if she was even trying to hide it. Yuna confidently explained that reaching that location meant bypassing all of the blood sect's traps and magical barriers, so there was no longer any need to hide it. She proudly declared that among Yun's inhabitants, Irun was the only one who had made it that far. Yuna then asked if this was his first time in Yun's world. To her surprise, Irun replied that he had been there once before. Impressed, she told him she had expected nothing less, as he had been exceptional even as a player. Irun cryptically replied that perhaps if he'd lived like everyone else, things wouldn't have turned out this way, leaving her confused. He told her not to mind it and ordered her to open the door, which she immediately did. Yuna placed her hand on the gate, releasing her demon power to unlock it. The group watched in silence as she worked. Eventually, she succeeded in opening the gate and welcomed him into the Blood Demon's fortress. Iraun stepped through and was shocked by the sight of the super poor, destroyed place. Disappointed,
Been streaming for like 10 hours so far, man. Thanks for coming, everybody. See you do that. What's right now? So, thank you for coming. Thank you for the follow. Everything. You guys stay safe, stay healthy, wherever you are in the world. I am out. Goodbye.